In a serendipitous turn of events, the impoverished youth Yang Jun inadvertently unlocks the power of X-ray vision. He begins to ponder which young woman possesses the most alluring figure, which lottery ticket holds the promise of a grand prize, where treasures lie hidden within ancient tombs, and which mountain range conceals gold mines. He becomes privy to the secrets of the world around him. Chapter 1. Supernatural Vision. Yang Jun lies in bed, tossing and turning, utterly unable to find slumber. Through the thin walls, he effortlessly discerns the sounds emanating from the neighboring room. Just days prior, he had been callously abandoned by his girlfriend. All he desired was to lie in peace, devoid of thoughts or actions. Yet the cacophony next door made him feel increasingly like a forsaken dog. In a fit of agitation, he donned headphones, seeking to drown out the noise. As he reached for his phone to charge it, the aged electrical circuit sparked violently. A surge of electricity coursed through him, causing his body to convulse, and smoke began to waft from his head. When he regained consciousness, it felt as though he had been transported to an IMAX theater. The wall separating the two rooms had vanished. He sprang upright, eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld the scene next door, too stunned to blink. Suddenly inspired, Yang Jun reached out to touch everything around him, confirming whether all was as transparent as it appeared. To his dismay, he found the wall still intact. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm and focused his mind, only to be astounded as he could see every capillary within his hand in vivid detail. Upon further examination, he noticed wisps of white gas meandering through his veins, ultimately converging in his dantian. After repeated experiments, Yang Jun unearthed a chilling truth. The recent electric shock had endowed him with a gift of vision beyond the ordinary. I possess X-ray vision, now me time to rise has arrived. He marveled at the wonder of it all, that a quintessential recluse. Well-versed in online novels, he understood that those gifted with such sight often became urban legends. From this day forth, I, Yang Jun, shall turn my fortunes around, he proclaimed, standing on the balcony of his rented apartment and gazing down at the bustling city of Qingning, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name Shu Yuqing. A mere glance at the screen transformed his expression into one of bewilderment. Surely she isn't here to collect a debt, he mused. Shu Yuqing, his high school desk mate, was a woman with a boyish spirit, and he had never regarded her as a typical female. Yet she also held the title of proprietor of Yuan Xingyu, a business with an annual turnover exceeding 10 million. Fuming, he pressed the answer button. Before he could utter a word, a hurried voice crackled through. Yang Jun, I don't care where you are, come to the club immediately, or repay me at once. What? He barely had time to process before the call ended. The club she mentioned was the largest private establishment in Qingning City, a realm far removed from his impoverished existence. With only 2,000 yuan to his name, he realized he had no choice but to comply. Arriving at the club's entrance, he spotted Shu Yuqing lost in thought within the lobby. However, at this moment, she was nearly unrecognizable. Clad in a form-fitting mermaid skirt, her alluring curves ignited a rush of blood to his face. Compared to her former boisterous self, she now exuded a gentle femininity. A flash of light momentarily blinded Yang Jun, and upon regaining focus, he was nearly overwhelmed by her beauty. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard, wishing he could slap himself for not having noticed her remarkable figure before. Yang Jun, if you continue to stare, I might just gouge out your eyes, she quipped, observing his unabashed gaze. Taken aback, Shu Yuqing instinctively lowered her head, uncertain of his intent. Clenching her jaw, she stood resolutely and asked, "What? You haven't noticed something before?" Yang Jun promptly sealed his lips. Shu Yuqing, triumphant as if victorious in battle, proclaimed, "Yang Jun, today I offer you the chance to masquerade as my boyfriend. If you cooperate, I shall forgive your debt." Entirely to this proclamation, Yang Jun nearly wept with joy, nodding vigorously. "I agree, but please, do not wear that outfit to the blind date." Not one to be easily fooled, he had heard her lament about being set up for a match, initially believing it to be a jest, only to learn it was quite serious. Shu Yuqing stepped closer, seizing his hand and whispering in his ear, "You guessed it correctly, my blind date is Yan Tianxiu." What? Yan Tianxiu. A wave of panic surged through Yang Jun, compelling him to consider fleeing. Even with tenfold bravery, he knew he could not accept, for Yan Tianxiu was the son of the notorious Yan Feilong. It was said that Yan Tianxiu commanded over 200 fierce subordinates. Pretending to be his girlfriend would be tantamount to courting death. "I don't care, since you are here, you cannot leave. If you do, I shall cry foul, and you will be finished," she declared. Shu Yuqing, Yang Jun's face fell in despair. Shu Yuqing, equally trapped by circumstance, could not refuse her family's demands and had turned to her best friend for assistance. Suddenly, As if struck by inspiration, she added, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Just play along, and afterward, I will give you 10,000. Really? In Yang Jun's heart, he knew that perhaps only money could sway him as a penniless failure. He had no desire to find himself homeless. Shu Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, then took his hand, leading him toward the second-floor entertainment hall, presenting them to the world as a couple in love. This was Yang Jun's first venture into such an upscale establishment. As he pushed open the door to the entertainment hall upstairs, he was struck with awe at the luxurious surroundings. This place, though labeled an entertainment venue, was in reality a lavish gambling den. Chapter 2. Winning millions with 2,000. Upon entering the entertainment hall, Shu Yuqing immediately recognized a young man seated at table 1, dressed in an exquisite Armani suit. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, though his demeanor exuded a certain arrogance. Yan Tianxiu turned to face Shu Yuqing, regarding her with an air of indifference, and coldly remarked, "So you're Miss Shu?" Yan Tianxiu harbored no interest in the arranged blind date, and had no desire for any woman to become a daughter-in-law of the Yan family. Yet, since it was a familial obligation, he could not decline. Observing Yan Tianxiu's frosty and haughty demeanor, Shu Yuqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. His reaction spared her from the dilemma of concocting excuses to evade the encounter. With a sigh of relief, she declared, "I did not come here for a date. Rather, I wish to inform you that we are simply incompatible. My heart belongs to my boyfriend." As she spoke, she cast a gentle and sweet smile towards Yang Jun, although her words sent a shiver down his spine. "Oh," Yan Tianxiu sneered, "in Qingning City, you are the first woman daring enough to reject me." No sooner had he spoken than a bodyguard approached menacingly, instilling a sense of dread in the air. "I care not who you are. I will never marry you," Shu Yuqing asserted defiantly. "I hope you cease your childish matchmaking antics." Subsequently, she turned to Yang Jun, eager to depart without spending another moment in this place, especially not in the presence of Yan Tianxiu. However, events were evidently not as straightforward as she had hoped. The moment she attempted to leave, a security guard intercepted her. "Do you think you can simply walk away on my turf?" The Yan family's power and influence in Qingning City were well known. "What do you intend to do?" Shu Yuqing's expression shifted, a chill creeping over her. Yan Tianxiu smirked, "I have no interest in a woman like you. If you can win against me at the gambling table today, you may leave. Should you lose, however, do not expect to exit through that door." Fury ignited within Shu Yuqing. "Yan Tianxiu, do not overstep your bounds. What gives you the right to imprison us? This is a crime." Yang Jun then placed a reassuring hand on Shu Yuqing's shoulder. "It's fine. If he wishes to bestow money upon us, I shall oblige him." Shu Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. She could not fathom that the typically timid Yang Jun would stand so boldly. In that moment, his newfound confidence and disdain made him seem like a different person altogether. The onlookers were astonished, whispering among themselves about Yang Jun's audacity. Who is this person? Has he lost his mind? He must not realize that Yan Xiao is renowned as the gambling saint in Qingning City. To defeat him is a mere fantasy. Hearing the murmurs, Shu Yuqing cast a worried glance at Yang Jun. "Can you handle this?" "This is no jest." Yang Jun glanced at the chips on the table and smiled broadly. A man must never admit defeat. After that, Yang Jun settled himself at the table, producing the modest sum of 2,000 yuan from his pocket. 2,000, thank you. At that moment, with his keen insight, he had already discerned the cards laid out on the table. "Ha ha!" A chorus of derisive laughter erupted in the room, where even the smallest wager surpassed 10,000. It appeared that Yang Jun's 2,000 had been cobbled together, crumpled and worn. "What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I can turn this 2,000 into millions," Yang Jun declared with unwavering conviction. The laughter ceased abruptly. All eyes turned to Yang Jun with scorn, followed by another wave of raucous amusement. Yan Tianxiu remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. No one dared to provoke him. "Kid, I'll take my leave first. Regardless of how much you win today, it's yours. But if you lose, I shall sever your hand." He cast a glance at the dealer, exchanging chips for Yang Jun's. On the surface, Yang Jun maintained his usual composure, yet within, he felt no trace of fear. In the past, he would never have dared to challenge such an opponent, but now endowed with the gift of foresight, defeating Yan Tianxiu seemed a trivial task. Observing Yang Jun's calm demeanor, Shu Yuqing was taken aback. She sensed a transformation in him, though she couldn't quite articulate what had changed. Yang Jun gestured towards the color cups beside him, saying, "Let us just play with these. Come on. I'm curious to see how you plan to win against me." Yan Tianxiu retorted, his gaze sharp and menacing. Within this gambling hall, Yan Tianxiu was adept at every game, particularly with the color cups, where he had scarcely encountered a rival. His reputation as the gambling saint was well-deserved. "Shall we begin?" Yang Jun said coolly. Yin Tianxiu's expression darkened. No one had ever dared to act so brazenly before him. If not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash Yang Jun. He picked up a color cup, gave it a gentle shake, and placed a hand atop it, coldly declaring, "Let us start, but be forewarned, should you lose, you will be left crippled." Shu Yuqing gasped in horror. Yang Jun offered her a reassuring smile. In that fleeting moment of turning, a thought crossed his mind, and a flash of white light illuminated his vision. The numbers within the color cup became vividly clear. With a sardonic smile, he wagered all his chips on the leopard, proclaiming, "Let us see the outcome." The spectators' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing Yang Jun's audacious bet, followed by another round of laughter. "Is this kid out his mind? I've been here for 2 weeks without seeing a leopard, yet he bets everything on it. Clearly, he is courting disaster. No one can stop him." The crowd jeered at Yang Jun, but Yin Tianxiu could hardly find humor in the situation. His countenance reflected the distaste of someone who had just ingested something foul. What had seemed a simple shake had resulted in the colors spinning 360 degrees within the cup, nearly imperceptible even to seasoned gamblers sitting across the table. Yet Yang Jun had seen through it effortlessly. This was a skill he had honed over 2 decades, now undermined by this seemingly inconspicuous youth. Surely he must have guessed. "Brother Yen," a bodyguard approached with a warning. Yang Jun feigned surprise, linking his arm with that of the guard, jesting, "I'll 1T bet on anything else. I'll only wager on the leopard." Yin Tianxiu's eyes blazed with fury, yet within, a tempest brewed. Another bodyguard stepped forward to counsel him. The implication was clear. In front of such a large audience, if one were to retract their words, who would dare to return to this establishment for entertainment? Yin Tianxiu took a deep breath, his countenance dark as he opened the colorful cup. The atmosphere instantly erupted into a frenzy, and Shu Yuqing, momentarily blinking awake, displayed an expression of sheer incredulity. Chapter 3, Best of 3. "Quick, bring the money," Yang Jun stated coolly. Externally, he appeared composed, yet internally he was brimming with excitement. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had won such a substantial sum, and he had performed remarkably well. With this newfound ability to see through the game, it seemed impossible for him not to prosper in the future. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Numerous pairs of incredulous eyes were fixed upon the table, showcasing the winning combination. None had anticipated that Yang Jun would triumph in this gamble. Shu Yuqing blinked rapidly, struggling to believe the events unfolding before her. Yet soon a glimmer of uncontainable joy crept across her face. "What did you say?" A bodyguard rose, attempting to intimidate Yang Jun, but was halted by a gesture from Yin Tianxiu. "What? Refusing to pay after losing? Who would dare to play here again?" Yang Jun's voice rose several octaves. Among those present were many prominent figures from the city, and Yin Tianxiu feared public humiliation, which would tarnish his family's reputation. "You got guts, kid," Yin Tianxiu remarked darkly, though he added, "But do not be too arrogant. It's best 2 out of 3, unless you win another round. You cannot guarantee the safety of your hands. I anticipated you would say that, so let us continue." Yang Jun replied with a nonchalant smile and a dismissive wave of his hand. He had heard of Yin Tianxiu's formidable reputation. If he did not acquiesce today, a favorable outcome would be elusive. "I see you are courting disaster." Yin Tianxiu narrowed his eyes, casting a scornful glance at Yang Jun, his face marred with disdain. As soon as the words left his lips, he slammed the table, causing the colorful cup to leap into the air. A seamless technique unfolded before the spectators' eyes. Such skill could only belong to a master of the casino. Yet, Yang Jun was astute enough to discern the winning combination. It was truly astonishing, prompting him to refrain from further wagering. This time, he needed to win against Yang Jun to preserve the Yin family's honor. With a resounding clap, the colorful cup landed on the table, and Yin Tianxiu gently placed one hand atop it, a sly smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Place your bets." Yang Jun's mind raced, and he furrowed his brow. Upon finally discerning the dice within the cup, he was left utterly astonished. The 3 dice were perfectly aligned, and even the most skilled gamblers would have no assurance of victory. One must concede, Yin Tianxiu was indeed a master among masters. However, to Yang Jun, these were merely trivial skills. What use was flamboyance when he could see through them all? "I wager 200,000, and I still bet on the winning combination," he proclaimed. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the venue as the crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment. Yang Jun's audacious gamble of 200,000 on the winning combination left everyone stunned. Yet, It was common knowledge that the probability of 2 consecutive winning combinations was nearly zero. How had Yang Jun arrived at such conclusion? Yin Tianqiu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he glared at Yang Jun, questioning his audacity. Yang Jun shrugged and replied, uncertainly, that it was merely a wild guess, but he had a feeling it was a leopard. At that moment, Yin Tianqiu's expression froze. Many gamblers had long sought to challenge him face to face, yet he had never regarded anyone with such disdain. However, now Yang Jun brazenly claimed his guess was a mere shot in the dark, and was correct. This was the utmost affront to him. Kid, don't get too cocky. If you wish to trample me, Yin Tianqiu, you shall have to wait until your next life. With that, Yin Tianqiu grasped the colorful cup. Observing this scene, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on the cup. Inside, the dice spun rapidly, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. This was Yin Tianqiu's extraordinary talent. As the dice came to a halt, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with countless pairs of eyes glued to the dots on the dice. Upon seeing the 3 dice, Yin Tianqiu's pupils dilated dramatically, rendering him momentarily speechless. How could this be? Everyone witnessed the 3 ones in the colorful cup, sending chills down their spines as they cast incredulous glances at Yang Jun. Who was this individual? He appeared far from a professional. Yet how could he so effortlessly best Yin Tianqiu? It was utterly astounding. 2 consecutive leopards, an unforeseen turn of events. Hearing the whispers around him, Yin Tianqiu's fury escalated, and the colorful cup slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Furiously pointing at Yang Jun, he exclaimed, "You little brat, daring to cheat on my turf. I'll have your hands severed." Even in the face of defeat, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by Yang Jun. If word of this spread, how could he, Yin Tianqiu, retain his dignity in this industry? Stop! A clear and melodious voice rang out from nearby, catching the attention of all present, even stunning Yin Tianqiu, who was taken aback by someone daring to interrupt him on his own territory. Shuking pushed through the crowd, standing before Yang Jun and grasping his hand, her face ablaze with anger as she confronted Yin Tianqiu. Yin Tianqiu, you shameless man, you lack integrity. Have you lost your humanity? Yin Tianqiu's countenance darkened, his expression grotesque, as if he had swallowed a fly. The Yin family was currently transitioning into legitimate business, and every word he uttered represented their image. He had to be exceptionally mindful of his actions, lest no one dare collaborate with the Yin family in the future. A wager is a wager. What? Do you intend to go back on your word? Are you, a grown man, attempting to bully me, a weaker woman? Shuking, unafraid, pointed directly at his nose and chastised him. Yin Tianqiu glared at Yang Jun, his eyes brimming with malice as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "You little brat, I'll remember you." He then waved his hand at the bodyguard, instructing him to give Yang Jun the money. Simultaneously, he shot a cold glance at the bodyguard, whispering, "Find out everything about him." With that, he turned and stormed off. As Yin Tianqiu's figure receded, Yang Jun finally exhaled slowly. He had gambled twice and won 20 million, a sum most people would earn in a lifetime, yet he had achieved it within just 2 hours. Yang Jun understood that with his miraculous X-ray vision, even 200 million would be within his grasp. 2 mere millions were hardly a challenge. As he pondered, a sudden sharp pain struck his eyes, and when he attempted to use his X-ray vision once more, everything before him faded into obscurity. Did X-ray vision possess its limits? Yang Jun was engulfed in confusion. Amidst the astonished gasps and cheers, Shu Yuqing elegantly took Yang Jun's hand and departed. "Yang Jun, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance," thought Yin Tianqiu, observing their retreating figures through the expansive glass window of his office. A sinister smile creeping across his face, his expression dark and foreboding. Chapter 4. Keeping the bed warm for me. Although women were of little significance to him, today, the actions of Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun felt like a resounding slap across his face. How could he endure such humiliation? Moreover, Yang Jun was merely an inconspicuous underdog. Upon exiting the club, Shu Yuqing was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Initially, she had only intended to provoke Yin Tianqiu, but she had not anticipated Yang Jun's astonishing transformation. Had she truly been blind to his capabilities? Was he merely playing the part of a fool to deceive others? Shu Yuqing found herself perplexed. At that moment, Yang Jun's once ordinary visage appeared less so. Shaking her head, she mused that perhaps she was overthinking it. Having known him for so long, she had never heard of his gambling prowess. Perhaps today was merely a stroke of luck. "Yang Jun, you were staring at me outside the club. What are you really looking at?" A spark ignited in Shu Yuqing's eyes. "Ah!" Yang Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. You looked exceptionally beautiful and captivating today. I couldn't help but steal a glance, he replied, his expression grave. He certainly could not disclose that he had been using X-ray vision to observe her. Such a revelation would undoubtedly provoke Shu Yuqing's fiery temper, resulting in a severe beating. A faint blush crept across Shu Yuqing's cheeks, but she quickly adopted a stern demeanor. Yang Jun, you fickle playboy. Just because you broke up with Lan Bingjie, you think you can set your sights on me? Let me tell you, it's not happening. Yang Jun nearly choked on his words. Subsequently, he wore a look of disdain. Don't flatter yourself. I have no such intentions. If I hadn't possessed some skills today, you would have easily defeated me. I sacrificed everything to play this role of your fake boyfriend, and it was purely for the sake of money. Without the X-ray vision, even 10 lives wouldn't suffice for gambling. Let alone winning against Yan Tianxiu, I would be fortunate to survive the encounter. Being able to pretend to be my boyfriend is your good fortune. I wouldn't choose anyone else. Shu Yuqing retorted, her lips curling in disdain. However, Yang Jun's victory over Yan Tianxiu today was undeniably impressive. Every day, her family either arranged blind dates with wealthy heirs or forced her to attend social events. Never once considering her feelings, Yang Jun's smile faltered, and he feigned indifference, shrugging his shoulders. Everyone has their own aspirations. If she wishes to pursue what she desires, that is her choice, and I will support her. Shu Yuqing frowned, choosing silence. During their time at school, she had repeatedly witnessed Lan Bingjie engaging in flirtatious behavior with other boys behind Yang Jun's back. Yet, to spare Yang Jun from heartache, she had always remained silent. Shu Yuqing consoled Yang Jun, saying, old things must leave for new ones to arrive. She will eventually come to regret her decision. And perhaps there is someone who admires you even now. Yang Jun, with a pained expression, looked at Shu Yuqing and inquired, could that person be you? Indeed, she replied, her brow raised in a teasing manner. Yang Jun, half smiling, nodded in affirmation. All right. Would you care for me to warm your bed? Noticing the fervor in his eyes, Shu Yuqing momentarily paused, a flicker of confusion and frustration crossing her face. She wanted to articulate something, but found herself lost for words, ultimately exclaiming, get lost. Yang Jun burst into laughter. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this woman before him, unable to comprehend why a well-to-do lady would choose to associate with him. As an orphan, Yang Jun had never encountered such kindness. Even the closest of friends would seldom lend him tens of thousands without a second thought. Observing the haze in Yang Jun's eyes, Shu Yuqing instinctively averted her gaze, her expression shifting to one of unease. Yang Jun, where are your eyes wandering? Are you tempted to test whether I truly dare to gouge them out? Yang Jun chuklet heartily. Shu Yuqing, with a dismissive huff, remarked, by the way, you haven't secured a job yet, have you? Join me tomorrow at the Jade Trading Fair. I will personally come to fetch you. Before Yang Jun could respond, she had already turned and entered her BMW. This was the first time Shu Yuqing had extended such a serious invitation, and she had never felt as anxious as she did today, as if wary of Yang Jun perceiving her vulnerability. With a sudden press on the accelerator, her car swiftly vanished from his sight. The following day, shortly after rising and freshening up, Shu Yuqing called, and within 5 minutes, she presented Yang Jun with a tailored Armani suit. He accepted it without hesitation, and once attired, he appeared radiant and dignified. Shu Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It suits you well. Where's the Yusho meeting held? Yang Jun Jasuali inquired. He held a slight interest in ancient jade, which is why he had not declined her invitation. At the Yulan Hotel, Shu Yuqing replied with a gentle smile, guiding Yang Jun outside. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the Yulan Hotel, they were greeted by a plethora of luxury cars parked outside. Inside the grand hall, elegant music filled the air as well-dressed dignitaries mingled, their glasses clinking and murmurs of conversation floated about, seemingly discussing the grand finale of the Jade Trading Fair. On their way, Shu Yuqing had heard whispers of a raw stone weighing a ton, its exterior entirely green. If it were to yield pure imperial green jade, it could be worth billions. Yang Jun felt little interest in this affluent gathering, but chose to feign engagement at the same table as Shu Yuqing, appearing bored. Noticing his inattentiveness, she softly remarked, you won a bit of money at the club yesterday. There will be a jade auction shortly. You might as well try your luck. Who knows what you might gain? Yang Jun smiled and replied, last time was merely luck. In truth, I know nothing of jade, let alone gambling on stones. Although Yang Jun had never engaged in stone gambling, he possessed a certain understanding of the field. He had heard the saying, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, which implies that success in stone gambling relies not on luck, but rather on one's discernment and experience. Without such experience, Even a precious jade may be mistaken for an ordinary stone, while mere rocks can be exorbitantly praised, such as the enigma of the stone gambling industry. Yuqing, I didn't expect it to be you. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from behind Shu Yuqing, causing her previously serene and sweet demeanor to transform abruptly. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. Noticing the terror in Shu Yuqing's expression, Yang Jun quickly placed his hand on the back of hers, offering comfort. Are you all right? Why do you look so pale? Seeing the concern in Yang Jun's eyes, Shu Yuqing took a deep breath and smiled faintly, assuring him that she was fine. No sooner had she spoken than a young man in a tailored suit, exuding an air of arrogance, appeared. He resembled a cynical rich heir. Accompanying him was a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a form-fitting dress, her fair and slender legs exposed to the air, causing several men present to swallow nervously. Lan Bingjie? Yang Jun furrowed his brow, an intense anger igniting within him. This woman had abandoned him merely to pursue this wealthy young master. When Wenjie noticed Yang Jun standing beside Shu Yuqing, holding her hand, he forced a smile and asked, Yuqing, who is this? Before Shu Yuqing could respond, the woman beside Wenjie interjected, Isn't this the Yang Jun I dumped? I never thought you could make it to such a prestigious venue. Did you sneak in? Wenjie cast a mocking glance at Yang Jun and then turned to Lan Bingjie, inquiring, So, do you two know each other? Know each other? He pursued me for 6 months, and I never agreed. Who would be foolish enough to be with him? Lan Bingjie disdainfully replied. This was precisely why she had always been reluctant to enter a relationship. It was only after meeting Yang Jun that she gradually emerged from the shadows of her past. Oh, just a pitiful wretch. I thought he was someone significant. Wenjie remarked arrogantly. Kid, you've got some nerve. You've even won over the campus belle. That's no small feat, too bad. You're just a pretty boy. The He family primarily engaged in real estate in Qingming City, having completed several projects and amassed considerable wealth, which naturally made them look down upon someone like Yang Jun, who lacked any notable background. Yang Jun, however, was not angered but rather found it amusing. He regarded Wenjie as a fool. With his current prowess, would he ever lose to Wenjie? In time, it would be a trivial matter for Wenjie to kneel before him and call him Master Han. Wenjie, Lan Bingjie exclaimed, pulling at Wenjie's hand in frustration. She had finally managed to latch onto such a wealthy heir and would not allow anyone to take him from her. Wenjie wrapped his arm around Lan Bingjie's slender waist and replied, Darling, my past with her is over. Besides, why would I let you suffer? Wenjie seemed to convey with a sardonic glance towards Shu Yuqing. Look at the pathetic fool you've chosen. Though considerable time has elapsed since the incident, the humiliation inflicted by Wenjie seems to have poured salt into the old wounds of Shu Yuqing, causing a subtle pang of sorrow in her heart. Whenever she encounters Wenjie, memories of him with her closest friend in the dormitory resurface. At that time, she naively idolized Wenjie as a paragon of masculinity. Yet this man ultimately revealed himself to be a despicable rogue. Later, Wenjie sought her forgiveness, claiming that her best friend had seduced him, asserting that had she not persistently rebuffed him, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. However, upon seeing Wenjie beside Lan Bingjie, Shu Yuqing could not stifle a cold smile, remarking that a dog cannot change its nature, nor can one alter a lifelong habit of picking up discarded shoes. Wenjie glared at Shu Yuqing, his teeth clenched in rage. Observing this, Lan Bingjie immediately grasped his hand, whispering, Wenjie, let it go. We shouldn't be the subject of ridicule. The Yushio Association is about to commence. Let us depart. Wenjie shrugged off Lan Bingjie's grip, casting her an impatient glance before storming away in anger. Noticing Shu Yuqing's distressing expression, Yang Jun felt an urge to whisk her away, suggesting, If you wish to avoid him, we can leave right now. Yet, Shu Yuqing held onto Yang Jun's hand, her face breaking into a sweet smile. I must accept this reality. I can no longer evade it. At least I have you by my side. Yang Jun was taken aback by the significance he held in her heart, responding with a smile, Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall not falter tonight. Shu Yuqing offered a faint smile, remaining silent. She did not wish to hurt Yang Jun. Given his current capabilities, he could not possibly contend with Wenjie, a man of vast wealth. Yang Jun was, after all, merely an ordinary individual. As time progressed, the venue became increasingly crowded, while the stage was adorned with stones of varying sizes. Among them, a large rough stone, encircled by a deep brown hue and covered in patches of vibrant green lichen, stood prominently in the center. This was the famed Jade King, weighing approximately 1 ton, and one of the raw stones everyone yearned to witness. Due to the various sizes of the green lichen adorning the rough stone, it appeared to possess considerable value, thus setting the starting bid at 70 million. Some jade merchants present expressed their astonishment. Having been in this trade for over 30 years, I have never encountered such a magnificent raw stone. It must be imperial green. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stone's quality, yet lamented, but 70 million. It seems we can only admire it from afar. Upon seeing the raw stone on stage, Wenja's eyes gleamed with greed, akin to discovering a new world. If he could transform this rough stone into jewelry, he would surely strike it rich. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction now officially begins. With the auctioneer's call, onlookers began raising their bidding paddles. 75 million, 80 million, 98 million. Amidst the astonishment of the audience. Within a brief span, the raw stone had been driven to an astonishing price nearing 100 million. Wenjia refrained from bidding alongside the others, waiting until the number of bidders dwindled before raising his paddle. He cast a challenging glance at Yang Jun, seemingly signaling to all that he was determined to claim this rough stone. 120 million. Wow. As the voice echoed, everyone present could not help but stare at Wenjia in astonishment, while some female guests cast him adoring glances. Just as Shu Yuqing was about to place a bid, Yang Jun suddenly grasped her hand and shook his head at her. Though the surface of the raw stone appeared green, the inner green was minimal, valued at a maximum of 30 million. Inflating it to 100 million would lead to considerable losses. Now, Shu Yuqing was contemplating bidding 200 million, which could nearly result in a total loss. He quickly intervened to halt her. "What are you doing?" Shu Yuqing frowned, her face etched with concern. "Trust me, this could lead to significant losses," Yang Jun advised patiently. Chapter 6. Trusting me is not a mistake. What? Do you not have faith in this raw stone? After hearing Yang Jun's words, Shu Yuqing refrained from further bidding. Yet, her curiosity was piqued. Why was Yang Jun so certain? This raw stone was, after all, the most highly regarded piece of the entire auction. Several seasoned stone gambling masters had sung its praises. In their words, this raw stone had a pure quarry opening, was transparent under lighting, possessed an oily skin, was tight without cracks, and appeared mature with fine texture. Remarkably, it even bore python patterns. Although several experienced masters were hesitant to guarantee anything with absolute certainty, they asserted an 80% chance of striking imperial green. If imperial green were indeed revealed, its value would be incalculable, especially since it was a massive raw stone weighing over 100 kilograms. If imperial green were truly found, its value could multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Hence, when Wenjia offered 120 million, she was ready to bid 200 million. Not only out of spite, but also because she genuinely believed in the potential of this raw stone. Trust me, while its exterior may seem impeccable, and it indeed appears to be a high-quality material, it is undoubtedly a losing investment. Yang Jun remarked with a smile as he gazed at Shu Yuqing. Humph, as if he possessed any profound understanding of stone gambling. Don't try to fool me, Shu Yuqing retorted, rolling her eyes at Yang Jun. Although she was aware that Yang Jun might not be well-versed in stone gambling, she still found herself inclined to believe him. How about we make a wager? Yang Jun chuckled, admiring Shu Yuqing's perfectly sculpted figure. The moment Shu Yuqing caught the glint in his eyes, she realized his thoughts were far from innocent. Take one more look, and I swear I'll have you digging out those 2 colored bulbs of yours, she huffed, shooting him an irritated glance. Come on, my friend. These are no ordinary bulbs. They possess the power to see through everything. Yang Jun smirked, diverting his gaze from Shu Yuqing. Goodness, how narcissistic can this little enchantress be? With his ability to see through her, Yang Jun had perceived everything about Shu Yuqing. Well, let us consider this as me saving you 200 million in potential interest. He reasoned with himself, feeling a twinge of guilt for having glimpsed into her. Insightful eye, more like a squinting eye. Shu Yuqing shot him a sidelong glance, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Just say it. Do you dare to wager or not? The little sprite audaciously referred to her extraordinary X-ray vision as merely a chicken eye, leaving Yang Jun in a state of amusement. Gambling? Why not? What shall be the wager? The spirited nature of Shu Yuqing resurfaced as she turned to Yang Jun, her curiosity piqued. If I lose, I shall warm your bed. If I win, you shall warm mine. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jun replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. You scoundrel, you are merely toying with me. Regardless of the outcome, you seem to gain from this, Shu Yuqing retorted, extending her delicate hand to pinch Yang Jun's thigh. A sharp pang shot through him, nearly causing him to cry out. Gazing at Shu Yuqing, he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. Dear lady, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall repay you like a devoted servant. Begging 1 tea suffice, she remarked, her seemingly gentle grip surprisingly strong. With a huff, she released him, appearing as a triumphant little princess. 230 million. Is there no higher bid? At that moment, the price of the raw stone had soared to 230 million. After a few calls from the auctioneer, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to bid higher, realizing that the sum was astronomical. Upon witnessing the stillness, the auctioneer waited a few moments before striking the gavel decisively. Congratulations to Master He Wenjie, who has acquired the finest piece of raw stone for 230 million. May fortune favor you, Master He. The stone had indeed been claimed by He Wenjie at that exorbitant price. Truly a bold move, Master He. This stone is bound to appreciate in value, remarked several jewelers and stone gamblers, smiling in congratulations. He Wenjie beamed, confident in his understanding of the stone's worth, hence his willingness to outbid everyone else. With your kind words, I shall unveil the stone immediately after the auction. If it reveals imperial green, drinks are on me. He Wenjie laughed heartily, as though the stone's potential to unveil imperial green was a foregone conclusion. He then glanced over at Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and provocation. Damn it, what is he so proud of? If I choose to act, it won't involve him, Shu Yuqing muttered under breath, unable to contain her disdain for He Wenjie's smug demeanor. There's no need to be upset with such a person. Just wait until the stone is unveiled, and we shall see him lament. Yang Jun chuckled, trying to soothe the visibly irate Shu Yuqing. I'll warn you, if that stone reveals imperial green, you shall work for me for life without pay, she declared fiercely, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Jun. If it weren't for that insufferable man, this raw stone would already be mine. Alas, you are indeed a formidable woman, determined to have me work for you without compensation for a lifetime. Yang Jun gazed at Shu Yuqing, his expression a blend of despair and resignation. This is the grace I bestow upon you. For many would gladly toil for me without pay, yet I would not accept them. Observing Yang's exasperated demeanor, Shu Yuqing's spirits were instantly lifted. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to the next piece of raw stone at auction, number 036. As the auctioneer's words echoed, a man clad in black approached, cradling a football-sized raw stone, which he placed upon the auction platform. This stone is a worthy investment, trust me on this. Although the exterior of raw stone 036 is exceedingly poor, marred by a deep crack, Yang Jun had previously utilized his X-ray vision to discern its potential treasures within. You scoundrel, can such a poorly presented stone yield anything of value? Shu Yuqing glanced at it and could not help but chastise Yang Jun, pondering if he was leading her into a trap. Chapter 7. Patience, let's not rush. Do you possess any discernment, young lady? Close your eyes and take a good look. I am an extraordinarily handsome man, and the so-called scoundrel you speak of stands before you. Yang Jun, having been called a scoundrel by Shu Yuqing, could not remain silent, narcissistically correcting her. The self-absorbed one. Shu Yuqing chuckled at Yang Jun's words, then regarded him with a serious demeanor. You truly believe in the potential of this raw stone? Trust me, if it fails to yield results, I shall keep you warm at night. Yang Jun nodded with a smile, reiterating his prior statement. Very well, I shall take a leap of faith and trust you this once. Shu Yuqing reverted to her fierce nature, referring to herself as I instead of this lady. Alas, what a strong woman she is. Any man who marries her shall face trials. Yang Jun shook his head in resignation, unable to suppress the thought that if Shu Yuqing were to overhear his musings, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Raw stone 036 hails from the old factory in Muna, and there exists a saying in the gambling stone community, Muna produces miracles. Although its appearance is unremarkable, perhaps it may indeed yield a miracle. The auctioneer tirelessly promoted this poorly presented raw stone. However, the attendees were not fools. Despite the tales of Muna's miracles, this stone, lacking any merit and possessing a dreadful appearance, garnered no interest. All right, raw stone 036, starting bid at 20,000, with increments no less than 5,000. Let the bidding commence. Having embellished the stone's features, the auctioneer announced the starting price. The bidding began, yet the hall fell silent, with no one willing to place a bid. Despite the low starting price, no one wished to gamble on such an unpromising stone. 20,000. Just as the auctioneer prepared to declare the auction void, a voice rang out. All eyes in the hall turned toward the source of the sound. The bidder was He Wenjie, the esteemed young lord. Everyone was perplexed. Why would He Wenjie bid on such a poorly presented raw stone? Young Master He, do you have faith in this rough stone? A master of stone gambling beside him questioned, looking at He Wenjie with a hint of perplexity. He, I too have little faith. I merely find it regrettable that it might go unsold. I possess ample wealth. Unlike certain individuals who have yet to secure even a single rough stone, Wenjie replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. After that, he turned to cast a glance at Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun, his face radiating arrogance, his eyes brimming with blatant provocation. Scoundrel! Observing Wenjie's infuriating demeanor, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Why get upset? Just place a bid, Yang Jun said, admiring Shu Yuqing's exquisite features with a smile. Giving Yang Jun a disdainful glare, Shu Yuqing turned her attention to the somewhat dazed auctioneer. 25,000, she declared. She had momentarily been taken aback by Wenjie's words. Her intention to bid for the stone was to provoke others. The thoughts of this wealthy young master were truly unfathomable. 25,000, is there a higher bid? The auctioneer inquired, surveying the guests in the hall, astonished that this rough stone could still attract bids. Ha ha ha, this price is clearly 250, this stone is yours. Wenjie laughed heartily upon hearing Shu Yuqing's offer. You. Shu Yuqing trembled with anger at Wenjie's words, while Yang Jun glanced at her stunning visage. Patience is a virtue. Only those who can endure will ultimately reap the rewards. Maximizing benefits at minimal cost. Isn't that the principle of you merchants? Yang Jun X-ray said Shu Yuqing, emphasizing that the price was secondary as long as she spent less. Huh. After hearing Yang Jun's words, Shu Yuqing let out a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Wenjie, yet saying nothing. Rest assured, that scoundrel will soon lose everything, even his trousers, Yang Jun comforted, patting Shu Yuqing's delicate hand. Do you dare take advantage of me? Shu Yuqing shot him a sharp look upon noticing his gesture. You ungrateful ass. I merely intended to console you. Do you not understand? Yang Jun replied. Very well, 25,000. This rough stone now belongs to Miss Shu. May your fortunes rise, Miss Shu. The auctioneer announced decisively as he saw no further bids. Ha ha, Miss Shu truly possesses audacity. Can this worthless stone really yield anything of value? Yang Jun continued to jest, reiterating his previous comment. You scoundrel, if this stone proves worthless, I shall be the laughingstock. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Shu Yuqing shot him another fierce glare, choosing not to speak further. Alas, how is it that my handsome and charming self goes unheeded? Yang Jun lamented, shaking his head in resignation, muttering to himself. In the subsequent auction, Yang Jun facilitated Shu Yuqing in acquiring yet another rough stone, again at an exceptionally low price. Despite its poor quality, at this rate, my esteemed reputation may well be tarnished by your hand, Shu Yuqing lamented. Having spent tens of thousands of dollars on two of the most inferior rough stones, Shu Yuqing was on the verge of tears. She could hardly comprehend why she had placed her trust in the words of that scoundrel. Trust brother Xin, and if you lose, he'll keep you warm in bed. Yang Jun continued to reiterate, inciting a fury in Shu Yuqing that made her wish to claw his face into shreds. At that moment, another exceptionally fine rough stone was presented. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now auctioning lot 068. This stone hails from the renowned old mine at Peigang, and its quality is evidently of the highest caliber. In truth, it was unnecessary for the auctioneer to expound further. Many had already set their sights on this gem. Much like the one that Wenjie had just acquired, the skin and various facets were flawless, originating from a well-known old mine. The opening bid for lot 068 was set at 500,000, with subsequent increments no less than 100,000. The auction commenced. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. As soon as the auctioneer announced the start, numerous eager bidders began placing their bids, all recognizing the potential of this stone. At this juncture, Shu Yuqing's gaze was fixated on the rough stone, her desire stirring within her. Having only secured two worthless pieces, surely she must procure one of quality. Patience, wait a moment, she thought. Chapter 8, A Little Trick. Just as Shu Yuqing was about to place her bid, Yang Jun seized her arm. Brother Xin, you better hush. Utter another word, and I'll scratch you alive. Faced with Shu Yuqing's predatory glare, Yang Jun promptly silenced himself. 5 million, 6 million, 8 million. At that moment, Wenjie escalated the price to 8 million, 10 million. Shu Yuqing shot a disdainful glance at the smug Wenjie, declaring her bid of 10 million. Her eyes brimmed with scorn and challenge. 20 million. Noticing the taunting glimmer in Shu Yuqing's eyes, a flicker of malice crossed Wenjie's expression as he raised his bid by another 10 million. Wenjie, you look so handsome, exclaimed Lan Bingjie, seated beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Haha, of course, I am the most handsome, Wenjie chuckled, reveling in his moment of pride. 30 million. Without hesitation, Shu Yuqing declared her bid. This rough stone weighed approximately 40 to 50 kilograms, and its highest value would not exceed 50 million. 50 million. He Wenjie shot another provocative glance at Shu Yuqing and countered with a bid of 50 million. 8. No. We'll pass. Yang Jun quickly covered Shu Yuqing's mouth as she was about to call out 8 million. Trust me, this stone has been tampered with. Yang Jun leaned closer to Shu Yuqing's ear, whispering. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, a look of astonishment filled Shu Yuqing's eyes. She had heard of counterfeit rough stones, but had never encountered one firsthand. Is it true? When Yang Jun finally released his hand from her mouth, she gazed at him incredulously. Of course. How could an auction house dare to deceive? Although uncertain of the veracity of Yang Jun's words, Shu Yuqing remained utterly astonished. Perhaps even the appraiser at the auction could not discern the truth. But the unveiling of the stone would soon reveal all. Yang Jun glanced at Shu Yuqing and chuckled softly. 50 million. Will there be a higher bid? This is a piece capable of yielding exceptional quality. The auctioneer continued to ardently promote the raw stone, hoping to elevate its price further. 6. Shu Yuqing exclaimed. But before she could finish, He Wenjie interrupted. 80 million. Very well. Mystery bids 80 million. 80 million. Any higher? The auctioneer, aware that Shu Yuqing intended to call out 60 million, adhered to the highest bid offered by He Wenjie. He cast a challenging look at Shu Yuqing. With a smirk, retorted, I won't bid at all. At that moment, Shu Yuqing did not express anger, but rather wore a sardonic smile, relishing the situation. He Wenjie quickly realized he'd been outmaneuvered by this woman, who intended for him to squander millions unnecessarily. 80 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. He. May your fortune flourish. The auctioneer, without hesitation, confirmed the sale after multiple inquiries went unanswered. Wenjie, do not let that insufferable woman vex you. Soon, we shall unveil the imperial green and see who is left envious. Lan Bingjie cooed, attempting to console the visibly displeased He Wenjie. Indeed, it is the treasure that speaks. He Wenjie chuckled, his countenance brightening as he glanced at Lan Bingjie. This time, his family had invested all their liquid assets, having anticipated the presence of fine materials at this auction. Thus, He Wenjie felt emboldened to bid on the finest stones, should the imperial green emerge. Not only would the family reap substantial rewards, but he too would be honored and elevated in status. Ignoring He Wenjie, who was lost in dreams of grandeur, Shu Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Jun, and they exchanged a subtle high five. It turned out their earlier interaction had been a ruse, cleverly devised to ensnare He Wenjie. The auction proceeded with the sale of additional stones, but Shu Yuqing refrained from further bidding. Yang Jun assured her that the 2 unsatisfactory stones were sufficient. Though she was somewhat skeptical of his words, she chose to trust him. Before long, the auction concluded. However, in a display of ostentation, He Wenjie opted to unveil the stones immediately. All the guests remained, eager to witness the quality of the exquisite materials he had acquired. Women lack resolve, He Wenjie provocatively remarked, casting a glance at Shu Yuqing by the stone-cutting machine. What you perceive as resolve is mere folly. When you unveil subpar stones, you may find yourself stripped of your pride, Shu Yuqing boldly declared, embodying the fierce spirit of a woman unafraid to challenge. A coward is merely a coward. Soon, Wenjie will unveil the imperial green, and we shall see who will be envious. Lan Bingjie gazed at Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun, her face brimming with smugness as she fawned over He Wenjie. Yang Jun cast her a sidelong glance and curled his lip, completely disregarding her. Do you truly believe that the flamboyant young master regards you as a princess? You are no better than a mere courtesan, discarded when the novelty wears off. Shu Yuqing, unaccustomed to such insolence, retorted fiercely, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Lan Bingjie, her face flushed with anger, opened her mouth to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous roar of the cutting machine. The stone was about to be unveiled. As the sound of the machine filled the air, everyone anxiously focused on the exquisite rough stone secured on the platform. This was a piece capable of yielding imperial green. Should it truly reveal such a treasure, its value would multiply exponentially. He Wenjie, too, was a portrait of excitement and trepidation, his gaze fixed intently on the cutting machine. A significant portion of the He family's fortune was invested here, with his future and standing hanging in the balance. Nevertheless, he was confident that, with nearly a decade of experience in the stone gambling industry, he would not misjudge the situation. With a cacophony of sounds, The craftsman began to slice the stone along the pre-drawn lines, the machine's blade producing a rhythmic clatter. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the incessant noise of the machine, striking at the hearts of all present. Each cut could bring fortune or ruin. The stone gambling industry thrived on such exhilarating uncertainty. No one could ascertain the value of the stone until it was severed. Chapter 9. The gamble collapses. As the machine continued its relentless clatter, everyone's hearts hung in suspense, though the stone did not belong to her. Shu Yuqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she fixated on the rough stone. Should it indeed reveal imperial green, she would not hesitate to tear Yang Jun apart. If she were to bid, this valuable gem would never fall into He Wenjie's hands. Shu Yuqing, her heart racing with trepidation, couldn't help but feel uncertain about Yang Jun's true understanding of the stone gambling world. Conversely, Yang Jun apparait unfazet, observing the stone with a calm demeanor, devoid of any excitement or anxiety. He had already perceived the stone's contents through his keen insight. Indeed, it harbored a promising peace, albeit marred by imperial cracks. Amidst the collective anticipation, a decisive crack echoed through the air as the rough stone was cleaved in two. The machine fell silent, and the atmosphere grew still. Splash! The craftsman lifted a basin of clear water and, with a swift motion, doused the two halves of the stone. It yielded green. An observant onlooker shouted in excitement. All eyes turned to the bisected stone, and indeed, at the core, there lay a substantial cluster of vibrant green. He Wenjie trembled slightly, his gaze locked onto that verdant hue. It was indeed imperial green, albeit somewhat diminutive. Once again, someone gazed at the fist-sized mass of deep green, opening their mouth to speak. However, Master Jie carefully scrutinized the dense green substance, observing it for a considerable time before turning his attention to He Wenjie. Young master, he began, it has failed to yield. Although the color is rich, it does not qualify as imperial green, and it is riddled with imperial cracks. Before He Wenjie could respond, others gasped in astonishment. This rough stone's quality is not as expected, they murmured. Indeed, how can there be so little jade? Based on its appearance, it should yield at least a dozen kilograms of material. A few seasoned gambling stone masters wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that such a fine specimen could have failed so utterly. That's 230 million, gone just like that, lamented one. Several individuals approached the severed stone, examining it closely. Alas, it's a complete loss. It seems young master, he truly lacks fortune, they concluded. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, shocked by the unexpected outcome. The earlier tension had swiftly transformed into a sense of regret and disbelief. After a lengthy inspection, the masters shook their heads in unison, leaving the air thick with silence. Turning to Yang Jun beside her, she remarked, "It seems you were indeed right. Yang Jun chuckled softly. With my expertise in gambling stones, I could see at a glance that beneath this stone's splendid exterior lies a shattered heart." He tossed his hair back with a flourish, as if he were a true master of the craft. Ugh! Shu Yuqing grimaced at Yang Jun's smug demeanor, making a retching gesture. Enough, Master Yang. If you continue, I might just lose my lunch from your antics. She dismissed his arrogance, redirecting her gaze to He Wenjie. At that moment, He Wenjie stood there, fists clenched, speechless. His heart was in turmoil. He never imagined that 230 million would yield such a meager outcome. He cursed the auction house 1,000 times in his mind, feeling utterly deceived. Tears of despair threatened to spill, yet none came. Wenjie, surely this fist-sized piece of jade can still fetch a decent sum? Lan Bingjie inquired gently, hoping to console him. He glanced at her, took a few deep breaths, yet remained silent. Internally, he seethed, "What do you know? A fist-sized piece riddled with imperial cracks. How much can that possibly sell for?" "Ha, you are correct. Even if it doesn't cover the whole loss, it might still sell for around 18 million. Shu Yuqing laughed heartily, observing He Wenjie and Lan Bingjie. The sight of the wealthy young man's dismal state filled her with exhilaration, a satisfying release of her pent-up frustration. "Well, what is that sum? The He family has plenty of money." Lan Bingjie glanced at the laughing Shu Yuqing and let out a disdainful snort. "Ha, you truly crack me up. Do you really consider yourself a princess? Do you think that dandy from the He family could ever marry you?" After hearing Lan Bingjie's words, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter again, her expression one of mockery and contempt as she gazed at the woman before her. It dawned on her that Lan Bingjie was not merely foolish. She was foolish to the extreme and utterly shameless as well. Yang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Lan Bingjie, his eyes filled with derision, yet he chose to remain silent. "You," Shu Yuqing mocked fiercely, causing Lan Bingjia's face to flush crimson with anger. Just as she was about to retort, He Wenjie interrupted her. Be quiet. He glared at Lan Bingjie, who immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Shu Yuqing, although this piece has turned out poorly, I still possess a superior piece. His meaning was clear. Even though this material was a loss, should the next piece yield something valuable, it could compensate for the previous loss. Really? Then let us await the outcome, Shu Yuqing replied, her eyes still gleaming with sarcasm. Yang Jun had informed her that the piece in question was likely a counterfeit. In the realm of stone gambling, the depths are indeed profound. If a fake is crafted skillfully, even the most seasoned experts may fail to detect its true nature. Oof. He Wenjie scoffed, choosing not to speak further, though it was evident that his expression was particularly grim at that moment. Let us extract the contents. Although the sizable piece was riddled with royal fissures, it could still yield some cabochons and pendants. These could sell for a few million, albeit significantly less than the 230 million, yet a gain is better than none. Chapter 10. Another loss after tidying up the discarded stone. The second premium piece purchased by He Wenjie was brought forth. As the stone was secured in the cutting machine, He Wenjie's heart fervently prayed for a fortunate outcome to mitigate his losses. The onlookers remained tense and apprehensive, mirroring their previous demeanor. Young Master He, shall we begin cutting? After securing the rough stone, the cutter looked toward He Wenjie. Proceed, He Wenjie replied with a furrowed brow, gritting his teeth. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the cutter nodded and pressed the button, causing the cutting machine to hum to life. The sharp blade emitted a cacophony as it sliced through the rough stone, tightening the grip on everyone's hearts once more. For those with heart conditions, engaging in stone gambling is ill-advised. The tension could surely provoke a health crisis. Even those with robust hearts sometimes find it challenging to endure such anxiety and excitement. This roller coaster of emotions, while exhilarating, is not something everyone can withstand. Winning could transform a bicycle into a luxury vehicle, while losing might turn a wealthy individual into a beggar. Is this piece truly counterfeit? Shu Yuqing still harbored doubts, glancing at Yang Jun and whispering her concern. Although Yang Jun had accurately identified the material earlier, she had never heard of this fellow being adept in the art of stone gambling. Consequently, she felt a lingering uncertainty. This was not merely a matter of belief, but rather an intricate discipline within the realm of stone betting. Brother Xin is right. If you lose, I shall bear the consequences for you. Yang Jun chuckled, nodding with an expression brimming with confidence, followed by a signature phrase. Stop. If you utter another word, do you dare to challenge me to turn you into shredded potatoes? Observing Yang Jun's self-satisfied demeanor, Shu Yuqing felt a surge of disdain, hastily interrupting his remarks. Moreover, if you lose, what gives you the right to take advantage of me? Whether you warm my bed or I warm yours. Aren't we both the ones at loss? Shu Yuqing could not help but grumble inwardly, holding Yang Jun in contempt. Just then, with a crisp sound, a 2-centimeter thick slice of stone was cut away. With a flourish, the stone cutter halted the machine and splashed a basin of clear water over the exposed surface. However, what appeared before everyone's eyes were 2 pieces of stark white stone, devoid of any hint of green. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape at the sight of the 2 white stones. How could such a premium material yield such disappointing results on the first cut? The expressions of shock and disbelief were palpable on every face. At that moment, He Wenjie trembled slightly, his heart bleeding profusely, his visage contorted as if he might devour someone. Meanwhile, He Bingjie also wore a grim expression, but this time she remained silent, having learned her lesson. Goodness, could it possibly have collapsed again? Shu Yuqing, disregarding the tension, looked at the 2 stark white stones and remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. He Wenjie stifled the urge to strike someone and turned his gaze toward the stone cutter. 2 cuts, having merely scraped the surface. He refused to believe that this material held nothing at all, that it could be another worthless slab. With a nod, the stone cutter resumed the machinery with a hum. The onlookers were once again filled with excitement, anxiety, and anticipation, fixated on the stone, uncertain if this next cut would yield anything of value. Big prize, big prize. Lan Bingjie and He Wenjie were equally tense, their hearts fervently praying, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, Yang Jun wore a faint smile, a hint of mockery and glee dancing at the corners of his mouth. Shu Yuqing, now convinced by Yang Jun's earlier assertion, had lost all doubts after witnessing the white stone remnants from the first cut. Could our 2 original stones truly yield something valuable? At this moment, she was no longer concerned with He Wenjie's material, but rather turned her attention to Yang Jun, inquiring about her own stones. Of course, Brother Xin is correct. If you lose, Yang Jun, brimming with unwavering confidence, nodded again, prepared to deliver his profound wisdom. However, the sharp pain in his arm interrupted his speech, eliciting an involuntary yelp from him. Shu Yuqing's delicate hand had firmly pinched the flesh of his arm, twisting it with fervor. With a fierce glare fixed upon Yang Jun, as if to say, continue speaking, and I shall surely twist a piece of flesh from you. My apologies, a mosquito bit me. Yang Jun chuckled, surveying the crowd, unashamed of his flimsy excuse. You are the pest, and your entire family consists of mosquitoes. Shu Yuqing let out a cold snort in response to Yang Jun's words, her grip tightening, appearing as though she might indeed extract a piece of flesh. Ouch, I was wrong, truly wrong, Yang Jun gasped, hastily pleading for mercy. The moment he submitted, a glimmer of triumph crossed Shu Yuqing's face, reminiscent of a proud princess. At that moment, a soft crack echoed as the stone-cutting machine sliced through the original stone once more. All present held their breath, eyes widened, fixated on the unfolding scene. Should this cut result in a failure, the entire stone would be rendered hopelessly worthless. With a splash, the stone master poured a basin of clean water over the stone. Before everyone's eyes lay two pristine white stones. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. How could this be? How could this happen? Witnessing the emergence of more white stones, Wenjie clenched his fists, trembling, murmuring to himself in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this exquisite material had once again collapsed. How could his luck be so abysmal? 2 premium stones had failed in succession, over 300 million lost without a trace. He felt thoroughly swindled, completely duped by the auction. Yet, he found no words to voice his grievances. This was the nature of the stone gambling trade. No one compelled you to buy, and should you lose, you could blame no one but yourself. How could this premium stone produce such an outcome? How could its flawless potential crumble? Indeed, today seemed to be cursed. In my decades of stone gambling, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. The masters of stone gambling, too, were at a loss, unable to believe the reality before them. The exquisite stones they had confidently predicted had revealed nothing but stark white rock. Chapter 11. The upward surge of worthless stones. All was lost. 300 million had vanished just like that. Gazing at the barren white stones, Wenjie muttered despondently. At this moment, he could no longer deny the truth. Both premium stones had utterly failed. Lan Bingjie, observing Wenjie's desolation, attempted to offer him comfort. However, in his furious state, Wenjie could not contain his anger upon hearing her words. He regarded her with disdain, finding her insufferable, feeling that even her attempts at consolation were futile. Wenjie, Lan Bingjie began, yearning to say more, but her words were abruptly silenced by Wenjie's harsh rebuke. Leave, I do not wish to see you again. He felt that perhaps this woman was a harbinger of misfortune, believing her presence was the reason for his crushing defeat today. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, as everyone was acutely aware that Wenjie had lost 300 million. It was evident that his mood was far from pleasant. Alas, 300 million. For the He family, it may not hold much significance. However, Shu Yuqing paid no heed to Wenjie's fury, wearing a visage of gleeful schadenfreude, as she regarded him with derision. You, what do you mean you? Once you're finished, be gone. I still have my own cutting to do. She boldly glared at Wenjie, whose face was contorted with displeasure, unabashedly asserting her claim. At that moment, the 2 unattractive rough stones that Shu Yuqing had purchased were brought forth. The premium materials have been ruined. What could these worthless stones possibly yield? Murmured the crowd. Indeed, these 2 stones seemed no different from the ordinary pebbles found by the roadside. Yet, one could never be certain. Perhaps a miracle might occur. If these worthless stones were to yield anything, it would surely infuriate young Master He. They speculated amongst themselves, glancing at the 2 unimpressive rough stones. No one harbored any optimism regarding these stones. They deemed them mere stones, incapable of producing anything of value. Shu Yuqing merely curled her lips in indifference, unbothered by the possibility of failure, for she had not invested much in them anyway. Witnessing Wenjie's loss of 300 million had allowed her to release some pent-up frustration, leaving her in remarkably high spirits, thus disregarding the opinions of others. Yang Jun, however, maintained a serene smile throughout, his expression unchanged. He was more aware than anyone whether anything would be cut from the stones. Cutting? Do they truly believe my discerning eyes are mere embellishments? He mused internally, regarding the so-called bosses present with a sense of disdain. You appear quite confident. Shu Yuqing remarked, observing Yang Jun's unwavering smile. Why wouldn't I be confident? When I assert those two premium rough stones bear no value, they indeed possess none. Trust in me, and you shall not be mistaken. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, I might have to let you experience the might of my invincible claw technique. Shu Yuqing, exuding pride, cast a triumphant glance at Yang Jun, extending her delicate hand to gesture playfully on his arm. Yang Jun could not suppress a shiver. This woman was not only a tomboy, but also possessed a violent streak. He cautiously stepped back, preferring to maintain a distance from this tempestuous lady. Miss Shu, how should we proceed with cutting these rough stones? Just then, the stone cutter approached, inquiring of Shu Yuqing. How should we cut them? Shu Yuqing turned to Yang Jun, seeking his guidance, for if he claimed the stones had potential, he must also know the appropriate method to cut them. Haha, simply skin them. He replied with a chuckle, suggesting to the stone cutter that they merely needed to strip the outer layers. Wow, this young man exudes confidence, remarked others. Indeed, any stone that can be skinned must surely contain something valuable within. This fellow seems unfamiliar. Could he possess profound knowledge of gambling stones? Several stone gambling masters and business owners began to whisper amongst themselves, intrigued by Yang Jun's demeanor. They held little hope for these two worthless stones, unaware that Yang Jun had instructed the gemologist to peel the stones rather than cut them directly. Very well, let us proceed with peeling, said Shu Yuqing without a moment's hesitation as she addressed the gemologist. The gemologist secured the rough stones and commenced the peeling process with the stone cutting machine. Bah! With these two worthless stones, what do they expect to uncover? What a waste of time peeling them, muttered Wen, his expression darkening as he glanced at Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun. In his view, his own two premium stones had been utterly ruined. How could these worthless stones possibly yield anything of value? He secretly wished that Shu Yuqing's stones would also prove to be worthless, which would ease his own disappointment. Even if our stones end up ruined, what does it matter? A few tens of thousands are of no concern to me. I'm not like some people who casually toss away billions. Now that's truly extravagant, Shu Yuqing remarked with a mocking smile, clearly relishing the opportunity to irritate Wenjie, whose expression remained sour. At that moment, the sound of the peeling process echoed through the air. Wenjie let out a cold snort, but chose not to speak further. Focusing instead on the gemologist's work, Shu Yuqing rolled her eyes dismissively, feeling no anxiety or trepidation regarding the inferior stones. She could not fathom why she had placed her trust in Yang Jun's words. Not only refraining from bidding on those two premium stones, but also purchasing these worthless ones instead. She decided to dismiss the matter from her mind. Suddenly, a keen-eyed onlooker spotted a flash of green on the stone being peeled. The gemologist halted his work and, with a splash, he poured a basin of clean water over the cut section. To everyone's astonishment, a vivid green hue emerged from the small opening. My goodness, it's a translucent, vibrant green. This worthless stone has actually yielded a high-quality piece, exclaimed a master of stone gambling, utterly astonished by the revelation. Heavens! This stone must be worth at least several million now. Chapter 12. Serendipitous Fortune. After having ruined two rough stones, the gemologist felt quite disheartened. In their trade, there's an old saying, one ruin brings 3 years of misfortune. After cutting a stone poorly, no one would seek his services again, fearing that ill luck might befall them as well. Though somewhat superstitious, those who gamble on stones believe in such notions, worry that their good fortune might be tainted. At last, having cut a successful stone, the gemologist was more excited than Shu Yuqing. He had safeguarded his livelihood. Miss Shu, shall we continue peeling? He asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Shu Yuqing. From the small window, it was evident that this was a high-quality ice-type stone. Peel all away. At this moment, Shu Yuqing's face was radiant with joy, showing no hesitation as she continued to peel away the layers. It seems you all have struck a stroke of luck. Beside her, Wenjie gazed at the icy emerald green with deep envy and resentment, never expecting such a low-quality stone to yield a high-quality gem. Well, luck is luck. Better than someone else's misfortune, he thought. Noticing the envious glare from Wenjie, Shu Yuqing chuckled, maintaining an air of defiance that was infuriating yet captivating. Miss Shu, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. I am in awe, remarked one of the master stone gamblers, nodding at Shu Yuqing. The renowned masters of stone gambling in Qingning City had all misjudged this day, except for the young girl, whose unique insight left them in admiration. The elderly speaker, feeling as if the new generation was surpassing the old, reflected on the passage of time. Master Wang, you flatter me. It is my friend's merit. He insisted I choose this particular stone. The elderly gentleman, known as Wang Changhe, served as the vice president of the Qingming City Jade Association and was a distinguished master in stone gambling. Oh, it appears the young man is quite exceptional, Wang Chana commented, glancing at Yang Jun, who stood beside Shu Yuqing. Hee, I'm unworthy of Master Wang's praise. It was merely a stroke of luck, Yang Jun humbly replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the master's presence. Without the aid of his special ability, he would have been utterly clueless. You need not be so modest. While gambling does rely on fortune, discernment is also paramount, another master remarked, smiling as he nodded toward Yang Jun. This is Master Li Ming, also the vice president of the Jade Association. Shu Yuqing cheerfully introduced the two elderly gentlemen to Yang Jun. Receiving commendations from the two masters left Yang Jun feeling a mix of pride and anxiety, realizing he needed to delve into some jade literature to enhance his knowledge. Fortunately, neither of them inquired about his basis for judging the stone's quality. While they conversed, the stone cutter had finished peeling the entire piece, about the size of football. The rich, icy green jade was flawlessly clear, devoid of any impurities or inclusions, resembling a pristine green crystal ball that dazzled all the onlookers. Although its color and quality could not rival He Wenjia's large imperial-grade piece, its significant size and absence of cracks made their values comparably high. The earlier estimate of several million seemed exceedingly low. Ha ha ha, Miss Shu, your fortune has indeed surged, the stone cutter exclaimed joyfully, handing the hefty piece to Shu Yuqing. All the onlookers gazed intently at the jade in her hands, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Once processed and sold through jewelry outlets, its value would multiply several times over. Thus, with a mere few $1,000s, Shu Yuqing had procured something worth tens of millions. After a moment of admiration, she passed the hefty material to Yang Jun beside her, finding it too cumbersome to handle alone. Miss Su, shall we continue to peel this piece? The stone master inquired cheerfully, glancing at Shu Yuqing. Yes, let us proceed, Shu Yuqing replied with excitement, now fully convinced that this second piece, despite its initial appearance, would yield something remarkable. The other onlookers, equally intrigued, were eager to discover what treasures lay within. Humph, do you really think your luck can hold out? Scoffed He Wenjie from the sidelines, unable to contain his disdain. He was determined to undermine the duo, especially after his own humiliating defeat earlier that day. If he could dampen Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun's spirits, it would bring him some solace. After all, they had cost him millions during the auction. Well, just keep your eyes wide open, you extravagant young man, Shu Yuqing thought, her spirits soaring and confidence unwavering, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. Frustrated, He Wenjie turned away, his face darkened, choosing silence instead. Lan Bingjie remained nearby, her expression equally grim as she cast a glance at Yang Jun. The sound of the cutting machine resumed, as the stone master secured the remaining piece on the extraction table and began to peel it. With a few swift cuts, a small window emerged, revealing a captivating shade of purple. Goodness, another surge. It's violet, Master Wang exclaimed from the front, taken aback by the rich hue. The stone master splashed water over the window, allowing everyone to see the radiant purple light emanating from it. This is pure ice-type violet, Master Li exclaimed, peering closely with a flashlight. A collective deep breath swept through the crowd as they steadied their emotions. The gazes directed towards Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun were filled with envy and admiration. Their luck today was indeed extraordinary. The organizers of the auction felt a sense of relief as well, having feared that He Wenjie's two exceptional pieces would prove to be flops, which could tarnish their reputation and affect future business. Chapter 13. Guess Grandpa. The consecutive successes of Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun's seemingly worthless stones ignited He Wenjie's jealousy. Shu Yuqing, don't get too complacent. Today may be your lucky day, but that doesn't guarantee perpetual fortune, he warned, skeptical of Yang Jun's expertise in stone gambling, attributing their success solely to luck. Well, what of it? Shu Yuqing replied, her smile unwavering as she noticed He Wenjie's reddened eyes, exuding a defiant air that seemed to infuriate him further. Do you have the guts to wager with me again tomorrow? He Wenjie inquired, fixing his gaze upon Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun. Wager on what? Yang Jun replied, his smile unwavering, though his eyes bore a flicker of profound mockery. Let us venture to the Qishir Pavilion on Stone Gambling Street for a proper gamble, He Wenjie proposed. This street is lined with numerous stone gambling establishments, and Qishir Pavilion is the largest among them. Although the raw stone prices here are rather steep, the quality is undeniable, consisting of raw materials sourced from various old mines in Myanmar, making it a renowned venue in Qingming City. Sounds splendid. I have faith that my luck will remain exceptional tomorrow, Yang Jun retorted, undeterred by the challenge. After all, when fortune comes knocking, why refuse the bounty? Very well. Let us meet tomorrow without fail. It would be wise for you to bring ample funds. Trivial skirmishes hold no allure. His intentions were transparently ambitious, as he sought to profit from their naivety, testing their courage to gamble against him. Shu Yuqing, not a fool, quickly discerned He Wenjie's scheme, casting a nervous glance at Yang Jun. Though he had assisted her in selecting two seemingly worthless stones that turned out to be treasures today, she had known him for 5 or 6 years and was aware that he had never engaged in this trade before. Are you confident? She whispered, inquiring of Yang Jun. Fear not. I am the invincible and charming lad. Trusting me is never a mistake, Yang Jun responded, launching into his familiar self-adulation and catchphrase. Enough. Shu Yuqing glared at Yang Jun, extending her delicate hand, which promptly made him sulk and cease his banter. Continuing would only invite further punishment. She was far too fierce. At that moment, Shu Yuqing was intensely curious about this enigmatic companion, feeling that she had never truly comprehended him. Having won against Yin Tianxiu in the card game yesterday, and aiding her in acquiring 2 exquisite high-quality stones at today's auction, she pondered when he had become so adept, or if he had been concealing his talents all along. Her heart brimmed with questions, yet she hesitated to voice them, feeling a discomfort in keeping them unspoken. Finally, she steeled herself and resolved to ask him how he had become so formidable. Yang Jun, enlighten me. How did you suddenly become so capable? Shu Yuqing scrutinized his eyes, hoping for an honest response. Would you believe me if I claimed to possess X-ray vision? Yang Jun teased, observing her curiosity with a half-serious, half-joking demeanor. Please, do you take me for a fool? She retorted. Alas, I speak the truth. I can discern the color of your undergarments. Yang Jun chuckled mischievously, his gaze roaming over her. You lecher. Keep staring, and I shall gouge your eyes out. Shu Yuqing feigned fear, glaring at him menacingly. Ha, you incorrigible scoundrel. I'd be foolish to believe you. She laughed heartily, having merely been toying with Yang Jun. At this moment, her laughter was so enchanting that it left Yang Jun utterly flustered, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Quickly averting his gaze, he managed to escape the awkwardness. Believe it or not, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Regardless, he had already seen her completely, though he couldn't deny that this tomboy possessed an absolutely stunning physique. He found himself sneaking another glance despite his better judgment. In the upscale pedestrian street of Qingning City, there stood a large jewelry store, Shu's Jewelry, renowned in the area. After parting ways with Yang Jun, Shu Yuqing made her way to the store, where in the office sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair. This man was none other than her grandfather, Shu Jiangwo, a master jade. Grandpa. Shu Yuqing entered the office with a smile, greeting him warmly. The old man looked at his granddaughter, beaming as he inquired, how did the jade exhibition go? It didn't go well. The 2 finest raw stones collapsed. She informed him about the overall situation of the exhibition. Thank goodness you're astute. Otherwise, it would have been a loss for our family, Shu Jiangwo remarked with relief, having heard that the He family suffered a staggering 300 million in losses. In a city like Qingning, a family with a few hundred million in liquid assets was considered among the elite. Grandpa, although the best raw stones collapsed, we have made significant gains, Shu Yuqing said, placing her handbag on the table and opening it with a smile. This is quite a rare find. My dear girl, you have accomplished something remarkable, exclaimed her grandfather as the box opened, revealing 2 raw stones, vibrant with deep greens and purples. Such exquisite high-quality jade, while not on par with imperial green, was indeed a rare treasure. It was no wonder that even at his advanced age, Shu Jiangwo was taken aback. After the initial shock, he erupted into laughter. While the He family lost 300 million, our Shu family has struck gold. How much did you pay for these 2 raw stones? He guessed, Grandpa. You cheeky girl. To procure such exquisite jade, the raw stones must have cost a pretty penny. Together, they must be worth at least several million, right? Chapter 14, The Bet on Stones. As a renowned jade master, Shu Jiangwo, although primarily celebrated for his craftsmanship, was also well acquainted with the prices of raw stones. The cost of such high-quality raw materials would certainly not be cheap. Several million for each stone was already a modest estimation. Grandpa, you guessed wrong. Upon hearing her grandfather's estimation exceeding several million, Shu Yuqing burst into laughter. Oh, did I misjudge? Is it over 10 million? Shu Jiangwo raised the price further upon realizing he had erred. Given the quality of these 2 pieces of jade, even spending millions would yield a significant profit. Grandpa, Let me tell you, these two exquisite pieces were actually extracted from two worthless stones. Shu Yuqing looked at her grandfather and revealed another astonishing secret. What? Such high-quality jade could emerge from worthless stones? Her words left Grandpa Shu in utter disbelief. His eyes filled with incredulity. Everyone knows that the chance of finding valuable jade in worthless stones is virtually nil. Such stones are merely a ruse employed by merchants to deceive the uninformed. Grandpa, I only spent a little over 50,000. Observing her grandfather's astonished expression, Shu Yuqing chuckled as she disclosed the price. Just a little over 50,000. Her grandfather gasped in surprise. This was akin to finding money on the street. 50,000 indeed, transformed into several million. A remarkable profit. Well, my dear girl, your luck is truly unparalleled. Grandpa Shu was exceptionally excited, repeating his praise thrice as he gazed at his granddaughter. Grandpa, it's not merely my good fortune, but thanks to my dear friend. Shu Yuqing chuckled as she recounted the circumstances, attributing all the credit to Yang Jun. Without him, her family might have incurred losses instead of this enormous profit. Considering what you've said, this young man is indeed quite extraordinary. It seems he possesses profound knowledge of gambling stones. Grandpa Shu concurred that Yang Jun's expertise in gambling stones was no small feat. As for the notion of having a sixth sense, no one would readily believe such a thing. He has another stone gambling match with Iwinja tomorrow. I suspect Iwinja might lose his shirt. Following this, Shu Yuqing giggled as she informed her grandfather about the upcoming wager. Although Yang Jun had not explicitly revealed the secret behind his remarkable skills, she firmly believed that he would not suffer a loss. Then I shall go see for myself tomorrow, to witness just how extraordinary and capable this young man truly is. At the same time, on the top floor of the Palin Hotel in the entertainment center, Yin Tianxu was listening to his subordinate's report. Young master, we have investigated the situation regarding that young man. He has no background. Just recently got dumped by his girlfriend, and then became involved with Shu Yuqing. Today, at the Jade exhibition, he assisted her in making a considerable profit and has arranged a wager with He Wenjie for tomorrow. After hearing his subordinate's report, Yin Tianxu furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is intriguing. It seems I should also pay a visit tomorrow. After a moment, Yin Tianxu began to speak to himself. He had to admit that Yang Jun possessed some talent, but was his money so easily won? Although the Yin family was currently striving to cleanse its reputation, dealing with a background-less individual was hardly a challenge. He too would visit the Qishir Pavilion tomorrow to assess the situation and devise a plan to deal with this young man. Yin Tianxu held no interest in a woman like Shu Yuqing, but he could not tolerate rejection from others, especially since Yang Jun had defeated him and taken away 20 million, which made it all the more difficult for him to swallow his pride. It seems he must exercise caution in the use of such abilities in the future and consider ways to enhance his perceptive skills. Lying in bed, he pondered for a while before drifting into slumber, completely unaware that Yin Tianxu was plotting his downfall. In truth, Yang Jun was not a mere scholar without defense. He had been diligently practicing Taekwondo and Sanda over the past few years, and his skills were commendable. He could easily hold his own against 3 or 5 adversaries. This was also the reason he felt no fear towards Yin Tianxu in the entertainment venue at the Palin Hotel yesterday. He understood that Yin Tianxu would not dare to truly harm them. Even if a few individuals attempted to attack, they were no match for him. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yang Jun was lost in a delightful dream, he was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. Who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams at such an early hour. Lacking any sense of decorum, groggy from his slumber, Yang Jun mumbled as he stumbled out of bed to answer the door. You lecherous scoundrel. As soon as he opened the door, before he could even discern who it was, a startled exclamation echoed in his ears. Yang Jun, still somewhat dazed, quickly shook off his confusion and realized it was Shu Yuqing, the formidable woman standing before him. Shu Yuqing was equally taken aback, finding Yang Jun had answered the door clad only in his underwear. What are you shouting about? And why are you a woman of such stature afraid? Upon hearing Yang Jun's remarks, Shu Yuqing, furious, pointed at him and was ready to unleash a tirade. Angrily, she stepped into the room and slammed the door behind her. Yang Jun, scratching his head in resignation, muttered softly, "Could you let me sleep a little longer? Why rise so early? You still want to sleep? Have you forgotten about your wager with He Wenjie today?" Shu Yuqing stood by the bedside, looking at Yang Jun with irritation. I completely forgot about that." Startled by her words, Yang Jun exclaimed and leapt out of bed, momentarily dazed and forgetting about the bet. Wow, not bad physique. As he jumped down, Shu Yuqing's bold demeanor resurfaced. Though her cheeks flushed slightly, she couldn't help but scrutinize Yang Jun. I am an exceptionally handsome guy, believe it. Stop. Just as Yang Jun began to indulge in self-admiration, he was interrupted by Shu Yuqing. Chapter 15. A Beautiful Morning. Shu Yuqing glared at Yang Jun with a disapproving expression, thinking how shameless he was, with such a thick skin and overflowing narcissism. What are you staring at? Let me tell you, I am not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Shu Yuqing's fierce gaze, Yang Jun wore a look of dread and hastily donned his clothes with utmost speed. You big jerk, go die. Although Shu Yuqing was as fierce as a lioness, her face flushed crimson at his words. Ha, you haven't even warmed my bed yet. How could I bear to die? Yang Jun laughed heartily as he dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Truly, what a rascal. As the bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Shu Yuqing could not help but mutter in irritation. However, she felt no aversion to Yang Jun's blatant teasing. In fact, it stirred a flicker of delight within her. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for this guy? I always knew that my standards and expectations were exceptionally high. Sitting on the bed, she could still sense the lingering warmth that enveloped her, leaving her momentarily flustered. Her complexion grew increasingly flushed, almost alarmingly so. Shu Yuqing, what are you thinking? Even if you do have feelings for this scoundrel, he must first pass your tests. With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips, though her face remained as red as a ripened apple. Before long, Yang Jun emerged from the bathroom, freshly groomed. Hey, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you unwell? He inquired curiously, noticing the crimson hue of Shu Yuqing's cheeks as she sat at the bedside. He reached out to touch her forehead, genuinely surprised by the warmth emanating from her skin. You rascal, what are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Shu Yuqing exclaimed, startled by his sudden gesture, her beautiful eyes narrowing in indignation. No, you might actually be ill. Your forehead is quite hot, almost feverish, Yang Jun replied, feigning innocence, his expression earnest. Get lost. You insufferable fool. You're the one with a fever. Your entire family is burning up. Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, fully aware of the reason behind her own flushed face. You shameless rogue, she declared, rising to her feet and raising her hand to strike him. Ha! You're a female rogue yourself. Yang Jun laughed heartily, dodging her playful swipe. However, as she stood in her high heels, Shu Yuqing miscalculated her strength, and in her attempt to hit him, she lost her balance and began to topple forward. She gasped in fright, realizing she was about to crash to the ground. Just then, a strong arm encircled her, pulling her into a broad embrace. The distinctly feminine scent and softness enveloped Yang Jun, rendering him momentarily speechless. Phew! She exhaled deeply, relieved that she had avoided a fall. Raising her eyes, she found herself staring into a handsome face that was smiling down at her. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you laugh? She retorted, infuriated, for if he had not dodged, she surely would not have nearly fallen. She lifted her hand and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Hiss! Yang Jun winced, inhaling sharply as he tightened his grip around her waist. You lecher. Shu Yuqing suddenly realized she was still in his arms, her face growing even warmer, unable to meet his gaze. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became charged with an unspoken tension, and neither Yang Jun nor Shu Yuqing uttered a word. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, her cheeks flushed even deeper, her heart racing with fervor. Which wretched scoundrel has disrupted my affairs? Yang Jun cast a reluctant glance at Shu Yuqing before mumbling and heading towards the door. Scoundrel, lecher. As he departed, Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare and muttered under her breath. This burly man possesses quite an admirable physique. Embracing him feels remarkably comfortable. While making his way to the door, Yang Jun could not help but grumble internally. Who is it? He asked irritably as he reached the entrance, then swung the door open. Oh, so you have the audacity to be indignant despite not paying your rent? A somewhat acerbic female voice pierced through as soon as the door creaked open. Yang Jun's eyes widened in recognition. The person standing outside was none other than the landlord. The rent collector. Is it just 2 days of overdue rent? I'm not going anywhere, Yang Jun thought, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of the overweight woman, who was notoriously harsh. Don't waste my time with excuses. Pay up immediately, or you'll have to vacate. The landlord had no intention of being courteous, her voice escalating to a thunderous roar directed at Yang Jun. Yang Jun grimaced, poking his ear with a finger. The landlord's voice was indeed deafening. Why such a ruckus? It's merely a few thousand in rent. I'm financially secure now. He shot a disdainful glance at the landlord and reached for his money. Has your rent expired? At that moment, Shu Yuqing's voice chimed in from behind him. With a graceful sway of her waist, She approached the door and inquired. It expired yesterday. I completely forgot to pay, Yang Jun replied with a chuckle, acknowledging the abruptness of the past few days that had led him to overlook the rent. The plump landlord cast a jealous glance at Shu Yuqing's alluring figure, seething with envy. How could this penniless fellow possibly have secured such an exquisite girlfriend? She could not help but murmur to herself, consumed by jealousy over Shu Yuqing's body, one that even women envied. If it's expired, then you should vacate. I happen to have an unoccupied apartment available. The conditions here are deplorable. This was Shu Yuqing's first visit to Yang Jun's rental abode, and she had not anticipated the dismal living conditions he endured. Really? That sounds splendid. A place without rent is certainly worth moving into. Yang Jun's face lit up with excitement upon hearing her words. Come on, do you truly care about those 2 months' rent? Shu Yuqing retorted, her expression one of derision and disdain as she observed Yang Jun's reaction. This insufferable rascal, now no longer financially strained, still behaved so miserly. Upon hearing about not having to pay rent, he looked positively gleeful. It's not merely a matter of money, Yang Jun replied with a smile, sharing a knowing glance with Shu Yuqing. However, she shot him a disapproving glare, her face contorted with disdain. Chapter 16, A Billion-Dollar Bet. The landlord outside stood momentarily dumbfounded. She had merely come to collect rent, but had inadvertently chased away a tenant. If you intend to leave, do so immediately, or you must pay an additional month's rent, she declared fiercely, unwilling to grant Yang Jun any leniency. Dear landlady, you must grant me some time to gather my belongings, Yang Jun said, gazing at the unyielding landlady with exasperation. Is it customary to move without allowing one to pack? 1 hour. Exceed that, and you owe an additional month's rent. The landlady replied with a briskness that left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Yang Jun's plea, the landlady, surprisingly, acquiesced and granted him an hour. What do you even have to pack? Just take what you must and leave the rest. We can procure new items later, Shu Yuqing interjected, her laughter brightening the mood. Yang Jun nodded, realizing he had little to collect, merely a tattered suitcase and some toiletries, with no other possessions to speak of. Shu Yuqing, after surveying the room, turned to him and said, Let's go. There's truly nothing worth salvaging. We shall buy everything anew. She had not anticipated that Yang Jun had lived with so little over the years. All right, since I have some wealth now, let us depart. Yang Jun chuckled as he tossed the keys to the landlady and took Shu Yuqing's hand, leading her downstairs. A pretty boy, the landlady muttered quietly, watching their retreating figures. In truth, she harbored a desire to have a charming companion herself, but her ample figure deterred any suitor, regardless of her wealth. Once downstairs, Shu Yuqing cast a sharp glance at Yang Jun. Are you not going to let go? Is it enjoyable to hold my hand? TSK, you're so stingy. Holding hands won't lead to pregnancy, Yang Jun retorted, reluctantly releasing her delicate hand. Admittedly, your hand feels quite pleasant to hold, he murmured, casting a sidelong glance at her before bringing his fingers to his nose, inhaling her scent. You insufferable rogue, go to the netherworld. Shu Yuqing's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, tossing her small bag his way. Be careful not to damage the bag. Otherwise, I might owe you an LV. Yang Jun chuckled, deftly catching the bag. The two playfully bickered as they made their way to a nearby Mercedes, setting off towards Jadestone Street. Upon arriving at Qishir Pavilion, they found a throng of attendees already gathered. Many were vendors from the previous day's Jade exhibition, including Wang Changhe and Li Ming, both vice presidents of the Jade Association and seasoned stone gamblers. Naturally, Shu Yuqing's grandfather, a master carver from Qingning City, was also present at the pavilion. These individuals had come merely to witness the spectacle, indifferent to who might win or lose. They were eager to see what remarkable materials might be unveiled that day. This is my grandfather. Grandfather, allow me to introduce my close friend, Yang Jun, Shu Yuqing announced as they entered Qishir Pavilion. Greetings, Grandfather Shu. You appear more robust than ever, even more so than I, Yang Jun exclaimed, bowing respectfully while showering the elder with compliments. Ha, you clever young man. You certainly know how to flatter. Grandfather Shu chuckled, clearly delighted by the praise, despite knowing it was mere flattery. TSK, flatterer. That is my grandfather. You cannot simply address him as you please. Observing Yang Jun's sycophantic demeanor, Shu Yuqing wore a look of disdain and shot him a piercing glare. Alas, it was only today that she realized how miserly he was. After all, your grandfather is also my grandfather, is he not? Yang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Shu Yuqing, curling his lip and muttering softly. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Shu Yuqing merely snorted, questioning, What are you saying? As their audience looked on, Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to see you both. Yang Jun refrained from further jesting with Shu Yuqing and greeted Wang Changhe and Li Ming with a smile. Haha, we are eager to see what miracles you might conjure today, young man. Indeed, the Stone Pavilion has just received a fresh batch of quality materials. The two vice presidents chuckled at Yang Jun, keen to ascertain whether this young fellow truly possessed expertise in the realm of stone gambling. Hee, I am rather inexperienced with stone gambling. I merely rely on luck, Yang Jun replied with a somewhat naive chuckle, scratching his head. Yang Jun, arriving so late. I was beginning to think you had lost your nerve. A voice, irksome to many, rang out. Without needing to look, he knew that the voice belonged to He Wenjie. Yang Jun glanced up at He Wenjie, who stood a short distance away. Haha, fear is not the issue. I merely overslept and forgot about this affair. He wore an expression that seemed to challenge He Wenjie, who had a cold, piercing gaze. Spare me the nonsense. Let us commence. He Wenjie replied with a cold snort, eager to avoid further banter. What's the rush? We must first establish the rules and stakes, Yang Jun retorted, still exuding an air of nonchalance, almost inviting trouble. Very well, let us each select 3 pieces of raw stone, and the outcome will be determined by their combined value. How does a wager of 100 million sound? The winner will claim the entire wager along with all the materials. He Wenjie laid out the rules and stakes. Gazing intently at Yang Jun, good heavens, such a grand gamble, murmured the onlookers, taken aback. This is an audacious ploy. I wonder if this fellow dares to accept such a wager. The spectators, who had come merely to observe, were astonished by He Wenjie's bold challenge. Realizing he sought a scapegoat, Yang Jun was equally stunned by the enormity of the wager. With only 20 million in hand, how could he possibly conjure 100 million? This predicament weighed heavily on him. As long as you have confidence, I can guarantee your stake. Shu Yuqing chimed in cheerfully, noticing his distress. All right, if I win, I shall grant you a 10% interest. Trusting me will not lead you astray, Yang Jun said, grinning. He had begun to express his self-assuredness, but abruptly fell silent. If I lose, I shall keep you warm at night, he thought to himself, even if he did not voice it aloud. Chapter 17, the bet commences. Hee, what a lively affair. May I join the fray as well? I shall match your wager of 100 million, he declared, binding himself to the stakes alongside He Wenjie. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed, and several individuals entered the room. Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing turned to find themselves frowning. Among the newcomers was Yin Tianxiu. Haha, I'm not concerned, but I fear some may hesitate to accept. He Wenjie chuckled, casting a mocking glance at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing. He radiated confidence in his current state, for betting on stones is not solely reliant on fortune. Whether it's one dog or two, it's still 200 million. What's the big deal? Before Yang Jun could respond, Shu Yuqing's bold demeanor surged forth, disdainfully mocking the pleased He Wenjie and Yin Tianxiu. Haha, fine. As long as you're willing to accept, I suppose I can hire an outsider to assist, right? Shu Yuqing derided Yin Tianxiu, who in turn, his eyes gleaming with malice, replied with a smile, It's of no consequence, but we shall need a few witnesses. I fear certain individuals might not honor their word and attempt to cheat like last time. Yang Jun maintained a languid posture, casting a dismissive glance at Yin Tianxiu. You, spare me the pleasantries. I find it hard to trust someone from a ruffian background. Unfazed by Yin Tianxiu's grim countenance, Yang Jun brazenly revealed the origins of the Yin family. The astonishment among the attendees was palpable. None had anticipated that this audacious youth would dare to offend Yin Tianxiu, the notorious scion of Qingning City. Indeed, the Yin family had humble beginnings, yet they were fervently striving to cleanse their image. What they most dreaded was being labeled as thugs, so in the commercial realm of Qingning City, no one dared to broach the subject. This lad truly fears no repercussions, whispered some businessmen, while others speculated about the dire consequences that would surely follow. Even the two vice presidents and the venerable Shu elder frowned, deeming Yang Jun's audacity excessive. Shu Yuqing shot Yang Jun a fierce glare, her internal frustration boiling over. You fool, why bring this up when we're merely gambling? Heh, young man, you possess courage. I wonder how long you can keep it up? Yin Tianxiu remarked, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Are you threatening me? Should one person file a complaint against your Yin family, the authorities could delve into your ancestry, Yang Jun replied with nonchalance, fully aware of the precarious position of the Yin family. Young man, let's dispense with the trivialities. If you're bold, let us commence the stone betting. Yin Tianxiu inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the current atmosphere. Thus, the Yin family was treading cautiously, wary of making any missteps. Let us proceed with the wager. with the two vice presidents and the venerable Shu elder as our witnesses. Agreed. He Wenjie and Yin Tianshu nodded in agreement. With these three esteemed gentlemen serving as witnesses, no one dared to renege. Young Master I have engaged a master in the art of stone gambling to assist you in selecting the stones, Yin Tianshu remarked, gesturing towards a middle-aged man behind him. Excellent. This will surely enhance our chances of winning. The two men deliberated, knowing that two minds would yield a more accurate assessment than one. The three elders cast a glance at the middle-aged man, unfamiliar to them, realizing he was not from Qingning City. At that moment, Elder Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If Yang Jun were to lose, the Shu family would be liable for a staggering 200 million. This was no trifling sum. It was not 20 million or 2 million. How could that young man possibly repay such a debt? Yet, his granddaughter had already spoken, and the wager was now irrevocable. Elder Shu's heart raced with unease, even more so than the party in question, Yang Jun. Similarly, Shu Yuqing felt apprehensive. She could not fathom why she had so readily agreed to such a substantial bet. 200 million was at stake. If that scoundrel lost, would her grandfather not flay her alive? Are you truly confident? You must win, she queried nervously as they approached the warehouse filled with rough stones, her gaze fixed on the still-smiling Yang Jun. Rest assured, if I lose, I shall keep you warm. Yang Jun replied with a grin, attempting to allay her fears. You idiot, even now you jest? Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, wishing she could knock some sense into him. What is there to be anxious about? Just wait for your share, Yang Jun retorted playfully, casting her a reassuring glance. Humph, let me make it clear. If you lose, I shall sever your third leg and feed it to the dogs, she warned, her fierce demeanor surfacing once more as she glared at him again. Yang Jun felt a chill run down his spine, particularly in his nether regions. This woman was ruthless. He instinctively tightened his legs and quickened his pace, opting to keep his distance from her. Giggling, Shu Yuqing covered her mouth, unable to contain her amusement at his reaction, her laughter vibrant and lively. Yet, Yang Jun was too preoccupied to appreciate the moment. He needed to focus on selecting the stones. If he were to lose, given her fierce personality, she would undoubtedly follow through on her threats. Soon, they arrived at the vast stone warehouse behind the Qishir Pavilion. The expansive space of over 2,000 square meters was predominantly filled with rough stones, leaving only a few areas for stone-cutting machines. The owner of the Qishir Pavilion greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. The wager between He Wenjie and Yang Jun was established at their venue, serving as a fortuitous promotion for the establishment. Whomever uncovered a valuable stone would undoubtedly bolster the pavilion's future business. Now let us begin the selection process, He Wenjie declared, casting a confident glance at Yang Jun. The middle-aged man beside him shot a sidelong glance at Yang Jun, but remained silent. Yang Jun curled his lips in disdain, disregarding him entirely as he strode directly into the warehouse. What use was mere chatter? The outcome was what truly mattered. Chapter 18, Unexpected Delight. The vast expanse of the warehouse was dominated by rough stones, which were categorized into three distinct sections. The area with the least amount of rough stones was filled with exquisite specimens, each commanding a hefty price, averaging around 10 million. The middle section, containing a relatively larger quantity, featured stones priced in the millions. The section with the most stones held only those of lesser quality, marked with varying prices, the highest being merely tens of thousands. He Wenjie and the middle-aged man hurried to the premium rough stone area, eager to begin their selection. Yang Jun also arrived in the section of exquisite stones and immediately discerned the age of the outer shells. They were exceptionally well preserved, showcasing a rich luster and robust essence, indicative of genuine old quarry materials. Intrigued, he activated his X-ray vision, meticulously scanning the 100 or so top-tier raw stones. Through his enhanced sight, Yang Jun observed that while the outer appearances of these premium stones were commendable, the quality of some within was, regrettably, subpar. Among these prized specimens, only one held true potential, which He Wenjie and the middle-aged man were currently examining with great care, their flashlights illuminating its features. This particular stone was the size of a wheel, containing a piece of jade the size of a football, a breathtaking, icy green, high-quality jadeite. Since the two were engrossed in their examination, Yang Jun refrained from intruding. Instead, he pulled out his flashlight, feigning interest in the other stones. Approaching a stone of slightly inferior quality, he directed the beam of light upon it. Upon contact, he felt a refreshing aura emanating from the stone, flowing into his hand. This delicate chill traveled up his arm and into his eyes, instantly providing an extraordinary comfort, akin to soaking in a warm spring. he nearly sighed with pleasure. Yang Jun was taken aback, pondering the implications of this phenomenon. Could it be that the spiritual essence within the jadeite was being absorbed by his X-ray vision? Having perused various online novels, he couldn't help but recall certain fantastical elements described therein. Still holding the flashlight and pressing his hand against the stone, he felt that invigorating chill once more. After several attempts, he tried a lesser jadeite stone, which similarly offered a fleeting wave of coolness before dissipating. He realized that he could indeed absorb the spiritual essence from the jadeite. The higher the quality of the jade, the greater the essence contained within. This revelation thrilled him. It meant he could utilize jadeite to enhance his X-ray vision abilities. At that moment, Yang Jun felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. Yet he quelled his excitement upon noticing the presence of others nearby. Calming his racing heart, he diligently examined each stone, swiftly reviewing all 100 exquisite specimens. Every piece of jadeite he encountered allowed him to absorb its spiritual essence. Now, the only ones remaining were Wenjie and the middle-aged man, examining a particular piece. Yang Jun smirked and approached them. "Gentlemen, after such a lengthy inspection, what are your thoughts?" he inquired with a cheerful demeanor. We have already claimed this piece," Wenjie replied, lifting his gaze to Yang Jun with a cold snort. "I had no intention of competing with you. May I simply take a look?" Yang Jun responded with an innocent smile, then crouched down. Wenjie shot him a fierce glare, but chose to remain silent, as they had yet to finalize their purchase of the stone. Yang Jun feigned inspection with a flashlight, pressing the handle against the raw stone. Instantly, a refreshing aura surged into his sight, lingering for more than 10 seconds before dissipating. Damn it, indeed, the higher the quality of jadeite, the more ethereal energy it possesses. This raw stone contained more spiritual essence than 100 exquisite pieces combined. Having absorbed the essence, he activated his X-ray vision to examine the jade within. The soccer ball-sized jade was still present, though now it appeared less translucent. Devoid of its spiritual energy, it conveyed a murky sensation. Yang Jun smirked and stood up. "This piece isn't all that impressive," he muttered softly as he walked toward the mid-range stone section. "Damn it, an ignorant bumpkin pretending to be knowledgeable," Wenjie cursed. Having already confirmed with the middle-aged man that this raw stone would undoubtedly yield high-quality jade, Yang Jun, unfazed by the comment, realized that the spiritual essence had been absorbed, significantly diminishing the jade's quality. "You bastard, are there no good materials among those exquisite stones?" Shu Yuqing, who had been trailing behind him, asked Yang Jun. "This fool has wandered around for ages and hasn't selected a single raw stone. Trust me, you'll lose," he chuckled, but Shu Yuqing interjected, "Stop right there. Select a raw stone for me at once, or I shall make you regret it." Seeing Yang Jun about to indulge in his classic self-praise, Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare and made a cutting gesture. Yang Jun shivered, closing his mouth and saying nothing as he stepped into the mid-range stone area. He activated his X-ray vision and scrutinized the stones carefully. To his surprise, he indeed spotted a piece of exceptional quality. Within a basin-sized raw stone lay a red jade, slightly smaller than a soccer ball, remarkably translucent and radiating a pure crimson glow. In the realm of jade, the term jade refers to green stones, while feather denotes red stones. There's a saying in this industry: red feather, green jade. While green jade is abundant, red feather is exceedingly rare, especially high-quality red feather. He approached this raw stone, pretending to inspect it with his flashlight, yet he refrained from touching it, fearing he might absorb its spiritual essence. If he did indeed absorb the essence, the quality of the red feather would diminish. "I shall take this one." After rising to his feet, Yang Jun addressed the staff trailing behind him. Consequently, the workers promptly marked the stone and transferred it onto a small cart. Casting a glance at the price tag of 680,000, he felt a pang of regret. The cost was exorbitantly high. Chapter 19. This is the one. Following closely behind, Shu Yuqing, upon hearing his words, was nearly driven to kick him fiercely. They were engaged in a gamble, for goodness sake, with a wager of 200 million at stake. Could he not take this seriously? Had he not noticed Wenjie meticulously selecting from the premium stones? The likelihood of uncovering high-quality jade from the premium stones was significantly greater. Was it not worth risking a few million for the chance, at 200 million? This fool had chosen a stone worth several hundred thousand and yet still complained about its price. If they were to lose, she would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. As Shu Yuqing seethed inwardly, her gaze bore into Yang Jun's back. He instantly shivered, realizing that his previous remarks had incensed this young lady. Hastily, he fell silent and scurried towards a few slightly superior stones, feigning interest while secretly absorbing their spiritual energy. The jade within these stones did not appeal to Yang Jun at all, even if he failed to find better stones. The single piece of red jade he had already selected ensured his victory. Thus, he decided to absorb the energy within those stones before venturing to inspect the least desirable area. Perhaps he might indeed stumble upon something remarkable. Yesterday's 2 worthless stones were a testament to this notion. It also reaffirmed the adage that truth is often held by a select few. This saying applied equally to stone gambling, as the least favored stones frequently yielded astonishingly high-quality results. After absorbing the spiritual energy from several stones, Yang Jun rose once more. Unimpressed with these stones, he resolved to explore the lowest-priced area. As he meandered towards the cheapest stones, Wenjie and the middle-aged man had already selected their second stone and were now deliberating over the final one. Naturally, their choices were confined to the premium stone area, while the other 2 zones were beneath their notice. Country bumpkin, do you still think you possess yesterday's good fortune? Wenjie could not help but mock as he observed Yang Jun approaching the remaining undesirable stones. The onlooking merchants shook their heads in disbelief at Yang Jun's actions. Old Shu, this kid is unreliable. 200 million is likely to go down the drain. Since it was not his own money, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Even if something were to be found among the worthless stones, it could not possibly rival the quality of the premium stones. The merchants whispering amongst themselves could not contain their murmurs. At this moment, old Master Shu was filled with despair. Yang Jun's unreliability was beyond belief, and regretting it now was futile. If this fool truly loses 200 million for the Shu family, I will make him serve the Shu family for the rest of his life. Both old Master Shu and Shu Yuqing, at this instant, wore equally grim expressions as they fixated on Yang Jun. Yang Jun, do you truly wish to lose 200 million for the Shu family? Shu Yuqing could no longer contain herself. She was acutely aware of the murmurs surrounding her, and her heart was filled with uncertainty. Sigh, Brother Xin was indeed correct. Victory was assured, and upon winning, one should warm the bed for him. Yang Jun glanced at Shu Yuqing, sighed, and resumed his playful banter. You truly infuriate me. I shall sever our friendship. Observing Yang Jun's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Shu Yuqing seethed and whispered furiously, Humph, as if I were afraid of you. Even if we were to part ways, we must finish this gamble first. Yang Jun regarded Shu Yuqing with an expression of complete nonchalance, embodying the spirit of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. After speaking, he ignored the fuming Shu Yuqing and, with a sudden inspiration, activated his X-ray vision. This area contained the highest quantity of raw stones, yet their quality was abysmal. Many were akin to worthless debris, revealing only pale stones within. Even if some raw stones contained jade, it was of the lowest grade, relatively valueless jadeite, were it not for his X-ray vision. Purchasing such raw material would indeed result in losses. Yang Jun sighed inwardly. In the distance, old Master Su observed Yang Jun's actions in silence, though he mentally scolded the young man countless times. Shu Lao, this little Yang is indeed somewhat disappointing, remarked Vice President Li Ming, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Old Master Shu glanced at Li Ming, chuckled softly, and replied, after hearing my words. Li Ming paused momentarily. Indeed, yesterday this young man unearthed 2 high-quality pieces from worthless material. Could he possibly hope to find more quality amidst the debris today? Li Ming gazed at old Master Shu in disbelief. I cannot say for certain. While the chances of finding jade in this pile are exceedingly slim, what if he were to strike luck? Old Master Shu chuckled lightly. He too was uncertain, choosing not to make a definitive statement. Although he held little faith in Yang Jun, he still hoped the lad might uncover another gem amidst the refuse. For he did not wish to lose 2 billion in vain. Despite his inner trepidation, the old man maintained an air of calmness before the onlookers. All the business magnates engaged in fervent discussions, none optimistic about Yang Jun's prospects of winning the wager. Yin Tianxiu stood among the crowd, a broad smile adorning his face. He too believed that this scoundrel would undoubtedly lose. Is the money of the Yin family so easily won? Though I cannot eliminate you, arranging for a few individuals to teach you a lesson and leave you incapacitated is certainly feasible. He watched Yang Jun as he meticulously examined the worthless stones, plotting how to deal with this fellow. Yang Jun paid no heed to the reactions of others. He scrutinized each piece of worthless material, truly finding no stones of merit. Sigh. Yang Jun shook his head in resignation, lamenting his own naivety. Although he possessed X-ray vision capable of penetrating the internal structure of raw stones, it was essential that they contained jade. If the raw stones held nothing within, it It was impossible for him to conjure jade from thin air. Fortunately, with that piece of red jade, victory was assured, and the 200 million was soon to be in his grasp. He ceased his futile search among the worthless stones and was about to depart when a rock at his feet tripped him. To his surprise, this was a serendipitous turn of events. Observing the stone, a smile emerged on Yang Jun's face. For nestled within this seemingly ordinary rough stone was a striking hue of deep green. Could it be the coveted imperial green? The color was pure, translucent, devoid of any impurities. Chuckling to himself, he bent down to pick up the modest stone, which bore a label indicating a price of 5,000. This would do. Chapter 20. I'm going to buy scissors. Seeing Yang Jun casually select a stone, Shu Yuqing felt an intense irritation, wishing she could take a rock and smash this insufferable fool. Was this scoundrel deliberately trying to provoke her? Was he intentionally setting the Shu family up for a 200 million loss? What expression is that? She scoffed. Rest assured, if you lose, you'll be keeping my bed warm. Yang Jun looked up to find Shu Yuqing's teeth clenched in anger, and he couldn't resist delivering another one of his self-absorbed platitudes. At that moment, Shu Yuqing had grown weary of this shameless man. She resolved in her heart that if he truly lost, she would have no choice but to put an end to him. Hey, are you ready? Have you made your selection? If not, just concede already. Nearby, He Wenjie, who had already chosen 3 stones, regarded Yang Jun with a mocking expression. You're the one who can't manage it. Your entire family is incapable. Why not let your sister give it a try? Yang Jun felt a surge of anger at He Wenjie's words. How could a man be deemed incapable? This scoundrel was brazenly slandering him. Onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, witnessing Yang Jun's antics at such a critical moment. Yang Jun, enough with the meaningless chatter. Select your stone quickly or concede outright. Yin Tianxiu wore a smug grin, exuding confidence in his impending victory. Yang Jun cast a disdainful glance at the two, ignoring them entirely as he turned back to the pile of worthless stones. He then chose the least expensive rough stone, priced at just over 1,000. Alas, what a pity for this 1,000. He muttered softly before tossing the fist-sized stone into his cart. All right, these 3 rough stones will suffice. Let's settle the accounts, he said with a smile to the staff, leading the way out of the area. At that moment, Shu Yuqing, observing him, felt no desire to speak further. She had already decided to buy a pair of scissors. This insufferable fool, so nonchalant about a 200 million wager, had carelessly chosen a few stones. All present regarded Yang Jun as if he were a simpleton. It was evident to everyone that he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of stone gambling, merely putting on an act. It seemed this time he was destined to lose. Indeed, he truly believed that yesterday's luck would carry him through, merely by selecting 2 random stones. Alas, it is beyond comprehension how Lord Shu and the eldest daughter of the Shu family could place their trust in him. All eyes were fixed upon Yang Jun, engaged in fervent discussions, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts racing through Lord Shu's mind. Yet, for the sake of decorum and reputation, he could only endure in silence. Ha ha ha, he shall. May our collaboration be fruitful. It seems that the 200 million is soon to be within reach. At this moment, Yin Tianxiu was exceedingly pleased, harboring only a slight resentment towards Yang Jun. He understood that if this fellow were to falter, he would face repercussions regardless of his inaction, as the Shu family would not spare him. Before long, Yang Jun and He Wenjie, along with others, arrived at the settlement area with their selected raw stones. The 3 exquisite raw stones chosen by He Wenjie and the middle-aged man fetched an astonishing price exceeding 60 million. When it was Yang Jun's turn to settle, the proprietor glanced at his selections and shook his head in resignation. The total value of his 3 raw stones amounted to a mere 600,000. Well then, shall we proceed to the stone unveiling? Would you like to go first? Or shall we? He Wenjie inquired, his face adorned with a smug smile. He believed that this fellow was destined to lose, rendering the unveiling inconsequential. Perhaps you should unveil first. Otherwise, I fear you might faint from anxiety before your turn arrives. Yang Jun, however, maintained a broad smile, revealing no hint of despondency. Completely devoid of any realization that he might be on the verge of losing 200 million. If I unveil first, so be it. You can continue to boast while I revel in your impending despair. He Wenjie scoffed, dismissing any further conversation with Yang Jun, and strode towards the stone unveiling machine. At that moment, the stone cutters were ready, 3 in total, prepared to unveil 3 raw stones simultaneously. You wait here for the unveiling. I shall step out to procure some items. Observing Yang Jun's nonchalant demeanor, Shu Yuqing remarked, Oh, what do you intend to buy? Yang Jun queried, his curiosity piqued. I need to purchase a pair of scissors for later use. Shu Yuqing replied with a smile, though her gaze was sharp and penetrating. What need have you for scissors? Although Yang Jun sensed that this was likely not a good omen, he could not help but ask. Ha, the scissors are destined for a certain someone. Shu Yuqing chuckled ominously, her eyes glinting with malice. Ah, how cruel you are. Her words sent a chill down Yang Jun's spine, instinctively prompting him to shield himself. Who instructed you to cause me to lose 200 million, tarnishing my illustrious reputation? Shu Yuqing retorted coldly, her gaze still fixed upon Yang Jun with sinister intent. TCH, I thought it was something significant. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Trusting Brother Xian was a mistake. Just as Yang Jun began to recite his self-indulgent catchphrase, Shu Yuqing raised her hand and charged towards him. You shall perish. I will turn you into shredded potatoes. At that moment, the stonecutter's motor began to hum, indicating that Wenjia's 3 raw stones were securely in place. Master He, shall we proceed as you suggested? The stonecutter inquired, gazing at Wenjia and Yin Tianxiu. Very well, commence cutting. Wenjia responded with a smile, nodding decisively, his face radiating confidence. The diamond saw blades of the cutting machines began to slice through the raw stone, producing a series of crisp sounds. At that moment, all present fell silent, their eyes fixated on the 3 cutting machines. Even Shu Yuqing, who had initially intended to reprimand Yang Jun, now stood still, her gaze transfixed on the 3 pieces of rough stone. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice Yang Jun grasping her delicate hand. Do not let it be a failure. Do not let it be a failure, she murmured softly, listening to the rhythmic cutting sounds. Rest assured, he cannot win. The finest of these stones is merely of near-ice grade. Yang Jun chuckled, observing Shu Yuqing's anxious demeanor. How can you be so certain? She turned her head to meet his gaze, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Did I not tell you yesterday? I possess the gift of clairvoyance, he replied with a grin, surveying her with a playful audacity. You lecherous scoundrel, perish. She retorted, blushing. What are you doing holding my hand? Feeling his gaze, scrutinizing her. Shu Yuqing was overwhelmed by the sensation of being completely exposed. She was tempted to strike him, only to realize that her hand was firmly held in his grasp. Without holding your hand, how could I prevent you from turning me into shredded potatoes? Yang Jun defended himself, showing no sign of shame. The nearby bosses shook their heads in disbelief. While others were tense, these two seemed to be flirting amidst the tension. Let go, I must fetch scissors, Shu Yuqing exclaimed. But Yang Jun merely brought her hand to his nose, taking a careful whiff, which made her seethe with indignation. Trust me, you won't regret it, he began, but was interrupted by the stone cutter's booming voice. Green has emerged, a significant rise. Over here as well, a substantial increase. Green here too, a remarkable surge. All 3 stone cutters announced their findings with enthusiasm. The crowd surged forward, eager to witness the exquisite jade that these 3 raw stones would yield. Upon hearing the cutters exclaiming their success, Shu Yuqing's exquisite face turned pale. Could it be that they had truly lost? Noticing her distress, Yang Jun adopted an unusually serious expression. Yuqing, when have I ever deceived you? Just wait to collect your share. Shu Yuqing looked at him, disbelief etched on her features. Yet his earnest demeanor exuded confidence. Is it truly so? Of course, Yang Jun affirmed, offering her a reassuring gaze, free of jest. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of Yang Jun's unwavering confidence soothed Shu Yuqing's anxious heart. Very well, I shall trust you once more, but should we ultimately lose, I shall not hesitate to take decisive action, she declared, a faint smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yang Jun. Yet, this fleeting smile sent an involuntary chill coursing through Yang Jun's being. Alas, this woman is truly formidable, he mused internally, instinctively shielding himself with his hands. As he observed Yang Jun's fearful demeanor, Shu Yuqing covered her mouth and erupted into a fit of laughter, the sound echoing with a vibrant energy that left Yang Jun momentarily entranced. You lecher, dare to gaze any further, and I shall not hesitate to extract those 2 bulbs of yours and use them as balls, she threatened, casting a menacing glare in his direction. At that moment, the 3 jade appraisers doused the freshly cut raw stone with a basin of clear water. Behold, ice variety, rich green. Though it may not reach the highest grade of ice, if the size is substantial, it will still yield a considerable profit. The other 2 stones were equally impressive. Both glutinous ice and rich green, promising profits without loss. It must be said, while He Xiao's stone gambling skills may not rival those of Master, they certainly approach that level. Upon witnessing that all 3 exquisite raw stones yielded jade, several onlookers swiftly began to estimate their respective values, simultaneously expressing admiration for He Wenjia's prowess in stone gambling. Ha ha, young man, are you still clinging to hope? Is there any need to continue this competition? He Wenjia smugly turned to Yang Jun, reveling in his triumph, as the 3 raw stones had produced commendable goods. Indeed, only those who laugh last are the true victors. The final outcome has yet to be determined, Yang Jun retorted, his visage still brimming with confidence as he regarded He Wenjia with disdain and mockery. I am most eager to witness your eventual downfall, He Wenjia scoffed, then turned his attention to the appraisers. Be meticulous. Ensure that all the jade within is extracted. Only by doing so could they ascertain the true value of the jade. Old Master Shu remained silent, yet his countenance was far from pleasant. He had already surmised that the jade pieces produced by He Wenjia were likely valued at no less than 70 to 80 million. The sound of cutting continued, and soon, the jade from the 3 raw stones was fully revealed. Gentlemen, if you would be so kind as to assess these pieces, He Wenjia implored the 2 vice presidents and Old Master Shu for their valuation. Each of the jade pieces He Wenjia presented weighed several tens of kilograms and exhibited no cracks. Approximately 80 million, they concluded after careful examination and deliberation. With a smug expression, He Wenjia regarded Yang Jun, convinced of his assured victory. Even if Yang Jun's inferior stones produced jade, it was unlikely they would be valued at 80 million, thus solidifying He Wenjia's apparent triumph. Unless his dogged material could yield an imperial green, it would be akin to a fool's errand. Ha! As the saying goes, only those who laugh last are the true victors. Is an 8 million valuation remarkably high? In response to He Wenjia's confidence, Yang Jun merely curled his lips in a calm expression. Let's first sever this small piece, slicing it cleanly in 2. Yang Jun did not opt to cut all 3 rough stones simultaneously. Instead, he had the gem cutter work on them one by one. With a sharp crack, the smallest rough stone was immediately cleaved in 2, revealing its white, unremarkable interior. Alas, I had thought he chose this material in hopes of uncovering at least a fragment of something valuable. A piece wasted. Observing the discarded rough stone, everyone could not help but shake their heads, convinced that Yang Jun had lost. No matter, there are still 2 pieces left. Let us begin with this larger rough stone. Yang Jun pointed to the basin-sized stone and addressed the staff. Once the rough stone was secured, Yang Jun marked a few lines upon it. Master, please cut along these lines, he requested. The cutter nodded with a smile and activated the cutting machine, producing a rhythmic sound as it began to slice. Though many were skeptical of this rough stone, they craned their necks, intently watching the cutting machine. He Wenjia, however, merely scoffed, displaying an air of indifference. Go ahead and put on a show. Do you really believe you can unveil an imperial green? Yang Jun shot him a glance and shrugged, saying nothing. Yet inwardly he mused, I truly believe the next rough stone will yield an imperial green. Chapter 22. Turning the Tide. The sound of the diamond saw blade grinding against the rough stone stirred the hearts of all present. Particularly anxious were Elder Shu and Shu Yuqing. The outcome hinged on this very rough stone and what type of jadeite it would reveal. If they could unveil a piece of exceptional quality, they might still have a chance to turn the tables. With a decisive cut, the rough stone was completely severed along Yang Jun's marked lines. A surge of color, a vivid red. As the rough stone was sliced open, the cutter immediately noticed a brilliant crimson glow. Without waiting for the machine to stop, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's actually red jade." Upon hearing the cutter's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. They quickly surrounded the cutting table, straining to catch a glimpse of the revealed rough stone. Incredible, it truly is red jade, and of the finest quality. The hue is almost akin to that of South red jade. Indeed, it has been many years since I have encountered such premium red jade. The 2 vice presidents and Elder Sue stood at the forefront, while others gathered around, discussing the merits of the red jade. He just stood by, somewhat dazed. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that such an ostensibly mediocre rough stone would yield exquisite red jade. Is red jade of great value? Asked Yin Tianxiu, standing beside He Wenjia, who was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of gambling stones and jadeite. Premium red jade is indeed rare, yet its worth also depends on its size. If it is too small, it would hardly command an 8 million valuation. Although He Wenjia was somewhat taken aback, he still believed that the value of this red jadeite was unlikely to exceed 80 million. Well, you scoundrel, you actually managed to select a piece of red jadeite. At this moment, Shu Yuqing's face was brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, completely shedding her earlier apprehension and unease. She looked at Yang Jun and smiled. TCH, no more scissors for you. Yang Jun cast her a glance, harboring deep resentment over her intention to cut him off. Buy it, why not? It will be useful later. Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, embodying her bold and spirited demeanor. I swear, I won't recognize you from now on. Keep your distance. Yang Jun gazed at her, his expression one of mock fear. If you say you won't recognize me, then I won't either, but I'll still cut you. This left Yang Jun utterly speechless, a look of despair on his face. Heavenly Lord, please strike down this enchantress with a lightning bolt. Yang Jun mumbled helplessly, wishing for divine intervention to free him from her clutches. Hee, you cannot escape my grasp, young man. Shu Yuqing laughed gaily, resembling a mischievous little witch. Amidst their playful banter, the red jadeite was swiftly extracted. It was transparent and flawless, devoid of any impurities or cotton, radiantly red and uniformly colored. It was truly the imperial red among jadeites. The two vice presidents and Old Master Su meticulously examined the soccer ball-sized piece for quite some time. Finally, Vice President Wang Changhe declared it to be imperial red. Although this term was not officially recognized in the gambling stone community, the others unanimously nodded in agreement. Let us estimate its value. At this moment, Yang Jun approached the three elderly gentlemen with a smile. It is worth a considerable sum. If I had to estimate, around 200 million. After much deliberation, the three concluded that the price hovered around 200 million. We won. We won. Upon hearing their estimation, Shu Yuqing erupted into an unladylike fit of laughter, her bold personality on full display. I never expected that this piece of red jadeite would allow this lad to turn the tide. Clearly, this young man is not merely lucky. Indeed, he is quite the hidden gem. Qingning City now boasts another master of stone gambling. Everyone began to murmur in astonishment, as no one had anticipated this outcome. Moments ago, they believed Yang Jun was certain to lose. At that moment, He Wenjie and Yin Tianchu's faces turned ashen. They had just been in a seemingly secure position, only to suffer a complete reversal. Well then, gentlemen, it's time to transfer the funds. Yang Jun looked at the two without a hint of unnecessary chatter, directly instructing them to transfer 200 million to his account. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply, and soon, each transferred 100 million to Yang Jun's account. Yin Tianchu regarded Yang Jun with a hint of trepidation. It would no longer be so easy to deal with this fellow, as he had now become a notable figure in Qingning City. Should anything untoward occur, the hard-won reputation I have sought to rehabilitate would be lost, and the Yin family would inevitably suffer the repercussions. Given Yin Tianchu's temperament, he would certainly not swallow this affront lightly. However, to exact revenge on Yang Jun, meticulous planning is essential. Gentlemen, according to our wager, the 3 pieces of jadeite are now mine. After receiving a transfer of 200 million, Yang Jun glanced at He Wenjie and Yin Tianchu, chuckling softly. At that moment, the two men appeared pale and despondent, having incurred a loss exceeding 280 million. As they gazed upon the exquisite jade, the eyes of all the merchants present sparkled with desire. Many yearned to possess these precious materials. Master Yang, I will offer you 300 million for all the stones, exclaimed one jeweler, addressing Yang Jun with fervor. Master Yang, I shall raise my bid to 310 million. Sell them to me. The business owners, fixated on Yang Jun, began to place their bids, all eager to acquire these exceptional treasures. Everyone, there's no rush. I still have one piece yet to be cut, Yang Jun remarked, unfazed by the fervent glances of the eager bidders. He intended to cut the remaining stone as well. Upon hearing his words, a hush fell over the crowd as they turned their attention to the modestly sized rough stone, roughly the size of 2 fists. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable rock harbored something extraordinary? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Master, please proceed to cut the stone directly, Yang Jun instructed, ignoring the curious gazes directed at him as he handed the stone to the lapidary. The sound of cutting echoed in the silence, a rhythmic crack, crack, crack. It's green, a significant find. After just 2 strokes, the lapidary revealed a window of vibrant green that captured his attention. Instantly, he discerned that this was no ordinary stone. It might very well be an imperial green. Without pausing the machine, he placed the rough stone into a bucket of clear water. Once the dust was washed away, a breathtaking deep green emerged before everyone's eyes. Imperial green. The elder lapidary, clutching the rough stone, erupted into ecstatic laughter. Having worked in this field for decades, he had never before encountered imperial green. Today was finally his moment of triumph. The crowd was left awestruck, mouths agape in silence. The excitement of the day was palpable. Each rough stone from this wager had surpassed the last in astonishment. Just moments ago, an imperial red had been unveiled, and now, another imperial green emerged. What an exhilarating spectacle. Quick, bring it closer for us to examine. The trio scrutinized the stunning green hue, nodding in agreement after a prolonged inspection. Indeed, it was imperial green, currently free from any flaws or cracks. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This imperial green was worth a fortune. He Wenjie and Yin Tianshu now regarded Yang Jun with a mixture of trepidation and intense jealousy. They had come to realize that Yang Jun was far from merely fortunate. He was something much more formidable. Simultaneously, envy coursed through him as this fellow transformed overnight from a mere beggar to a wealthy magnate. The most distressed individual at the scene was not the two of them, but rather Lu Yue, the proprietor of the rare stone pavilion. This extraordinary jadeite, valued in the billions, had slipped through his fingers. Lu Yue, a master in the art of stone gambling, had meticulously inspected every piece of raw stone in his collection. Yet, he failed to discern that within these two stones lay both imperial red and imperial green jadeite. Billions had vanished from his grasp, and he was consumed with regret. Wishing he had examined them more thoroughly, perhaps he would have recognized their true worth. Another soul burdened by regret was a woman concealed in the distance, Lan Bingjie, the former girlfriend of Yang Jun. The previous day, He Wenjie had lost 2 billion, leaving him in a foul mood, which culminated in a quarrel with her. Today, she had surreptitiously arrived at the rare stone pavilion, eager to witness the outcome of their wager. However, she could hardly fathom that just yesterday, she had dreamt of living a life of luxury, only to find herself unceremoniously cast aside like refuse. Meanwhile, the man she deemed pitiable, Yang Jun, had suddenly ascended to the status of a billionaire. Had she not severed ties with him, she would have been entitled to half of that fortune. She bit her lip in regret, contemplating whether reconciliation with Yang Jun was still possible. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, he jovially turned to Master Jian, requesting, "Please, Master, remove all the stone skins." The sound of the cutting machine reverberated once more. Soon, amidst the silence, 2 fist-sized pieces of imperial green emerged before the astonished crowd. The value of this imperial green was estimated at around 2 billion. Ultimately, the 2 vice presidents and the esteemed elder Shu confidently appraised the worth of the imperial green. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air as everyone absorbed the reality that within mere hours, Yang Jun had amassed billions, an amount that many of them might not earn in a lifetime. Such a stark contrast between poverty and wealth was undeniably stark and unembellished. "Master Yang, how do you intend to handle these jadeites?" Many expressed interest in acquiring them, prompting inquiries directed toward Yang Jun. He surveyed the assemblage before turning a cheerful gaze toward Shu Yuqing. "The 3 pieces of high-quality jade I want are yours, as a commission. What do you think?" A chorus of gasps erupted at Yang Jun's words. Everyone stared in disbelief, astonished by his generosity. Over 80 million was no trifling sum. This young man spoke of giving it away so nonchalantly. Though Shu Yuqing was indeed a stunning beauty, many wondered if such lavish gestures were excessive in the pursuit of a woman's affection. Simultaneously, numerous onlookers regarded Shu Yuqing with envy and jealousy, wishing to take her place. "Well, at least you possess a modicum of conscience. It does not go unappreciated given my support for you." Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. While she did not possess a profound understanding of wealth, she was quite pleased with Yang Jun's actions. "Shu Lao, your family has certainly reaped great rewards," remarked Vice President Wang Changhe, his tone tinged with envy as he observed the elder Shu. "Indeed, had I foreseen this, I would have invested in this young man as well," added Vice President Li Ming, shaking his head in admiration. "Ha ha! Our Shu family supports Master Yang, not for mere profit, but because we have faith in him." The elder Shu laughed heartily, demonstrating his cunning nature by refraining from mentioning his earlier anxiety and regret. He then turned his gaze toward Yang Jun. "Master Yang, we cannot accept these jade pieces without compensation. Our Shu family will pay you half the amount." The elder's statement stemmed from a desire to avoid the impression of greed, simultaneously fostering goodwill with Yang Jun. The benefits he could bring to the Shu family in the future far outweighed a mere few hundred million. Indeed, the elder was astute, having lived a long life filled with experience. Many present quickly grasped his intentions, recognizing him as the old fox he was. "Grandfather, that won't be necessary," Yang Jun replied with a smile, fully aware of the elder's motivations. He, it is imperative to provide half the payment. Otherwise, our Shu family would lose face by accepting these jade pieces," the elder insisted, chuckling lightly at Yang Jun's words. Shu Yuqing understood her grandfather's intentions and nodded in agreement. Smiling. Cut it out. As if I need those few tens of millions, she retorted, casting Yang Jun a playful glare before promptly transferring the funds. Now, only the pieces of red jade and imperial green remained, drawing the attention of all present, their eyes gleaming with desire. Young man, for those two exquisite jade pieces, our Shu family offers you 500 million. What do you say? Before anyone else could speak, the elder Shu directed his words toward Yang Jun. The onlookers could hardly suppress their astonishment at the elder's cunning. They had initially believed the Shu family would not pursue these two prime jade pieces after acquiring the others. This old man had not relinquished his ambitions, still addressing Yang Jun as young man, thereby bridging their relationship. It was quite shameless, a blatant attempt to monopolize the opportunity and extinguish the hopes of others. For Yang Jun, selling these exquisite jade pieces to anyone held equal merit, and a price of 500 million was undeniably substantial. Very well, I shall sell them to Grandfather Shu, Yang Jun responded without a moment's hesitation. Primarily due to his relationship with Shu Yuqing and the elder's previous display of concern, which had not undermined him. Ha ha, I am truly grateful to you, young man, the elder exclaimed, his laughter filling the room upon receiving Yang Jun's affirmative response. He then addressed everyone present, do not blame me, for our Shu family is in dire need of such high-quality goods. Ha, you old fellow, which family does not yearn for such exquisite treasures? We are equally in need. All eyes were cast upon the elder Shu, filled with unkindness. He, esteemed guests, this precious gem is quite magnificent. We shall not hoard it all for ourselves. We can discuss matters amicably later. The elder Shu chuckled, observing the unfriendly expression surrounding him. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's demeanor softened somewhat. This old man had the sense not to indulge in greed. Do you have any cash? Let us prepare a red envelope for the stonecutter. He turned to Shu Yuqing beside him, as he himself had no cash on hand. In this trade, it is customary to present a generous red envelope to the stonecutter when a remarkable piece is unearthed. You rascal, you cut the stone, yet expect me to pay. Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, pulling a stack of cash from her small bag, preparing a red envelope, and handing it to the stonecutter. Thank you, young lady and young master. May fortune favor you in abundance. The stonecutter graciously accepted the envelope with a smile. I must inform you, this money is to be repaid. It is my own. Shu Yuqing glared at Yang Jun. Ha. Repay? The jade now belongs to your Shu family, Yang Jun scoffed, refusing to return the money to this fierce woman. Their playful banter drew envy from many, clearly showcasing the strong bond between them. Let us go. Please help me buy some necessities. Yang Jun, having vacated his rented apartment, was preparing to move into the vacant house of Shu Yuqing. Oh, I'm so hungry. You scoundrel didn't even buy breakfast this morning, she complained, clutching her stomach. All right, I'll treat you. Is that acceptable? Yang Jun replied with a dismissive glance at Shu Yuqing, his eyes filled with disdain. Why not let this young man host a luncheon for us? He proposed, turning to the elderly gentleman, convinced that his substantial earnings warranted a celebratory feast. Ha ha, indeed. You ought to treat us well. Elder Shu instructed the owner of the Qishur Pavilion to deliver the jade to his shop, then accompanied Yang Jun and the others to a grand hotel. As they departed, the remaining onlookers were left with mixed feelings. He Wenjie and Yin Tianxu bore expressions of deep bitterness, having suffered the greatest losses. In particular, He Wenjie had squandered over 400 million in merely 2 days, depleting the He family's liquid assets. Yin Tianxu watched Yang Jun's retreating figure, his gaze chilling. He had never anticipated that a man he deemed inferior would rise so spectacularly before him. Now, any thoughts of vengeance were tempered by the knowledge that Yang Jun had become a master of stone gambling in Qingshi City, attracting the attention of many, especially jewel merchants. Lan Bingjie quietly slipped away, having resolved to seek an opportunity to reconcile with Yang Jun. At noon, Yang Jun feasted heartily with the venerable elders of Qingshi City, spending tens of thousands, which caused him considerable heartache. Look at your lack of ambition. You are truly a miser to the extreme. Do you realize you have made 700 million today? Shu Yuqing observed Yang Jun's pained expression, expressing her disdain as she chastised him. However, Yang Jun merely chuckled foolishly, offering no retort. Today was undoubtedly a day of immense profit, far surpassing the mere 700 million. What thrilled him was the apparent enhancement of his X-ray vision. He had used it so liberally today without experiencing any dizziness. Just yesterday, after only a few uses, he had felt somewhat disoriented. Now that he grasped the method of evolving his X-ray vision, he could casually visit those gambling stone markets to discreetly absorb some spiritual energy. I believe you should purchase a vehicle, Shu Yuqing remarked as she drove, turning to him. No way, driving is exhausting. Why should I be foolish when I have a ready-made chauffeur? Yang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Shu Yuqing, clearly indicating he was no fool. You scoundrel, do you really think of me as your personal driver? Shu Yuqing retorted vehemently, though a hint of sweetness warmed her heart. She couldn't help but recall the blush-inducing scene from that morning in the rental apartment. I am now your employee. How can the boss not provide transportation? Are you not afraid someone might poach me? Yang Jun laughed at Shu Yuqing's flustered expression, realizing that her feigned annoyance was particularly charming. You lecher. What are you staring at? Do you wish to lose those eyes of yours? Shu Yuqing, while driving, threatened him with a look of disdain at his lascivious gaze. Puffed. Yang Jun scoffed, saying nothing further, continuing to gaze at her unabashedly, his expression conveying a sense of defiance. As the two engaged in playful banter, they soon arrived at the most upscale pedestrian street in Qingning City, unaware that several individuals were trailing them closely. It turned out that Yin Tianxiu had stationed people outside the hotel to monitor them, following them to the pedestrian street. He had resolved to give that scoundrel a good beating, first to vent his anger, and then to devise a more calculated plan to deal with him later. Brother Sheng, when do we make our move? One of the more slender followers inquired of the leader, Brother Sheng. Go ahead, breaking arms and legs is no problem. Upon hearing Brother Sheng's words, the others exchanged sinister smiles and hastened forward. Bam! Just as Yang Jun was enjoying a light-hearted conversation with Shu Yuqing, he was suddenly bumped into with a loud thud. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? Yang Jun exclaimed, irritated as the assailant, who had collided with him from behind, began to hurl accusations at him first. Yang Jun felt a surge of frustration as he turned to confront the person who had bumped into him. Upon seeing the group of individuals, he immediately understood their intentions. They were deliberately seeking trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that the individuals before him were either sent by He Wenjie or Yin Tianxiu, intent on causing him trouble. Despite the ominous expressions of the group, Yang Jun remained unperturbed. Beside him, Shu Yuqing furrowed her brow, fully aware that these individuals were deliberately seeking conflict. Indeed, you are correct. I seem to lack discerning eyes behind me, possessing only a singular, rather uninspiring one. But tell me, do you all share the same affliction? Yang Jun remarked with a sardonic smile, his words immediately astonishing those around him, particularly Shu Yuqing, who was momentarily at a loss for words. This audacious fellow appeared to possess a reckless courage, clearly unfazed by the ominous presence of those before him. The troublemakers were equally taken aback. Typically, when encountering such individuals, fear reigned supreme. Yet here stood Yang Jun, exuding confidence, even daring to insult them, an act that seemed to tempt fate itself. They regarded him as if he were a fool, their eyes betraying a mix of mockery and pity. Onlookers, hearing his words, were struck with a blend of astonishment and amusement, though none dared to laugh aloud. Kid, you truly possess audacity. Who granted you the courage to challenge us? The provocateur, amused by Jiang Chen's fearless demeanor, inquired curiously. Do you truly believe you little ruffians are formidable? I possess ample wealth. I could bury you under a mountain of it. Pathetic fools, it is indeed my riches that embolden me, Yang Jun retorted, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the troublemakers, leaving them momentarily stunned. The spectators were equally taken aback, marveling at his audacity and spirit. Shu Yuqing was rendered speechless. Having known Yang Jun for 5 or 6 years, she had never witnessed such commanding bravado from him. Enough with the banter. Let us teach him a lesson, bellowed one of the burly men, glaring at Yang Jun. Yes, let us. They were incensed. It was rare for anyone to challenge their authority, and this audacious youth must be taught a lesson he would not soon forget. With fists raised, they charged at Yang Jun, intent on making him regret his insolence, aiming to bring him to his knees. Observing their impatience, Yang Jun merely scoffed, unfazed and resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, darting towards them with the swiftness of the wind. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed in rapid succession. In mere moments, he had dispatched several of them to the ground, their cries piercing the air. The onlookers were left in awe, astounded by his prowess, single-handedly taking on 4 or 5 adversaries. Most astonished of all was Shu Yuqing. While she was aware of Yang Jun's membership in the school's martial arts club, she had not anticipated his exceptional skill. The defeated troublemakers writhed on the ground, clutching their bellies in agony. Yang Jun, filled with ire, kicked the man who had insulted him, hurling curses in his direction. He delivered another kick to another ruffian, sending a warning to Yin Tinshu not to provoke him further. Tell that fool, I don't believe that even billions can bring down the Yin family. The assailants he had dispatched to the ground each received a few additional kicks, their groans mingling with his relentless tirade. After a while, Yang Jun finally released the pent-up fury within him and ceased his assault. Get lost, and inform Yin Tinshu that if he wishes to play, I shall engage him. Let us see who ultimately regrets it. The ruffians, once brimming with arrogance, now gazed at Yang Jun with palpable fear. They had not anticipated that this seemingly feeble individual could possess such strength, though they were formidable in their own right. They found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Yang Jun. Overcome with dread, they realized the truth in his words. He had the means to obliterate anyone he desired. The bruised and battered men hastily scrambled to their feet and fled the scene in disarray. Are you all right? Yang Jun chuckled. No worries, who am I? I am the invincible and dashing young man, effortlessly dealing with a few ruffians. He looked at Su Yuqing, grinning with pride. Whatever, keep boasting. I truly cannot be bothered with you, she retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Upon confirming that Yang Jun was indeed unscathed, her concern dissipated, replaced by a sense of irritation. She wondered why she had worried about this rogue at all. Trust in me, won't you? He teased, I'll scratch you to pieces. You shameless fiend. Just as he was about to deliver one of his infamous lines, he noticed Su Yuqing lunging at him with an exaggerated display of claws. His self-indulgent words were abruptly halted as he darted away. Su Yuqing, you violent maniac, you'll end up unmarried at this rate. He called, running ahead. You shameless cad. I will turn you into mashed potatoes today. Su Yuqing retorted, angered by his words about her marital prospects, which she found to be a serious affront. The two playfully tussled as they departed, drawing envious glances from onlookers who admired the handsome, affluent young man and the stunning beauty by his side. Unconcerned with the stares, they continued their banter until they reached the store. Let us buy a couple of tracksuits. I can't get used to this suit, Yang Jun remarked with a smile, finding the formal attire uncomfortable. Shooting him a disdainful look, Su Yuqing entered the sportswear store ahead of him. Welcome, chirped the two receptionists as they entered, their sweet voices welcoming the duo. How small. It's still the violent girl-esque size, Yang Jun thought, knowing that if Su Yuqing were aware of his musings, she would likely pounce on him again. May I assist you in selecting some apparel? One of the attendants inquired. As they entered the store, a charming saleswoman greeted them with a warm smile. Please select 2 sets of sportswear, Shuking instructed, not waiting for Yang Jun to speak. The saleswoman cheerfully replied, certainly. Please follow me, and turned to lead them toward the men's section. You lecherous fool, your eyes are practically popping out. Shuking shot a fierce glare at Yang Jun, who was leering at the saleswoman. What nonsense. Not all. Besides, she is neither as ample nor as beautiful as you, Yang Jun protested, unable to admit his wandering gaze while simultaneously flattering Shuking. You truly are a shameless rogue. Although Yang Jun's compliment brought a flicker of joy to Shuking's heart, she still muttered her disdain. Under the saleswoman's guidance, Yang Jun tried on several outfits, all of which he found quite satisfactory. All right, let us wrap up these selections, he declared. Shuking approved of his choices and promptly instructed the saleswoman to package them. Yuqing, what a delightful coincidence. A man's voice suddenly interrupted from behind Shuking. Yang Jun turned to see a well-dressed man in his 20s, beaming at Shuking. Li Tianyu. A hint of revulsion flickered in Shuking's eyes upon recognizing this bothersome individual. Li Tianyu leered at Shuking's exquisite features, completely disregarding Yang Jun's presence. We aren't particularly acquainted, and I'm not like those other women you toy with. Kindly keep your distance, Shuking asserted, feeling a wave of disgust wash over her as she met his gaze without deference. Yuqing, that is not quite fair, he retorted. Silence yourself. Yuqing is not someone you can address so casually, Shuking interjected, her fierce demeanor surfacing as she openly expressed her disdain. Li Tianyu's eyes flashed with anger at her boldness. He glanced at Yang Jun and then back at Shuking. Is it because of this pretty boy that you reject my advances? He shifted the blame for Shuking's disdain onto Yang Jun. Yang Jun felt utterly perplexed. It was one thing to be ignored, but to have the blame assigned to him was absurd. Indeed, so please stop pursuing me. I have no fondness for sowers of discord, Shuking boldly replied, facing Li Tianyu with defiance. Yang Jun couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Shuking's fierce remark, which likened Li Tianyu to a sewing machine. Although he recognized that Shuking was using him as a shield, he felt powerless to intervene. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? Li Tianyu was seething with anger, irritated not only by Shuking's lack of respect, but also by Yang Jun's audacity to chuckle. Who are you calling a scoundrel? The young master, akin to a stallion, audaciously berated himself, prompting Yang Jun to glare fiercely and pose a question. Of course. I am calling you a scoundrel, Li Qianyu retorted without a moment's hesitation. Just as his words fell, Shu Yuqing stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. It was unexpected that Yang Jun, indeed a mischievous character, had ensnared Li Qianyu in his verbal trap. I wonder how your father and mother would react upon learning this. Would they consider divorce? Yang Jun remarked, shaking his head at the furious Li Qianyu. You. At that moment, Li Qianyu's face turned pale with rage, his finger pointed at Yang Jun, yet he struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Ha! Shu Yuqing was thoroughly entertained. This fellow managed to insult without resorting to foul language, provoking her to laugh heartily. The surrounding shop assistants and customers observed the unfolding drama, desperately suppressing their laughter. They had not anticipated that this dashing man could wield such cutting words. To call Li Qianyu a scoundrel implied that his father was an old turtle and that his mother had certainly strayed from the marital path. Realizing the implication, Li Qianyu's eyes burned with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to eliminate this pest at that very moment. Scoundrel, you are bold. I, Li Qianyu, shall not rest until I have your head. At present, you are no man but a scoundrel. Nevertheless, he could not help but murmur to himself. Clashing with this young master was utterly unwarranted, a result of the violent woman beside him. You wait. I will make you wish for death, Li Qianyu spat, repeating the phrase you wait with venomous intent, stealing a glance at the still smiling Shu Yuqing before turning to leave. Ha! As if I would fear you, Yang Jun scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. Since he had already incurred their wrath, he welcomed whatever retaliation may come. As Li Qianyu departed, Yang Jun fixed his gaze upon Shu Yuqing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You lecherous wolf, do you wish to lose your eyes? Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, extending 2 fingers in a mock threat. How dare you say that? Did you wish for me to encounter such a person? Are you hoping for my demise to be prolonged? Yang Jun glared back at Shu Yuqing, displaying his disdain. You are so formidable. Do you still fear that sewing machine? Shu Yuqing, however, exhibited no sign of worry. Chuckling lightly, alas, I have truly encountered a wretched fate. How did I ever cross paths with a creature like you? Yang Jun shook his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Having already offended several prominent young masters in Qingning City, he anticipated a tumultuous time ahead. Yet, there was little he could do. He could not grovel before these individuals. Now that he possessed wealth, he felt a newfound confidence when facing them. Perhaps this was the audacity that money bestowed. Chapter 27. Not intentional. This residence, situated within an upscale community, boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Goodness, the wealthy truly indulge. Such a splendid abode, yet it remains unoccupied. Gazing upon the opulently decorated residence, Yang Jun cast a disdainful glance at Shu Yuqing and remarked. Previously, he had resided in various inexpensive accommodations, often struggling to pay the rent on time, while Shu Yuqing possessed such a grand house, yet remained unoccupied. I do as I please. What business is it of yours? She retorted, seemingly unfazed by Yang Jun's contempt, her expression brimming with pride. Yang Jun shook his head, choosing to ignore her, and turned his attention to several rooms, intent on selecting an appropriate one. No sooner had he spoken than Shu Yuqing dashed to the entrance of one room, blocking his path. What are you doing? Yang Jun queried, bemused by her sudden obstruction. This room belongs to me. You may choose from the other 2, she declared, raising her chin imperiously as she regarded Yang Jun. But you aren't even staying here, are you? Yang Jun questioned, still perplexed. If you're not living here, why claim a room? That's none of your concern. This is my house, and I make the rules, Shu Yuqing huffed, hands on her hips, casting him a scornful look. All right, fine, I won't choose this one. May I at least take a look? Yang Jun expressed his curiosity about the nature of Shu Yuqing's personal quarters. Get lost, you lecher. You're not allowed to look. Her face flushed with indignation at his interest. Come now, Yuqing, you're not hiding anything scandalous in there, are you? Yang Jun smirked mischievously, his demeanor exuding a playful arrogance. You scoundrel, I'll take you on, Shu Yuqing shouted, her voice rising as she prepared to lunge at him. Laughing heartily at her reaction, Yang Jun swiftly turned and darted into the room across the hall. You better watch your back, Yang Jun. Just wait, I'll deal with you. Shu Yuqing called out angrily as he vanished inside. Flushing with embarrassment, she retreated into her own room, regretting her decision to allow this rogue to stay. Shu Yuqing's room was spacious, featuring a large balcony adorned with comfortable lounge chairs, perfect for basking in the sun. The entire space radiated a gentle blush tone, with a grand circular bed at its center, surrounded by portraits of certain male celebrities gracing the walls. The reason she hesitated to let Yang Jun see her room was solely due to these images of male stars. Yang Jun's room was also a well-appointed guest chamber, situated on the southern side, complete with everything one might need. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the outside world. Not bad at all. This is 100 times better than those rental places, he mused, thoroughly satisfied with his accommodation, particularly the splendid bed. With a toss of his belongings, he flopped onto the large bed. Gradually, he allowed himself to reflect on the events of the past few days that had transformed him from a destitute nobody into a man of wealth. The credit for all these accomplishments and transformations lies entirely with his extraordinary ability to see through illusions, which has culminated in his current fortune of several hundred million. Moreover, he has discovered a method to enhance this ability by continuously absorbing the energy found within jade. Although he remains uncertain about the nature of this energy, he suspects it might be the ethereal essence accumulated over countless years. In the future, he should explore various gemstone markets, not necessarily with the intent to purchase raw stones, but simply to observe. Starting tomorrow, he intends to diligently study the antiquities and jade artifacts. After all, he cannot spend his entire life working for Shu Yuqing. Additionally, he has unwittingly offended 3 prominent figures, Yin Tianxiu, He Wenjie, and Li Tianyu. These individuals are bound to devise schemes to retaliate against him. While they may not confront him openly, they will undoubtedly seek to undermine him covertly. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution in his endeavors. Otherwise, he risks irrevocable consequences. However, he harbors no fear of these adversaries. Having already crossed them, he is prepared to face whatever challenges they present. As he lay in bed, contemplating his future, he soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. In his dreams, he felt a tugging at his ear, prompting him to groggily open his eyes. The dimly lit room revealed a woman standing at the foot of his bed, playfully grasping his ear. Grasping her wrist in an attempt to sit up, he inadvertently caused her to stumble and fall upon him. Realizing it was Shu Yuqing, he initially intended to assist her up, but instead he pulled her down, leaving her nestled in his embrace, momentarily stunned. "Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me? I'll have my vengeance!" Shu Yuqing had approached his room to invite him to dinner, but upon witnessing him in such a deep slumber, she mischievously tugged at his ear. Little did she anticipate that his sudden awakening would result in her losing her balance and landing on him. With mock indignation, Shu Yuqing opened her mouth, poised to bite him. "I didn't mean to. Please show some mercy." As she genuinely prepared to nip at his neck, he instinctively turned his head away, attempting to explain himself. However, in an unexpected twist of fate, their movements aligned, and his lips brushed against hers. Both were momentarily transfixed, eyes locked in a stunned gaze. After a brief silence, Shu Yuqing softly exclaimed, pushing herself off him. "Hee, Yuqing, I truly did not intend for that to happen." He quickly sat up, scratching his head and laughing sheepishly, genuinely remorseful. Despite their usual playful banter, this incident stirred a sense of embarrassment within him. With a heavy heart, "I lament, you scoundrel. I extended an invitation for a meal, only for you to steal my first kiss." Shuking could not have anticipated such an occurrence. Feeling dejected, she was on the verge of tears. "Hee, Yuqing, I apologize. May I treat you to dinner as an act of contrition?" Yang Jun, equally helpless, acknowledged that while it was merely a fleeting touch, it was indeed a kiss. Chapter 28. The Pretty Boy. "Umph, you rogue, you lecher." With a final disdainful snort, Shuking shot Yang Jun a fierce glare before hastily exiting the room. Yang Jun, scratching his head in exasperation, stood up, only to realize he had unwittingly aroused himself, which explained Shuking's harsh words. After a moment of calming his emotions, Yang Jun awkwardly emerged from the room. In the living room, Shuking sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television, waiting for him. Upon his arrival, she regarded him with evident disdain. "Well then, what shall you offer to appease me?" I truly did not mean to." "Choose whatever you wish," Yang Jun replied with a foolish grin, attempting to convey his sincerity. "Humph, that is more like it." Thus, Shuking chose a luxurious hotel, intent on indulging in a lavish seafood feast, determined to make this rogue pay dearly. Soon, the pair arrived at their destination, the Sea Palace. The most upscale restaurant in Qingning City offered a plethora of exquisite seafood from around the globe, albeit at a steep price. Yang Jun knew that this meal would easily cost tens of thousands, a daunting prospect for someone of his humble origins, unaccustomed to such extravagant spending. If tasked with spending 20 million in a day, he would be utterly perplexed as to how to proceed. Noticing Yang Jun's pained expression, Shuking smirked, reveling in her triumph. Like a proud princess, she led the way into the sea palace. Yuqing. Just as they entered the grand hall, a woman's voice called out. Following the sound, Yang Jun and Shuking spotted two beautiful women waving at them from short distance. Zhang Na, Sun Lu, what brings you two here? A smile graced Shuking's face as she approached the duo. Yang Jun glanced at the two women. While they were indeed attractive, they paled in comparison to Shuking. Why shouldn't it be us? Are you displeased to see us? Inquired one woman clad in a flowing white dress with a playful smile. Indeed. Did bringing along a pretty boy mean you no longer wish to see us? Teased the other, dressed in professional attire, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Jun. Please, do not mistake me for one of you. This is my best friend Yang Jun. He is presently my employee. Shuking introduced Yang Jun to her two friends. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet both of you, lovely ladies. Yang Jun greeted the two women with a smile, but they merely glanced at him and chose to ignore his presence. Since fate had brought them together, they might as well share a meal. Zhang Na and Sun Lu rose to their feet, pulling Shu Yuqing along, completely disregarding Yang Jun. He merely shrugged and remained silent, indifferent to the two women. However, Shu Yuqing subtly furrowed her brow and cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Yang Jun. He shrugged again, expressing his nonchalance. The group soon settled into a lavish private room, its opulent decor leaving Yang Jun astounded. The Sea Palace truly lived up to its reputation as the most prestigious hotel restaurant in Qingning City, a place not typically within reach for ordinary folk. Just from the grandeur of the surroundings, one could surmise that dining here would not come cheap. Once seated, Shu Yuqing glanced at the menu before turning to Yang Jun. You order, she suggested. I've never been here before and wouldn't know what to choose. Yang Jun chuckled at her honesty. To be truthful, he had never ventured into such an establishment and was at a loss himself. Zhang Na and Sun Lu exchanged disdainful glances at Yang Jun, their expressions brimming with mockery. In their eyes, he was merely a penniless worker who had come along to mooch off Shu Yuqing. You've hit the nail on the head. I truly wouldn't know how to order here, as each dish could shock you, Zhang Na mocked, picking up the menu in front of her. Come now, Zhang Na. Must you be so blunt? Sun Lu chimed in, casting another glance at Yang Jun before giggling at Zhang Na's remarks. I'm simply informing him that he doesn't belong in this circle. He should focus on his work rather than entertain unrealistic fantasies, Zhang Na stated, maintaining her condescending demeanor as she perused the menu. Shu Yuqing looked at her two roommates, her smile fading. Les remarques imt à Yang Jun on Sitsulia. Yang Jun felt helpless. He didn't know them and had merely crossed paths with them by chance. Did they really need to be so sarcastic and scornful? However, he offered only a resigned smile, choosing to disregard the women's barbs. Soon, the ordered dishes arrived, and Yang Jun paid no heed to the two snobbish women. He eagerly dug into the sumptuous seafood spread before him, relishing the experience of such exquisite fare for the first time. Zhang Na and Sun Lu observed Yang Jun with increasing contempt. Yuqing, the quality of your employees leaves much to be desired. Don't you vet them during hiring? Zhang Na remarked, directing her comment at the quietly dining Shu Yuqing, completely oblivious to Yang Jun's feelings. Zhang Na, we haven't seen each other in ages. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, shall we? Shu Yuqing replied, lifting her gaze to Zhang Na with a hint of annoyance. Zhang Na merely pouted in silence, sensing Shu Yuqing's displeasure. Yuqing, there's a party tomorrow. Let us go together. Master Li Tianyu has mentioned you quite often, Sun Lu said cheerfully, turning her attention back to Shu Yuqing. Yang Jun suddenly comprehended the motives behind the actions of the two women. It became evident that they were affiliated with Li Tianyu, presumably assisting him in his pursuit of Shu Yuqing. Oh, I harbor no affection for him. If you do, feel free to chase after him. You might even become a young mistress, Shu Yuqing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her two roommates with a tone of indifference. She now harbored doubts about whether these two were deliberately waiting there, acting as intermediaries for Li Tianyu. Yuqing, do not be foolish. Li Tianyu is not only handsome, but also affluent and influential. You two are well matched. Zhang Na and Sun Lu began to persuade her, their disdain for Yang Jun, who was still indulging in his meal, growing even more pronounced. To be labeled as a mere gigolo was quite irksome for him. Chapter 29, a stark reality check. You too. Shu Yuqing was about to speak when Yang Jun interrupted her. He wiped his mouth and turned his gaze toward Zhang Na and Sun Lu. Dear classmates, are you truly prepared to swear that your intentions are solely for Yuqing's benefit? Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, their eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. Zhang Na opened her mouth to respond, but was swiftly silenced. It seems you two have accepted some benefits from Li Tianyu, and your relationship with him is rather close. Is it not? Yang Jun observed them, his words laden with implication. His discerning eye had already detected identical fresh bite marks on their chests. Undoubtedly the handiwork of the same man. There is no need for speculation. These two women were clearly not of good character, merely playthings of Li Tianyu. You speak nonsense. We are just ordinary friends with young Master Li. Sun Lu's face flushed crimson at Yang Jun's insinuation, her stammered attempts at explanation lacking conviction. Zhang Na, Sun Lu. What is your relationship with Li Tianyu? It has nothing to do with me. Do not mention him again, or we shall cease to be friends, Shu Yuqing asserted. No fool herself. She recognized that her two roommates' connection with Li Tianyu was decidedly inappropriate. However, this was of no concern to her. She merely felt disappointment in them. She had regarded them as her closest friends, having shared a dormitory for 3 years, yet they had betrayed her for their own gain. Yuqing, enough. Let us eat. Shu Yuqing curtailed Zhang Na's attempt to speak. Perhaps this would be their final meal together. After they finished dining, Shu Yuqing turned to Yang Jun. It's time to settle the bill. I won't go. You label me as a gigolo, so why should I foot the bill? Yang Jun shook his head, his reasoning solid. You scoundrel. Did you not say you would treat me to a meal when we arrived? Shu Yuqing shot him an exasperated glare, aware of his reluctance to settle the bill. Indeed, I did say I would treat you, but that was for you alone. The cost is irrelevant. But this is not a meal for just you. Yang Jun's intentions were unmistakable. There were two opportunists at the table, and they dared to label him a playboy. He was certainly unwilling to settle the score. Although he was a man, there were times when one must be frugal. Zhang Na and Sun Lu's faces flushed crimson. The cost of this meal was not trivial, and they had no means to settle the bill, so they merely lowered their heads in silence. Shu Yuqing let out a derisive snort and shot him an icy glare, initiating her threats. Zhang Na and Sun Lu were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this fellow had already made himself at home in Shu Yuqing's residence. Alas, what a waste of tens of thousands of yuan. Reluctantly, Yang Jun rose to his feet and led the way out of the private room. Shu Yuqing followed him with a smile, while Zhang Na and Sun Lu trailed behind, their faces still flushed. Good day. The total comes to 128,000, the cashier announced. Yang Jun, wincing at the expense, produced a card and handed it to the cashier. As the transaction was processed, the cashier's eyes widened at the sight of a long string of zeros. It was staggering. A 9-digit sum. Is something wrong? Is there not enough money? Yang Jun inquired with a grin, noticing the cashier's stunned expression. No, not at all. The cashier mumbled as they walked towards the exit, muttering under their breath. What a waste of several tens of thousands, all gone to waste. Though Yang Jun's voice was low, the three women behind him heard it. Shu Yuqing shook her head helplessly, realizing that he was indeed one to hold a grudge. Zhang Na and Sun Lu wished they could disappear into the ground. They had just mocked Yang Jun for dining out, only to be openly slapped in the face by reality. This was no mere freeloader. He was a man of considerable means, spending over 100,000 on a single meal. At that moment, both women understood that in the presence of Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun, they were nothing more than jesters. Let me tell you, Shu Yuqing, if my salary is reduced, I won't be at your service anymore, Yang Jun declared. Oh, what do you think you're doing? You think you can act up without consequences? Do you not know the power of this young lady? Upon hearing Yang Jun dare to mention salary, Shu Yuqing raised her handbag as if to strike him. You unreasonable brute. Who works without pay? Yang Jun exclaimed, sprinting ahead. Stop right there, she shouted, as they both raced towards the parking lot, leaving Zhang Na and Sun Lu standing at the entrance. The two exchanged glances, speechless, having been publicly humiliated by a classmate they had looked down upon. Moreover, their own dubious actions seemed to have been laid bare. Before long, Shu Yuqing arrived at the entrance in her car. I'll give you a ride. No need, we can take a taxi, they replied. Today, as events had subtly altered the dynamics among the three of them, Zhang Na and Sun Lu felt a sense of shame in facing Shu Yuqing again. She smiled at them before driving off without uttering another word. Alas, one must be discerning when choosing friends. Otherwise, one might find themselves betrayed without even realizing it. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Jun was engaged in a monologue, seemingly unperturbed. Shut your mouth, or I shall have you thrown out of the car, Shu Yuqing retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Jun, after which she fell silent, and he obediently ceased his chatter. The events of the day had left her in a rather somber mood, especially considering the long-standing friendship they shared. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel, Zhang Na's phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, A flicker of panic crossed her face. It was a call from Li Tianyu. What was she to say? Zhang Na looked anxiously at her companion, Sun Lu, feeling utterly disoriented. Let us be truthful. We both did our best. Soon, Zhang Na ended the call and turned to Sun Lu. He wants us to meet him at the Palin Hotel. Her voice trembled as she spoke, fully aware that their mission had failed, and Li Tianyu would not easily forgive their shortcomings. The food is delicious, but it is exceedingly expensive. Yang Jun muttered as they entered the room, lamenting the exorbitant cost of the meal that had left him feeling quite pained. Chapter 30. Entering the antique world the following day, Yang Jun accompanied Shu Yuqing to Kabaozai on Antique Street. Kabaozai was a family establishment of the Shu clan, directly managed by Shu Yuqing herself. The shop boasted a spacious facade, dealing not only in various antiques, but also in gold and jade ornaments. I must inform you that you are merely an apprentice, so pay close attention and learn diligently, Shu Yuqing warned as they entered, urging him to take his studies of antiques seriously. Yes, boss, I will strive to meet your expectations, Yang Jun responded with a playful grin, ready to continue speaking. Shut your mouth, Shu Yuqing interjected, giving him a sharp glare to quell his attempts at further conversation. If not for the circumstances, she would have delighted in giving him a playful scratch across his face. Good morning, boss. Upon entering the store, a man in his 30s greeted Shu Yuqing with a warm smile. You too. Let me introduce you to a new colleague. This is Yang Jun, our new apprentice. Please mentor him for a few days. Shu Yuqing introduced Yang Jun to a man named Zhou Wansheng, who would guide him through the intricacies of the trade. Of course. Boss, leave it to me, Zhou Wansheng replied with a smile, a seasoned expert and disciple of the renowned appraiser Zheng Hong. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I look forward to your guidance, Yang Jun said eagerly, offering him a cigarette. No need for such formalities. We all work for Yuqing. Zhou Wansheng accepted the cigarette and patted Yang Jun's shoulder in a manner befitting an elder. As an appraiser, Zhou Wansheng would teach Yang Jun the art of identifying authentic antiques. Thus, they settled in the section dedicated to antiques and artworks, where Zhou Wansheng was responsible for authenticating items brought in by potential sellers. Brother Zhou, do many people come to have their treasures appraised? Yang Jun inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after a quiet morning without any visitors. The work is rather leisurely, often devoid of tasks, yet the remuneration is quite generous. He chuckled, remarking that it is rare to find many treasures. Having just a few visitors in a month is already fortunate. Zhou Wansheng sipped his tea, laughing lightly. Yang Jun nodded in agreement, noting the saying in the antique trade, 3 years without a deal, and when a deal finally comes, it sustains for 3 years. This reflects the reality that business is often sparse, but a single transaction can yield substantial profits. The antique jade market appeared desolate. Numerous people meandered through, yet few were inclined to make a purchase. In stark contrast, the gold and jade jewelry section was bustling with customers, thriving with activity. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yang Jun turned to books on antiques, as Zhou Wansheng showed little interest in teaching him the art of appraisal. It seemed he had to rely on self-study, which left him somewhat exasperated. Fortunately, ever since he acquired his unique vision, his comprehension and memory had improved significantly, allowing him to retain information effortlessly. In just one day, he completed 2 books on appraisal, thoroughly igniting his interest in the antique trade. What did you learn today? He sighed, noting the absence of any appraisal experts. Zhou Wansheng wasn't genuinely inclined to teach him. Yang Jun cast a glance at her, reclining on the sofa, feeling somewhat resigned. Do you know how many years Zhou Wansheng studied under Master Zheng Hong? Shu Yuqing asked with a smile, observing Yang Jun's demeanor. How many years? Upon hearing her, Yang Jun guessed it must be a considerable duration and inquired accordingly. 10 years, but he is still just a novice appraiser. This revelation left Yang Jun momentarily stunned. While he anticipated a lengthy period, he hadn't expected it to be a decade. A decade may not seem excessively long, but it is significant. How many decades can one truly experience in a lifetime? For a moment, Yang Jun fell into silence, realizing that mastery in appraisal could not be rushed. Take your time. There's no need to hurry. Stick with Zhou Wansheng and learn the basics. I'll help you find a good mentor when the opportunity arises. Shu Yuqing reassured him, her tone lighthearted. Thank you. I understand that mastery takes time, and I will dedicate myself to learning, Yang Jun replied earnestly, finally looking at Shu Yuqing with a serious expression, devoid of any jest. You look quite handsome when you're serious, Shu Yuqing remarked, somewhat taken aback by the resoluteness in his demeanor. Of course, I will undoubtedly become a qualified appraiser. If not, I'll keep your bed warm, Yang Jun quipped, his serious facade dissipating under Shiyu Qing's laughter, reverting to his relaxed self. "Please, do you think you're worthy of warming my bed right now?" she teased. "Just you wait. I'll become an appraiser in no time, and you'll be the one surprised." Yang Jun called out to her retreating figure, a smirk on his lips. "Well, only then will you meet the criteria to warm my bed," she responded, laughter lingering in the air. The enchanting fairy, a quintessential embodiment of allure and grace, possesses an exquisite figure and breathtaking beauty, complemented by an undeniable wealth. To warm the bed of such a woman is indeed no simple task. The realm of antiquities is profoundly intricate. It is no wonder that Zhou Wansheng took a decade under the tutelage of Master Zheng Hong, emerging only as a novice appraiser. However, endowed with the ability of X-ray vision and an impeccable memory, he harbors confidence in his capacity to grasp the fundamentals of appraisal in a remarkably short time. As time gracefully elapsed during Yang Jun's studies, a fortnight slipped by in what seemed like the blink of an eye. Throughout these 2 weeks, they acquired 2 antiquities, and Yang Jun devoted himself earnestly to learning, keenly observing Zhou Wansheng's methods of identification. Chapter 31. Return to the Qi Stone Pavilion. Over this fortnight, he delved into dozens of books on antiquities and appraisal, meticulously examining the jade artifacts and paintings in the shop through his unique vision. This scrutiny revealed a captivating truth. The older the antiquity, the more it radiates a distinct luster, with varying hues emanating from artifacts of different eras. This realization thrilled Yang Jun, igniting the thought that perhaps he could assess these items based on the colors they emitted, combined with his acquired knowledge. With this notion, Yang Jun immersed himself in study and experimentation. Despite his eagerness to learn and his willingness to ask questions, Zhou Wansheng made it clear he would not teach him, rendering inquiries futile. Yang Jun, disinclined to engage with Zhou Wansheng's aloof demeanor, merely greeted him upon arrival and then lost himself in his studies and explorations. Remarkably, after several days of experimentation, his hypothesis proved correct. Under his X-ray vision, antiquities from different periods emanated a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Objects radiating a violet hue were the oldest, dating back at least 2 millennia. By discerning the unique characteristics of each piece, it became increasingly straightforward to ascertain their age and origin. Items emanating a red glow were the most recent, typically no more than a few decades old, such as artifacts from the Republic of China period. The more he explored, the more revelations unfolded, as Yang Jun began to comprehend why these antiquities emitted varied lusters. It was a manifestation of accumulated spiritual energy over time, and most intriguingly, he realized he could absorb this energy. With this discovery, he chuckled to himself, relieved at the prospect of no longer solely relying on the energy within jade. At that moment, Zhou Wansheng, having overheard Yang Jun's murmurs of excitement, inquired, "What did you just say?" "Oh, it's nothing, Brother Zhou," Yang Jun replied, panic surging through him. He had nearly exposed his greatest secret, a truth he could not allow anyone to uncover. His earlier excitement had momentarily betrayed him. "Yang Jun, accompany me outside for a moment," a voice called out, belonging to Shu Yuqing. "Not going, I'm busy," he replied. "Yuqing, shall I accompany you?" At this moment, Zhou Wansheng gazed at the approaching Shu Yuqing and smiled, saying, "No need, you cannot leave here." Shu Yuqing cast a glance at Zhou Wansheng and replied with a smile, revealing that this was merely an excuse. In truth, no one had come to appraise treasures. The notion of leaving was irrelevant. She simply did not wish to grant Zhou Wansheng an opportunity. "Bang! You scoundrel! What did you just say?" Shu Yuqing, her face cold, strode behind Yang Jun and kicked him sharply in the rear. "Oh, what is happening?" Yang Jun, immersed in his observations, was jolted awake by the kick, exclaiming in surprise as he looked at Shu Yuqing, bewildered by the turn of events. "Accompany me to handle some matters," Shu Yuqing demanded, glaring fiercely at Yang Jun. "What for?" "I'm busy here," Yang Jun protested, reluctance evident on his face as he was in the midst of a crucial study. "A fresh batch of exquisite stones has arrived at the Qishir Pavilion. Grandfather wants us to take a look," Shu Yuqing retorted, her tone impatient as she noted Yang Jun's dazed expression. "Oh, has the Qishir Pavilion received new raw stones? Then we should indeed go and take a look," Yang Jun conceded, nodding as he muttered and followed Shu Yuqing out of the Qibao studio. Watching the pair retreat, a flicker of jealousy glinted in Zhou Wansheng's eyes. "Damn it, you, a newcomer, wish to steal the woman I have my eyes on. I see you have no intention of staying here," he muttered under his breath, contemplating how to drive this young man away. Previously, several young apprentices had visited, all of whom Zhou Wansheng had managed to dispatch through various means. He would not allow a younger, more handsome man to exist within the Qibao studio, as it would overshadow his own charm. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, Zhou Wansheng had already concocted sinister plans, while he and Shu Yuqing soon arrived at the Qisha Pavilion. Master Yang, long time no see. Upon entering the shop, the owner, Lu Yue, greeted Yang Jun with a smile. Since their last stone gambling encounter, Yang Jun had indeed not returned to the raw stone street. Boss Lu, you've struck it rich. I hear you've received some fine goods. Yang Jun responded warmly, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yue before heading towards the back storage with Shu Yuqing. Yang Jun, please help me check if we can select a few quality stones from this batch, Shu Yuqing urged, as the elder Su had hoped to see if they could uncover more exquisite treasures. Haha, as long as there are good stones among the raw materials, they won't escape. Trust me on this, Yang Jun confidently declared, only to be abruptly interrupted by sharp pain in his side, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Catching sight of Shu Yuqing's threatening gaze, he quickly relented. Upon entering the raw stone warehouse, they found it already bustling with numerous renowned bosses and stone gambling experts from Qingning City. Ah, Master Yang has arrived, called out many, some jokingly lamenting, with your presence, the good stones will surely be out of our reach. Haha, esteemed bosses, you flatter me. Gambling with stones is all about luck, Yang Jun replied with humility. Yang Jun, ever humble, greeted everyone while casting his gaze upon the newly arrived raw stones. With his keen eye, he swiftly discerned several stones containing jade, as well as two of the finest specimens. Rather than rush, he methodically examined each stone with a flashlight, absorbing the ethereal energy emanating from them. After an hour of diligent scrutiny, he concluded that the stones numbered 056 and 138 were worthy of acquisition. He whispered to Shu Yuqing, noting that the jade quality within these stones was commendable, promising considerable returns. Shu Yuqing nodded with a smile and instructed her staff to load the two stones onto the vehicle. However, Yang Jun was drawn to two smaller stones, each about the size of a football. Chapter 32. Indeed, not simple. The stones he favored were of a mid-range price, their exteriors unremarkable, marred by cracks. Priced around 10,000 yuan, they concealed exquisite jade within. One stone boasted a rich green hue, encasing a fist-sized blood-red core, resembling a radiant eye. This stone was truly remarkable. If cut, its value would undoubtedly surpass 100 million yuan. The other stone contained a substantial piece of pure chicken oil yellow, gleaming as if radiating golden light. This too was a valuable specimen, worth over 100 million yuan. Nevertheless, he decided against offering these stones to the Shu family, intending to acquire them for himself to bolster his future prospects. After securing these two stones, Yang Jun turned to Shu Yuqing. Yuqing, I shall not be giving these two stones to the Shu family. I will keep them as a memento. Very well, that is your prerogative, Shu Yuqing replied with a smile, understanding that not all fine materials could be bestowed upon her family. Moreover, certainty regarding the presence of jade within these raw stones remained elusive. While she had considerable faith in Yang Jun's talent for gambling on stones, she could not entirely trust that every stone he selected would yield jade. Before long, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing completed their purchase of the chosen stones. Master Yang, shall we proceed with the stone cutting now? Inquired Lu Yue, the proprietor of the rare stone pavilion, with a cheerful demeanor. Ever since Yang Jun unearthed the Emperor Red and Emperor Green stones here 2 weeks prior, Lu's business had flourished remarkably. Several years' worth of accumulated stock had been sold out, bringing him substantial profits. Although he felt a pang of envy and regret over the two exceptional stones Yang Jun revealed, he soon came to terms with the reality. He sold raw stones, unaware of the treasures they contained, as he could not possibly cut open every single stone. If the buyers failed to uncover quality materials, his business would suffer. Thus, he now fervently hoped that every purchaser of raw stones would find something extraordinary, ensuring his enterprise would thrive immensely. Much like the current popular lottery, if any lottery station were to announce a grand prize winner, it would undoubtedly see a surge in sales. Although the grand prize was sold by the ticket seller, he too is unaware of which ticket might win, nor could he ever claim the prize for himself. Lu Yue had thus adjusted his mindset, eager to witness Yang Jun select the raw stones, and hoping he would proceed with the cutting immediately. I will keep these two as mementos. Please wrap them up without cutting. However, these larger pieces can indeed be cut right now. Very well. I shall have the gem cutter prepare at once. Lu Yue nodded with a smile, taking the two raw stones from Yang Jun to be packaged, while simultaneously notifying the cutter to expedite the process. He You seem quite confident. Do you truly believe these raw stones will yield something remarkable? Shu Yuqing inquired with a playful laugh, observing Yang Jun's self-assured demeanor. Of course. Trust in me, for I am the invincible handsome guy. If I am wrong, I shall warm your bed. Yang Jun replied with a grin, darting aside to avoid the discomfort of the soft flesh at his waist. Rogue, narcissist, lecher. Shu Yuqing huffed softly, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Jun, who had retreated to a distance, unabashedly staring at her. Her laughter, vibrant and alluring, rendered Yang Jun momentarily entranced. Sigh, a fairy, truly an exquisite enchantress, he mused inwardly. Upon reaching the stone-cutting table, the cutter swiftly secured the 2 raw stones, each larger than a grinding wheel. By this time, everyone in the warehouse had congregated around, eager to witness Master Yang's stone cutting yet again, leaving no one to select raw stones. The proprietors and stone gambling masters present had witnessed Yang Jun's previous stone cutting, and while they were astonished and full of admiration, they also believed there was a significant element of luck involved. They were eager to see what kind of treasures would emerge from the raw stones selected by Master Yang this time. Master Yang, these 2 raw stones appear promising. Do you believe they will yield anything? One of the onlookers, a portly businessman, inquired with a jovial smile. Trust in me, Yang Jun replied with a chuckle, though he refrained from elaborating further on his well-known adage. If you're wrong, you owe him a warm bed. Shu Yuqing teased softly in his ear as she leaned closer, laughing. Upon hearing her words, Yang Jun cast a glance at the rotund old man, a chill running down his spine. He looked at Shu Yuqing, feeling a wave of unease. This enchantress truly had a way with words. You enchantress, I only fancy women, and I merely wish to warm your bed. He whispered softly in her ear, playfully blowing a gentle breath against her delicate skin. Shu Yuqing's cheeks flushed a subtle hue, and she shot him a bewitching glare. This rogue, could he be confessing his affections in such a manner? She pondered, feeling a rare sense of shyness and girlishness wash over her. Master Yang is quite confident. Another businessman's voice interrupted Yang Jun's moment of admiration for Shu Yuqing's enchanting demeanor. Esteemed guests, let us unveil the treasures within, for it all hinges upon fortune. Yang Jun chuckled softly, casting a glance at everyone, attributing the outcome solely to luck. He proceeded to cut along the marked lines. With a nod to the stone cutter, the buzzing of the cutting machine filled the air. The raw sound of the diamond saw blade resonated in every ear as all present watched in rapt silence, not daring to blink. Among the crowd, a woman wearing a sun hat gazed at Yang Jun with a complex expression. She was Lan Bingjie, who had been waiting at the Qishir Pavilion for over half a month, finally seeing Yang Jun return today. She felt compelled to have a heartfelt discussion with him, perhaps even to apologize, hoping that by appearing somewhat pitiful, she could mend their relationship. At that moment, her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as she looked at Shu Yuqing by Yang Jun's side. That position should rightfully belong to her. With a crack, the rough stone was cleaved open. It revealed a verdant hue, a significant gain indeed. Almost simultaneously, 2 rough stones were sliced open, prompting the stone cutter to shout excitedly. Splash! 2 basins of clear water were poured over, washing away the dust to reveal the rich green jade. Astonishingly, the value had indeed skyrocketed. As the 2 pieces of high-quality jade emerged, the hearts of all the bosses and stone-betting masters trembled. Master Yang is truly remarkable. Shu Yuqing's eyes widened at the sight of the exquisite high-quality jade. She sensed that Yang Jun's talent in stone betting was extraordinary, and at that moment, she was completely convinced of his abilities. Even if Yang Jun pointed to a stone by the roadside and claimed it contained jade, she would believe him without hesitation. 3 successful bets, yielding 3 high-quality pieces. Even a fool would recognize that this was no mere matter of luck. Others shared the same sentiment. This phenomenon could not simply be explained away as luck. Master Yang had no equal in Qingming City, a truth echoed in the hearts of all present. The value of the 2 high-quality jades approached a staggering 100 million, bringing immense profits to Shu's jewelry. All eyes turned toward Shu Yuqing, filled with a mix of envy and jealousy, for every piece of high-quality jade unveiled by Master Yang now belonged to the Shu family. This meant that aside from the Shu family, Yang Jun had not wagered on any other raw stones. Many had resolved to find ways to invite Master Yang to bet for them, believing that even a single opportunity would yield great rewards. Listening to the discussions among the nearby bosses, Lan Bingjie realized the 2 stones were valued at nearly 100 million. It dawned on her how effortlessly Yang Jun amassed wealth, as if he could conjure millions with a mere blink. These raw stones contain treasures. I must swiftly select one for myself. I shall choose one too. I will as well. After marveling at the exquisite high-quality jade, the crowd, momentarily stunned, hurriedly rushed towards the pile of raw stones, all eager to ride the wave of Yang Jun's fortune, hoping to unearth their own precious finds. This caused Lu Yue, the boss, to burst into a hearty laugh, as this was precisely the effect he desired. However, Shu Yuqing noticed Lu Yue's expression and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Humph, she certainly wouldn't allow this plump boss to gain such an advantage, allowing them to serve as his unpaid advertisement. Soon, 2 pieces of high-quality jade were completely cleaned and packaged. Master Yang, Miss Shu, you have certainly made a significant profit, Lu Yue remarked with a chuckle, looking at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing. Boss Lu, are you not also profiting? You've even saved on advertising expenses. Shu Yuqing replied with a smile, her words laden with meaning. Sigh, this woman is quite shrewd, truly a temptress, Lu Yue thought to himself, reluctantly acknowledging her astuteness. It seemed he would have to make some concessions. Haha, well said. Let us all prosper together. In the future, you two can enjoy a 20 discount on raw stones. How's that sound? Lu Yue, determined to win them over, was willing to be generous. All right, as long as you have new quality raw stones, we will certainly come. And we will promote you for free, Shu Yuqing replied decisively. Lu Yue's offer of a 20 discount was already quite favorable. It is worth noting that their purchases of raw stones often amounted to thousands or even millions, so such a discount would save them a considerable sum. Wonderful. I will call you as soon as new stock arrives. After their agreement was reached, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing exited the Qishir pavilion with their items. You truly are a shrewd businessman, Yang Jun remarked with a smile as they stepped out of the pavilion, noting how this enchantress could sense profit at any moment. Giggle. Indeed, my business acumen is unparalleled, Shu Yuqing replied, pride shining in her eyes as she raised her face like a little peacock. Just as they reached Shu Yuqing's Mercedes, a woman's voice called out from behind them. They both halted and turned to see a woman approaching, removing her sun hat. Lan Bingjie? They exclaimed in unison, surprised to see her presence there. Is there something you need? Yang Jun asked, looking at Lan Bingjie with an indifferent expression, neither sad nor happy. I would like to have a proper conversation with you, Lan Bingjie stammered, her heart racing at Yang Jun's calm gaze, yet she managed to voice her intentions. Talk. About what? Yang Jun inquired, astonished, soon realizing her motives. This woman had likely noticed his wealth and wished to reconcile, waiting here to discuss their relationship. Can we find a place to sit down and talk? Lan Bingjie asked softly, her demeanor appearing exceedingly fragile. To an onlooker, it might seem as though Yang Jun had abandoned her. Giggling at Lan Bingjie's feigned vulnerability, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yang Jun smirked, finding the situation rather amusing. Could it be that he was still the easily deceived man he once was? Lan Bingjie, before me, there is no need for you to feign fragility, and there is nothing left for us to discuss. Yang Jun regarded the overly dramatic Lan Bingjie with a hint of derision in his eyes. Do you not hold any sentiment for the past? Lan Bingjie was taken aback by Yang Jun's newfound decisiveness. What past is there to speak of? You discarded me and deceitfully took a month's worth of my living expenses. Do you even comprehend how I survived that month? Yang Jun gazed at the woman before him, and though he claimed to harbor no resentment, it was an impossible feat he had once bared his soul to her. Yet she had treated him so callously, betraying him for another man and leaving him to subsist on instant noodles for an entire month. The mere thought of instant noodles now churned his stomach. Yang Jun, I was wrong, truly wrong. Can you not forgive me? As she looked at him, Lan Bingjie sobbed and offered her apology. Right and wrong no longer concern me, and besides, I have a girlfriend now. After uttering these words, Yang Jun casually wrapped his arm around Shu Yuqing and placed a kiss on her forehead. Shu Yuqing was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated Yang Jun's boldness. Lan Bingjie was left in a state of shock, realizing that reconciliation with Yang Jun was no longer an option. Yang Jun, I despise you, and I will ensure you suffer. With that, Lan Bingjie shouted in hatred before turning to leave. Despise me? Why do you have to hate me? Your shameless betrayal is not my fault, Yang Jun shouted after her retreating figure, cursing the audacity of the woman who dared to express hatred towards him. Upon hearing his words, Lan Bingjie trembled, quickly disappearing into the crowd. You scoundrel! How dare you use me as a shield? At that moment, Shu Yuqing erupted in anger. Chapter 34. This is not a treasure. Shu Yuqing truly did not expect that the wretched Yang Jun would dare to embrace her, let alone kiss her forehead. What she found most intolerable was that this man had the audacity to use her as a shield. Yang Jun shielded his face with his hands, allowing Shu Yuqing's small fist to pummel him harmlessly. The strikes she delivered felt no more substantial than a tickle. I did not use you as a shield. I merely thought that, as a tomboy, if I did not want you, no one else would. Yang Jun, with his head covered, inadvertently uttered such words. Ah, you vile scoundrel. I will not relent. This is a fight to the finish. Shu Yuqing was driven to the brink of madness by his audacity, daring to insult her so. Who said no one wanted her? Those who sought her out formed lines that stretched far. Ah, my head aches. If you keep hitting me, I might just perish. Observing how his words had incensed her even further, Yang Jun simply covered his head and feigned exaggerated distress. Huh. Hearing Yang Jun's exclamation, Shu Yuqing took a deep breath and ceased her onslaught, genuinely concerned that she might harm this scoundrel. Seeing Shu Yuqing come to a halt, Yang Jun lowered his hand from his head, grinning at her. Hey, you're not angry anymore, are you? Go away. I'm still furious. Upon witnessing Yang Jun's demeanor, Shu Yuqing felt a surge of anger and shouted at him. All right, don't let your temper take a toll on your health, Yang Jun said with a commanding presence, pulling her into an embrace once again. You, let go of me, otherwise I'll scream. As Shu Yuqing prepared to yell, Yang Jun immediately shot her a warning glance. You scoundrel, release me at once. Shu Yuqing found herself at a loss against him, reluctantly conceding and struggling to free herself from his grasp. Haha. Once Yang Jun released her, he chuckled. To be honest, being close to this tomboy felt rather delightful. You rascal, you lecher. I still want to indulge in seafood today. Observing Yang Jun's smug expression, Shu Yuqing huffed in annoyance, determined to teach him a lesson to alleviate her grievances. Upon hearing Shu Yuqing's words, Yang Jun gasped, his previously smug expression replaced with one of dismay. A meal of seafood at Haihuang Palace would certainly cost them at least 60 to 70,000 yuan. Those large lobsters and king crabs were extravagant luxuries, each worth thousands. Does he truly think my generosity is so easily exploited? Noticing Yang Jun's pained expression, Shu Yuqing's mood lightened, and she scoffed before climbing into the Mercedes. When Shu Yuqing presented 2 exquisite jade pieces to her grandfather, old Master Shu was overjoyed, now convinced that Yang Jun's success in gambling on stones was not merely luck. He believed Yang Jun possessed a profound understanding of the art, albeit he concealed it well, leading others to think he was entirely ignorant. It seemed imperative to cultivate a good relationship with this young man, particularly since he was currently employed at the Shu family's antique shop and shared a unique bond with his granddaughter. In old Master Shu's eyes, their playful banter did not resemble a romantic relationship. Rather, it appeared akin to that of close friends. However, what old Master Shu did not realize was that their former camaraderie had subtly evolved into something more intricate. As closing time approached, a middle-aged gentleman entered the shop, seeking assistance with an appraisal. Very well, our shop has a clear pricing policy. The appraisal fee is 5,000. If your item is not worth that much, I advise against proceeding with the appraisal, Zhou Wansheng stated, laying down the rules of the trade. 5,000 for the appraisal, you say? Fine, I will pay. The middle-aged man responded without hesitation, exuding confidence in the value of his treasure. After paying the 5,000 yuan appraisal fee, he retrieved a meticulously wrapped object from his bag. As soon as he unveiled it, Yang Jun sensed a chilling aura emanating from it. As layers of newspaper were peeled away, a piece of fine jade pendant revealed itself. Master, could you take a look? This is an heirloom passed down through generations. The middle-aged man smiled at Zhou Wansheng. All right, let me examine it. Zhou Wansheng grasped the jade pendant and began his appraisal, while Jiang Chun activated his X-ray vision. He discerned a swirl of violet luminescence emanating from the pendant, indicating that it was at least 2 millennia old. Concurrently, he deduced that this piece was not a family heirloom. Rather, it was a recent excavation, likely a funerary artifact unearthed from the earth. To further validate his hypothesis, he scrutinized the pendant with his enhanced vision, noticing peculiar patterns and several deep crimson stains within the jade, as if it had absorbed a significant amount of blood. The chilling aura radiating from the pendant sent shivers down his spine, an oddity given the sweltering heat of summer in the southern region, where temperatures soared above 30 degrees Celsius. It was evident that this object was far from ordinary. It transcended the simplicity of mere jade. As he contemplated the intricate designs, he furrowed his brow in thought, pondering the significance of these motifs. The jade was indeed a fine specimen, well-preserved and likely valued at around 100,000 yuan. After examining it thoroughly, Zhou Wansheng addressed the middle-aged man. Master, is 100,000 not a tad low? If you could increase the offer, I would sell it to you directly. The middle-aged man, observing Zhou Wanqing's attempt to negotiate, aimed to sell the jade pendant to Qi Baozhai. 100,000 is already the maximum. Consider it carefully. If you agree, we shall take it, he replied. Zhou Wanqing then turned to Yang Jun, saying, I feel unwell. I shall visit the restroom. If he comes around, you can finalize the purchase as your first item. With a smile, Zhou Wanqing stood up and headed towards the back restroom. Yang Jun, however, furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of ill intent in Zhou Wanqing's eyes. He picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely, feeling certain that it was not the cool jade Zhou Wanqing had claimed. Instead, it emanated an icy aura that likely correlated with the patterns etched upon it. What kind of treasure is this? At that moment, Shu Yuqing emerged with a smile, glancing at the jade pendant in Yang Jun's hand and inquiring, This probably isn't treasure. We at Qi Baozhai cannot accept it. Yang Jun replied directly to the middle-aged man. Chapter 35, The Ominous Jade. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, the middle-aged man paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Young man, you must be the new apprentice. That master just offered 100,000. On what grounds do you assert it is not a treasure? Indeed, Yang Jun, this should be a rare piece of cool jade. Wearing it in this scorching weather would be far more comfortable, Shu Yuqing commented, having glanced at the pendant. Although she was not particularly versed in antique jade, she possessed some knowledge and was continually learning. Stay out of this. We cannot accept this item, Yang Jun said, casting a glance at Shu Yuqing without elaborating on his reasoning. Realizing Yang Jun's insistence stemmed from valid concerns, she chose to remain silent. You humph. I shan't discuss this with you. Let us wait until that master returns. The middle-aged man cast a cold snort at Yang Jun, subsequently lapsing into silence. Have you gathered everything? At that moment, Zhou Wanqing's voice emerged from the direction of the restroom as he stepped out. Humph, this brat claims he can't take it. You should take it instead. Upon seeing Zhou Wanqing's arrival, the middle-aged man let out another disdainful snort before addressing him. Yuqing, you are here as well. Zhou Wanqing approached, greeted Shu Yuqing with a smile, and then turned his gaze toward Yang Jun. Why haven't you taken it? I dare not take it. You should take it. Yang Jun replied, shaking his head as he placed the jade pendant back on the counter. You should accept it for 100,000. The middle-aged man, fixated on Zhou Wanqing, spoke with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing's expression soured, his eyes clouded with contemplation. He had intended for Yang Jun to accept it, but the young man had claimed he was too timid. Had he uncovered something? That seemed implausible, as this fellow had only been around for a few days, and he had imparted no knowledge to him. What happened? You called me and assured me you could secure it, didn't you? Noticing Zhou Wanqing's furrowed brow and silence, the middle-aged man grew increasingly impatient. Yang Jun exchanged glances with the two men, realizing that they were acquainted, and that Zhou Wanqing had summoned him. Damn it. It seems this guy intends to ensnare me, Yang Jun quickly deduced, recognizing that Zhou Wanqing had been performing a charade all along. Yet, he remained silent, observing the two. Zhou Wanqing's countenance shifted. With the boss present, this damned fellow had inadvertently revealed the truth. I find this jade pendant rather appealing. Perhaps you should accept it, Shu Yuqing said, beaming at Zhou Wanqing. Ah, boss, since you are here, it is best you decide, Zhou Wanqing responded, smiling as he turned to Shu Yuqing, inviting her to make the final call. Observing a hint of panic in Zhou Wanqing's eyes, Shu Yuqing recognized that something was amiss. I meant for you to take it. I never said the store should accept it, she clarified with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, Zhou Wanqing gasped in surprise at her words. He had not anticipated that Shu Yuqing would suggest he accept it personally, rather than the store wanting it. He was well aware that this item was cursed. Whoever accepted it would face misfortune. What had begun as an attempt to deceive Yang Jun had backfired spectacularly. I do not have enough money to take it, Zhou Wanqing stammered, seeking an excuse as he regained his composure. He would never accept such an ominous object. Zhou Wanqing, you think you can play me for a fool? Do you believe I won't end you? The middle-aged man erupted in furious protest, glaring at Zhou Wanqing. Zhou Wanqing's face paled, grappling with the unexpressed anguish of his predicament. I don't care. You brought the item here, so you must accept it. The middle-aged man continued to berate Zhou Wanqing, relentless in his demands. His imposing stature and the inexplicable aura surrounding him imparted an unsettling chill. I truly have no money, Zhou Wanqing lamented, on the verge of tears as he beheld the middle-aged man. Yang Jun, standing nearby, merely curled his lip, remaining silent. She cast a fierce glare at Yang Jun, who, in return, glanced at Shu Yuqing but chose to disregard her, directing his attention instead to the middle-aged man. Yang Jun suddenly recalled the intricate design on the jade pendant, an ancient motif reminiscent of ghostly patterns, known only to a select few shamans from millennia past. This pendant was not merely a piece of cool jade, it was a soul-gathering jade. Though unaware of its precise function, Yang Jun understood that anyone who came into contact with such an artifact would meet an unfortunate fate. This was precisely why the middle-aged man was so eager to dispose of it. The aura clinging to the piece suggested it had been unearthed from a tomb. And while the antique jade trade sometimes dealt with dubious items, they had to be devoid of malice. Yang Jun's words caught the attention of both the middle-aged man and Zhou Wansheng. You know about this jade? Zhou Wansheng stammered, his face turning pale. Sir, I mean to help you. Surely someone has encountered misfortune, Yang Jun replied, ignoring Zhou Wansheng and addressing the middle-aged man. Master, could you enlighten me as to why this is? The middle-aged man's earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by palpable fear. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed a soul-gathering jade, not merely cool jade, and the design is a long-lost, ghostly pattern from millennia ago. At this revelation, the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. This artifact was likely utilized by ancient shamans. Yang Jun nodded, though not entirely certain. He felt he was close. A glimmer of hope flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he wrapped the pendant and turned to leave Qi Baozhai. How could you possibly know this? Shu Yuqing inquired curiously after the man had departed. It is written in the books, Yang Jun replied with a grin, gesturing to the nearby pile of tomes. Both of them now comprehended Zhou Wansheng's intentions, yet neither dared to voice their thoughts further. After all, Zhou Wansheng was a protege of Master Zheng Hong, the esteemed appraiser for the Shu family. To pursue the matter any further would certainly offend Zheng Hong, a profession of rare prestige. Not wishing to jeopardize their relationship with such a distinguished appraiser, they opted for feigned ignorance, allowing the incident to fade away. Aware of her family's circumstances, Shu Yuqing cast an apologetic glance at Yang Jun, reluctant to provoke Zheng Hong. Did we not agree to visit the Sea Emperor Palace? Yang Jun asked, surprised. As he looked at Shu Yuqing, puzzled. With a scornful glare directed at him, Shu Yuqing exited the shop first. Witnessing their exchange and the retreating figures, Zhou Wansheng was left utterly astonished. Even if he were foolish, he would still discern that the relationship between his boss and the newcomer was far from ordinary. He also realized why Shu Yuqing did not pursue the matter of his intent to undermine Yang Jun. It was entirely due to the respect she held for his master. Otherwise, he would likely have been expelled long ago. The connection with his boss was indeed intricate, and the ability to dine at the Sea Emperor Palace indicated a person of considerable means. He was merely a novice appraiser, benefiting from his mentor's reputation to secure a generous position within the Shu family. Soon, Zhou Wansheng came to understand his own identity and status, and he dared not entertain any further thoughts. Meanwhile, Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun were on their way home, having purchased a substantial amount of groceries. Upon returning, Shu Yuqing took it upon herself to prepare a sumptuous dinner. To his surprise, Yang Jun remarked on her culinary skills after tasting the dish, giving her a thumbs up with a chuckle. Who would have thought you could grace both the dining room and the kitchen so well? I am quite versatile, Shu Yuqing replied, lifting her chin proudly, resembling a majestic swan at that moment. Impressive. I've decided to keep you warm for life, Yang Jun teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he admired Shu Yuqing's pride. Please, those who pursue me are lined up all the way to Qingchang City. You don't stand a chance. Shu Yuqing retorted, a look of disdain crossing her features as she glanced at Yang Jun. Were they? I fail to see any suitors vying for your attention. It's only me who tolerates your tomboyish ways. Yang Jun scoffed while enjoying the meal. Stop eating. I won't let you have any more, Shu Yuqing pouted, genuinely irritated by Yang Jun's incessant teasing about her demeanor. Please, don't be upset. Anger is detrimental to your health. I promise not to mention it again. Yang Yun quickly appeased her, sensing her displeasure. You rascal, all you do is provoke me, she huffed, casting him a disapproving glance. By the way, regarding today's incident, I sincerely apologize. Although Zhou Wansheng overstepped, I cannot act against him due to Master Zheng Hong's influence. At this moment, Shu Yuqing looked at Yang Jun with a hint of regret, acknowledging that had he not identified the issue with the jade pendant, they might have fallen victim to that man's schemes. It's nothing. As long as he harbors no ulterior motives in the future, I shan't hold a grudge. I understand that your family's antique shop relies heavily on Zheng Hong's support, Yang Jun replied with a smile, recognizing the helplessness that lingered in Shu Yuqing's heart. All right, as long as you're not bothered by it. Come, let us raise a glass. Shu Yuqing sighed in relief, relieved that Yang Jun had no ulterior motives. Am I truly developing feelings for this rascal? Why am I so concerned about his thoughts? Shu Yuqing pondered inwardly as she lifted her glass, an exhale escaping her lips, realizing she might be starting to like Yang Jun. What is this? Are you attempting to get me drunk? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yang Jun grinned, raising his glass with a playful demeanor that was utterly infuriating. Shu Yuqing felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her wine glass at his face, wishing to shatter the smugness of this insufferable man. She clinked her glass with his, then gazed at him with a mischievous smile. You are not someone to be trifled with. I fear that when you are, you may not resemble a human at all. Coughing ensued as Yang Jun was suddenly choked by the wine in his mouth, astonished by the audacity of this little enchantress. Tears welled up his eyes as he struggled to regain his composure. Hee, let us see if you dare take advantage of me again. Shu Yuqing chuckled delightfully at Yang Jun's flustered expression, her laughter vibrant and animated. Yang Jun could only glare at her in frustration, activating his perceptive gaze to relish the beauty before him, considering it a form of interest. After several days of playful banter, their relationship had become intriguingly delicate, teetering on the edge of a momentous revelation. At this juncture, neither dared to advance further. Days melted away, and Yang Jun remained absorbed in his studies at the antique shop. Following their previous encounter, Zhou Wansheng had indeed become more subdued, refraining from any underhanded antics. As days turned into weeks, one evening, just as Yang Jun was about to close the shop, a man clad in a black suit entered. Emir Yang Jun. This is a letter of challenge from young Master Yin, the man stated, approaching Yang Jun directly and presenting him with an envelope. Ah, Yang Jun exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Yin Tianxiu was still unwilling to concede defeat. What a challenge he had concocted. It was quite absurd, considering he had merely won a few bets. Grumbling in his heart, he accepted the envelope from the messenger. He tucked it away without immediately inspecting its contents. The messenger nodded silently and exited the shop. Yang Jun understood that after having lost him twice, Yin Tianxiu could not swallow his pride. Thus, he sought this method of challenge, undoubtedly enlisting a formidable opponent to compete against him, for he would never face him directly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally opened the challenge letter. Chapter 37, High School Classmates. Yang Jun withdrew a piece of paper from the envelope. It was Yin Tianxiu's challenge letter. The contents read, Master Yang, I'm still unsatisfied with my previous defeat. A gambling king from Macau has arrived. Do you dare to engage in a duel? After this battle, regardless of the outcome, we shall settle our grievances and cease all covert hostilities. Upon perusing the challenge, Yang Jun felt compelled to accept, not for any other reason than to ensure that Yin Tianxiu would no longer plot against him in secret. This man's underhanded tactics were indeed difficult to guard against. Furthermore, he had no time to waste in this endless rivalry. As for the promise of settling their disputes, Yang Jun remained skeptical, given the opportunity. Yin Tianxiu would certainly seize it to undermine him once more. From this moment forth, he could no longer dispatch a few ruffians to disturb his peace. Yang Jun harbored no fear of direct challenges. A genuine contest, with swords drawn and exchanges reciprocated, held no terror for him. The date inscribed on the challenge was this very evening, the venue being the rooftop entertainment complex of the Palin Hotel. Very well, I shall meet this so-called king of gamblers in Macau, he mused quietly to himself after carefully tucking away the challenge. Zhou Wansheng had witnessed the entire process of the challenge being issued and overheard Yang Jun's murmured thoughts. At that moment, a tempest swirled within him, causing his complexion to pale involuntarily. He had never imagined that the person he sought to undermine would be bold enough to grapple with someone as formidable as Yin Tianxiu, the affluent heir of Qingning. Fortunately, after that previous encounter, he had gained some insight. Otherwise, if he had truly provoked Yang Jun, he might not have known how he met his demise. Oblivious to Zhou Wansheng's turmoil, Yang Jun sat quietly, awaiting the end of his workday. Soon the hour arrived, and Shu Yuqing emerged punctually from her office. As she walked out, Yang Jun chuckled softly and addressed her. What is the matter? What is going on? She inquired naturally upon hearing his words. Ha, if you agree to keep me warm at night, I might tell you, he teased. You scoundrel. Why don't you just die? You think I'd de-warm your bed? You're not even worthy now, she retorted scornfully, casting him a disdainful glance before slipping into her car. If you dare seek other women, don't think about staying with me, she called out as she got in, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Hey, this tomboy fears I might find someone else. What a prospect. Yang Jun chuckled as he watched Shu Yuqing's Mercedes disappear into the distance. He sensed that she had changed significantly of late, with effort. He believed he could win her over. Now, He found himself regretting having known Shu Yuqing for 5 to 6 years without recognizing her merits sooner. Instead, he had squandered precious time on a woman like Lan Bingjie, who was solely driven by money. It seemed he truly needed to strive. For such an exceptional woman must not slip away from him again. With a smile, Yang Jun resolved to pursue her fervently, then raised his hand to hail a taxi. Palin Hotel. Shortly, the taxi came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Palin Hotel, and Yang Jun alighted. He cast a glance at the impressive facade of the hotel, noting the 2 charming hostesses stationed at the entrance. Once, this place had been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now he could enter freely, unburdened by concerns of extravagant expenses. Regardless of the society we inhabit, money remains the paramount concern. Possessing wealth equates to holding everything. With money comes status, prestige, and reputation, allowing one to grasp any desired thing with ease. With a sigh of admiration, Yang Jun smiled as he strolled toward the grand hall. Welcome to the Palanda Hotel. 2 charming hostesses greeted him with graceful bows, their dulcet voices enveloping him in a sense of comfort. Habitually casting a glance, he noticed one hostess's voluptuous figure, though he quickly discerned it was artificially enhanced, while the other possessed a more natural allure. Internally comparing their attributes, Yang Jun nonchalantly entered the hall. The lobby of the Palanda Hotel was resplendently decorated, evoking the ambience of a majestic palace. Checking his watch, he noted that he still had time. It would be prudent to have dinner on the 2nd floor before proceeding. Upon reaching the Western restaurant on the 2nd floor, he selected a seat by the window and ordered a steak, caviar, and several side dishes. While savoring his exquisite meal in solitude, a woman's surprised voice suddenly broke the silence. Looking up, Yang Jun was met by a heavily made-up woman, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man, standing beside his table. Is that really you, Yang Jun? I almost thought I was mistaken. Raising his head, Yang Jun hesitantly replied, Li Xiaolan. The woman bore a resemblance to his high school classmate, yet he was cautious in his recognition. I can't believe you still remember me. Yu Haven T changed a bit. Li Xiaolan laughed, a glint of mockery dancing in her eyes. So, it was indeed the campus belle. He was taken aback to encounter her here. Yang Jun recalled that Li Xiaolan had been quite the flirt in high school, having once pursued him, only to be rebuffed. It had been 6 or 7 years since he last connected with his former classmates, making this unexpected meeting all the more striking. I see, old classmate. It appears Yu Haven T fared too well. Yet, dining here is not a small feat, Li Xiaolan remarked, eyeing the modest dinner spread before him. To afford this meal, I've been tightening my belt for a month, Yang Jun retorted with a chuckle, undeterred by her derision. Allow me to introduce you to my boyfriend, Ma Ziguan. A tycoon with a fortune in the millions, Li Xiaolan boasted, gesturing towards the rotund man beside her. Ma Ziguan cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jun, remaining silent, his contempt unmistakable. Mr. Ma, what a pleasure to meet you. You two truly make a striking couple, Yang Jun replied, a hint of amusement flickering across his face as he thought to himself that Li Xiaolan had indeed found herself a benefactor. Chapter 38. The Gamble Begins. Li Xiaolan and Ma Ziguan detected the playful expression on Yang Jun's face, and a flash of irritation crossed their features. Yang Jun, I presume you're still single? Perhaps I could introduce you to someone. Our company's cleaning lady is rather delightful, Li Xiaolan taunted. Indeed, would you be interested in a job change? We are in need of a janitor, and I believe you would be quite suitable. They jeered, their eyes gleaming with derision as they regarded him. With a light chuckle, Yang Jun acknowledged the goodwill of the two, expressing that he could not bear their generous hospitality. He shook his head with a smile and rose to his feet. Excuse me, he said, turning to leave the dining area. Yang Jun, the dinner remains unfinished, and it is quite expensive, Li Xiaolan remarked, observing the half-eaten meal as he walked away. Seeing you two is enough to satiate me. I must visit the restroom to expel the remnants of last night's meal, Yang Jun replied, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the Western restaurant. How audacious for a poor wretch to come here and put on airs, one of them scoffed, their disdain evident. Such a self-important fool deserve a lifetime of poverty. They clearly recognized that Yang Jun's earlier words were a veiled mockery, and their expressions darkened in response. Once we finish dinner, I shall take you to the entertainment center on the top floor, Ma Ziguan cheerfully suggested to Li Xiaolan. Exiting the restaurant, Yang Jun smiled wryly, surprised to encounter Li Xiaolan, the quintessential social climber, once again. She remained as she had been during their school days, snobbish and mercenary, willing to do anything for money. Shaking his head, he made his way to the top of the Palin Hotel. As the time for their rendezvous approached, Yin Tianxiu and the renowned gambler, Jack Liu, awaited in the lobby. Glancing at his gold watch, Yin Tianxiu felt a shadow of irritation. Yang Jun had yet to arrive. Do you think the person you mentioned will actually show up? Jack Lu inquired, observing Yin Tianxiu's growing impatience. My apologies for being late. The elevator was dreadfully slow. Yang Jun's voice rang out just then as he entered, a broad smile adorning his face. Seeing Yang Jun, Yin Tianxiu's expression brightened. As long as this young man appeared, he could redeem himself and release the pent-up frustration he had been harboring. Ah, Master Yang has arrived. It is never too late, Yin Tianxiu exclaimed jovially. With you here, how could I not respond to your challenge? Especially since I shall require your assistance in Qingming City in the future. They shared a hearty laugh, resembling friends, though those around them understood that they were, in fact, adversaries. Master Yang, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Jack Lu, the gambling king of Macau, who wishes to learn from your prowess, Yin Tianxiu said, presenting Jack Lu with a smile. Jack Lu, a native of Macau, came from a family entrenched in the gambling business. His father was European, while his mother hailed from the local region. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lu. I am flattered, but I must confess that I am not particularly skilled at gambling. I merely rely on fortune, Yang Jun said, nodding at Jack Lu with a congenial smile. Indeed, Mr. Yang's victory over Yin Xiao is quite an accomplishment. Luck can certainly be a skill in its own right. Jack Lu replied, sharing a knowing laugh, as individuals like him often placed great faith in fortune. Master Yang, shall we compete here in the lobby, or would you prefer a private room? At this moment, Yin Tianxiu turned to Yang Jun and inquired, I have already mentioned that I am not adept at gambling. It is the same wherever I am. Yang Jun, also smiling, replied nonchalantly, Teacher Yin, let us retreat to a private room. It is quieter there. Observing Yang Jun's indifference, Jack Lu chuckled, noting that the hall was too crowded. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes, Yin Tianxiu acquiesced. Yang Jun nodded, and the group proceeded to the private room. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd in the hall. They had hoped to witness the gambling prowess of the king of gamblers, but that was no longer possible. Once seated in the private room, Yin Tianxiu directed his gaze toward Yang Jun. Master Yang, how would you like to wager? Yang Jun replied with a smile. I am indifferent, but I must state this up front. Regardless of the outcome, should you wish to confront me in the future, please refrain from sending those petty thugs to engage in disreputable antics. Yin Tianxiu's face flushed slightly. As a prominent figure, such actions would undoubtedly invite scorn from others. After all, he was a person of significance in Qingming City, possessing his own pride and dignity. Regardless of others' opinions, an individual's self-respect and reputation are paramount. Losing a bet is indeed embarrassing, yet it is merely a reflection of skill, for no one is an undefeated champion. However, resorting to disreputable tactics post-defeat would invite contempt. If successful, it might be bearable, but failure would lay bare his shortcomings. This was also the reason he had refrained from sending anyone after the incident on the pedestrian street. He wished to avoid escalating matters and further diminishing his own standing. Very well, I, Yin Tianxiu, shall act with integrity and strive to defeat you openly in the future. I believe you, young Master Yin, to be a person of your word. Otherwise, how could your family thrive in Qingming City? Yang Jun's implication was clear. Every business requires credibility, and without it, who would support your endeavors? Mr. Yang, you may choose a gambling method, Jack Lu interjected, seeing that the two had reached an understanding. I truly lack skill in gambling. Let us guess the dice instead, for that is my sole expertise. Yang Jun replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Very well, we shall guess the dice. Each shall wager 200 million in chips, continuing until depleted. Jack Lu nodded in agreement, recognizing that this method was the simplest. Before long, both parties exchanged their 200 million in chips, and the wager commenced. The sound of the dice rattled, and then came a decisive thud as they landed on the table. Mr. Yang, please place your bet. With his clairvoyant abilities activated, Yang Jun discerned that the rolled dice revealed a 4, 5, and 6. Without hesitation, he placed a wager of 50 million on a high outcome. When the bowl was uncovered, the result indeed showed a 4, 5, and 6, granting Yang Jun a victory of 50 million. Jack Lu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He sensed that Yang Jun's ability to predict the outcome was not mere luck but indicative of a deeper skill. Chapter 39. Another victory of 500 million. Once again, a dazzling display of action unfolded, the dice clattering resoundingly, followed by the sound of the bowl hitting the table with a sharp thud. This time, Yang Jun refrained from employing his clairvoyance, opting instead to directly wager 100 million chips on a high outcome. He understood that he could not win every single round. Since fortune played a role, He must embrace the essence of luck. When the bowl was lifted, revealing the dice, showing 1, 2, and 4, Yang Jun lost 100 million. At this moment, only 150 million chips remained before him, and his demeanor grew increasingly solemn. For the third round, he again placed his bet on high, only to lose another 100 million. By the fourth round, as the dice were shaken, he discerned that the outcome was a 6 of a kind. Without hesitation, he wagered his remaining 50 million on high, specifically on the 6 of kind. This meant that if he were to win this time, Yan Tianxu would owe him 10 times the amount. Conversely, should he lose, his loss would be confined to the 50 million wagered, as per the rules of the Yin family's gambling. Gambling is often a psychological battle. Jack Liu, having opened with a high bet, followed up with 2 consecutive low outcomes. However, Yang Jun's decision to continue betting high, specifically on the 6 of a kind, took him by surprise. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Yang Jun had persistently bet high, exuding an air of defiance against misfortune. Yet, Jack Liu suspected that Yang Jun had the ability to discern the results of his own rolls, leaving him astonished at Yang Jun's gambling prowess. With the bets firmly placed, there was no turning back. Even in defeat, the bowl had to be unveiled. When the bowl was lifted, Yan Tianxu was left dumbfounded to find the 6 of a kind indeed present. This meant a loss for him, and with the odds at 10 to 1, he lost 500 million in an instant. Ha ha, Mr. Jack, young Master Yin, it seems fortune smiles upon me. I finally made the right bet. Yang Jun chuckled, observing the stunned Yan Tianxu. Young Master Yin, our wager has concluded. Please transfer 500 million to my account. With a smile, Yang Jun stood, marking the end of this gambling contest, and he emerged victorious. They had previously agreed that each would wager 200 million chips until fully depleted. And now Yan Tianxu's side had lost all their chips. All right, I will transfer the funds immediately. Yan Tianxu's heart raced, yet he could not renege on his debt. So he transferred the 500 million to Yang Jun's account. At that moment, Yang Jun possessed over $1 billion in funds, a substantial portion of which was earned through victory, while the remainder came from the sale of gambling stones. Mr. Yang, your luck is truly remarkable, Jack Liu remarked, his words laden with hidden significance. Ha ha, Mr. Jack Liu, if you had wagered as I did, you too would surely have one. He perceived the implication in Jack's statement, yet he could never admit that his success was not solely due to luck. His clairvoyance must remain undisclosed. His words were clear. As long as you refrain from engaging in clandestine scheming, I'm always ready for a rematch. Well, I, Yan Tianxu, seldom admire anyone. But I must admit, I hold you in high regard now. Upon reflecting on Shu Yuqing, he found himself perplexed. The house had previously remained unoccupied, and Shu Yuqing had never resided there. Yet, ever since he moved in, that little enchantress had taken up residence. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for him? Yang Jun yearned to inquire, but he restrained himself, unwilling to indulge in such opportunistic behavior. After all, having a stunning beauty as company was quite the visual delight. As Yang Jun, Yan Tianxu, and others emerged from the private room, they noticed staff members escorting 2 individuals toward them. What transpired? Yan Tianxu questioned the staff. Sir, these 2 dare to play with counterfeit chips here? The staff member pointed out. At that moment, Yang Jun recognized the 2 battered individuals. They were none other than Li Xiaolan and Ma Ziguan, whom he had encountered in the downstairs restaurant. It was astonishing that Ma Ziguan had the audacity to use fake chips in this establishment. Such reckless behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. What did it mean to be foolish? Individuals like Ma Ziguan epitomized that folly. Those who operated entertainment venues were not to be trifled with. Without considerable influence and connections, who would dare to run such enterprises? As a small-time boss worth millions, he was foolishly attempting to extract teeth from a tiger's mouth. Was he not merely seeking his own demise? Such individuals evoked no sympathy in him. Yang Jun merely cast a glance at Li Xiaolan and Ma Ziguan before disregarding them entirely, gesturing to Yan Tianxu and Jack Liu as he made his way outside. Yang Jun, please save us. Li Xiaolan, her face bruised and battered, called out to his retreating figure. Both she and Ma Ziguan had witnessed Yang Jun and Yan Tianxu exit the room, leaving them in utter shock. Yan Tianxu was a well-known young master in Qingning City, recognized by many, and Ma Ziguan, a frequent visitor, certainly knew him as well. They never anticipated that the impoverished Yang Jun would be seen in the company of Yan Tianxu. Seeing that he ignored them, Li Xiaolan grew fearful and cried out for help. Do I know you? Yang Jun halted, turning to smile at Li Xiaolan. Yang Jun, I was wrong to underestimate you. Please, I beg you to help us. We do not wish to die. At that moment, Li Xiaolan had shed her previous haughty demeanor from the restaurant. Does Master Yang know them? Yin Tianxiu inquired, looking at Yang Jun. Not well, but I do hope, young Master Yin, that you refrain from ending their lives. His implication was clear. While these two had breached the rules and deserved punishment, he wished for them to be spared from fatal consequences. By saying this, he had already incurred a favor from Yin Tianxiu, as Li Xiaolan was, after all, his classmate. Master Yang, are you truly making a request of me? Yin Tianxiu chuckled in response to Yang Jun's words. No, they have yet to earn the privilege of my requests. Yang Jun regarded Yin Tianxiu, then cast another glance at Li Xiaolan and Ma Ziguan. They were indeed unworthy. Chapter 40. What is happening? Regardless, his words had been spoken, and Yang Jun trusted that Yin Tianxiu would know how to proceed in such circumstances. Master Yang is indeed formidable, Yin Tianxiu remarked. Yin Tianxiu fixed his gaze upon Yang Jun, perplexed by the latter's perpetually serene demeanor, which rendered him inscrutable. Young Master Yin, you jest. Their fates bear no consequence to me, he declared, his intent unmistakable. Should the two perish, it would undoubtedly affect the Yin family, particularly in this era governed by law. Furthermore, to effect a complete transformation of their public persona, the Yin family must eschew all negative repercussions. Those of their ilk were under the watchful eyes of many, and Yin Tianxiu was acutely aware of this reality. Without further ado, Yang Jun nonchalantly departed the entertainment complex, disregarding Li Xiaolan and Yin Tianxiu. Young Master Yin, I shall cover half of the 5 billion you lost to Yang Jun, remarked Jack Lu, observing Yang Jun's exit. Yin Tianxiu had summoned him, and despite his earlier fervent assertions of victory, he had suffered a staggering loss of 5 billion in a single hand, leaving him visibly diminished. Moreover, Jack Lu held shares in this establishment, which would require Yin Tianxiu's stewardship in the future. Mr. Jack Lu, there's no need for that. The Yin family can certainly bear the loss of 5 billion, Yin Tianxiu replied with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, it was he who had invited Jack Lu. Let us not dispute this. We shall simply deduct it from the entertainment complex's dividends. Jack Lu waved his hand, resolutely insisting on covering half the cost, for he was not one to shy away from financial obligations. At this moment, Li Xiaolan and Ma Ziguan were utterly bewildered, having just witnessed Yang Jun win 5 billion from this venue. They had earlier belittled him as a pauper, asserting that fine dining was beyond his means. It appeared, however, that they were the true impoverished souls now. Ma Ziguan understood that even if Yin Tianxiu chose not to execute them, he would obliterate all their assets. Indeed, Yin Tianxiu's gaze shifted toward the two. Yang Jun is correct. I cannot kill you, but you must surrender all your assets. Yes, young Master Yin, I shall relinquish all my assets, came the reply. For someone like Yin Tianxiu, there existed countless methods to ensure their demise. In a bid to protect himself and his family, he was left with no choice but to comply, having foolishly employed counterfeit chips. Upon entering the parlor, he beheld Xu Yuqing, clad in a revealing nightgown, reclining on the sofa while watching television. Ah, so you've returned from your rendezvous with the beauty, she remarked, casting a glance his way and curling her lip in disdain. Indeed, the date has concluded, Yang Jun replied with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Yuqing. Having grown accustomed to such provocations over the past few days, he no longer found himself blushing. You lecherous wolf, what are you staring at? Keep that up, and I'll gouge your eyes out, Xu Yuqing exclaimed, her expression one of utter revulsion, as a cushion hurtled toward him. Upon hearing Yang Jun admit to having gone on a date, her mood soured immediately. What on earth is this tomboy doing? Yang Jun, too, was taken aback, his face a portrait of confusion. Subsequently, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the manly woman was feeling jealous? Yang Jun stood in the living room, indulging in his mischievous thoughts, his demeanor exuding a certain degree of irritation. That scoundrel, the big bad wolf, had truly gone on a date. Meanwhile, on the large circular bed in her room, Xu Yuqing was venting her frustrations, cursing Yang Jun vehemently. Yet she soon paused, contemplating the absurdity of her anger. What did his date have to do with her? Why was she so incensed? A look of confusion washed over Xu Yuqing's face. Had she truly developed an unshakable affection for this insufferable big bad wolf? This thought led her to recall the events in the rental apartment, particularly the moment he had forcefully embraced her. As she pondered, her cheeks flushed crimson, burning with embarrassment. Should she perhaps offer an explanation to the manly woman? It seemed she was genuinely upset, and anger was detrimental to one's health. Yang Jun, muttering to himself, concocted an excuse. Yes, he ought to clarify things with her. Having made up his mind, he turned and boldly opened Xu Yuqing's door. The moment the door swung open, both Yang Jun and Xu Yuqing were taken aback. She sat up in astonishment. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Jun erupted into hearty laughter. His gaze fell upon the walls adorned with posters of a male celebrity, and he could hardly contain himself, laughter causing him mild discomfort. "Ah, you scoundrel big bad wolf, who invited you in? Get out." Shu Yuqing's face was flushed with embarrassment as she realized that her secret admiration for a celebrity had been uncovered by this rogue. "Leave. Get out, you rascal. Who permitted you to enter my room, uninvited?" Leaping from her bed, she charged towards Yang Jun, striking him with playful punches and kicks. "Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing." Yang Jun squatted on the floor, clutching his head, still unable to contain his mirth. "You fool, big bad wolf, silence yourself. I shall strangle you." Shu Yuqing, with a fierce determination, grasped Yang Jun's neck, forcing him down to the ground, and then, without hesitation, mounted him, coughing. Yang Jun's laughter abruptly ceased as Shu Yuqing tightened her grip on his neck, eliciting a few strained coughs. "I won't laugh anymore. But how could you possibly like him?" Yang Jun gasped, struggling for breath, yet intermittently glancing at Shu Yuqing. "Mind your own business, you big bad wolf. You jerk." As she noticed Yang Jun's face turning a shade of red from her grip, Shu Yuqing released him, only to remain seated on his chest, sobbing softly. "Oh, how could you scoundrel big bad wolf, dare to go on a date behind my back? What is happening?" As her words fell, Shu Yuqing suddenly clasped her mouth in shock, bewildered by her own outburst. Chapter 41. Strolling through the antique street. Yang Jun, however, simply chuckled foolishly, gazing at Shu Yuqing. He now finally realizes that this little sprite genuinely cares about whether he is going out on dates. It seems that this tomboy has finally been captivated by his assertive charm. He has fallen for her. Yang Jun, with a foolish grin, watches Shu Yuqing lost in her thoughts. "Ah, you scoundrel, you deceive me into speaking the truth." With an exclamation, she unleashed a flurry of playful slaps upon Yang Jun. "Miss, my dear aunt, when have I ever deceived you into speaking the truth? It was you who said it, all right?" Yang Jun helplessly shielded his face, addressing Shu Yuqing. "It's you big bad wolf." Shu Yuqing dismissed his words entirely, transforming her playful slaps into gentle little punches. "All right, miss, my dear aunt, I was wrong. I merely came to explain that I did not go on a date." Seeing that Shu Yuqing refused to relent, Yang Jun could only plead for mercy. "Really did not go on a date?" "Indeed, I did not. What does your dating have to do with me, miss? You big bad wolf. You only wish to take the opportunity to enter my room, don't you?" Upon hearing that Yang Jun had not gone on a date, Shu Yuqing's expression instantly brightened. Yet, she still pouted, unwilling to admit that she was concerned about the matter, putting on a slight air of disdain. Miss, is it comfortable sitting there?" Seeing Shu Yuqing no longer angry, Yang Jun chuckled foolishly and inquired. "It is." Shu Yuqing intended to say it was quite comfortable, but upon glancing at her seat, realizing it was rather ungraceful, she jumped up with an exclamation. "You scoundrel big bad wolf, hurry and get out." Standing, Shu Yuqing playfully kicked Yang Jun in the chest with her delicate little foot. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. I'm done for." Yang Jun, refusing to rise, seized the opportunity to feast his eyes. Shu Yuqing, noticing his lecherous gaze, furiously grabbed a pillow and began to strike him relentlessly. Only then did she manage to chase him out of the room. After shutting the door, Shu Yuqing's heart raced uncontrollably, her face resembling a blushing apple. Subsequently, she stamped her foot, shyly burying her face in the pillow. There's hope. Lying on the bed, she continued to grin foolishly. Today truly was a day of great joy, having won money and perhaps won the heart of a beauty. The next day, upon arriving at the Qibao Zhai, Yang Jun was once again immersed in a plethora of books. Coupled with his ability to see through objects, he was able to discern antiques with considerable accuracy. After lunch, Yang Jun chose not to continue reading. Instead, he decided to venture outside. As the saying goes, practice brings true knowledge. He aimed to test the fruits of his learning and see if he could uncover any hidden treasures. The antique street, apart from the shops lining either side, was also bustling with vendors selling various antiques, jade, calligraphy, and paintings. However, the items from these street stalls were predominantly counterfeit, with genuine articles being quite rare. While authentic items might comprise 20% of the merchandise in shops, the true antiques among the stalls would scarcely reach half that amount, often being entirely replicas. Nevertheless, there were sometimes genuine treasures among the old items collected from the countryside. Certainly, one must possess the discernment to recognize that those who frequent the markets are, in their own right, half-experts. The term finding a bargain refers to the ability to identify treasures that elude the eyes of others, should one reveal such finds. The essence of the bargain is lost. Yang Jun was eager to explore these street stalls. applying his acquired knowledge and keen insight to see if he might uncover a hidden gem. However, the pursuit of such bargains was not his sole intention. Practical experience was essential for honing his skills and enhancing his capabilities. "Zhou, no one else is here. I'll take a stroll," Yang Jun announced as he rose, stretching languidly before exchanging a friendly greeting with Zhou Wanxing. "Ah, very well. Off you go. I'll keep an eye on things here," Zhou Wanxing replied, nodding, momentarily roused from his slumber. "Do you really need to inform me before you leave? The boss isn't concerned about you. What am I in comparison?" Zhou Wanxing muttered to himself, watching Yang Jun's retreating figure, fully aware that he dared not provoke him further. Upon exiting the antique shop, Yang Jun meandered through the bustling streets. Qingning City is a renowned tourist destination, attracting a multitude of visitors each year, and the antique market is an essential stop. Consequently, the shops lining the streets were far less frequented than the stalls, as the latter offered more affordable wares. "Excuse me, how much for this pair of vases?" Yang Jun overheard a tourist inquiring about a pair of blue and white porcelain vases at a stall. "Ah, these are Yuan Dynasty blue and white vases, crafted in a folk kiln. Despite their humble origins, their preservation is quite remarkable," the vendor boasted, refraining from disclosing the price immediately while scrutinizing the tourist's expression. Gauging his interest, with a mere glance, Yang Jun discerned that these vases were modern reproductions, worth no more than 100 or so in the market. Nonetheless, they were aesthetically pleasing. "Could you please just tell me the price?" the tourist asked, examining the vases closely. "Since you are genuinely interested, I won't ask for too much. You can take them for 50,000. "This is a substantial concession," the vendor proclaimed, his face contorting with a mix of pain and resolve as he quoted the price. Yang Jun, observing the exchange, couldn't help but shake his head. These market vendors were cunning, seasoned performers in their craft. 50,000 is rather steep," the tourist replied, cautiously placing the vases back down. Noticing the tourist's hesitation, the vendor furrowed his brow. "How about you propose a price? If it's reasonable, you can take them. I'm willing to absorb the loss. Profit is secondary to building rapport." After a moment's contemplation, the vendor reiterated his offer. "Are you truly inviting me to name a price? Just know that if it's too low, I expect no harsh words," the tourist responded, lifting his gaze and smiling. "Certainly not. If the deal doesn't go through, we still have our integrity, do we not?" The vendor chuckled in return. "Then for this pair of vases, I offer you 50 yuan. Goodness. Chapter 42, A Bargain Found. The price offered by the visitor left the vendor astounded. Yang Jun too was taken aback by the audacity of this individual. The vendor had priced a pair of vases at 50,000, yet the visitor countered with a mere 50 yuan. "Are you surprised, boss? This pair of modern artifacts has its flaws, and you dare to deceive me with a price of 50,000? Even 50 is too much," the visitor remarked with a grin, before rising and departing. Both the vendor and Yang Jun stood in stunned silence, realizing that this was indeed a connoisseur. The vendor gazed at the retreating figure, his expression a mix of incredulity and frustration. What nonsense was this expert spouting? Yang Jun chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that not all who meander through this antique street are gullible. It was clear that only those with a modicum of knowledge about antiques would entertain the notion of finding a hidden gem. After wandering a while longer, he noted that none of the stalls he passed housed genuine antiques. They were merely replicas and forgeries. Eventually, he arrived at stalls selling old books, where dozens of aged volumes lay on display. With a sweep of his discerning gaze, he observed a faint crimson glow emanating from most of the books, but one in particular radiated a striking azure light. "At last, I've stumbled upon a true antique," he thought, his heart swelling with joy. Out of all the books, only this one was an authentic relic. Yet, maintaining a casual demeanor, he paused at the bookstall, perusing the titles of each book. The yellow tomes were mostly transcriptions of Buddhist scriptures, all glowing softly red under his discerning sight. These should have originated from the Republic of China era, somehow finding their way into the hands of this vendor. "Where did you acquire these books?" Yang Jun inquired, still examining the volumes without expressing any intent to purchase. These are hand-copied scriptures from the Republic period, sourced from a county," the vendor replied with a smile, explaining that these were indeed scriptures from that era. "In truth, items from the Republic of China hold little value, and these scriptures are no exception. And what do you sell these books for?" Yang Jun continued to peruse the titles with an air of nonchalance. "Alas, items from the Republic aren't worth much. I sell them for 100 yuan each, or 5,000 for the whole lot," the vendor admitted, aware of their lack of worth, especially since few people today can read or appreciate these scriptures. Thus, his asking price was not exorbitant, yet he had failed to sell even a single book over the past few days. Not too pricey then. I'll take a look at one, Yang Jun replied with a smile, nodding as he reached for the book that emanated a blue glow under his discerning gaze. He handed the vendor 100 yuan, tucking the book into his possession. Having already discerned that this volume was also a transcription from the Republic era, he sensed it bore some hidden significance. Ah, perhaps this is indeed a fortunate find, he mused. Regardless of the enigmatic secrets concealed within the pages of the book, Yang Jun believed that the antique he acquired for a mere 100 yuan was undoubtedly a fortunate find. Upon returning to the shop, he diligently commenced his solitary examination. Through repeated scans with his X-ray vision, he discerned that certain pages of the book were unusually thick, as if layered. Without the aid of his X-ray vision, one would hardly perceive the discrepancy in the thickness of these pages. Had he truly stumbled upon a treasure? Observing Yang Jun engrossed in his study of the aged tome, Zhou Wansheng approached with a smile and inquired about his findings. Ah, it's not exactly a treasure, merely a scripture from the Republic era, Yang Jun replied, lifting his gaze with a chuckle as he handed the scripture to Zhou Wansheng. Brother Zhou, could you take a look? Zhou Wansheng accepted the scripture with a grin and began to leaf through it meticulously, quickly perusing the numerous pages of text. The script is fairly well transcribed. Should it find its way into the hands of a devout Buddhist, it might fetch several hundred yuan, he remarked, returning the scripture to Yang Jun with his assessment. Considering I acquired it for 100 yuan, if I could sell it for a few hundred, it would indeed not be a loss, Yang Jun chuckled, sharing the purchase price with Zhou Wansheng. By the way, Brother Zhou, if the paper has layers, how might one open them without damaging the material? Oh, if we discover layered paper, we typically use a specific solution mixed with water to soak the paper, allowing it to open naturally. Occasionally, certain calligraphies and paintings contain such layers, and all antique shops employ this method, Zhou Wansheng explained with a smile, divulging a common technique among antique dealers. Thank you. Brother Zhou, today I have truly learned a new skill, Yang Jun expressed his gratitude, recognizing this as the sole technique he had acquired during his nearly month-long tenure at Cabaozai. Zhou Wansheng felt a tinge of embarrassment, for while the proprietor had asked him to mentor Yang Jun, he had yet to impart much knowledge. Disregarding Zhou Wansheng, Yang Jun resumed his examination of the scripture, meticulously flipping through the pages and attentively sensing the thickness of the paper under his X-ray vision, which indeed was thicker than ordinary paper. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that the center of the paper seemed to contain text. He returned to his workspace and, filled with anticipation, retrieved a paper cutter to disassemble the scripture into individual pages. What are you doing? Shuking queried as she emerged from her room clad in a light, refreshing sleepwear, spotting Yang Jun busy in the living room. Just treasure hunting, Yang Jun replied without looking up, as he placed the thick pages into a basin filled with the prepared solution. Intrigued, Shuking approached to observe Yang Jun soaking the papers. Are you suspecting these sheets have layers? Being the proprietor's daughter, she possessed considerable knowledge of antiques. Yes, these sheets definitely have layers, Yang Jun affirmed, his gaze fixed intently on the pages immersed in the solution. Before long, the pages began to react to the solution, and one sheet gradually transformed into two. Chapter 43, Nameless Techniques. Wow, there truly are layers. Xu Yuqing beheld a piece of paper transform into two, unable to suppress her soft gasp of astonishment. Yang Jun cautiously retrieved a page from the water, carefully unfolding it along the seam. Instantly, a 32-page sheet evolved into a 64-page one, the neat script revealing itself to both of their eyes. Quickly, help me lay on a rice paper, Yang Jun said with a smile, handing the 64-page sheet to Xu Yuqing so she could place it beside the rice paper. The two collaborated efficiently, and soon, a dozen 32-page sheets had been transformed into 64-page papers, which Xu Yuqing neatly arranged on the rice paper. Ha, we finally finished. Yang Jun chuckled, admiring their handiwork. What does it say? I can't comprehend it, Xu Yuqing remarked, gazing at the intricate traditional characters, unable to decipher their meaning after a long pause. Let me take a look. Yang Jun quickly leaned in, joining her in scrutiny. After perusing all the text, his gaze lingered on the final illustration of a human figure, appearing contemplative. What on earth is this? Xu Yuqing inquired curiously, looking at Yang Jun. This should be an ancient cultivation method, Yang Jun speculated, lacking a title, drawing conclusions from the content and the final illustration. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Cultivation methods? Are you reciting lines from a TV drama? Xu Yuqing scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Yang Jun's assertion. She was incredulous about the existence of such cultivation techniques, believing that martial arts were mere fabrications of novels and television. In modern society, True cultivation methods had long ceased to exist. Many practiced only practical combat skills. Even those so-called ancient sects had adapted over time. Tai Chi, Wudong Fist. Shaolin Fist, Merli Combat Technique. I was just guessing, as the text suggests that. I can't ascertain its authenticity. Yang Jun chuckled, scratching his head, uncertain. Hee. You could attempt to cultivate. Who knows, you might actually succeed. Shu Yuqing teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Humph, as if I stumbled upon a treasure. It's all just useless stuff, she muttered contemptuously, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Jun's retreating figure. Upon returning to his room, Yang Jun sat on the floor, meticulously reading the text once more. The dozen sheets emanated a bluish glow, indicating they bore a long history. If this were not a cultivation method, why would someone exert such effort to conceal it? Furthermore, Yang Jun sensed these papers were extraordinary, distinct from ordinary paper. After reading through it attentively, he gradually grasped the previously unclear passages. Thus, he read it several times, ultimately confirming that this was indeed a cultivation method. The adage reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning proved to be true. The initial reading felt somewhat obscure, but with repeated readings, the essence became clear. The final illustration of the human form serves as a diagram for the flow of energy within the practice. Gazing at the pathways and locations of the various acupoints depicted, Yang Jun found himself seated cross-legged, unexpectedly entering a profound state of meditation. At that moment, he felt as if he were in a dreamlike slumber, yet a stream of spiritual energy began to circulate within him autonomously. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn broke, and it was only then that Yang Jun roused from his trance. What on earth happened? I was asleep here, he mused, realizing he remained in a meditative position on the floor, with daylight streaming in. It seemed entirely plausible that he had dozed off while seated. Nevertheless, he felt remarkably rejuvenated, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Casting a glance at the scattered diagrams and the human figure chart, he chuckled softly, deciding to delve deeper into his studies. He believed that with further exploration, he might discern whether this practice was indeed worthy of pursuit. Regardless, he felt it wise to attempt it, without harboring any lofty expectations. You seem quite invigorated. It appears your practice has borne fruit, remarked Shu Yuqing, who had completed her morning routine and observed Yang Jun emerging from his room with a knowing smile. Oh, please, I merely spent the night on the floor, Yang Jun retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her as he shuffled into the bathroom. After washing his face, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, somewhat astonished. After a night of slumbering in a seated position, his complexion appeared remarkably rosy. Moreover, he felt neither fatigue nor discomfort, which was unusual, as most would experience numbness or pain after prolonged sitting, especially in a cross-legged posture. Yet, he felt invigorated, raising questions about the potential influence of the practice. Could it be the result of that technique? He pondered, despite having fallen asleep rather than engaging in any deliberate cultivation. After musing for some time, Yang Jun tidied himself up and exited the bathroom. In truth, Shu Yuqing's earlier comment was not meant to mock him. She simply noticed his refreshed demeanor. You, Yang Jun, if you make a mess in the living room again, you shall be the one to clean it up, she said, casting a glance at him. Her lips pursed in annoyance. It turned out that after Yang Jun had retreated to his room last night, he had not emerged, leaving the living area in disarray, which Shu Yuqing had eventually tidied up in exasperation. Why must you be so petty? Consider it a form of exercise. Otherwise, you may find yourself gaining weight. Yang Jun teased, admiring Shu Yuqing's exquisite features and glancing at her figure with a playful grin. You impertinent fool. You are the one who is overweight. Your entire family is. Shu Yuqing shot back, incensed at his remarks, as no woman relishes being told she is fat. I misspoke. You are not overweight in the slightest. You are just perfect as you are, a balance of fullness and slenderness, he quickly amended, sensing her ire rising, and began to shower her with compliments. Enough. I must head to work, she declared, and Yang Jun merely shrugged as they both made their way out the door. The weather was rather dismal. Heavy clouds hung overhead, creating an oppressive heat, with not a ray of sunshine in sight. Looks like rain is on the horizon, Yang Jun remarked, glancing at the gloomy sky as they settled into the car. Nonsense. With the sky darkening like this, do I need to be told it's going to rain? After casting him a sidelong glance, Shu Yuqing started the car. Not long after leaving the community, the thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential downpour accompanied by flashes of lightning began to fall. Chapter 44. Struck by lightning, the rain continued unabated as they arrived at the antique street. There are no umbrellas in the car. How are we supposed to go out? Shu Yuqing remarked to Yang Jun, gazing at the heavy rain outside the window. Then let us not go out. We can just stay in the car and take a nap until the rain clears, Yang Jun replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on the downpour. Get lost, you idiot. This rain looks like a one tea stop all day, and there are things to attend to at the shop. Shu Yugin glared at Yang Yun, her brow furrowed in frustration. Hee, what can I do about it? I can't conjure an umbrella. Yang Jun chuckled, finding amusement in Shu Yuqing's distressed expression. You insufferable fool. You still have the nerve to laugh. Hurry up and get out to find me an umbrella. Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce look, demanding he venture out into the rain. This woman is too ruthless. It's pouring outside, with thunder and lightning. Yang Jun glanced at the stormy scene beyond the window, then back at Shu Yuqing, his face displaying clear disdain. I don't care. Who told you to be a man? If you don't go find me an umbrella, you're not a man at all. Shu Yuqing giggled playfully, embodying the essence of a mischievous sprite, outsmarting Yang Jun with her cunning charm. Yang Jun gazed at the stunning Shu Yuqing, feeling utterly helpless. How could this little enchantress be so merciless? If he ventured out to fetch her an umbrella, he would surely become drenched, yet if he refused, he would be labeled less than a man. Sigh, he had hoped to share warmth with this little enchantress, but if she deemed him unmanly, wouldn't he that ruin his chances? Yang Jun sat there, a picture of indecision, feeling quite trapped. Will you go or not? Shu Yuqing questioned playfully, her gaze fixed on Yang Jun. I want to see if you are genuinely interested in pursuing me, or if you're merely jesting. Consider this a test for me, she teased, her mind racing with thoughts. Alas, he would brave the storm. After all, he was a man. With a resigned sigh, Yang Jun made up his mind to venture into the rain for this little enchantress. After shooting Shu Yuqing a determined look, he flung open the car door and dashed into the torrential downpour. That fool actually went, Shu Yuqing exclaimed in shock, her face a blend of disbelief and excitement as she watched him run into the rain. I must admit, I am somewhat pleased with this fool's actions. Just as Shu Yuqing watched Yang Jun sprinting through the rain, her heart fluttering with sweetness, a deafening clap of thunder echoed, and she witnessed a flash of lightning strike him directly on the head. Shu Yuqing gasped, her mouth agape in utter disbelief and terror. Gazing blankly at Yang Yun, who stood in the rain, tears suddenly streamed down. Yang Jun. She then snapped back to reality, flinging open the car door and shouting as she rushed toward Yang Jun, who remained in the downpour. Regret washed over her. Why did she insist on making Yang Jun fetch an umbrella for her? Why did she feel the need to test him? Yang Jun, are you all right? She reached Yang Jun's side, but abruptly halted. A surge of lightning in the heavy rain sent shivers throughout her body, rendering her legs immobile. At that moment, Yang Jun, who had been standing still, turned around. Yang Jun, are you okay? She noticed the flicker of electricity dancing in his eyes, and then her body began to slump toward the ground. In a flash, Yang Jun swiftly extended his arm, catching Shu Yuqing and preventing her from falling. Yuqing, are you okay? He held her firmly, concern etched across his face. I'm fine, just feeling weak all over, Shu Yuqing replied weakly, nestled in Yang Jun's embrace. Seeing that he was unscathed after being struck by lightning brought a glimmer of happiness to her eyes. With a resigned nod, she pondered how they would go to work in their drenched state. She stared intently at Yang Jun, unable to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed from the lightning strike. Are you really all right? Shu Yuqing inquired weakly, her eyes filled with deep concern. I'm fine, I've got a strong constitution. Not even lightning can take me down. Yang Jun chuckled, starting the car and driving toward home. Achoo. In the living room, both had taken hot showers, wrapped in thick towels, and were sneezing repeatedly. The downpour had left them both feeling a bit under the weather. Here, drink this bowl of freshly made ginger soup. Yang Jun offered a bowl of ginger soup to Shu Yuqing, hoping to alleviate her chills. Shu Yuqing smiled and nodded, quickly downing the entire bowl. Come here. Let me check your head, she said to Yang Jun after finishing the soup. Why? Yang Jun asked, puzzled. I want to see the spot where the lightning struck. Still bewildered, Shu Yuqing wondered how Yang Jun could have escaped unharmed from the lightning. She needed to check if he had any injuries on his head. It's fine. I checked while showering. There's not a scratch on me. Yang Jun chuckled, stifling a yawn. In truth, he was not genuinely tired. He too was curious as to why he had suffered no ill effects from the lightning strike. Moreover, he felt a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through his body. Since we aren't going to work today, we might as well indulge in a good long sleep. After returning to his room, Yang Jun meticulously examined himself in the mirror, confirming once more that he was indeed completely unscathed. Finding nothing amiss, he settled back onto the floor, engrossed in the martial arts manual before him. As he continued to read, Yang Jun gradually slipped into a state of drowsiness, almost as if he were asleep. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate autonomously, infused with a trace of electric power. Chapter 45. Heartfelt noodles. When Yang Jun awoke, it was already noon. He had been in a stupor for several hours. Upon awakening, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. The tingling sensation throughout his body had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming vitality. Not rushing to rise, he continued to contemplate the manual in front of him. To his astonishment, he realized that he had indeed encountered an unparalleled martial art, and unbeknownst to him, he had already entered its initial stage. Yang Jun gazed at the manual, feeling the spiritual energy coursing through him, his eyes alight with elation. He had inadvertently learned the essence of martial arts. This was undoubtedly a divine blessing. He recalled his first encounter with electricity, which had not claimed his life, but gifted him with the ability to see beyond the ordinary. Now, having been struck by lightning, he had unwittingly grasped the fundamentals of this extraordinary martial technique. Yang Jun mused that this must be what they refer to as surviving great adversity to reap future rewards. Unbeknownst to him, his entry into the realm of martial arts was not due to the lightning, but rather the pre-existing spiritual energy within him. Energy he had previously absorbed from a jade, which had strengthened his visionary abilities. Previously, he lacked the knowledge of the martial arts principles, and the energy was merely dormant within him. As he contemplated the martial arts manual, he instinctively pondered its operational pathways, thus unwittingly stepping into its realm. Such is the nature of one's fortune, a fortuitous destiny that can bestow upon an individual remarkable gifts with ease. Yang Jun belonged to this category of those who, having survived calamity, were endowed with luck. After reveling in his astonishment for a considerable time, he began to consciously circulate the spiritual energy within him, guided by the instructions of the manual. This was his first attempt at self-directed energy flow, and it felt somewhat awkward. Yet, with each repetition, he found himself growing more adept. However, after several attempts, he sensed no increase in his energy, as if he could draw no essence from the air around him. Perhaps this is why the ancient martial arts had faded into obscurity. In the present era, severe air pollution has rendered spiritual energy nearly non-existent. After being struck by lightning, he felt his mind sharpen, and he quickly deduced the reason for his predicament. It seemed he would need to continue absorbing the energy from the jade for his cultivation, or perhaps seek the essence contained within antiques. Stretching his limbs, he rose and went to wash his face in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he scrutinized his eyes and noticed a subtle flicker of electricity within them. Could it be that his eyes now possessed the ability to absorb electric currents? Or was it possible that he could harness electricity for his cultivation? Yang Jun stood transfixed before the mirror, contemplating that perhaps this was the reason he had emerged unscathed from the lightning strike. The electricity that had coursed through him must have been absorbed by his very eyes. Upon making this discovery, Yang Jun was eager to test whether he could truly absorb electricity. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing that this was not a matter to be trifled with. A misstep could result in fatal consequences. Indeed, he resolved to find a safe voltage to experiment with at a later time. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he recalled the notion of a safe voltage, which was said to be below 36 volts, harmless to the human body. This thought ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. If he could genuinely harness electricity for his training, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. He pondered whether he might become superhuman, capable of defying gravity and wielding immense power. Would he then be able to attract as many beautiful women as he desired? Just as Yang Jun was lost in his whimsical thoughts, a series of knocks reverberated from the door. "Get up, Yang Jun. I'm hungry," came the voice of Shu Yuqing from outside. He shook his head, dispelling his mischievous thoughts, realizing that he had become quite carried away. Alas, he knew he must keep his abilities concealed, for revealing them could lead to becoming a mere test subject. Soon, he donned a nonchalant demeanor and opened the door. "My lady, if you're hungry, why not prepare a meal instead of banging on my door?" Yang Jun remarked, eyeing Shu Yuqing, who stood at the threshold. I don't feel like cooking today. Why don't you take on the task?" Shu Yuqing replied, casting him a mischievous glance. "Well, I can cook, but I can only make instant noodles." Yang Jun chuckled, adopting a teasing expression. "You rogue, you absolute scoundrel," Shu Yuqing exclaimed, glaring at him for his impudent gaze. With a dismissive huff, Yang Jun simply shrugged and sauntered into the living room, collapsing onto the sofa. "What shall we eat?" Shu Yuqing pouted as she joined him in the living room. "My lady, the torrential rain outside shows no signs of abating. We cannot venture out, Yang Jun lamented, unwilling to brave the inclement weather. Sigh, there should be some noodles in the fridge. I suppose I shall cook you a bowl, he said, noticing the somewhat pitiful look on Shu Yuqing's face. With a resigned sigh, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. As he walked towards the kitchen, Shu Yuqing's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction as if a devious plan had come to fruition. Yang Jun retrieved some noodles and a few vegetables from the refrigerator and quickly prepared 2 bowls of delectable noodles. Pleased with his culinary prowess, he felt that today's skills had exceeded expectations. After a moment's thought, he also decided to fry 2 eggs. My lady, your heartfelt noodles are ready. Please enjoy. Yang Jun announced with a smile as he set the bowls before Shu Yuqing, each adorned with a heart-shaped fried egg. Do take a taste of the noodles I prepared and see how they fare, he said, feeling a swell of pride in his culinary accomplishment. The aroma was quite delightful, and the sight of the noodles was indeed appetizing. Shu Yuqing gazed at the bowl before her, inhaling deeply, and then chuckled playfully, a hint of sweetness gleaming in her eyes. Hee, as long as the young lady is pleased, today I have truly surpassed myself. Yang Jun grinned at her evident satisfaction. Watching Shu Yuqing savor the noodles, he added with a mischievous glint, I prepared this bowl of noodles for my wife. After indulging in it, you owe me the warmth of your company. Chapter 46. I'm a doctor. It was said that Wenjie had lost 400 million in liquid assets while gambling on stones, resulting in a severe beating from his father. Consequently, he fled to the capital, knowing that his family was in a foul mood, and he wished to avoid being a source of annoyance. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Jun, who had recently won nearly 200 million in the same venture. All blame was cast upon this wretched fellow, for had it not been for him, his losses would not have been so catastrophic. He never considered that he had provoked Yang Jun, seeking to exploit him to recover his own losses. Such is the nature of many self-righteous individuals, who perpetually place the blame on others while believing their own actions are infallible. Cousin, what brings you to the capital for leisure? Inside a luxurious entertainment venue in the city, a group of beautiful young women accompanied 2 wealthy young men, Wenjie and his cousin Zhang Xiaowei, as they indulged in drinks. I've been duped by a damned scoundrel, lost billions, and now my father is furious. I've come here to escape the storm, Wenjie recounted, laying the entire burden of blame upon Yang Jun Zhang Xiaowei. Observing his cousin, confidently patted his chest and assured him of his capabilities. Wenjie recognized that his cousin was indeed resourceful and ruthless. Perhaps he could assist in dealing with that scoundrel, Yang Jun. Meanwhile, another individual aggrieved by Yang Jun was Li Tianyu, the young heir of the Huiguang group in Qingning City. He was pondering how to handle Yang Jun, determined not to let the man take away the woman he desired. By now, Li Tianyu had learned that Yang Jun was not a mere nobody, but an emerging master in the art of stone gambling, currently apprenticing in Shu Yuqing's establishment as an appraiser. Damn it, if you are an apprentice in appraisal, I shall ensure you face a setback in this domain. Li Tianyu schemed, recalling a particular item in his possession, an artifact acquired by his father, which was, in truth, a counterfeit, despite numerous experts failing to identify its authenticity. A renowned authority in the capital had eventually exposed the truth. This had remained a closely guarded secret within the Li family for years, and now it seemed the perfect opportunity to use it against Yang Jun, planning to sell it at a high price. In recent days, he remained immersed in his studies within the antique chamber. By day, he engaged in the art of appraisal, while at night, he practiced an unnamed technique. During his leisure moments, he would share light-hearted banter with Shu Yuqing, nurturing their bond. His life unfolded with remarkable comfort and fulfillment, manifesting significant progress in various aspects. Yang Jun, come accompany me for a stroll, Shu Yuqing cheerfully suggested one day, as Yang Jun was engrossed in a historical tome. Very well. A leisurely walk to stretch my limbs sounds delightful, he replied, setting aside his book and stepping out of the antique chamber alongside her. Observing their departing figures, Zhou Wansheng was filled with envy and jealousy, ultimately turning away in resignation. The antique street thrived with bustling crowds, vibrant and lively. Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun leisurely perused the various stalls, searching for intriguing antiquities. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby as someone collapsed. Are these people all doctors? Why does it concern them if someone has fainted? Yang Jun remarked with a hint of exasperation, watching the throng rush forward. You are not physicians. What can you do if someone has fallen? Just a bunch of onlookers unperturbed by the blood. As soon as he uttered these words, Shu Yuqing tugged at him, eager to observe the spectacle. Alas, Yang Jun sighed in resignation, following her as they hurried towards the scene. They soon arrived at the site of the fainting, which was already surrounded by a dense crowd. "Make way, I'm a doctor," Yang Jun called out as he struggled to glimpse the situation within. Upon hearing his declaration, the crowd parted slightly, allowing him and Shu Yuqing to slip through. At the forefront, he discovered a woman in her 20s lying on the ground, her complexion ashen, while the stall owner appeared on the verge of tears. Furrowing his brow, Yang Jun inquired of the anxious proprietor, "What happened?" "I have no idea. She was perfectly fine, examining items here, and then she suddenly fainted," the owner replied, looking helplessly at Yang Jun and the gathering crowd. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted at Yang Jun, causing his face to flush with embarrassment, while Shu Yuqing stifled a laugh. With no other option, Yang Jun knelt before the woman, feigning the act of checking her pulse. Subsequently, he activated his X-ray vision, hoping to discern the cause of her fainting. However, after a thorough examination, he found no signs of illness. Puzzled, he was then captivated by a piece of jade around the woman's neck. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. Was this not the soul-gathering jade from his previous encounter? Filled with confusion, Yang Jun once again employed his X-ray vision to scrutinize the jade. He soon noticed that something within the woman was gradually being absorbed by the soul-gathering jade. Although he was uncertain about the situation, it was evident that the woman's fainting was undoubtedly linked to the jade. "Please call for an ambulance." Yang Jun reached out and seized the jade pendant from the woman's neck, then turned to Shu Yuqing and said, "I've already made the call. They should be arriving soon." The vendor observed Yang Jun and then fixated his gaze on the jade in Yang Jun's hand. Ignoring the vendor's scrutinizing stare, Yang Jun continued to hold the woman's pulse with one hand while channeling his unnamed technique. Chapter 47, The Fraudster. As the unnamed technique flowed through him, a current of spiritual energy coursed into the woman's body. The woman, who had succumbed to a deep coma, began to tremble uncontrollably. "What is happening? Is she going to be all right?" The vendor, closest to the unfolding scene, immediately inquired with a worried expression. If something were to happen to the woman at his stall, he would have no way to justify it. "She'll be fine. She should be waking up soon." Without lifting his gaze, Yang Jun glanced at the unconscious woman and responded, "Phew, as long as she wakes up." The vendor sighed in relief, his anxieties alleviated somewhat. No sooner had he spoken than the woman's tightly shut eyes fluttered and opened. Confused, she wondered why she was lying on the ground surrounded by so many people. "What happened to me?" Her voice was weak as she looked at Yang Jun, who was crouched beside her. "Miss, you are finally awake. You were in a deep coma, and this young man saved you," the vendor exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her regain consciousness. The woman struggled to sit up, her memory flickering back to the moment she was crouching, examining items at the stall, before everything went blank. How could she have suddenly fainted? Bewilderment clouded her eyes. "Thank you, sir." Despite not understanding why she had lost consciousness, she still expressed her gratitude to the young man before her. "No need to thank me, sister. I really didn't do much," Yang Jun replied, wishing to keep his utilization of the unnamed technique a secret. "By the way, where did you obtain this jade pendant?" Yang Jun inquired, presenting the pendant he had removed from her neck. "Ah, that is my jade pendant." The woman gasped softly upon seeing the pendant in Yang Jun's hand. "Yes, I took it from around your neck. It almost cost you your life," Yang Jun confirmed, nodding as he explained the cause of her fainting spell. "Are you saying this pendant made me faint?" The woman gazed at him incredulously. "Indeed, this pendant is the reason for your unconsciousness, but fortunately, you must have worn it for only a short while. But this is just an ordinary ancient jade. How could it be life-threatening?" The vendor, still in disbelief, looked at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing with astonishment. He had already discerned that this was a piece of ancient jade, of exquisite quality and undoubtedly valuable. His eyes had been fixed on Yang Jun's hand the moment he removed it. Were it not for the sight of Yang Jun still taking the pulse of the woman, one might have thought him intent on taking advantage of the situation. Indeed, this was a piece of ancient jade of fine quality. Yet do you recognize the patterns etched upon it? With a smile, Yang Jun handed the jade pendant to the vendor. Upon receiving it, the vendor felt a chill seep into his being, a refreshing sensation amidst the sweltering summer heat. "I do not recognize it," he replied after scrutinizing the ornament's intricate designs, shaking his head in uncertainty. "This is a recently unearthed soul-gathering jade," Shu Yuqing explained to the vendor, clarifying the doubts in her mind. "What? This is truly a soul-gathering jade?" The vendor, taken aback by Shu Yuqing's words, quickly thrust the pendant back into Yang Jun's hands. Although unfamiliar with the soul-gathering jade, he had heard of its ominous reputation. Believed to be a cursed relic from ancient sorcerers, Whoever came into contact with it would surely face misfortune. Observing the vendor's alarm, the woman looked at Yang Jun in confusion. Isn't this merely a cool jade? Ah, this is not just a cool jade. That chilling aura is malevolent energy, highly detrimental to the human body. Yang Jun chuckled, elucidating the nature of the jade's unsettling energy. Dear sister, you have yet to tell me how you came into possession of this pendant, he inquired, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. It was a gift from someone who claimed it to be a fine, cool jade, and indeed, it feels quite pleasant to wear in this scorching summer, she replied. Yang Jun nodded, refraining from further comment, suspecting that either the man had sold the pendant or discarded it, ultimately leading it into the hands of this woman. Sister, this is a profoundly sinister jade. Prolonged contact will bring calamity. It is imperative that you handle it with care, he remarked thoughtfully, extending the pendant toward her once more. No, I do not want it. I truly do not want it, the woman exclaimed, fear evident in her eyes as she waved her hands, unwilling to accept it. She had genuinely come to believe Yang Jun's words, convinced that it was indeed a cursed jade. Huh, I have never heard of such a cursed jade. This must be a ruse to seize the pendant, some murmured. Indeed, the audacity of modern-day swindlers knows no bounds. Others chimed in, their disbelief palpable. The surrounding onlookers had caught wind of the commotion, yet none were inclined to believe Yang Jun's assertions. Many surmised that he was merely trying to deceive the woman for the sake of the jade. Consequently, a hushed cacophony of gossip ensued as they debated amongst themselves, casting Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing as charlatans. Despite the murmurs, Yang Jun paid them no heed, focusing solely on the woman. Sister, do you believe me? Are you certain you do not wish to keep it? I believe you. I truly do not want it, she affirmed. The woman remained visibly frightened, unmoved by the chatter of those around her. She discerned that the young man before her was not deceiving her. The absence of the jade pendant from her body had indeed brought her a sense of relief. I remarked, my dear lady, why do you insist on falling victim to such trickery? Indeed, we could all see clearly that he merely sought to con this exquisite piece of jade. Others gazed with envy and jealousy at the jade pendant in Yang Jun's hand, their eyes reflecting their covetousness. Very well, if you no longer desire it. Then I shall destroy it, Yang Jun declared, and with that, he forcefully hurled the pendant onto the bluestone ground, producing a resounding crack. With Yang Jun's strength, the pendant shattered into countless fragments. Instantly, a chilling aura surged forth, causing many to shiver involuntarily in the sweltering summer heat. Those closest, including the woman and Shu Yuqing, felt their skin prickle with goosebumps. The pallor on their faces deepened, revealing a hint of fear in their eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the frigid atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everyone began to feel somewhat better, slowly regaining their composure. This truly is a cursed jade, someone exclaimed. Indeed, it felt as though we encountered a ghost in the dead of night. How utterly terrifying. The crowd resumed their murmurs, yet no one dared to mention the con man again. Yang Jun, observing the still pale woman, smiled and said, "Thank you, young man, for saving my life." She gazed at him with sincerity, grateful for his timely intervention. Had it not been for him, she might have met an unknown fate. Oh, there's no need for such gratitude. It was merely fortuitous timing. However, I must lament the destruction of such a fine jade pendant, Yang Jun replied, shaking his head with a smile. He felt a twinge of regret as he looked at the myriad shards of the pendant, pondering whether he could have used his spiritual energy to dispel the malevolent essence within it. However, with everyone branding him a charlatan, he had no choice but to shatter the precious piece. At this moment, the soul-gathering jade lay in ruins, the largest shard no bigger than a mung bean, rendered utterly useless. Just then, the sound of an ambulance echoed in the distance, and soon medical personnel arrived with a stretcher. Sister, you ought to visit the hospital for a thorough examination, Yang Jun suggested with a smile as the woman was assisted onto the stretcher. Hee. That person would no longer dare to wear that jade or return to that place, Yang Jun chuckled, envisioning the terror that person must now feel. As for how that woman had come into possession of the pendant and who had given it to her, those matters were of no concern to him. Excuse me, do you accept items here? A middle-aged man inquired, addressing Zhou Wansheng. Indeed, sir. What fine goods do you wish to part with? Zhou Wansheng gazed at the middle-aged man and inquired with a smile, The item is here. Please examine it. The man chuckled as he unzipped the large backpack, revealing a meticulously wrapped object that resembled a vase. Zhou Wansheng, with utmost care, began to unwrap the layers concealing the vase, and a porcelain flower vase emerged. A Mei vase, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. If this is genuine, it could be worth over 100 million. Indeed, a Ding Kilmei vase. The middle-aged man affirmed with a nod, his expression indicating his awareness of the artifact's authenticity. Its value is too significant. I should consult my master for an appraisal. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhou Wanqing hesitated to authenticate it and resolved to seek his master's opinion. Very well. I've heard Master Zheng Hong is among the foremost experts in treasure appraisal in the country. The man nodded in agreement, casually praising Zheng Hong. Brother Yang, please entertain our guest while I fetch my master, Zhou Wanqing said, smiling at Yang Jun. Certainly. After Zhou Wanqing departed, Yang Jun turned to the middle-aged man with a grin. Such a treasure. May I ask why you're parting with it? Business has become challenging these days. It seems I have encountered a predicament, the middle-aged man replied, his expression conveying a sense of resignation, suggesting that he would not willingly relinquish the artifact if not for financial necessity. Yang Jun nodded, understandingly, and chose not to press further, instead activating his X-ray vision to scrutinize the Mei vase closely. Under his enhanced vision, the vase emitted no aura of spiritual energy. Could be a counterfeit, yet the middle-aged man's demeanor suggested otherwise. Why then did it lack any spiritual glow? Yang Jun pondered, scrutinizing the vase with even greater intensity. Suddenly, he spotted a symbol in a very inconspicuous area within the vase. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a slightly skewed modern Chinese character, specifically the character for Sun, indicating that this vase originated from someone with the surname Sun. To think this item is a mere imitation, a remarkably convincing counterfeit. Yang Jun's surprise was palpable. Without his X-ray vision, he would have never discerned its true nature. The vase's shape, color, and dimensions were indistinguishable from a genuine Ding kiln piece. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Zhou Wanqing emerged, accompanied by his master, Zheng Hong, and Shu Yuqing. Master Zheng, with an expression of enthusiasm, rushed forward. He produced a magnifying glass and began his meticulous examination. After a considerable time, he finally lifted his gaze to the beaming middle-aged man. This is indeed a genuine Ding kiln Mei vase. Are you truly intent on parting with it? Of course. Business is pressing, the middle-aged man replied, revealing a few papers from his pocket. Master Zheng, please take a look. These are the appraisal results from other experts in the country. Master Zheng Hong took the certificates, examined them carefully, and then broke into a smile. Undoubtedly, the esteemed individuals had already authenticated them. They must be the genuine Ding kiln making. Upon hearing Master Zheng's words, Shu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. For this item was of immeasurable value. Let us discuss the price inside, she suggested to the middle-aged man. However, Yang Jun glanced at Shu Yuqing and shook his head, stating, we cannot accept this item. His words left the others momentarily dumbfounded, particularly Master Zheng Hong, who glared at Yang Jun with evident anger. Master Zheng, please examine it again, Yang Jun urged, disregarding the fury in Zheng's eyes. What do you mean, Yang Jun? Do you dare to question my master's judgment? To imply that those certificates are fraudulent? Before Zheng could respond, Zhou Wanqing, with a stern expression, confronted Yang Jun. Brother Zhou, while it is indeed possible to purchase authentication certificates, one must exercise caution with such items. Yang Jun tactfully refrained from revealing that he had already seen through the Mei Fing with his discerning eye, identifying it as a counterfeit. Thus, he suggested Master Zheng conduct another thorough examination. Young man, prudence is commendable, yet you should not hastily doubt the expertise of these esteemed masters. Zheng Hong, though visibly angry, refrained from uttering harsh words. This left Yang Jun in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Yang Jun, stop joking around, Shu Yuqing shot him a disapproving glance, urging him to cease his antics. Indeed, young sir, skepticism is natural, especially with such fine items, but it is ill-advised to question the discerning abilities of these masters. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile directed at Yang Jun. At a loss for words, Yang Jun remained silent. Gentlemen, there is another piece here, the middle-aged man added, glancing at the others before opening another compartment of his bag. To their astonishment, it was a pear. Zheng Hong's mouth gaped in disbelief as he beheld the additional coin. Such rare Ding kiln Mei King, if matched as a pair, would significantly increase in value. Shu Yuqing gasped, her excitement palpable. She knew that the esteemed elder of the Shu family cherished Yuan blue and white porcelain, and acquiring this pair would surely prompt him to treasure them. After a prolonged examination, Zheng Hong's expression radiated joy. This is unequivocal. There is no doubt, he declared with confidence. His decades of experience, combined with the insights of the other masters, confirmed that this was indeed a pair of extraordinary treasures. Yang Jun, however, remained speechless, For his discerning, I had detected the character's son within, revealing that these exquisite King were the work of a forger. The skill of this individual was nothing short of remarkable, capable of crafting counterfeits that could easily deceive the untrained eye. Indeed, aside from its relatively recent provenance, this pair of Maping vases could rival those of the Ding kiln in every regard. Yang Jun meticulously examined the ancient marks on the vases, which had been artificially aged through a unique technique, imparting an illusion of antiquity. Yet, under the scrutiny of his enhanced vision, he discerned that the signs of age were merely superficial. The interiors retained a pristine condition. Had they been genuine antiques, the passage of time would have permeated the glaze, rather than remaining only on the surface. Despite his awareness of the vase's fraudulent nature, he found himself unable to present irrefutable evidence to convince the others. He could hardly declare, "I possess the gift of enhanced sight and can perceive all." He then turned his gaze towards Shu Yuqing. "Yuqing, trust me, you are mistaken." He almost uttered his signature phrase, but was abruptly halted by Shu Yuqing's furious retort. "Enough! Close your mouth, you impertinent fool." At that moment, Shu Yuqing was genuinely vexed. How could this man persist in his nonsensical antics? Alas, ignoring the wisdom of the elders brings misfortune. The loss will be borne by your Shu family, not me. Yang Jun muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his irritation. Master Zheng Hong cast a glance at Yang Jun, choosing to remain silent, though his eyes brimmed with blatant derision. "You old fool, with your failing eyesight, how dare you mock me?" Yang Jun felt a surge of indignation. He then looked at the middle-aged man, who still wore a smile. "Sir, may I inquire the price of this pair of vases?" "Huh. I am in urgent need of liquidity. 300 million for a swift transaction," the middle-aged man replied with a chuckle, addressing both Yang Jun and the onlookers. 300 million for 2 antique vases was an exorbitant sum, yet this pair of Ding kiln vases could indeed be worth such a price. "Very well. Should these vases prove authentic, I shall pay you 300 million. If they are counterfeit, you shall receive not a penny," Yang Jun declared with a smile, observing the astonished faces around him. What was unfolding? This apprentice in appraising antiques boldly claimed he would purchase the rare vases for 300 million. This was nothing short of an international jest. Did he think money could be flippantly conjured from thin air? Except for Shu Yuqing. The others regarded Yang Jun with expressions of contempt and mockery, as if he were a fool. "Yang Jun, have you forgotten your senses today?" Ignoring the incredulous stares of Zhou Wansheng and the others, Yang Jun produced a card and placed it firmly on the counter. "The funds within are sufficient to cover your 300 million. Boss Shu can vouch for me." He glanced at the middle-aged man before turning to Shu Yuqing. "Yang Jun, while you may be wealthy, what are you attempting?" Ignoring her inquiry, Yang Jun surveyed the crowd, and amidst their astonished gazes, he reached out and grasped one of the vases. "What are you doing?" Zheng Hong shouted in alarm, witnessing Yang Jun handle a precious artifact. "That is a rare treasure." Ignoring Zheng Hong's frantic cries, Yang Jun glanced at the vase in his hands, then let it slip. With a loud crash, the vase shattered into countless fragments upon hitting the ground. The onlookers stood agape, gasping in disbelief. This young man must be out of his mind to have destroyed an ancient artifact worth millions, even if he had the wealth to compensate for it. Such desecration of a national treasure was unthinkable. However, Yang Jun paid no heed to the stunned crowd. Instead, he crouched down to pick up a shard of porcelain. On that fragment was an unevenly inscribed character resembling Sunday, Chapter 50, The Destruction Plan. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly assist me in identifying this character and take a look at this pristine edge?" With a beaming smile, Yang Jun tossed the shard onto the counter, observing the petrified expressions of the few individuals present. "You actually shattered this rare treasure," one of them exclaimed in incredulity. "Haha, Master Zheng. Please be certain before you speak," Yang Jun replied, still smiling at Zheng Hong, his eyes glinting with derision. He began to suspect that Zheng Hong might be colluding with the middle-aged man to deceive Shu Yuqing. Zheng Hong, now bewildered, picked up the porcelain shard, and upon seeing the immaculate edge, a flicker of shock appeared in his eyes. When he recognized the somewhat crooked character inscribed upon it, he gaped in astonishment, unable to articulate a response. "Master Zheng, you must testify that this fellow deliberately destroyed a national treasure." "A national treasure? Then what character do you recognize this to be?" Zheng Hong glared with indignation at the middle-aged man, extending the shard towards him. At that moment, Zheng Hong realized that this was undoubtedly a counterfeit, a grave oversight on his part, as were the judgments of the other appraisal masters. The middle-aged man, also knowledgeable in the field, examined the shard for a moment before his face mirrored that of Zheng Hong's, filled with shock. Impossible. It cannot be fake. Young Masterly assured me it was genuine. The middle-aged man muttered in disbelief, as he too discerned the truth. This was indeed a forgery. The young master you speak of must be Li Tianyu, correct? Yang Jun inquired with a knowing smile directed at the middle-aged man. Upon hearing his words, he quickly grasped the situation. This was undoubtedly an antique presented by Li Tianyu, who had intentionally sent the middle-aged man to sell it at Cabao's eye. Li Tianyu was fully aware that it was a counterfeit, yet he had concealed this from the middle-aged man, asserting it was authentic. His intentions were clear, to ensnare the Shu family with this pair of fakes as a form of retribution against him and Shu Yuqing. Simultaneously, the Li family could sell the worthless fakes at the price of genuine artifacts. Indeed, how did you know? When I arrived, Li Tianyu specifically instructed me not to disclose his name, ensuring no one knew it was from the Li family. Yuqing, do you still not understand what this means? Disregarding the middle-aged man's astonishment, Yang Jun smiled at Shu Yuqing. This is the pit Li Tianyu deliberately dug, enticing your family to leap into it, all for the sake of revenge against you and me. As the realization dawned upon her, Shu Yuqing's face was flushed with anger as she bellowed at the still-dazed middle-aged man. With a single remaining vase in hand, the man left in a daze. In the Qibao studio, both Shu Yuqing and Master Zheng Hong wore grim expressions, particularly Zheng Hong, who was astounded by his oversight that nearly cost the boss 300 million. My dear young lady, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated such a misjudgment would occur, Zheng Hong said, his face flushed as he regarded Shu Yuqing. Shu Yuqing looked at Zheng Hong and chuckled softly, acknowledging that the fault was not entirely his. That Li Tianyu orchestrated this scheme purely for revenge against us, leading Master Zheng to misjudge the situation. Zheng Hong sighed deeply and turned his gaze to Yang Jun. Indeed, Master Yang is truly formidable. I find myself humbled. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. With that, Zheng Hong bowed slightly to Yang Jun as an act of contrition for his previous attitude. Master Zheng, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon the truth by sheer luck, Yang Jun replied, unable to elucidate how he discerned the fakes, attributing it to mere chance. However, Zheng Hong and Shu Yuqing were not naive. They recognized that Yang Jun harbored secrets he was reluctant to reveal and chose not to press further. Yet, Shu Yuqing lingered, her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon Yang Jun. What is it? Have you noticed how much more handsome I have become these past few days? Yang Jun proclaimed with a self-satisfied grin. Handsome enough to not even notice, though your skin has thickened and your demeanor has grown more brazen, Shu Yuqing retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Come now, I just saved you, sparing your family a loss of 300 million. And this is how you repay me? Yang Jun lamented, shaking his head in mock dismay. Please, you are but an employee of mine. It is your duty to do so. Spare me your attempts at flattery, Shu Yuqing replied, her expression betraying her indifference to his protests. Indeed, it is said that only women and villains are difficult to please. Truly, my elder was not mistaken. He muttered under his breath, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. What was that? Speak up. I can't hear you, Shu Yuqing retorted playfully, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of menace. I was merely saying that you're someone I look up to. Yes, that's precisely what I meant. Trust me, I am not mistaken. Yang Jun quickly altered his tone, showering her with compliments. Enough. Utter another word, and I shall scratch you to pieces, Shu Yuqing threatened, extending her delicate hand, revealing her long, manicured nails. Instantly, Yang Jun clamped his mouth shut, swallowing the rest of his words. Meanwhile, upon meeting Li Tianyu, the middle-aged man recounted the entire sequence of events, provoking Li Tianyu's furious wrath. He had not anticipated that his scheme to outsmart those two wretched individuals would be exposed. Moreover, that scoundrel Yang Jun actually shattered a counterfeit item, and now this counterfeit is thoroughly in the hands of the Li family. With only one counterfeit left, which is hardly saleable and fetches no value. Yang Jun, you rascal, I shall undoubtedly deal with you and ensure you are expelled from Qingning City. Chapter 51. Encountering Robbers. Following this incident, Shu Yuqing no longer harbored doubts regarding Yang Jun's words. She had completely come to trust him. Even Master Zheng Hong began to treat Yang Jun with great courtesy, incessantly addressing him as Master Yang. After this event, Yang Jun was no longer merely an apprentice in appraising treasures. He had ascended to the status of a master appraiser at Qibao Studio. With this elevation in rank, Yang Jun's treatment naturally improved. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent. He continued to learn diligently and often visited various stone gambling sites. with the purpose of absorbing the spiritual energy of jadeite. As he continuously absorbed this energy, he felt that his unnamed technique grew increasingly profound and his strength more formidable. At this moment, as he practiced various combat techniques, he sensed the immense power within him, capable of snapping a large tree in half and shattering a boulder with a single punch. He was astounded. Such fists, if struck upon a human, could indeed claim a common person's life. It seemed he must be cautious with his strength to avoid causing any fatalities. With ongoing practice, he realized that the increased power could be wielded with precision and control. At the very least, he had acquired the ability to protect himself, no longer a meek lamb at the mercy of others. On this rare day of rest, Shu Yuqing insisted on dragging Yang Jun out for shopping. "I feel as if I am, but your lackey, miss," Yang Jun grumbled, reluctantly trailing behind her as they wandered about. "Why the reluctance? Do you not believe that with a single call, I can summon a crowd?" Shu Yuqing's enchanting eyes regarded Yang Jun with a hint of menace. "Of course I believe it. With one word from Lady Shu, all the men in Qingning City would come running," Yang Jun retorted, his expression rife with disdain. "You scoundrel. You truly deserve a beating." Upon seeing his expression, Shu Yuqing playfully lunged at him, prompting Yang Jun to raise his hands and surrender. "Yuqing, accompany me to the bank. I wish to deposit some money into my parents' accounts." After wandering for quite some time, Yang Jun finally spoke to her. "All right." Feeling somewhat fatigued from shopping, they made their way to a bank on the pedestrian street. Yang Jun transferred 50,000 yuan to both his father's and mother's accounts, being careful not to send too much at once. As his parents were honest, hardworking individuals earning only a few thousand yuan each month, transferring excessive amounts could alarm them. Instead, sending a few thousand every now and then to ensure their comfort was far better. For ordinary folk, having too much money could lead to sleepless nights filled with worry. "Don't move. This is a robbery." After transferring the money, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing turned to leave, only to be confronted by several masked individuals clad in stockings who burst in, shouting for a robbery. "What era is this? Who dares to rob a bank?" Yang Jun thought, bemused by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Observing the clumsy intruders, he felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. They were nothing but fools. As he noticed the weapons in their hands, he quickly pulled Shu Yuqing down beside the wall, shielding her behind him. There were 3 robbers, each brandishing a firearm, and the bank patrons, startled, crouched obediently against the wall. The bank staff, terrified, had already hidden behind their desks. Fortunately, a layer of bulletproof glass separated them from the assailants, and one of the employees discreetly activated the alarm. "Quickly, throw all the money out," one robber demanded, eyeing the cowering hostages. 2 of them approached the counter, shoving their guns through the small opening and threatening the staff. Despite their fear, the female employees remained motionless behind the desks, aware that the robbers' guns could not reach them, thus ignoring the threats. "Do you believe I would shoot you?" one robber taunted, his hand fumbling futilely inside the small slot, unable to reach the staff. Yang Jun couldn't help but stifle a laugh at their incompetence. These buffoons were attempting a robbery. Perhaps they should just rob the people outside, one of the robbers suggested after a while. "Fine," the other agreed, and they approached the group of hostages, pointing their weapons at them. "This is a robbery. Toss your bank cards and phones into the bag," one of the robbers ordered. "Why do you want bank cards and phones? We only have cash," a hostage protested. The other robber cursed, seemingly unable to recognize his companion's folly. "I was quoting a line from a movie," he retorted somewhat proudly, even aware of his absurdity. "Hurry up, put all the cash and valuables into the bag." Finally, one robber displayed some intelligence, demanding only cash and jewelry, disregarding everything else. At that moment, Yang Jun discreetly assessed the firearms the robbers wielded, his eyes widening in shock. These 3 dimwits were brandishing imitation handguns. Using his enhanced vision, Yang Jun discerned that the weapons were indeed fake. Just then, 2 robbers approached him. "Quickly, put your cash and valuables into the bag," one of them commanded, aiming his gun at Yang Jun. "I have none," he replied with a smile, showing no hint of fear. Hearing his response, Shu Yuqing behind him gasped in shock, her eyes filled with worry as she discreetly tugged at his shirt, urging him to comply. "Do you think I wouldn't shoot you?" the robber threatened. "I don't believe you," Yang Jun retorted confidently. Yang Jun uttered a statement that reverberated through the air, leaving everyone, including the 3 robbers, momentarily stunned. The onlookers crouching nearby couldn't help but think how fearless this young man truly was. At that moment, Shu Yuqing was on the verge of tears, cursing inwardly, "You imbecile. Do you really care about those 2 measly coins? Just give them what they want." How audacious they were to attempt a robbery with mere toy guns. "Yang Jun, observing the bewildered expressions of the three assailants, delivered yet another astonishing proclamation, further bewildering them as they realized their imitation weapons had been recognized. "Run!" shouted one of the robbers, who was somewhat quick-witted, as he made a dash for the exit. In an instant, Yang Jun sprang into action. The spectators merely caught a glimpse of his fleeting silhouette before hearing the thuds of the three fleeing robbers crashing to the ground. Their anguished screams echoed as Yang Jun showed no mercy, having incapacitated them by breaking one of their legs each. Shu Yuqing was left in a state of shock, staring at Yang Jun in utter disbelief. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have you noticed I've become even more handsome?" Yang Jun teased, winking playfully at her. Meanwhile, the voices outside commanded, "You are encircled. Release the hostages and surrender." Just as Shu Yuqing was about to unleash her frustration upon him, the shouts from outside made the situation inside the bank abundantly clear. The individuals outside, upon witnessing the scene within, were equally astonished. What is happening? The robbers have been subdued almost immediately. Who is this remarkable individual? Seizing the moment, Yang Jun grasped Shu Yuqing's hand and stealthily maneuvered to the side of the door, slipping out unnoticed. At that juncture, the female team leader glanced at a middle-aged man. These ruffians came armed with toy guns, but that young man discerned their ruse and subdued them. After making the statement, the middle-aged man pointed to where Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing had just been, only to find the area completely deserted. A thorough search yielded no sign of the young man. "They're gone," the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, staring incredulously at the female team leader, pondering whether this was an act of selflessness. "Comrade, we have surveillance footage," a staff member approached, smiling at the female leader. With the recordings, they would be able to ascertain the entire sequence of events and identify the pair who had just departed. At that moment, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing had seamlessly blended into the crowd of the pedestrian street. "Why do we sneak away? You are a hero." Shu Yuqing looked at Yang Jun, perplexed by his choice to evade the spotlight during such a golden opportunity for fame. "Please, do I care about that? I'm just a modern-day lay phone, performing good deeds without seeking recognition." Yang Jun curled his lips, gazing at Shu Yuqing with a smug expression as he spoke. "Indeed, you are a living lay phone. However, you scoundrel, you nearly terrified me just now," Shu Yuqing retorted, still feeling a twinge of fear in her heart, pondering what would have happened if those robbers had wielded real guns. "My brother has assured me that those were fake firearms. Trusting him is never a mistake. Should anything go amiss, he would keep you warm at night." Yang Jun reiterated his sage advice with an air of self-satisfaction. "Get lost, you rascal. Making a mistake could cost you your life." Shu Yuqing shot back, her eyes ablaze with frustration at Yang Jun, who she wished to scratch mercilessly for his infuriating demeanor. "Ah, you are right. If I were wrong, my life would be forfeit." Yang Jun scratched his head, as if just realizing the flaw in his reasoning. Yet, he quickly reverted to his jovial self, turning his attention back to Shu Yuqing. "Haha, I have already made my decision. I shall marry no one but you, Shu Yuqing, living or dead. Go to hell, you scoundrel." Shu Yuqing, unable to tolerate him any longer, lunged at him playfully. As they frolicked away, the female captain had already viewed the surveillance footage. It is this young man who recognized the fake gun and subdued the robber. A bank employee indicated towards Yang Jun in the video. The captain scrutinized Yang Jun's face, sensing an eerie familiarity, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled. "Yang Jun. This is Yang Jun, my middle school classmate. It has been over a decade since we last met. I cannot believe he is in Qingning City as well." "Captain, do you know this person?" An officer beside her inquired, having overheard her mention Yang Jun's name. "Yes, he was a classmate of mine in middle school. We haven't seen each other in years," the female captain replied with a smile. Subsequently, she issued a command for her subordinates to locate Yang Jun, even if it meant finding his phone number. At that moment, Yang Jun had not recognized that the commanding female captain was his former classmate. Meanwhile, he and Shu Yuqing had arrived at an upscale Western restaurant, poised to enjoy a lavish lunch. "Sigh, what is so delectable about Western cuisine? I can hardly maneuver these utensils," Yang Jun muttered under his breath, awkwardly handling the knife and fork. Shu Yuqing watched him, grinning widely. "Yang Jun, you are now a wealthy man. You must learn to embrace the lifestyle and demeanor of the affluent, or else you will forever remain a nouveau riche." She spoke earnestly, her tone laced with concern. "What is wrong with being nouveau riche? As long as I have money, that is sufficient," Yang Jun retorted dismissively, curling his lip. Shu Yuqing shook her head, exasperated, then continued. "You must understand that even the wealthiest nouveau riche can sometimes be looked down upon, as they often lack depth, grace, and refinement. If you wish to conduct business, no one will want to collaborate with a nouveau riche. This time, Yang Jun refrained from arguing, silently nodding in acknowledgement. He had to concede that Shu Yuqing's words held merit. As a sudden affluent individual, he indeed lacked depth and grace. In the eyes of many wealthy individuals, depth and grace symbolize their background, signify their knowledge, and more importantly, represent their potential. It seemed he truly ought to shed the mindset of a small farmer. A wealthy person should lead a wealthy life and must embrace knowledge unfamiliar to him before. After all, he aspired to establish a company, as it was inconceivable to remain a Jinbao Shi for a lifetime. Once he founded his enterprise, the people he interacted with would be entirely different. Just as Yuqing had articulated, depth and grace were essential, influencing the success or failure of business endeavors. At that moment, his spirit underwent a subtle transformation. Not that he began to look down upon the impoverished, but rather that his attitude towards life had shifted. Chapter 53, The Fiancé. While Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing were engaged in conversation over their meal, a surprising male voice resonated nearby. They both lifted their heads in the direction from which the voice emanated. A somewhat flamboyant young man, brimming with delight, was gazing at Shu Yuqing. Luo Wei. Upon recognizing the ostentatious individual, Shu Yuqing frowned and uttered his name. Huh, Yuqing, I just disembarked from my flight and fortuitously encountered you. I am absolutely elated. Seemingly oblivious to Shu Yuqing's furrowed brow, Luo Wei continued to beam with joy. Apologies, but I am currently dining with a friend, Shu Yuqing replied, casting a displeased glance at Luo Wei. Yuqing, isn't your friend my friend as well? I doubt he would mind, Luo Wei retorted, still smiling at Shu Yuqing. While casting a glance laden with arrogance and disdain at Yang Jun goodness, this fellow possesses an astonishing lack of awareness. Did he not notice Shu Yuqing's tightly knitted brows? Yang Jun shook his head with a chuckle, then turned his attention back to Shu Yuqing. Is this what you refer to as the depth and cultivation of the wealthy? It is evident that he harbors blatant disdain for the individual before him. If such audacity constitutes the depth and cultivation of the affluent, I would hesitate to commend it, let alone aspire to emulate it. Hey, do you know who I am? I am Yuqing's fiancé, Luo Wei declared, finally turning to face Yang Jun. Yang Jun's face morphed into one of disbelief, shock evident as he looked toward Shu Yuqing, awaiting her explanation. His expression was one of incredulity and confusion as he regarded Shu Yuqing. Luo Wei, that is enough. I have not consented to this matter, Shu Yuqing said, her gaze directed at Luo Wei, revealing her simmering anger. Yuqing, this was a decision made long ago by our families, Luo Wei responded, his brow furrowed in realization of the gravity of the situation. Huh. Whoever made this arrangement should be the one you consult. I disagree, and who can compel me otherwise? Shu Yuqing retorted, her laughter laced with derision, her eyes brimming with scorn. You, Yuqing, I shall speak to your grandfather regarding this matter. At this moment, several patrons nearby were casting glances in their direction, while Luo Wei's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Shu Yuqing. Subsequently, he shot a hostile look towards Yang Jun. Listen here. Regardless of who you are, vacate Yuqing's side immediately, or I shall ensure you deeply regret opposing me. Luo Wei had completely unleashed his temper, threatening Yang Jun with an air of superiority. What, do you think you Luo Wei are so formidable? I shall witness how you make me regret it. Yang Jun met Luo Wei's fierce glare with a fearless smile, engaging in a battle of wits. Very well. I hope you do not come to rue this decision. Observing Yang Jun's indifference to his threats, Luo Wei nodded vigorously. Yuqing, whether you consent or not, you cannot obstruct this matter. He then turned to Shu Yuqing, exuding confidence regarding the arrangement made by their grandfathers. Leave, and if you're seeking a spouse, go find someone else to marry. In response, Shu Yuqing's feisty demeanor surged forth, challenging Luo Wei to approach her grandfather instead. Yang Jun couldn't help but chuckle at Shu Yuqing's words. Huh, you actually suggested he seek out old Master Su for marriage. Hilarious. He found her boldness quite amusing. Luo Wei's face darkened further. He hadn't anticipated Shu Yuqing would utter such a retort. You scoundrel, how dare you laugh? Let us finish our meal and depart. Noticing Yang Jun's demeanor, Shu Yuqing shot him a sharp glare before rising from her seat. Fine, let us go, lest we be subjected to the sight of some arrogant fool. Yang Jun stood up with a smile, muttering to himself, Luo Xiao, do go and marry old Master Shu. We shall take our leave. He leaned closer to Luo Wei, delivering a sharp retort that elicited a hearty laugh. You scoundrel, just wait. Luo Wei's eyes turned crimson, shaking with fury as he observed Shu Yuqing linking arms with a laughing Yang Jun. "You fool! Utter that again, and I shall strangle you." The remark had slipped from her lips in a moment of urgency, yet it had inadvertently provoked Yang Jun's amusement. Upon reflection, the idea of Luo Wei marrying her grandfather was indeed absurd. As the two exited the Western restaurant, Yang Jun finally managed to suppress his urge to laugh. "What is this about you having a fiancé? Why have I not heard you mention it?" Once the laughter subsided, he inquired of Shu Yuqing. "Alas, this was an arrangement made years ago between my grandfather and Luo Wei's grandfather. I considered it a jest and never truly consented." Shu Yuqing sighed, then proceeded to elaborate on Luo Wei's background. Luo Wei was the heir to the renowned Luo Jewelry in Qingming City, a partner of Shu Jewelry, with a collaborative history spanning several decades. Shu Yuqing's grandfather and Luo Wei's grandfather had shared a close friendship in their youth, which had led to this arrangement. "Oh, surely your grandfather would not force you to marry Luo Wei, would he?" After hearing about the relationship between the two families, Yang Jun felt a weight of pressure, as it involved the interests of both sides. It seemed that Shu Yuqing would find it quite challenging to assert her independence. Sighing at the thought, Yang Jun turned to look at Shu Yuqing, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. Regardless of whether she could make her own decisions, "I shall not acquiesce to their demands," Shu Yuqing declared resolutely, casting a glance at Yang Jun's expression. He understood that for affluent families such as theirs, familial interests invariably supersede individual desires. To resist would require Shu Yuqing to disregard everything and confront her family with unwavering resolve. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. A path will surely reveal itself when we reach the mountain's front. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jun came to terms with the situation. If Shu Yuqing were to fight her family against all odds, he too would stand by her side without hesitation. He believed that every problem has a solution. "Rest assured, I shall convey my stance to my family," Shu Yuqing stated, her gaze fixed on Yang Jun, conveying her sentiments as well. "Haha, this man has his own thoughts," Yang Jun mused, his self-adoration evident as he tossed his hair playfully. "Humph, you scoundrel, lecherous narcissist." Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, noticing how his eyes roamed over her. After this exchange, their spirits lifted, the earlier tension dissipating. In the enchanting night of Qingming City, the most opulent nightclub, owned by the Yin family, buzzed with laughter and revelry. Within a lavish private room, several stunning young women entertained three young gentlemen engaged in conversation and drinks. These gentlemen were Yin Tianxiu, Luo Wei, and Shu Yulong, Shu Yuqing's cousin. After sipping his red wine, Luo Wei turned to Yin Tianxiu, his expression darkening with concern. "Sigh, I too am pressured by my family. Besides, I was unaware of your engagement," Yin Tianxiu replied with a resigned gesture, before shifting his gaze to Shu Yulong. "Blame him. It was this fellow's machinations that led to this predicament," he added, attributing the situation to Shu Yulong's antics before their patriarch. Unfazed, Shu Yulong regarded Luo Wei. Downing his drink in one gulp, Luo Wei pondered before inquiring, "Who is the man involved with your sister? Are you referring to that lad Yang Jun? He is an appraiser of my family's Qibao studio. I believe Yinga knows him better than I do," Shu Yulong replied with a grin, directing the question at Yin Tianxiu. "Oh, Yingu is familiar with that fellow," Luo Wei remarked, turning his attention to Yin Tianxiu. "Sigh, whenever that lad is mentioned, my heart brims with fury, yet I am powerless to act." Thus, Yin Tianxiu recounted Yang Jun's circumstances to Luo Wei. He was nothing more than a nouveau riche. Individuals from illustrious families, like him, held a deep-seated disdain for such upstarts, harboring an innate arrogance that deemed these newly wealthy individuals as mere beneficiaries of fleeting fortune, utterly incomparable to their deeply rooted lineage. Indeed, he was a product of sudden wealth, yet this young man possessed undeniable talent. Yin Tianxiu had suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Jun thrice, compelling him to reluctantly acknowledge the latter's capabilities. "Brother Yin, how could you allow this brash youth to behave so insolently? This is unlike your character," Luo Wei observed with perplexity, noting that Yin, typically more ruthless than they, was unusually lenient towards the boy's arrogance. "You are well aware of my family's current predicament. All eyes are upon us, and I cannot afford the slightest misstep," Yin Tianxiu replied with a sense of helplessness. If this were a few years ago, someone like Yang Jun would have met with grave misfortune long ago. Luo Wei and Shu Yulong nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was indeed unwise for the Yin family to act rashly at this juncture. "Since Brother Yin cannot intervene directly, I shall take it upon myself to deal with him," Luo Wei declared confidently, unencumbered by the same reservations that plague the Yin family. Very well. Although I cannot act overtly, I shall assist you from the shadows. Yin Tianxu welcomed this assurance, as enlisting others to confront Yang Jun aligned perfectly with his strategy. Brother Luo, I am afraid I cannot assist you openly. After all, he is a gem appraiser for my Shu family, Shu Yulong said, a resigned smile gracing his lips. He could not possibly aid an outsider in confronting a member of his own staff. That need not concern you. Between Brother Yin and myself, dealing with a nouveau riche is a trivial matter. Luo Wei chuckled lightly, dismissing Yang Jun as inconsequential. For Luo, dispatching an opponent was a task easily accomplished. By the way, Li Tianyu and he Wenjie have their own long-standing grievances with him, Yin Tianxu remarked, swirling the red wine in his glass while regarding Luo Wei with amusement. He too was puzzled by Yang Jun's audacity in offending several wealthy heirs of Qingning City. It seemed that a nouveau riche, having acquired a modicum of wealth, lost all sense of direction. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, these affluent young men were convening to devise a plan against him. Even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned, as he could only respond to whatever challenges arose. At that moment, he was in his room, tinkering with the newly acquired safe voltage system, eager to experiment with harnessing some electrical energy to enhance his own cultivation of the nameless technique and improve his clairvoyant abilities. Once he connected the safe voltage system and set it to the lowest setting of 12 volts, he powered it on. Instantly, a tingling current surged through his body. Yang Jun promptly seated himself in a meditative pose, activating the nameless technique, and began absorbing the current as if it were spiritual energy. He soon sensed that as more electricity flowed into him, some of it was also being drawn in through his eyes. At this moment, if Yang Jun were to gaze into a mirror, he would discover that his eyes shimmered with an electric current, appearing exceedingly formidable. The currents absorbed into his body intertwined with the spiritual energy circulating within him, causing the essence of this energy to grow increasingly robust. After a period of absorption, he sensed that he had reached a state of saturation and, wary of overindulgence, he ceased. Nevertheless, the nameless technique continued to operate, persistently refining the electric currents within him. After a considerable time, Yang Jun halted his cultivation, exhaling a breath as he opened his eyes. What was that smell? How foul! Just awakened from his meditative state, Yang Jun detected an acrid odor. Upon glancing down, he noticed a gray, sweat-like substance upon his body, the source of the stench emanating from him. He hastily rose and dashed to the bathroom to cleanse himself. As he showered, he pondered, drawing from the online novels he had read. Ultimately, he concluded that this was the gradual expulsion of impurities from his body as a result of his cultivation. As the impurities diminished, his physique would become more resilient and robust, and with the increase of spiritual energy, he would grow ever more formidable. Chapter 55. The Bet with Luo Wei. The following day, shortly after arriving at the Odd Treasure Studio, Yang Jun received a call from Luo Wei. Master Yang, a new batch of goods has just arrived at the store. Come and select 2 fine pieces. Very well. I shall be there shortly, Yang Jun replied with a smile. Not only would he seize the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy, but he would also select a few exquisite materials to store. Most importantly, he and Shu Yuqing had already agreed with Lu Yue that he would promote Lu's goods, and in return, Lu would offer him a 20% discount on his purchases. He had intended to invite Shu Yuqing to accompany him, but she had just stepped out for an urgent matter. Thus, Yang Jun hailed a cab and made his way to the Oddstone Pavilion. Master Yang, you've come, exclaimed Wang Changhe, the vice president of the Jade Association, and Li Ming, as he stepped into the store. These two were almost daily visitors to the various gambling stone venues, tirelessly studying diverse materials. Yang Jun admired their dedication to stone gambling. They were true masters, while he felt like merely a cheat. However, regardless, possessing the ability of X-ray vision was undeniably a divine gift bestowed upon him. Haha, esteemed masters, I dare not call myself a master in your presence. Yang Jun laughed heartily, engaging in pleasantries with the two masters as they proceeded into the back courtyard of the Oddstone Pavilion. At that moment, the courtyard was bustling with people, all examining various raw stones. The masters have arrived. It has been quite some time since we've seen you, Master Yang. Upon noticing the 3 of them enter, the shop owners greeted them with smiles. Particularly, some of the proprietors wore expressions of flattery, fully aware that with the assistance of the trio, they stood a greater chance of unveiling quality stones. However, the masters of stone gambling are not inclined to assist anyone in selecting materials unless sufficiently enticing benefits are presented. It appears that everyone has arrived rather early. Yang Jun greeted all the proprietors with a smile, recognizing several of them from previous encounters. Subsequently, he produced a flashlight and began to examine the exquisite rough stones before him. Activating his X-ray vision, he scanned the collection and discovered that a dozen or so pieces truly possessed the potential to yield high-quality gems. Unfazed, he meticulously inspected the raw stones containing jade, absorbing their inherent aura. He ultimately selected 2 pieces, the finest among the exceptional raw stones. Next, he ventured into the mid-range rough stone area, repeating the process of examining those with jade and drawing upon their spiritual energy. However, this time, the mid-range stones yielded no remarkable materials, consisting instead of some glutinous varieties. Finally, he arrived at the pile of the least desirable stones, with a quantity far exceeded that of the previous 2 areas. Activating his X-ray vision once more, he discovered a few promising materials, though their appearances were dismal. Yang Jun noted an intriguing observation. While the likelihood of quality stones emerging from the premium category was high, truly exceptional pieces were still rare. Conversely, although 90 of the inferior stones lacked jade, a few would invariably possess the potential for greatness. Thus, he concluded that the true source of exceptional materials need not stem from the premium rough stones. What a coincidence! Master Yang is also here. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from behind him. When he turned, he encountered 3 individuals, Yin Tianxiu, Luo Wei, and another person he did not recognize. Since young master, Yin has also developed an interest in stone gambling. Shall we engage in another wager? Yang Jun inquired with a beaming smile directed at Yin Tianxiu. Please, I am no expert in stone gambling. I merely came to observe. I shall not gamble with you this time. Yin Tianxiu retorted, disdain evident in his expression, deeming it foolish to compete against Yang Jun. He truly lacked expertise in stone gambling and had not invited other masters to compete. Against Yang Jun, defeat was assured. Yang Jun, I possess some knowledge of stone gambling as well. Let us wager against each other, Luo Wei interjected, smiling at Yang Jun. He was skeptical of Yin Tianxiu's claims about this remarkable individual. The Luo family was also involved in the jade business, and he had been exposed to stone gambling from a young age, confident in his own abilities. Since young Master Luo is interested, I shall indulge you in a wager to test my unparalleled luck. Let us see how it fares this time, Yang Jun replied. Surprised that while Yin Tianxiu refrained from gambling, Luo Wei eagerly stepped forward. Very well. The usual rules apply. Each of us shall select 3 raw stones, and the one whose jade yields the highest value shall be declared the winner. Agreed, but what shall be the stakes? Yang Jun responded with a nod, accepting the gambling format proposed by Luo Wei, which was customary in stone gambling circles. The stakes shall be 100 million and the raw stones of the loser. Luo Wei contemplated before stating. Yang Jun nodded in agreement. Observing Yang Jun engaging in another wager, the other proprietors grew intrigued. Young Master Luo is indeed an adept at stone gambling, having been immersed in the jade business since childhood. Indeed, a few years back, young Master Luo had unveiled some remarkable pieces. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious between Master Yang and young Master Luo. At this moment, several business owners have gathered, engaging in hushed discussions about the impending outcome of the contest. Meanwhile, Luo Wei and Yang Jun have delved into the heap of raw stones, commencing their selection process. Naturally, Luo Jun ventured into the premium raw area, dismissing other stones as unlikely to yield quality. In contrast, Yang Jun took the opposite approach, stepping into the pile of lesser quality stones, meticulously selecting a few pieces he had already assessed with his X-ray vision. Having finalized his selection, Yang Jun cast a glance at Luo Wei, suppressing a smile that crept onto his lips. He was certain of his victory in this wager, having already sifted through the premium raw materials. The jadeite stones he had chosen contained the essence he had absorbed, and he had acquired the finest 2 pieces. The best stones remaining were merely icy in quality, hardly reaching the high ice standard. Conversely, the pieces he had selected from the inferior lot included one with exquisite violet jade, another boasting high ice with full green, and a third featuring high ice with a blend of yellow and green. Although these 3 pieces were only slightly larger than a fist, they were flawless, and each held a value exceeding tens of millions. In contrast, the 2 pieces chosen from the premium raw stone area were of exceptional quality, each the size of a basin and valued at over 100 million. He intended to accumulate some top-tier raw stones for future endeavors. Chapter 56, A Turn of Events. Shortly thereafter, Luo Wei also selected 3 stones. Observing that his choices were indeed commendable, 2 of which were the finest icy quality, while 1 was of the glutinous variety, demonstrated that Luo Wei possessed considerable skill in stone gambling. Yang Jun began to feel a twinge of guilt for potentially taking advantage of him, but then recalled that this young man was his rival. Moreover, he had come seeking a wager, and to refuse would be foolish indeed. He also remembered a saying, treat comrades with warmth akin to spring, but show no mercy to adversaries. Since this fellow was indeed his competitor, there was no need for courtesy. Ah, Master Yang, you've only selected a few inferior stones to wager against me. Are you simply offering me money? Luo Wei remarked with a smirk as he scrutinized Yang Jun's selections. It's uncertain. I assentee it? Who says inferior stones can't yield high-quality jade? Yang Jun remained unfazed by Luo Wei's taunts, replying with a broad smile. Who says inferior stones can't yield high-quality jade? He believed this statement to be profound and classic. The so-called premium raw stones are merely those that appear likely to yield results, favored by masters of stone gambling. However, Yang Jun was unlike others. He possessed X-ray vision, rendering the contents of the raw stones transparent to him. Haha, Master Yang, you truly are confident, he mused. After listening to Yang Jun's words, Luo Wei chuckled mockingly, his expression laden with derision. Indeed, it is only those lacking in confidence who would select materials from the inferior zone. Observing Luo Wei's smug demeanor, Yang Jun retorted bluntly, Humph, let us see how you weep when you incur losses. Stung by Yang Jun's insinuation of his insecurity, Luo Wei's countenance darkened, and with a cold huff, he ceased to speak. Before long, the two concluded their transactions and arrived at the stone analysis area. Instantly, a crowd encircled the space, eagerly anticipating the outcome of their selections. The machines buzzed to life with a rhythmic clatter as diamond saw blades sliced through the raw stones, enthralling all onlookers. Luo Wei, exuding confidence, believed that each piece he had chosen would yield jade. With a decisive crunch, the raw stones were cut along the lines drawn, revealing vibrant green hues within. It's green, a significant increase. The moment the stones were severed, the gemologist immediately discerned the jadeite within, prompting 3 experts to exclaim in unison, Wow, it has indeed yielded jade. Young Master Luo is exceptional. Moreover, all 3 pieces revealed jade. Impressive. Let us see what quality it possesses. Upon hearing the gemologist's excited proclamation, several onlookers began to murmur, expressing admiration for Luo Wei's abilities. Shortly thereafter, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the jadeite was extracted from the 3 stones, 2 icy varieties and 1 glutinous, collectively valued at approximately 50 million. Observing the extracted jade, Wang Changhe and Li Ming provided a rough estimate. Not bad. Your eye remains keen. You've made a profit of over 30 million. Luo Wei cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jun, grinning with evident pride. However, Yang Jun merely smirked, saying nothing, as he handed his raw stone, marked with lines, to the gemologist. The spectators craned their necks, eager to see what material Master Yang would unveil. With swift cuts, the smaller stones, each about the size of a soccer ball, were quickly severed. Nothing at all. The crowd murmured anxiously. Could Master Yang have made a misjudgment? Even if there is material, it likely won't be substantial. Master Yang may very well face defeat. Observing the stark white remnants from the first cut, the crowd began to chatter once more. Ha ha ha, Yang Jun, is this the worthless material you chose? Whoever said trash could yield high-quality jade. Where is your high-quality jade? Luo Wei erupted into laughter, unabashedly mocking him. Yet, Yang Jun paid him no heed, instead smiling at the gemologist. Please tidy the edges, then commence polishing. Cut away. Even if jade is revealed, it cannot surpass my 50 million. Yang Jun, you are destined to lose. Luo Wei continued to smirk, confidently believing that victory was already his. At this moment, even Vice Presidents Wang Changhe and Li Ming could not help but shake their heads, believing that Yang Jun's chances of victory were slim. The master stone cutter, following Yang Jun's instructions, tidied up the edges and began the meticulous process of polishing the stone. The onlookers craned their necks in anticipation, eager to see what this final reveal would yield. Polishing stones is a delicate endeavor, requiring considerable time. Minutes passed, yet no jade was unveiled. The original stone, once the size of a football, had shrunk to merely slightly larger than a fist. Alas, it seemed defeat was imminent. However, one could still hope. If an imperial green were to emerge, victory might be within reach. Do you think imperial green is as common as cabbage? It won't just appear it will, murmured the spectators. Meanwhile, Luo Wei exuded confidence, filled with both pride and derision. Yet, Yang Jun paid no heed to the whispers around him, maintaining his calm focus on the stones and watching intently as the master continued to polish. Suddenly, amidst the growing impatience of the crowd, the master shouted, Green? remarkable green. Soon, 3 stones, each slightly larger than a fist and of extraordinary quality, appeared before everyone's eyes. All 3 were high-grade ice jade, with one being a rare combination of yellow and green. Although smaller in size, they were still suitable for crafting bracelets. Perfectly clear and devoid of cracks. They were indeed exceptional, with an initial valuation around 100 million. Wang Changhe and Li Ming meticulously examined the 3 jade pieces before reaching a conclusion. Wow, Master Yang has triumphed again. This is simply miraculous. He seems to win at every gamble. Observing the 3 exquisite stones, many patrons began to murmur among themselves. However, Luo Wei's expression darkened considerably. The earlier smugness and mockery had vanished. Now, he wore a look of disbelief, astonished that high-quality jade had indeed emerged from what he deemed worthless material, and even more astonishingly, 3 pieces at once. Could it be that this insufferable man had such extraordinary luck, or was he truly skilled in the art of stone gambling? Despite Luo Wei's reluctance to admit it, the evidence was undeniable. He had lost. Chapter 57, The Prodigal Son. Ah, young Master Luo, I must apologize. My luck remains unwavering. You have lost. Please transfer the funds. Yang Jun remarked with a smirk, observing Luo Wei's dismal countenance. Luo Wei, unable to contain his ire at Yang Jun's insufferable demeanor, seethed internally. Just wait. Do you think my money is so easily won? Soon, I will have you beaten into submission, and then we shall see how arrogant you remain. Oof, the money I possess. How easily it shall be extracted from you. With a disdainful snort, Luo Wei grudgingly transferred 100 million. Once the funds were confirmed, Yang Jun dismissed the frivolous young man, turning his attention to the gathered patrons. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 pieces of jade are available. The highest bidder shall claim them. He gestured towards his 3 jade pieces and the 3 he had won from Luo Wei, announcing loudly, Master Yang, I bid 150 million. Sell them to me. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, the boss immediately offered a staggering price of 150 million. Lu, you're rather stingy. Master Yang, I will bid 160 million. Sell it to me. Master Yang, I shall offer 170 million. I bid 200 million. All present recognized the exceptional quality of the jadeite pieces. If processed and sold, their value would undoubtedly double. Ultimately, these exquisite jadeite materials were sold for the impressive sum of 200 million. In the blink of an eye, another fortune had been secured, and Yang Jun could not help but marvel at the fact that his discerning eye had become his personal treasure trove. At that moment, Shu Yulong approached with a furrowed brow. Yang Jun, as an employee of the Shu family, is it not somewhat inappropriate to sell jadeite materials to outsiders without permission? Ha, young Master Shu. While it is true that I am your family's appraiser, these are my personal possessions, and I shall sell them to whomever I choose. Yang Jun replied, disdainfully turning his lips at Shu Yulong, showing no regard for his status as the boss. What did this fellow think of himself? A slave to the Shu family? Did he believe that all his belongings required the family's approval for any decision? Truly, he was a presumptuous young master. Yang Jun's role as the Shu family's appraiser stemmed solely from his relationship with Shu Yuqing. Beyond that, he had no obligations to any member of the Shu family and was certainly not their free jadeite master. Yang Jun, it seems you no longer wish to work for the Shu Antiquities, Shu Yulong remarked, taken aback by Yang Jun's complete disregard for his authority. Many people were observing them, wearing amused expressions, which only fueled his anger. Ha, young master, do you think I am in need of a job? Furthermore, can your words truly hold any weight? Yang Jun chuckled, assessing the displeased expression on Shu Yulong's face, unsure of how to evaluate him. Truly a thoughtless, spoiled heir. Master Yang, come to our company. I will offer you an annual salary of 10 million. Master Yang, I shall give you 20 million. Join our company. Come to my company, and I will make you the general manager. Upon hearing Shu Yulong's words, numerous bosses turned their attention to Yang Jun, eager to entice him. This was the most formidable jadeite master in Qingning City. Whoever could recruit him would undoubtedly experience a windfall. Should Master Yang be willing, they would pay any exorbitant price to secure his services. In the eyes of the other bosses, Yang Jun was akin to a treasure trove, a money tree. With him at the helm, their companies would never lack for quality materials. Only high-quality resources could sustain a company and yield greater profits, as low-end commodities offered little financial return, while premium materials were exceedingly rare. Although they each had their own jadeite masters, none could compare to Yang Jun's caliber. From the beginning, he had consistently produced high-quality jadeite through his expertise. At that moment, all the bosses present regarded Yang Jun as a veritable king of jadeite. Such a person is revered like a deity, And yet, Shu Yulong dares to expel him. This has presented them with an opportunity, prompting all the bosses to offer the highest bids in hopes of courting Master Yang. Shu Yulong's countenance darkened significantly. He regretted his words the moment they escaped his lips, fully aware of his young master's temperament that led him to speak so rashly. The other bosses regarded him as if he were a fool, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Thank you, esteemed bosses, for your kindness and hospitality, but I have yet to depart from Shu's jewelry," Yang Jun remarked with a smile, recognizing that their interest stemmed from his prowess in stone gambling. However, Shu Yuqing would not allow him to leave. He was determined to win over this man. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, the bosses chuckled, understanding that Shu Yulong's declarations held no weight. The old master of the Shu family would never be foolish enough to cast out such a revered figure. Only Shu Yulong, the debauched young master, would dare to voice such nonsense. "Master Yang, that is of no consequence. Why not become our company's honorary general manager? You could still earn a salary in the millions without needing to work," they proposed. They realized that Shu's family would never let him go and thus devised this alternative. Yang Jun would need to lend his expertise only when materials were scarce. Yang Jun comprehended their intentions. If he could not be the Imperial Stone Master, a nominal position would suffice, as long as he could procure high-quality materials for them. They were willing to grant him a handsome salary without demanding much in return. He found himself pondering this notion. Perhaps it would not be such a bad idea to hold several honorary titles, thereby elevating his annual income to astronomical heights. "Yang Jun, you are still an employee of the Shu family. Undertaking work for other companies without permission would violate your labor contract," Shu Yulong interjected darkly while observing him. He produced the labor contract to pressure him, forbidding him from gambling for other companies. "Ah, young Master Shu, I regret to inform you that I have not signed any contract with Shu's jewelry," Yang Jun replied, raising his head and smiling mischievously at Shu Yulong. You have reminded me. Yesterday, Yuqing mentioned signing a contract with me, but it appears that such an agreement cannot be finalized," Yang Jun said with a grin, which further soured Shu Yulong's expression. He realized today that Yang Jun had him firmly in his grasp, and he could not gain the upper hand. In the end, although Yang Jun did not finalize any agreements, he indicated that he might be willing to assist them, although he did not explicitly state it. The bosses understood that for Master Yang to lend his hand, the benefits must be substantial. Both Shu Yulong and Luo Wei departed from the Qishur Pavilion in a fit of rage, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Jun. Only Yin Tianxiu wore a broad smile, having realized that anyone who crossed paths with Yang Jun would inevitably face misfortune. This time, his decision not to target Yang was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Observing the grim expressions of Luo Wei and Shu Yulong, he could hardly suppress his laughter. Let him revel in his moment of pride. Soon enough, he would witness his downfall. As Luo Wei exited, he muttered quietly to himself that he had already sought assistance to thoroughly deal with Yang Jun. Both Shu Yulong and Yin Tianxiu overheard his words, yet neither chose to speak. Shu Yulong remained silent, harboring a tempest of anger within. He welcomed Luo Wei's intentions to confront Yang Jun, seeing it as an opportunity to vent his own frustrations. Yin Tianxiu, too, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yet he shared a similar sentiment, though he held little faith in Luo Wei's capability, having previously attempted to subdue Yang Jun without success. Regardless of Luo Wei's potential triumph, he was content merely to observe the unfolding drama. "Luo Xiao, we have arrived," came a notification on Luo Wei's phone as they exited the Qishur Pavilion. "Good. That brat will be out soon. Make sure to give him a thorough beating, as long as it doesn't end in death," he replied, a sinister smile curling his lips. "You, a mere upstart without any backing, dare to oppose me? I shall make your life a living hell." With laughter, Luo Wei approached his vehicle, addressing both Yin Tianxiu and Shu Yulong. The two exchanged smiles but remained silent as they entered Luo Wei's car. "Moments latte." Yang Jun instructed Lu Wei, the owner of Qishur Pavilion, to deliver the remaining 2 pieces of raw stone to his residence. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely exited the pavilion, feeling quite pleased with his bountiful gains of the day. "Hey, you must be Yang Jun." 4 burly men approached as he stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi. "Indeed, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" Observing the malicious glint in their eyes, he discerned that they were there to provoke trouble. Despite recognizing their formidable presence, he felt no fear with his current abilities. He would not flinch even if faced with 40 of them. "Hee, someone wants us to get to know you better," one of the men chuckled, and with a shared glance, they quickly encircled Yang Jun. "Remember, there are some people you cannot afford to offend." As one of the men spoke, he swung his fist toward Yang Jun's face. The other three immediately joined the fray, launching their attacks simultaneously. Yang Jun deftly dodged the punch from the man behind him, swiftly elbowing backward and striking the assailant in the chest with a resounding thud. A piercing scream erupted from the man as he staggered back and fell to the ground. At that moment, another thug aimed a low kick at him. Yang Jun pivoted to evade the kick, simultaneously dodging 2 incoming punches. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the man who had attempted the low strike. A dull thud echoed as the burly man staggered backward before collapsing to the ground, followed by anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, Yang Jun executed a swift maneuver, dispatching 2 adversaries with a deft backward kick followed by a forward thrust. The individual before him was undeniably skilled, exhibiting a level of professionalism that surpassed even seasoned fighters. Witnessing their companions crumple in agony, the remaining 2 men instinctively took a step back, contemplating flight as they realized Yang Jun's prowess would easily subdue them. However, before they could turn to flee, Yang Jun surged forward with lightning speed. A series of resounding impacts followed as he landed a left hook and a right uppercut squarely on their faces. Both men simultaneously spat blood and a few teeth, their mouths now stained crimson, eyes wide with terror as they retreated further. Yang Jun approached them with a mocking smile, viewing them as mere jesters. "Stay back. We're under Strong Brothers' command." One of the men stammered, fear etched across his features. "To hell with that. I care not for your affiliations," Yang Jun retorted vehemently, delivering 2 powerful kicks that sent the pair sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, he advanced and unleashed a flurry of swift kicks upon the fallen men. "This is for causing trouble with me, for pretending to be tough," he muttered as he struck, reducing them to a pitiful state. After a brief moment, all 4 were left battered and unrecognizable, resembling nothing more than swollen caricatures of themselves. Nearby, in a Mercedes, Luo Wei gaped in shock. These 4 were notorious enforcers, revered in Qingning City. Yet, in the face of Yang Jun, they had proven utterly ineffectual. He had never anticipated that Yang Jun was also a martial arts expert. Among the trio, aside from Yin Tianxiu, Shu Yulong was equally stunned. He had not expected this seemingly bookish individual to possess such formidable combat skills. While Yin Tianxiu's background suggested he was also quite adept, the comparison with Yang Jun made it clear that he too was outmatched. After delivering a final, punishing barrage to his adversaries, Yang Jun paused, fully aware that these men had been sent by that scoundrel, Luo Wei. He glanced towards the Mercedes, defiantly raising his middle finger. He had seen Luo Wei and his companions seated in the vehicle, likely relishing the spectacle. Despite the insult, Luo Wei refrained from exiting the car, unwilling to risk ending up like the others. "Don't get cocky. I will settle the score with you eventually," he seethed, slamming his hand on the steering wheel before revving the engine and hastily departing, eager to avoid Yang Jun's wrath. "Damn coward," Yang Jun muttered to himself as he turned to leave, only to be momentarily stunned by the approach of several uniformed individuals. Chapter 59, Returning to the Special Vehicle. Alas, how unfortunate! Yang Jun could not help but mutter a lament, realizing that escape was no longer an option. Crouching down, he clasped his hands behind his head and remained still. A few individuals rushed over, shouting at him, and he merely grimaced, resigned to his position. "Comrades, I am but a victim. These ruffians attempted to rob me. I acted in self-defense," he explained, eyeing a beautiful officer who stood with her arms crossed, scrutinizing him. "Huh, I did not expect you to be so formidable. How is it that a victim bears no injuries?" The officer teased, observing Yang Jun's posture. Miss, I assure you I am a good person. I was bullied by them, and my lack of injuries is due to my ability to withstand blows," he replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Meanwhile, he discreetly activated his X-ray vision. Such an opportunity for visual indulgence could not be squandered. "Damn, she rivals Shu Yuqing in beauty. Ah, your gaze remains as lecherous as ever. You have not changed a bit since our school days," the officer remarked, glaring at him before breaking into a smile. Yang Jun was taken aback by her words. Did this imply that she recognized him? "Are you Xiao Pengyo?" After scrutinizing her face for a while, he finally recognized her as a former classmate from middle school. "You are the one who is Xiao Pengyo. Your entire family consists of Xiao Pengyo. You scoundrel." Yang Jun. Her anger was ignited by his playful jab, prompting her to charge at him. "Ah, she is going to hit me. This could end badly," Yang Jun shouted as he witnessed her advance. You rogue. I will deal with you later." Her outburst drew the attention of onlookers, who began to point and whisper. The officer was compelled to halt her pursuit. Actually, I misspoke earlier. You were not fat in school. Were you, Zhang Ying? Yang Jun, seizing the moment, attempted to flatter her with a chuckle. Humph, it seems you have finally recalled. This lady was never overweight during our school days, Officer Zhang Ying huffed, casting him a knowing glance. Her subordinates exchanged glances, surprised to learn that their superior and Yang Jun were former classmates. From their dialogue, it was evident that she had indeed been quite plump in her youth. Indeed, you were a great beauty back then. We all called you Sai Gui Fei. Yang Jun nodded with a smile, only to immediately cover his mouth in regret. How did he let such a truth slip? Faced with Zhang Ying's murderous glare, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why must his tongue betray him so? Observing Yang Jun's mischievous demeanor, Zhang Ying felt an intense desire to give him a good thrashing. Her companions struggled to suppress their laughter at his audacity. To dare call a woman fat was surely courting trouble. Chief, Master Yang is definitely not a bad person. At that moment, Lu Yue and several business owners rushed over, looking at Zhang Ying with smiles. Ha! Just look at that despicable, punchable face. It's clear he is no good. Upon seeing these individuals come to plead for this fellow, Zhang Ying curled her lip and remarked. They had all overheard the earlier exchange and shared the sentiment that Master Yang's words were rather provocative. Oh, you refer to him as Master Yang. It seems this fellow must be quite skilled in stone gambling. Zhang Ying quickly deduced that in this street, known for stone gambling, those dubbed masters were certainly connected to the craft. Haha, indeed, Master Yang is the Emerald King of Qingning City. The business owners nodded in agreement, lifting Yang Jun to the esteemed title. Humph, regardless of what king he may be, we shall not wrong an innocent nor let a guilty person go unpunished. Casting a disdainful glance at Yang Jun, Zhang Ying waved her hand and departed with her entourage. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Ying's workplace, where statements were recorded, and the chain of events was thoroughly investigated. Haha, while we have clarified the circumstances, it does not mean you will escape unscathed. You shall remain here for 24 hours. Zhang Ying said to Yang Jun with a mischievous smile. Ah, surely not, Yang Jun lamented, his face a mask of despair as he looked at Zhang Ying with pleading eyes, resembling a wronged spouse, as if Zhang Ying, the stunning beauty, was the one tormenting him. Ha! You rascal, what kind of look is that? Zhang Ying couldn't help but laugh at Yang Jun's expression, rolling her eyes at him. Although your actions were in self-defense, some aspects were excessive, so someone must vouch for you. Zhang Ying shot him another stern look, instructing him to find a guarantor. Alas, very well, Yang Jun sighed in resignation, messaging Xu Yuqing to explain the situation and request her support. As he awaited her arrival, Yang Jun suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, Ouch, ouch! What now? What trickery is this? Zhang Ying inquired with a smile, observing his antics. Ha! It's just that my stomach hurts from hunger. I haven't eaten since breakfast. He chuckled slyly at Zhang Ying. You scoundrel! Are you trying to get me to treat you to a meal? Zhang Ying, exasperated by the shamelessness of the man before her, responded. Ha! I wouldn't mind if you treated me, he replied with a grin, relishing the idea of escaping this predicament through a meal, as he was not keen on remaining there. Oh, that won't be necessary. We have box meals here. Consider yourself fortunate. Zhang Ying, fully aware of Yang Jun's intentions, smiled and turned to fetch the meal. Tsh, no sense of sentiment, Yang Jun muttered quietly as Zhang Ying stepped out. Yet, this little chubby girl has truly transformed. In her uniform, she has become remarkably beautiful. In school, while she had a lovely face, her figure had been undeniably plump. Compared to now, she was a completely different person. Before long, Zhang Ying entered with 2 packets of takeout, and the two began to eat and converse. Captain, the guarantor has arrived. Just then, one of Zhang Ying's subordinates walked in, escorting Xu Yuqing. Upon her arrival, Xu Yuqing cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Ying before shooting a fierce glare at Yang Jun. Oh, such treatment. You even have food. Why not stay here for a couple of days? Yang Jun, gazing at Xu Yuqing, chuckled narcissistically. Well, doesn't he bother me? But you might feel quite lonely without me. Sir, I can no longer vouch for this person, Xu Yuqing retorted, rolling her eyes at Yang Jun before addressing Zhang Ying and turning to leave. What? Yang Jun was instantly taken aback. If she wouldn't vouch for him, he would indeed be stuck here for a full 24 hours. Don't. I was wrong. How can I live without seeing you? He lamented, looking pitifully at Xu Yuqing's retreating figure. Zhang Ying, covering her mouth, chuckled lightly at Yang Jun's display. Miss Xu is quite right. Someone so incorrigibly cheeky deserves to stay here a few more days. She then stood up and walked towards the door. You both. Yang Jun was left dumbfounded. With both women gone, he was truly alone. You scoundrel. Do you really wish to remain here? We have no more takeout for you. All right, I'm coming right away. Yang Jun quickly regained his senses, rising with a chuckle and following the two women out. Once outside, Shu Yuqing cast a half-smiling glance at Yang Jun. The beautiful officer seems to treat you quite well. You appear quite familiar with each other. Yang Jun detected a hint of jealousy in her tone. Hee. We were classmates in high school. It's been over a decade since we last met, he explained with a grin, then fixed his gaze on Shu Yuqing. Are you truly just classmates? Shu Yuqing asked, a playful smile gracing her lips as her captivating eyes locked onto Yang Jun's. I seem to detect a hint of jealousy. Do you smell that? Get lost, you scoundrel. Shu Yuqing shot him a glare and ignored him, striding towards her car. We genuinely are just classmates, and it has indeed been years since we last saw each other, Yang Jun insisted, catching up to her. Shu Yuqing scoffed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yang Jun's explanation had alleviated much of her discomfort. Seeing that scoundrel with the beautiful officer earlier, sharing a meal, had unsettled her heart. Now, after hearing Yang Jun's explanation, she felt considerably more at ease. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Engaging in a street brawl and injuring someone, she teased, chuckling as she drove. Well, it's not my fault. It was that fiancé of yours who instigated it. Yang Jun retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He certainly didn't wish to be dragged into this predicament. After all, misfortune had simply befallen him. Get lost. I do not acknowledge him as my fiancé. In light of recent events, Shu Yuqing and the elder Shu had a fierce argument, parting ways in discord. He was well aware of his grandfather's intentions to forge an alliance with the Luo family, aspiring to dominate the jewelry market in Qingning City. The notion that his family regarded him merely as a tool was utterly unacceptable to Shu Yuqing. How do you know that it was that scoundrel Luo way behind this? Shu Yuqing inquired, glancing at Yang Jun, oblivious to the happenings at the Qishir Pavilion. He can't bear to lose. After losing, he seeks to take revenge on me. Yang Jun replied, disdainfully recounting the day's gambling incident with Luo Wei. Oh dear, you've raked in another few billion in just a day. You truly are impressive. Shu Yuqing remarked, her lips curling in disbelief at this rogue's astonishing ability to amass wealth, while others may be oblivious. She was acutely aware that in less than 2 months, Yang Jun had already accumulated over $1 billion in assets. It's mainly due to some fortunate benefactors who insist on showering me with money. Yang Jun chuckled, bemused by the unexpected generosity. Yuqing, Shu Yulong is your brother, correct? After their laughter subsided, Yang Jun turned to Shu Yuqing, having never heard her mention Shu Yulong before. Yes, he is my uncle's son, but our relationship isn't particularly close. Shu Yuqing responded with a nod, her disdain for her brother evident. No wonder he comes across as such a fool. Yang Jun remarked, sharing the details of Shu Yulong's association with Luo Wei and their conflicts. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuqing fell silent, contemplating her thoughts before finally addressing Yang Jun. Do you truly intend to remain at our Qibao studio long-term? Yang Jun had already contemplated this question, and with Shu Yuqing's inquiry, he carefully articulated his thoughts. For now, as long as I am at Qibao studio, I shall continue working to amass experience and knowledge in gem appraisal. In the future, I aspire to establish my own jade and jewelry company. He did not conceal his future ambitions from Shu Yuqing, smiling as he shared his aspirations. Shu Yuqing nodded. She recognized that Yang Jun had the capability to run his own jewelry enterprise, though he lacked experience. His desire to gain knowledge and expertise was indeed a prudent choice at this juncture. Simultaneously, she understood that Yang Jun's continued presence at Qibao Studio was not solely for the sake of experience. A significant part of it was due to her. A sweet warmth blossomed within her, and she felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. Over these days, she had come to realize her genuine affection for this rogue. However, she felt the need to test him thoroughly. She could not simply yield to him without a challenge. Very well, you shall continue at Qibao Studio for now. And when the time is ripe, you can establish your own company. Shu Yuqing smiled and nodded, fully supporting Yang Jun's course of action, while also formulating her own plans in her heart. Yet, she felt it was premature to share these thoughts with Yang Jun, as their relationship had yet to solidify. Meanwhile, the elder Shu was in his study, seething with anger, having not anticipated that his granddaughter would defy his wishes. Although the notion of a matrimonial alliance with the Luo family was once dismissed as mere jest, it now appears to be of utmost necessity. The current competitive landscape of the jade and gemstone business is exceedingly fierce. Only through a union with the Luo family can we firmly secure a substantial market share in Qingning City. He is well aware that his granddaughter harbors disdain for Luo Wei, yet for the sake of the family's interests, can she not make a sacrifice? Grandfather, who has upset you? At that moment, Shu Yulong entered cheerfully from outside. Ah, it is still that girl Yuqing, who adamantly opposes the union with the Luo family. Sighed the elder Shu, resigned. Luo Wei is not without merit. The crux lies in the fact that he is the heir of the Luo family. Their influence in Qingning City ranks among the top, boasting nearly 100 billion in assets. Ha, grandfather, let us proceed with caution regarding this matter, Shu Yulong said, casting a glance at his grandfather, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. Humph, that troublesome girl is destined to marry. I shall not permit her to meddle with the Shu family's enterprises. Shu Yulong harbored his own schemes, contemplating that this marriage with the Luo family might present a unique opportunity for him. Grandfather, why not entrust the management of Cabaozai to me? If I apply some pressure on my sister, perhaps she will come to her senses, Shu Yulong suggested with a smile, observing his grandfather. Upon hearing this, the elder Shu regarded his grandson with keen awareness, fully cognizant of the boy's intentions. However, in terms of managerial capability, Shu Yulong fell far short when compared to Shu Yuqing. The antique street shop was the most lucrative establishment within the Shu family's portfolio, and Shu Yuqing managed it with remarkable efficiency. Entrusting this profitable shop to Shu Yulong was a prospect that left the elder Shu uneasy. Yulong, put away those petty thoughts before me. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Besides, your sister has made no missteps in her management, the elder Shu responded, though he was indeed vexed by his granddaughter's refusal of the marriage proposal. He was not oblivious to his grandson's aspirations and would never allow the family's assets to benefit outsiders. However, permitting that girl to take on a managerial role was certainly acceptable. Haha, grandfather, I merely jest. I cannot believe that girl will never err, Shu Yulong chuckled, refraining from further discussion on the matter, knowing that arguing against his grandfather's decision would be futile. Troublesome girl, once you make a few mistakes, grandfather will undoubtedly hand over the management rights to me. He secretly plotted to create difficulties for Shu Yuqing. At Qingning Airport, two young individuals adorned in designer attire emerged from the lobby, followed closely by two formidable bodyguards and a middle-aged man. Zhang Xiaowei was eager to ascertain the true prowess of the individual his cousin had spoken of, and he had brought along the family's most skilled stone gambling master. Cousin, let us head to the Paling Grand Hotel. Allow me the pleasure of hosting you properly, he said, as the group exited the airport and made their way directly to the Paling Grand Hotel. In a luxurious private room at the Palanda Hotel, He Wenjie and Zhang Xiaowei sat in the company of Yin Tianxiu and Li Tianyu. Cousin, allow me to introduce you. This is Yin Tianxiu, the eldest heir of the Yin group, and this is Li Tianyu, the eldest heir of the Huiguang group. This is my cousin, Zhang Xiaowei, the eldest heir of the Zhang family in Beijing. He Wenjie smiled as he made the introductions, and the group of like-minded young scions quickly began to indulge in hearty drinks. After taking a sip of his drink, Li Tianyu spoke with a hint of bitterness, expressing that they, the affluent young gentlemen, found themselves in a shared plight, all having suffered defeats at the hands of Yang Jun. He understood that He Wenjie had summoned them for a purpose, to unite against that Yang Jun. What is he, after all? Just a rustic upstart, a fortunate nouveau riche. Following Li Tianyu's words, He Wenjie erupted in a loud curse, lamenting that it was precisely because of this upstart that he had been forced to hide in Beijing for over a month. But fear not, gentlemen. My cousin's arrival will surely compel that fellow to return all the money he won from us. He then turned to Zhang Xiaowei with a hearty laugh. Zhang Xiaowei was renowned in Beijing as a master of gambling on stones, and he had brought along the Zhang family's most skilled stone gambling expert. He was confident that this time they would prevail against the upstart. After all, luck could not favor him indefinitely. Excellent. Let us pool our resources and challenge that scoundrel once more. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu burst into laughter, unwilling to relent until they had taken down Yang Jun. What say you, Yin? With Li Tianyu's endorsement, He Wenjie turned his gaze toward Yin Tianxiu. If we were to settle the score with that fellow, I shall certainly join you. However, regarding the financial contribution, I must decline. The Yin family is currently experiencing a cash crunch and cannot afford to be too ostentatious. With a hint of resignation, Yin Tianxiu smiled at He Wenjie and Li Tianyu. Damn it, I certainly won't gamble with you fools against Yang Jun. That lad is exceptionally cunning, and the odds of winning are slim. However, if you truly manage to defeat him, it would bring me joy. Among these young scions, Yin Tianxiu was undoubtedly the most astute. He was no longer inclined to confront Yang Jun directly. He paid little heed to the others, relishing their struggles against Yang Jun. Brother Yin, we are aware of your family's circumstances. Let us forego the financial contributions. He Wenjie and Li Tianyu understood that the Yin family was striving for a clean slate. Given the current climate, it was indeed unfavorable for families like the Yans. Not knowing that a few wealthy young heirs were plotting to challenge Yang Jun again, Li Qianyu contemplated before speaking with a smile. Meanwhile, Yang Jun was enjoying a leisurely outing with Shu Yuqing. Why are there so many people ahead? Just as he was surveying his surroundings, Shu Yuqing suddenly tugged him forward. Eager to see what commotion lay ahead, Yang Jun could only shake his head in exasperation at her penchant for seeking out excitement. Damn it, you filthy security guard. You stain my clothes, and you must pay me now. A haughty woman's voice pierced through the crowd. Excuse me, you bumped into me. How is it that I am the one who stained your clothes? A man's voice retorted indignantly. Shu Yuqing tugged at Yang Jun, pushing their way to the forefront of the gathering. A middle-aged woman dressed in high-end fashion locked eyes with a young man clad in a security uniform. Yang Jun was taken aback upon recognizing the young security guard. Wasn't this his high school classmate, Sun Chong? Chapter 62. A chance encounter with an old friend. Country bumpkin. Hurry up and compensate me, or I'll ensure you lose your job. The middle-aged woman shouted at the young security guard, her eyes gleaming with blatant mockery and disdain. You, Sun Chong. The young security guard was about to respond when a surprised voice rang out. Sun Chong turned towards the source of the voice, his expression mirroring his astonishment, followed by a broad smile. Yang Jun, what a surprise to see you here. The two had been the best of friends in high school. Yang Jun approached Sun Chong with a grin, draping an arm around his shoulder. A crazy woman. She wasn't watching where she was going, and she bumped into me, claiming I stained her clothes. Sun Chong responded, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Encountering such a woman truly rendered reason moot. Yang Jun then turned his attention to the arrogant middle-aged woman. Madam, do you truly demand compensation? You are the one who is a madam. Your entire family are madams. Yang Jun's retort ignited the middle-aged woman's fury, prompting her to bellow at him. Huh, look at your wrinkled face, pretending to be youthful. With that pumpkin visage. You can never pull it off. Yang Jun remained unfazed by her outburst, laughing mockingly at her. Ha ha. His words elicited a wave of laughter from the onlookers, who recognized the woman's blatant attempt to extort money. While everyone could see through her scheme, no one felt compelled to intervene. You, what do you mean? You want to pay, right? How much? Yang Jun interrupted the middle-aged woman's attempt to speak, looking at her with derision. This is a designer piece worth several thousand. You'll have to pay at least 3,000. The middle-aged woman glared at Yang Jun, her eyes darting as she boldly made her demand. Very well. Yang Jun replied with a chuckle, glancing at the woman before turning to Shu Yuqing. Could you lend me 3,000 in cash? Without a word, Shu Yuqing opened her small bag, retrieving a stack of cash and handing it to Yang Jun, receiving the money. Yang Jun turned back to the middle-aged woman. You give us the clothes, and the money is yours. What? The middle-aged woman's expression shifted from delight at the sight of the cash to one of utter astonishment at Yang Jun's proposition. What's the matter? The compensation will be given to you. This garment is what we have purchased, so why should it not be removed? Observing the astonishment and disbelief on the woman's face, Yang Jun spoke with unwavering confidence. Ha ha ha. Indeed, take it off, and the money shall be yours. Yes, since you're receiving compensation, the clothing naturally belongs to her. Remove it. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, urging the middle-aged woman to hastily strip off her attire. At that moment, the woman's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with indignation. She simply could not remove the garment, for doing so would leave her exposed. Moreover, this outfit was rented, not her own purchase. Madam, surely you cannot expect both the money and to retain the clothing? Such fortune is rare indeed. Yang Jun observed the middle-aged woman, curling his lip in disdain and contempt. He had discerned that she was merely a con artist, preying upon unsuspecting workers like Sun Chong. Men like Sun Chong found themselves helpless against such a woman. They could neither strike her nor outwit her. Had Yang Jun not been present, Sun Chong would likely have handed over several hundred yuan, resigning himself to misfortune. Just wait. I shall not spare you. The middle-aged woman threatened Yang Jun in a huff, realizing that without removing the clothing, she would not receive any money. She then turned and pushed her way out of the crowd gathered to watch. Madam, that garment is rented, is it not? It must be returned clean. You've sullied it with grease. Yang Jun remarked with a smile as he watched her retreat, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. The woman fled the scene in utter disgrace. Encountering Yang Jun had indeed marked a day of ill fortune for her. Heh, your tongue is rather sharp, isn't it? Sun Chong chuckled at Yang Jun. I risked my life to confront that wicked woman on your behalf, and you speak to me in such a manner. Yang Jun looked at Sun Chong in exasperation, delivering a playful punch to his chest. Oh, my stomach aches, Sun Chong exclaimed, clutching his belly and claiming discomfort. Alas, I struck your chest, yet you lament your stomach. Truly perplexing. Yang Jun shook his head in disdain, raising his fist again, ready to strike. If you do, I might suffer from an entire body ache. Sun Chong laughed, eyeing Yang Jun's fist. You are quite something. Let us find a place to have a drink. Yang Jun shot him a scornful glance, but smiled broadly. He then returned the wad of cash to Shu Yuqing. This is my best friend Sun Chong, a notorious scoundrel. And this is my girlfriend. Isn't she lovely? Yang Jun introduced the two with a hint of pride. Shu Yuqing shot him an annoyed glance, but refrained from retorting, granting him an unspoken favor. Hello, sister-in-law. Sun Chong greeted Shu Yuqing with a grin, then gave Yang Jun a thumbs up. You're impressive. How did this flower end up amid such dung? You scoundrel. Yang Jun exclaimed, his face contorted in anger. How did he, an undeniably handsome young man, become acquainted with dung? Shu Yuqing, upon hearing his words, erupted into a delightful giggle, her earlier quarrel with her grandfather having cast a shadow over her mood. However, with a plan forming in her mind and the sight of these two lively souls playfully at odds, her spirits lifted significantly. Soon enough, the trio found themselves in a mid-range restaurant. Sun Chong, didn't you enlist in the army? How come you're here working as a security guard? After clinking glasses, Yang Jun inquired, glancing at him. I just discharged from the military and haven't found a job yet, so I had no choice but to take this security position. At least it brings in a bit of money to buy some medicine for my mother, Sun Chong replied, casting a resigned look at Yang Jun. Has Aunt Sun come a Qingning as well? What's the situation? Yang Jun asked, recalling his familiarity with Sun Chong's mother from their school days, when he often visited their home, where she would delight them with delectable treats. Yes, I just brought my mother over recently. She has some chronic health issues, Sun Chong confirmed. After their meal, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing followed Sun Chong to the place where he and his mother resided. It was an aging community with subpar conditions, and they rented a garage apartment. As they approached the door, persistent coughing echoed from within. Yang Jun recognized it as Aunt Sun's cough, indicating a serious illness. Sun Chong, let us take Aunt Sun to the hospital later, Yang Jun suggested, understanding that her condition would worsen if neglected. Brother Jun, it's not that I don't want to take my mother to the hospital, but the medical expenses are exorbitant. I can't afford it right now. It's my failure, Sun Chong replied, a look of guilt and sorrow etched on his face, feeling inadequate as a man unable to provide for his mother's health care. Strong, we have grown up together like brothers. You needn't worry about the cost for Aunt Sun's treatment, Yang Jun reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. But, Brother Jun, it requires a substantial amount of money. Sun Chong acknowledged the urgency of his mother's situation. Yet the financial burden loomed large. Leave the money to me. I'm doing quite well now, Yang Jun interrupted, flashing a smile. Having lost contact for a while, he was unaware of Sun Chong's circumstances, but now that fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to assist his brother. All right, it's settled then. Let us head inside, and shortly we'll take Aunt Sun to the hospital, Yang Jun declared. Sun Chong nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he remained silent. As they entered, the room was devoid of windows, casting a somber darkness, and a potent scent of traditional Chinese medicine filled the air. Sun Chong called out to his mother, who lay on the bed. Strong, you're home early today, Aunt Sun murmured, groggily opening her eyes upon hearing her son's voice. Mother, look who has come to see you, Sun Chong said cheerfully, gesturing towards Yang Jun. Mother Sun gazed at Yang Jun, who was sitting beside her son, and after a moment of scrutiny, she finally recognized him. Little Jun, is that you? It had been 5 or 6 years since they last met, and Yang Jun's transformation was quite significant, which caused Mother Sun to take a while before identifying him. Yes, it's me. I knew Aunt Sun wouldn't forget me, Yang Jun replied with a smile as he settled beside her on the bed, gently taking her hand. You two have been inseparable since childhood. Even if Aunt Sun were to pass, she would never forget you. Seeing Yang Jun brought immense joy to Mother Sun. She had not anticipated encountering him in this place. Little Jun, have a seat. I'll prepare some food for you, she suggested with warmth. Aunt Sun, there's no need for that. We just finished eating. I came to take you to the hospital, Yang Jun explained. Observing Mother Sun, who was not yet 50 but appeared significantly aged, a pang of sadness filled Yang Jun's heart. To the hospital? Auntie, these old ailments of yours are nothing to worry about, she reassured him, fully aware of the exorbitant costs associated with hospital visits, which were beyond their means. Moreover, after years of enduring her ailments, she doubted any treatment would yield positive results, and she was reluctant to squander money unnecessarily. Come on, Aunt Sun, trust me. I have a wealthy girlfriend now, Money is no object, he reassured her, opting to conceal the extent of his own financial situation, knowing that such revelations might overwhelm an ordinary person. Thus, he fabricated another tale, attributing his fortune to Shu Yuqing. "And son, look, this is my girlfriend Shu Yuqing. Don't you think she's beautiful?" At this moment, Yang Jun pointed to Shu Yuqing beside him, smiling as he posed a question to Mother Sunday. Mother Sun scrutinized Shu Yuqing intently, nodding repeatedly with a broad smile. "Beautiful, truly beautiful, like a fairy." "Hello, Aunt Sun." Shu Yuqing blushed slightly at the compliment, feeling a bit shy as she greeted her. "Chong, let us go. We're heading to the hospital now." Mother Sun ultimately acquiesced to Yang Jun's insistence and resignedly boarded Shu Yuqing's vehicle to the hospital. The Shu family was a prominent and affluent clan in Qingning City, well connected within the hospital's network. Before they even reached the hospital, Shu Yuqing had already arranged everything in advance. She secured a VIP room for Mother Sun and began the necessary examinations at a leisurely pace. "I'll follow what Brother Jun says." Although Sun Chong was unsure of Yang Jun's current circumstances, he was certain that Yang Jun was faring far better than himself, a retired soldier. "This card has some funds. Use it to cover the hospitalization expenses," Yang Jun said as he produced a card and handed it to Sun Chong for the hospital fees. Sun Chong examined the card thoughtfully for a moment, then silently accepted it. "All right, I'll take my leave now. I'll return tomorrow for the checkup," Yang Jun said with a smile, giving Sun Chong a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing the hospital with Shu Yuqing. On the way back, Yang Jun remained silent in the car, lost in thought about how he could help Sun Chong secure a better job. "What are you pondering?" Noticing Yang Jun's unusual quietness, Shu Yuqing, unaccustomed to his silence, cast him a glance and asked with a smile, knowing that he was usually quite talkative, often provoking a desire to throttle him at times. "I pondered how to secure a more suitable job for Qiangzi." Yang Jun, without any hesitation, smiled at Shu Yuqing, who was driving. His spirits were notably high today, having encountered his brother. More importantly, he seized this opportunity to declare that Shu Yuqing, this tomboy, was his girlfriend, and she did not object. This revelation filled Yang Jun with exhilaration, for he sensed that this woman had, in essence, accepted him. What difficulty was there in that? He suggested that he should also work in the store as an apprentice. Shu Yuqing glanced at Yang Jun and replied with a smile, "Indeed. Let Xiangzi join Qi Bao Zhai as an apprentice. In the future, he could be of assistance to me." Yang Jun gazed at Shu Yuqing with gratitude, convinced that she was remarkably intelligent and exceptionally understanding. "Yuqing, you are truly wonderful. I have decided to dedicate myself to repay your kindness." His eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at her, for she was the finest woman in the world. Compared to someone like Lan Bingjie, she was light years ahead, unworthy of even carrying her shoes. Chapter 64. A Lifetime Agreement. In the living room, the two were seated on the sofa watching television. But Yang Jun's gaze remained fixed on Shu Yuqing, grinning foolishly. A faint blush rose on Shu Yuqing's face as she shot him a charming glare. "What are you staring at? Do you wish to have your eyes plucked out?" Yang Jun, unfazed, merely pouted at her and chuckled. "Hee, Yuqing, you are indeed the most beautiful woman in the world." "Humph, do you even need to say that?" "I am kind-hearted, beautiful as a flower, capable of gracing the hall and managing the kitchen," she boasted, her heart swelling with pleasure from Yang Jun's straightforward compliments. "Indeed, there is no comparison. You surpass the spring breeze by 10 miles, and no peach blossom can rival you. You possess the charm to make the moon shy and flowers weep, a beauty that leaves fish and birds sorrowful." Yang Jun nodded enthusiastically, reciting a poem that extolled her virtues. Shu Yuqing was taken aback, her autumn-like beautiful eyes fixed on him, filled with joy and shyness. "Do you truly think I am like that?" She giggled, covering her mouth in delight, then turned to Yang Jun with another question. "Of course, your bright eyes sparkle. Your smile is enchanting, captivating all who behold you. As lovely as a peach blossom in March, pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn." Yang Jun nodded earnestly, showering her with heartfelt praise. "Humph, you scoundrel, tell me, did you say the same to Lan Bingjie before?" Although her heart brimmed with happiness, she recalled his previous girlfriend, glaring at Yang Jun with a huff. "No, absolutely not. She is unworthy of such admiration. Only you, a celestial being, deserve these words of praise," Yang Jun quickly asserted, momentarily taken aback. "I will believe you this once." Shu Yuqing's heart swelled with joy. She never anticipated that this rogue could be so charming with his words. At this moment, Shu Yuqing, with her exquisite beauty, bore a delicate blush upon her cheeks. Her sparkling autumn-like eyes brimmed with sweetness, leaving Yang Jun momentarily spellbound. Hee hee, what a fool. I shall take my leave now, she teased, snapping back to reality. Yang Jun's eyes filled with regret. You imbecile, why didn't you stop her earlier? Seizing the moment would have been effortless. You truly are useless, faltering at such a critical juncture. He muttered in frustration, rising to retreat to his own room. Godnik, Yang Jun. Sweet dreams, came Shu Yuqing's gentle voice just as he reached his door. To his surprise, her door swung open, revealing a shy Shu Yuqing who offered him a soft good night. He, Yuqing, he stammered, but the words faltered at his lips. Shu Yuqing smiled encouragingly, awaiting his continuation. Damn it, forget the fear. I'm a real man, and this pertains to my future. Gazing at her enchanting visage, Yang Jun steeled his resolve, realizing that to make this woman his wife required courage. Without uttering another word, he stretched out his arms and embraced Shu Yuqing tightly. As he held her perfectly sculpted form, a fiery warmth surged within him. Ah, you! Shu Yuqing gasped, startled by his boldness, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. After a prolonged moment, Yang Jun grinned at the blushing Shu Yuqing. From this day forth, you are mine. Anyone who dares to pursue you will face my wrath. His domineering declaration filled her heart with warmth and sweetness. In that instant, she fully embraced the man before her, shedding the fears imposed by her family's expectations. She responded softly, her flushed face nestled against his chest. She cherished Yang Jun's assertiveness, adored his confidence, and found amusement in his playful demeanor. At that moment, the fierce woman she once was melted away, transforming into a gentle and charming little lady. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her silky hair and feeling the subtle tremors of her body, Yang Jun's eyes radiated tenderness and contentment. Yuqing, I will never let you down. I will ensure your days are serene, free from sorrow, and that the world treats you gently, allowing time to remain as tranquil as it once was. I believe you, Shu Yuqing murmured, nestling closer, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety and tranquility in his embrace. In that moment, both felt as if they were the happiest individuals in the world, grateful to fate for their encounter and the opportunity to love one another. Suddenly, Yang Jun lifted Shu Yuqing into his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from her. With a soft thud, the door to the room closed behind them, sealing their shared fate. The grand round bed within Shu Yuqing's room would no longer be hers alone. This night was destined to be radiant with love. Tonight, the fates of two individuals are destined to intertwine. It is an unforgettable and enchanting evening. The following day, upon awakening, Yang Jun gazed at Shu Yuqing's slightly languid yet charming visage and chuckled. You're even more beautiful than yesterday. You scoundrel. Such words are only permitted from you to me henceforth, Shu Yuqing retorted playfully, exuding a delightful sense of authority. Of course, trust me, I am a devoted man. Having kept your bed warm, Yang Jun replied with a gentle nod, his eyes brimming with affection and contentment, for in his heart, there was no room for any other woman. After tidying up, they clasped hands and stepped out of the house. Yuqing, you should head to the office first. I need to visit the hospital, Yang Jun said with a smile as they reached the ground floor, intending to check on Aunt Sun's examination results. Yes, you scoundrel. But you mustn't flirt with those nurses at the hospital, Shu Yuqing warned with a playful tone. I'm a man of singular devotion. Trust me. Yang Jun responded with a chuckle. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Shu Yuqing drove off to her workplace while Yang Jun hailed a taxi to the hospital. At the hospital, Sun Chong and his mother were already prepared for the examination. Soon, the doctors would arrive to conduct a thorough checkup. Chapter 65, Bold Endeavors. Shortly after Yang Jun arrived at the hospital, the specialist began a comprehensive examination of Sun Chong's mother. Chong, Aunt Sun will be fine. Everything will turn out well. Yang Jun reassured the visibly anxious Sun Chong with a smile. Medical technology has advanced significantly. Aside from a few terminal illnesses, there are no ailments that cannot be treated. Sun Chong nodded silently, his heart filled with fervent prayers that his mother would be all right. She was his only family in the world, and he longed for her to witness him marry and have children, wishing for her to enjoy a good life in the future. Before long, the results of Aunt Sun's examination were ready, and Sun Chong and Yang Jun were summoned to the specialist's office. Doctor, how is it? My mother's condition is not serious, right? Sun Chong inquired anxiously, his eyes reflecting worry and impatience. Though Yang Jun remained silent, concern was evident in his gaze as well. Mr. Sun, Mr. Yang, I have some very distressing news to share, the doctor said, looking at them with a heavy heart. Upon hearing the doctor's words, shock washed over Sun Chong's face. Doctor, what do you mean by that? He asked, his eyes reddening and his voice rising with agitation. Chong, please remain calm and allow the doctor to finish, Yang Jun said, placing a reassuring hand on Sun Chong's shoulder to help him steady himself. Doctor, please explain Aunt Sun's condition, Yang Jun urged, and the doctor nodded, understanding the emotional turmoil of the family members. The patient is in the late stages of lung cancer, and, unfortunately, due to the late arrival, surgery is no longer an option. The doctor spoke in a low, somber tone, revealing the situation, his heart heavy with helplessness. Cancer remains an exceptionally challenging ailment to treat. No, how could this be? It is my inadequacy that has brought this upon my mother. The doctor's words left Sun Chong in disbelief, quickly followed by profound self-reproach. It was his own inability that prevented him from bringing his mother to the hospital sooner. Had they arrived earlier, the situation would undoubtedly have been different. Chong, stay calm, Yang Jun urged, casting a glance at the guilt-ridden Sun Chong, encouraging him to regain his composure. Doctor, is it confirmed to be lung cancer? Yang Jun inquired, hoping for a mere suspicion rather than a definitive diagnosis. The doctor, understanding their emotions, reluctantly nodded. There was no doubt. The diagnosis was certain. In that moment, both Yang Jun and Sun Chong fell silent, and tears streamed down Sun Chong's reddened cheeks. After a moment, Yang Jun turned back to the doctor. If surgery is not an option, how shall we proceed with treatment? At present, we can only offer conservative acupuncture therapy, hoping to prolong the patient's life. The doctor outlined a treatment plan, aiming to extend her time. Very well, let us proceed with that. Yang Jun nodded in resignation, recognizing that there were no other alternatives. Chong, be strong. Perhaps a miracle will occur. We must not let your mother know about her condition. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Sun Chong wiped away his tears and nodded. Though his heart ached with sorrow, he understood that he must not show his emotions in front of his mother. When they returned to the hospital room, Sun's mother lay asleep on the bed. Gazing at her somewhat aged face, Yang Jun felt an overwhelming wave of sadness. He then activated his X-ray vision, seeking to understand what late-stage lung cancer entailed. Cancer, in essence, is a malignant tumor resulting from the pathological changes of an organ within the body. Such tumors are caused by a viral mutation that cannot be completely eradicated, which is why cancer is regarded as an incurable disease. As Yang Jun observed the large tumor in Sun's mother's lungs, he fell into deep contemplation. He wondered whether the spiritual energy within him could eradicate the virus and eliminate the tumor entirely. With this thought, he sat beside the bed and gently grasped Sun's mother's hand. A trace of weak electrical energy flowed through his arm into her body, reaching her lungs. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Yang Jun meticulously observed the changes occurring within Sun's mother. As time passed, he noticed that the tumor in her lung seemed to diminish slightly under the continuous flow of spiritual energy. Although it was only a small reduction, Yang Jun felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and joy. It appeared that his spiritual energy was indeed effective. If he could administer this treatment daily, perhaps the tumor would gradually diminish. Although this process might take several months, it mattered not, as long as he could help Sun's mother recover. After persistently channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse the lung tumor for approximately half an hour, Yang Jun was drenched in sweat. Xiangzi, do you believe what Brother Jun says? Sun Chong looked at Yang Jun in bewilderment, unsure of the meaning behind his words, yet he nodded in agreement. Having grown up together, I naturally trust Brother Jun. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun smiled and nodded. Do not worry, Xiangzi. Aunt Sun will recover. Brother Jun's words hold true. Sun Chong, however, wore a face of confusion, unable to comprehend Yang Jun's unwavering confidence. He, do not question the reason, just observe the outcome. Brother Jun is indeed correct. Sun Chong merely acknowledged with a hum, saying nothing further. As long as his mother's health improved, he would accept anything. After watching the doctor perform acupuncture on his mother, Yang Jun departed the hospital. Meanwhile, in the Qibao studio on the Antique Street, Luo Wei, get out. I have made it abundantly clear. I do not recognize my family's decisions. Nor do I hold you, a filthy playboy, in any regard. In Shu Yuqing's office, she glared at Luo Wei, her eyes filled with scorn and derision. Shu Yuqing, you. Luo Wei was equally enraged, having never before faced such disdain and mockery. Yet, this woman brazenly ridiculed and belittled him. Leave. A worthless playboy like you truly believes that wealth grants you the right to pursue me? You ought to take a good look at your own filthy self. Shu Yuqing showed no mercy in her words, which echoed out of the office. He well said. At that moment, Yang Jun entered Shu Yuqing's office with a smile, casting a derisive glance at the furious Luo Wei. Young Master Luo, with your disreputable character, What gives you the audacity to pursue a goddess? What grants you such courage and confidence? Yang Jun regarded Luo Wei with unabashed mockery and contempt. Hee, does this worthless person truly believe that wealth makes him exceptional? Chapter 66. The Humiliation of a Playboy. Yang Jun, who the hell do you think you are? Do you truly believe that winning a few bets on stone gambling elevates you above all? Luo Wei was now infuriated to the point of hysteria, wishing to unleash his anger upon Yang Jun, who looked back at him with blatant derision. Yet, he dared not act. He was well aware that he could not best Yang Jun, and those formidable henchmen he had hired were no match for him either. I indeed profited from stone gambling. I am now a master of the craft. Who in Qingning City does not know my name? Yang Jun continued to taunt, observing Luo Wei's face turning a shade akin to that of a cooked liver. Yang Jun's words left Luo Wei speechless, unable to muster a retort. What are you stammering about? Without the Luo family's prestige, what are you even? Besides sowing your wild oats like a dog, what else can you do? Yang Jun gazed at Luo Wei as if he were a pile of refuse, his expression replete with disdain and revulsion. Giggling, Luo Wei appeared as though he might spew blood in his anger. But at that moment, Shu Yuqing covered her mouth and erupted into delightful laughter. Yang Jun's boldness filled her heart with joy, and she unabashedly expressed her affection. She approached Yang Jun and linked her arm with his. Why must you be so infuriating? Could you not be so blunt in your speech? Indeed, it could be rather hurtful. But is this fellow even human? Shu Yuqing's words made Yang Jun nod with a smile. Yet what followed nearly caused Luo Wei to spew blood. All right. Yang Jun, don't get too smug. I shall settle the score with you eventually. Luo Wei gasped violently, having never been mocked or enraged to such an extent throughout his life. At that moment, Yang Jun fixed his gaze upon Luo Wei, an icy glint flashing in his eyes, as if a bolt of lightning flickered within them. Upon meeting Yang Jun's stare, Luo Wei felt his hair stand on end, an overwhelming fear surging within him. He found himself involuntarily retreating 2 steps, fully believing Yang Jun could indeed follow through on his threats. Yang Jun, spare me the nonsense. We have sought out a master. Are you brave enough to wager again? It turned out that Wenjie and his companions had approached Luo Wei, who had eagerly volunteered to challenge Yang Jun. He also intended to serve as a warning to Shu Yuqing, asserting his position as her fiancé. However, he did not anticipate that these two would brazenly slap him in the face and treat him like a dog. Curse those 2 wretches. Once I win this round and leave you both in destitution, let us see how you dare to contend with me. Wenjie had indeed procured masters for this occasion, and Luo Wei felt supremely confident, for one of them was a disciple of the former Emerald King and now a senior to him. With such esteemed titles, their stone gambling skills would be nothing short of extraordinary. Defeating this luck-reliant fellow would be as easy as pie. He relished the thought of their downfall. Since the fortune bestower wants to shower me with riches, how could I refuse? Yang Jun mused, gazing at Luo Wei with amusement. Since these individuals were eager to gift him money, he would graciously accept. After all, he was currently striving to amass capital to one day establish his own jewelry company. However, even a medium-sized jewelry firm would require an investment of several billion, and with just over 10 billion at his disposal, he was far from sufficient. Well, since these folks wish to bestow wealth upon me, I shall indulge their desires. All right, I accept. Specify the time and place, and then be gone. Casting a disdainful glance at Luo Wei, Yang Jun boldly accepted the challenge, undeterred by the prowess of any expert they might summon. Tomorrow afternoon, at the Qishir Pavilion. Let's not fail to meet. Yang Jun, prepare yourself to become a beggar once more. With the time and place declared, Luo Wei resentfully turned and departed from the Qibao studio. Yang Jun, do you have confidence? After Luo Wei left, Shu Yuqing regarded Yang Jun with a hint of concern. Have faith in me. With my X-ray vision, how could I possibly lose to them? Yang Jun replied confidently, smiling at Shu Yuqing. You scoundrel, can you not be serious? X-ray vision. I see merely a pair of lustful eyes. Shu Yuqing, unconvinced by Yang Jun's earnest words, dismissed his claims of possessing X-ray vision as mere lasciviousness. Then let me show you my lustful gaze. Yang Jun unabashedly surveyed Shu Yuqing from head to toe. I do have a penchant for black. As Yang Jun gazed at Shu Yuqing, he chuckled foolishly and remarked, You rascal. Shu Yuqing, her cheeks slightly flushed, scolded him, her heart filled with curiosity as to how he knew her attire was black. Soon, she dismissed the thought. It must have been during the morning when she changed clothes that this fellow had stolen glance. She found it hard to believe his claims of having X-ray vision. "What are the results of Aunt Sun's examination?" she asked seriously, her playful demeanor vanishing. "The results aren't particularly favorable, but fret not. With me around, everything will be fine." Yang Jun replied with a carefree smile, concealing the true state of Aunt Sun's health. "Do you fancy yourself a doctor? And you think you're immune to problems?" Shu Yuqing rolled her eyes, her disdain evident as she regarded him. "Humph. Though I'm not a doctor, I possess this extraordinary ability, and I can heal," Yang Jun declared, puffing out his chest with an insufferable expression. "Get lost, rascal. I have work to do." Shu Yuqing thought to herself, this annoying fellow was insufferable. It seemed she truly needed to find an opportunity to put him in his place. Dismissing his boastful demeanor, she focused intently on her work, as the store was filled with tasks awaiting her attention. The following day, Yang Jun first made a trip to the hospital. As the elderly doctor administered acupuncture to Aunt Sun, he sat beside her, holding her hand and repeatedly channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse the tumor in her lungs. Through his X-ray vision, he could perceive the malignant cells being eradicated and the tumor shrinking ever so slightly. Simultaneously, he observed the old doctor's acupuncture techniques. Under the stimulation of the silver needles, Aunt Sun's body began to show a glimmer of resistance. The wonders of traditional Chinese medicine piqued his interest. Chapter 67. Discovery of the Jade Cavity. Perhaps I should truly learn this acupuncture technique. Combined with the spiritual energy within me, I could indeed become a doctor. He mused quietly as he watched the old physician's needlework. Even if he did not pursue a career in medicine, possessing such extraordinary abilities would still benefit those around him. Yes, I should find some time to study traditional Chinese medicine. It would be enlightening. If the opportunity arises, having an old practitioner as a mentor would be splendid. Since acquiring his X-ray vision, Yang Jun had gained newfound confidence in all endeavors, particularly now, with the ability to read swiftly and retain information effortlessly. He felt equipped to absorb various knowledge with remarkable ease. While others might require decades to master, he believed he could accomplish it in far less time. After 2 treatments, Aunt Sun's condition had indeed improved. Her cough was no longer as severe. Sun Chong had begun to harbor a modicum of faith in Yang Jun's words. After having lunch together, he and Shu Yuqing headed directly to the Oddstone Pavilion. At this moment, the Qishur Pavilion was already bustling with numerous visitors, including the jade and gemstone proprietors from Qingning City and masters of stone gambling. Their presence was spurred by the news of a wager involving Master Yang and Luo Wei, as well as the arrival of a new batch of raw stones the previous night. Thus, many were eager to witness the excitement of the wager, while others sought the opportunity to select a few raw stones for themselves. Master Yang had arrived, and upon seeing Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing, many greeted them with warm smiles. "You esteemed gentlemen are quite early," remarked an elderly figure, Shu Laoyes. "Hee, with such a commotion, I too wish to partake in the spectacle. Perhaps the Shu family jewelers will acquire some exceptional jade this time." This elder undoubtedly exhibited newfound confidence in Yang Jun. At this juncture, the young masters of Luo Wei had yet to arrive, and Yang Jun seemed to have arrived a tad earlier. "Master Yang, shall we first inspect the raw stones?" Lu Yue, the proprietor of the Qishur Pavilion, suggested with a smile. "Indeed," Yang Jun replied with a nod, leading the group towards the raw stone warehouse. As the young masters had not yet shown up, he seized the opportunity to absorb some spiritual energy. Upon entering the warehouse, Yang Jun first utilized his X-ray vision to scan the section of high-quality raw stones, revealing the condition of approximately 100 premium stones at a glance. Remarkably, the quality of this batch was commendable, with each stone containing jade, albeit of varying qualities. While every piece contained jade, none were the highest grade. The best among them approached the icy variety. After examining each stone with his flashlight, he absorbed the spiritual energy within before moving into the mid-range stone section. The quality of these mid-range stones was significantly inferior, with only a few capable of yielding jade, and their overall quality remained unsatisfactory. Just as Yang Jun began to feel a twinge of disappointment, a raw stone marred by a large crack caught his attention. This stone, the size of a grinding disc, contained jade of a glutinous variety, which he had discerned through his X-ray vision. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that within the basin-sized glutinous jade, a mutation had occurred. A small, exquisite piece of imperial green jade was encased within, and Jiang Chan sensed that this imperial green emanated a watery texture. Surprise surged within him. Could this be the legendary jade marrow? Jade marrow is an exceptionally viscous substance formed from intensely concentrated spiritual energy compressed over millions of years, typically found within the finest jades. Yet, Not all exceptional jades contain such a rare treasure as jade marrow. If this truly is jade marrow, I will strike it rich. With this jade marrow, my X-ray vision and spiritual power will ascend to new heights, Yang Jun thought, elation bubbling within him, though his expression remained composed. After noting the raw stone, he absorbed the spiritual energy from the other stones. Just then, a voice laced with mockery echoed through the air. Oh, look who arrived early. So eager to part with their money. Yang Jun turned his head and saw Luo Wei and He Wenjie entering, with He Wenjie being the one speaking. Who is giving money to whom is still uncertain. What qualifications does a defeated subordinate have to say such things? Yang Jun smirked disdainfully at the smiling He Wenjie. Upon being ridiculed by Yang Jun, He Wenjie's expression immediately soured. What use is mere rhetoric? Let us see the results. That is what truly convinces. Yang Jun remained unimpressed, his lips curled in indifference. Indeed, excessive words are futile. Let us see true skill on the gambling stone. A young man dressed in designer brands standing beside He Wenjie smiled at Yang Jun, exuding confidence. This individual was Zhang Xiaowei, who had come from the capital. Yang Jun had never seen him before and did not recognize him. This is my cousin, Zhang Xiaowei from the capital. You will be gambling against his companion, Master Liao, the brother of the Jade King. He Wenjie introduced Zhang Xiaowei and Master Liao to the others, beaming with pride. Ah, it is indeed the renowned gambling stone master. Master Liao. Among the onlookers, someone immediately recognized Master Liao, who had gained immense fame in the capital and was indeed the brother of the current Jade King. Master Liao, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Many began to greet Master Liao, especially the two gambling masters, Wang Changhe and Li Ming. Master Liao, I have long heard of your esteemed name, yet I have never had the fortune to meet you. The two gazed at Master Liao with admiration, exchanging pleasantries. Your reputations are equally resounding. What master, what master? It is merely others' flattery, Master Liao responded with a smile, though a flicker of pride and arrogance shone in his eyes. This man, in his 50s, held a dismissive view of the so-called masters from Qingning City. In his eyes, these individuals were simply incomparable to him. What does it matter if he is the brother of the Jade King? Even if the Jade King himself came, I would not fear him. Yang Jun shrugged, saying nothing. Yet his heart remained unbothered. It is said that even deities struggle to discern a mere inch of jade, no matter how formidable the Jade King may be. He cannot accurately determine what lies within the raw stone. However, Yang Jun possessed the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, an unparalleled advantage that ensured his victory against anyone. Chapter 68, A Billion-Dollar Gamble. Are you the infamous Yang Jun? Are you brave enough to wager a larger sum? At this moment, Zhang Xiaowei looked at Yang Jun with a grin, his eyes brimming with arrogance. He believed that someone like Yang Jun was unworthy to be his opponent. Had it not been for his cousin's pride, he would not have engaged in a wager with such a person. Oh, how much does young Master Zhang propose? Yang Jun inquired nonchalantly, unfazed by the challenge. It wouldn't be such a grand occasion to come with the brother of the Jade King otherwise. Not too much. Let's wager 1 billion. I trust you can afford it, Zhang Xiaowei chuckled, as 10 billion was not a substantial amount for him. The Zhang family was considered a prominent clan in the capital, possessing assets exceeding hundreds of billions. We are actually wagering such a large sum? The others, upon hearing this, were left in awe, their mouths agape and unable to suppress exclamations of astonishment. This wager amounted to a staggering 1 billion. Many business owners, when aggregating their assets, would find that they possessed less than 1/10 of that sum. Families like He Wenjie, among the most prominent in Qingning City, could barely amass a total of several billion. Yet, at this moment, they were witnessing a gamble that represented the entirety of a family's fortune, which naturally left everyone else in shock. 1 billion is indeed a considerable stake, warranting notarization. Yang Jun nodded with a smile, concerned that these individuals might refuse to honor their commitments in the event of a loss. Although we would never default, I can assure you that notarization will provide you peace of mind. Zhang Xiaowei, with a dismissive smirk, chuckled. What does notarization matter? Will enable you to win that billion? He held a substantial confidence in Master Liao Hui, believing that since Master Liao had joined the Zhang family, he had never tasted defeat. However, since the young man insisted on notarization, it was for the best, as it would prevent this nouveau riche from trying to evade responsibility in case of a loss. Thus, the wager was formally notarized, a customary practice within the realm of stone gambling. The rules were established. Each participant would select 3 pieces of raw stone, with the highest value prevailing. Once notarization was complete, the wager commenced, and Yang Jun along with Liao Hui began to sift through the pile of raw stones, seeking those that caught their interest. Yang Jun had thoroughly examined the high-end and mid-range sections, identifying a piece in each that piqued his interest. While he suspected that Liao Hui might opt for the finest stone in the high-end section, he was confident that Liao Hui would overlook the mid-range stone that contained agate. Consequently, Liao Hui entered the high-end section, scrutinizing the stones with great care. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun ventured into the low-end section, which caused a stir among the onlookers. Yang Jun, do you truly believe you can extract high-quality jade from this low-grade material again? Luo Wei remarked derisively upon witnessing Yang Jun's choice. Li Tianyu, He Wenjie, and Zhang Xiaohui remained silent, yet their expressions were rife with scorn. The way they regarded Yang Jun was akin to gazing at a fool. The notion that one could unearth high-quality jade from low-grade stones was tantamount to an extraordinary stroke of luck. It might happen once or twice, but no one would believe it could occur consistently. Who says one cannot find high-quality jade in low-grade stones? Jiang Chun retorted dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Wei, and confidently uttered another of his maxims. At that moment, tension gripped the hearts of those present, many concerned for Yang Jun, as his opponent was the brother of the Jade King, a true master in his own right. Yet, this young man remained unfazed, sifting through the low-end stones in pursuit of his quarry, undeterred by the monumental wager of 1 billion. Yang Jun, perhaps you should also select a few stones from the high-end section. After all, the probability of finding high-quality jade there is significantly greater, Shu Yuqing suggested, her composure faltering in light of the immense gamble. Rest assured, trust in Ji's abilities. I will not falter, Yang Jun replied with a smile, his confidence unwavering as he continued to examine the raw stones amidst the low-grade materials. With my newfound ability to see through the layers, I meticulously examined the heap of worthless stones. Among the thousands of raw materials, only a few dozen possessed the potential for jade, and the overall quality was decidedly inferior. As I assessed the stones, I absorbed the spiritual energy within, murmuring to myself about the abysmal quality of this batch. Indeed, this collection was far less promising than the previous one, yet within it lay a rare gem concealing agate, a discovery made possible by my unique insight. Otherwise, such a stone could remain undiscovered for ages. Sighing, I resolved to explore the other two areas, dismissing the notion that it was unusual to find nothing worthwhile among the refuse. Observing a few individuals, I regarded them as simpletons. I said, halting their laughter, their expressions shifting awkwardly as they realized the truth in my words. It was entirely normal not to find precious stones among the dross. If high-quality materials were consistently uncovered, that would indeed be extraordinary. Casting a sidelong glance at He Wenjie, I suddenly froze. He was precariously perched on a large scale, beneath which lay an ordinary-looking stone, flat and unremarkable, resembling a piece of marble. To the casual observer, it appeared just like a curb, but I could discern a rich emerald hue and a vibrant red emanating from it. To my astonishment, it was a massive piece of high-grade jadeite. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a curse in my mind. It became evident that this stone had been deliberately flattened to serve as a base for the scale, which was used to weigh the worthless stones, often sold by the kilogram rather than clearly priced in the mid-range and high-end areas. Step aside, do not obstruct my path, I chuckled as I approached the scale, shoving He Wenjie aside. Are you seeking your own demise? He retorted, nearly toppling over in his anger. I paid him no mind and turned my attention to Lu Yue. Boss Lu, I have chosen this stone you use as a base. It appears quite comfortable and well-shaped. Master Yang, this is merely an ordinary stone flattened by us. Lu Yue replied with a bemused expression. I care not. Everything in your warehouse should be considered as part of the gamble, I insisted, gazing at Lu Yue with determination. Chapter 69. 3 pieces of worthless material. Lu Yue, observing my resolve, shook his head in resignation. Very well, let be a gift to Master Yang. He had indeed entertained doubts about whether jade might be hidden within, but if that were the case, it should have been apparent during their processing. With that thought, he chuckled and decided to bestow the stone upon me without charge. Yet Yang Jun merely smiled and shook his head, refusing to accept it for free. Boss Lu, I cannot accept this without compensation. What if a piece of jadeite emerges from within? He glanced at Lu Yue, his smile a blend of jest and sincerity. All right, Master Yang, 500 yuan will suffice. Very well. Yang Jun chuckled as he paid the 500 yuan, instructing someone to transport the exceptionally flat stone slab onto a small cart. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by Yang Jun's actions, uncertain of his intentions. After all, this was a gamble worth 10 billion. How could Master Yang appear so nonchalant? Do you think there might actually be jadeite within that ordinary stone? Are you daft? Didn't the boss just say it's merely a common stone picked up from the roadside? Why would Master Yang purchase a regular stone? The crowd murmured among themselves, unable to decipher Yang Jun's motives. Even Shu Yuqing stood there, dazed, unsure of what trick Yang Jun was attempting. You fool, what are you playing at? Do you truly wish to lose 10 billion? Coming back to her senses, Shu Yuqing glared at Yang Jun, her irritation palpable. Haha, Brother Xin is never wrong. I am indeed an extraordinarily handsome fellow. Yang Jun chuckled at Shu Yuqing's frustration, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. To the observers, his demeanor was incredibly infuriating. Many wished to confront this impertinent individual, incredulous that he was treating a 10 billion gamble so lightly. You rascal. Shu Yuqing, still irritated by Yang Jun's demeanor, wanted to voice her thoughts once more, but was interrupted as Yang Jun leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Really? Of course, Brother Xin is never mistaken. Get lost. Shu Yuqing shot him a fierce glare, cutting off his self-praise, and proceeded towards the section of unpromising materials. The crowd stared in astonishment as Shu Yuqing selected 2 pieces of waste material worth a few hundred yuan from the pile. Well, with these 3 pieces, the 10 billion will be within reach. Just as Yang Jun's cheerful proclamation fell from his lips, it was met with a round of hearty laughter. What nonsense, Master Yang. You must be resigning yourself to defeat, hoping to save a few coins. He Wenjie guffawed, eyeing Yang Jun skeptically. He could not fathom how these 3 pieces, costing just over 1,000 yuan in total, could secure victory in a 10 billion gamble. He certainly won't have such luck today. His fortune has run out. Luo Wei scoffed, casting a derisive look at Yang Jun, ignoring their taunts. Yang Jun shot them a disdainful glance before making his way towards the stone selection area. Meanwhile, Liao Hui and his companions had also finalized their choices. As anticipated, the finest piece from the high-end section was indeed selected by Liao Hui. No wonder he is the brother of the Jade King. His expertise in stone gambling is truly profound. Yang Jun couldn't help but admire Master Liao Hui's skills, acknowledging that such prowess was not merely boastful. Without his unparalleled X-ray vision, he would have had no chance of outshining Master Liao. Master Yang, you dare to stake your fortune on these 3 stones, Zhang Xiaohui remarked with a mocking glance at Yang Jun. Recognizing through his expertise in the realm of gambling stones that these 3 were nothing but worthless debris. Indeed, it is these 3 stones, Yang Jun replied, unwavering in his confidence despite Zhang Xiaohui's derisive gaze. Haha, I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence, but allow me to inform you that today, you are destined to lose. Zhang Xiaohui laughed heartily, questioning the sanity of the seemingly oblivious Master Yang. One must not jest about such matters. That is a sum of 10 billion. Elder Shu cautioned, directing a concerned look towards Yang Jun, emphasizing that this was no trifling amount to lose. Rest assured, Elder, I possess an extraordinary streak of luck. Any stone I deem worthy is bound to yield results. Yang Jun replied with a self-satisfied grin. Elder Shu sighed in resignation, choosing silence, for the loss would not affect him directly. You insolent fool. Should you lose, I shall ensure you face my wrath, Shu Yuqing hissed through clenched teeth, leaning in close to Yang Jun's ear. Cut it out, Brother Xin is never wrong, Yang Jun began, only to be interrupted by sharp pain radiating from his waist. Shu Yuqing's delicate hand had fiercely pinched the soft flesh there, compelling him to cease his self-adulation lest he incur further punishment. Master Yang, are you truly certain it is only these 3 stones? Liao Hui inquired with a serious expression, scrutinizing Yang Jun intently. Yes, it is indeed these 3 stones, Yang Jun affirmed, his playful demeanor replaced by solemnity as he nodded earnestly. Very well, shall we commence the stone cutting? Will we proceed together, or one at a time? Liao Hui inquired, a smirk of disdain evident in his eyes. He felt that wagering against such a person was beneath him. As you are a senior brother of the Jade King, please, you may cut first, Jiang Chun said leisurely, strolling towards the mid-range rough stone area. Before the astonished onlookers, he retrieved a piece of rough stone marred by a significant crack and of poor quality. Once the stone is cut, please package it for me. Yang Jun instructed Lu Yue with a smile after completing the payment. The crowd gazed at Yang Jun in bewilderment. How could such a poorly rated rough stone possibly yield jade? Even if it did, the quality was unlikely to be commendable. In the world of stone gambling, cracked rough stones were generally avoided, even by the Jade King himself. Master Yang was indeed one of a kind, consistently leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. The spectators, having witnessed numerous encounters between Yang Jun and his opponents, were astonished yet again, pondering whether this time would mirror the past, where he triumphantly turned the tables. Could there truly be hidden treasures within this flawed stone? Chapter 70. Once again victorious. The sound of cutting stone abruptly ceased, and Liao Hui's selection of 3 rough stones had been successfully sliced open. The vibrant green had emerged. The cutting machine was turned off, and the 3 gem cutters erupted in exclamations, confirming that Liao Hui's chosen stones had indeed revealed their emerald hues. Wow, Master Liao is truly remarkable. All 3 stones yielded emerald. One exclaimed. Indeed, one is of icy variety, and 2 are of glutinous ice. Just look at this piece. It must be worth at least 50 million. As the rich green color of the cut stones was revealed, whispers of speculation filled the air regarding the value of these emeralds. Once all the jade was extracted, it was confirmed that the value hovered around 50 million. The crowd was enraptured with admiration. However, Liao Hui shook his head in discontent, feeling dissatisfied with the quality of the stones. In his estimation, at least one of the rough stones should have produced high-quality icy jade, rather than the ordinary variety. Little did he know that the spiritual essence within these stones had already been absorbed by Yang Jun, resulting in a decline in jade quality. Although he was not entirely pleased with the outcome, Liao Hui felt victorious in having triumphed over Yang Jun's 3 worthless stones. Ha! Yang Jun, do you still wish to cut those 3 worthless pieces? At that moment, Wenjie laughed heartily, casting a mocking glance at Yang Jun. The crowd turned their attention to him, with no one holding any hope for the 3 discarded stones. Sai, perhaps you should just concede. Wang Chong, the vice president, sighed. Looking at Yang Jun, he believed that conceding would preserve some dignity, as failing to extract even the slightest value from the stones would be utterly humiliating. Why not cut them? What if my luck shines through and I manage to uncover a high-quality emerald? Yang Jun responded confidently, unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny. Casting a glance at Wenjie. Humph, I see you won't shed tears until you face the coffin. Just wait until the cutting is done. Then we'll see how you cry. Luo Wei scoffed derisively. Cut! You, a defeated foe, have no place here to speak, Yang Jun retorted dismissively to Luo Wei. Damn it! This kind of person dares to pursue my woman? He harbored a deep resentment towards Luo Wei for his intentions towards Shu Yuqing. A seed sower? The crowd was puzzled by Yang Jun's words, some appearing momentarily dazed. However, they soon understood the insinuation, and many stifled their laughter behind their hands. Yang Jun, you are courting death. Luo Wei, having been humiliated multiple times by Yang Jun, felt a surge of anger. Cut! With a loser like you. Do you think I fear you? Be careful you don't catch something one day, Yang Jun said with disdain, his expression one of utter contempt, as if Luo Wei truly bore a disease. Upon hearing the word AIDS, the crowd instinctively recoiled slightly, distancing themselves from Luo Wei. His face turned a deep shade of crimson, filled with rage as he glared at Yang Jun, wishing he could devour him whole. Get lost. I'm about to cut stones, Yang Jun declared, entirely unfazed by Luo Wei's menacing glare, choosing to ignore him. Master, please start by cutting this large slab of stone. Make the incision here. Yang Jun instructed the stone cutter, drawing a line on the slab. The sound of the cutting machine echoed, immediately capturing everyone's attention as they fixated on the stone slab. They were eager to see if this seemingly ordinary rock could yield something precious, and whether Master Yang would once again conjure a miracle. With a sharp crack, the slab was sliced open, and the machine's noise ceased, leaving the crowd breathless. A vibrant green emerged. What a surprise. At that moment, the stonecutter's voice rang out with excitement. Everyone gasped as a brilliant green light emanated from the fissured stone. My goodness, it really is jade. How could this ordinary stone produce such a treasure? And it appears to be of high ice variety. Look at its size. It's rather substantial. As they marveled at the intense green glow from the slab, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Liao Hui, too, stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that a seemingly inconspicuous stone could be jadeite. Moreover, it had yielded high-quality ice jade, far surpassing his own piece. He Wei and Zhang Xiaowei were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how an ordinary stone could produce jade. Li Qianyu, who had remained silent, wore a grim expression, sensing that he might once again face defeat. Luo Wei's countenance was equally grim. Having previously ridiculed Yang Jun, he was now swiftly met with his own comeuppance. Wang Chang'e, Li Ming, and the elder Shu were left speechless, their mouths agape as they stared at the deep green hue. However, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Knowing she had triumphed once more, her anxious heart finally at ease. Could this rascal truly possess a kind of X-ray vision, discerning jade within this stone? After settling her thoughts, she glanced at Yang Jun, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. Yet, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such notions as mere fabrications from novels. Utterly impossible. Yang Jun, undeterred by the myriad of astonished gazes, marked several more lines on the original stone. Master, according to these lines, please extract the jade within. Following Yang Jun's drawn lines, the jade size was indeed impressive, estimated to be worth between 80 to 100 million. Before long, the entire slab of vibrant jade was extracted. Gazing at this basin-sized piece of exquisite high ice jade, astonishment filled the eyes of the onlookers. Such a large piece of jade, entirely free of flaws. How much could this yield? The assembled business magnates couldn't help but mentally calculate the potential profits. This type of well-formed jade is the most profitable and has the highest yield. The estimated value of this jade was around 100 million. After a while, Wang Changhe and Li Ming appraised the jade's worth. Liao Hui nodded in agreement, still perplexed as to how an ordinary stone could produce jade. At this moment, several young masters who had pooled their resources for gambling were taken aback. Once again, they had fallen victim to Yang Jun's winning streak. He chuckled, noting that since the value was around 100 million, these two worthless stones need not be cut. Yang Jun's laughter echoed as he allowed Xu Yuqing to casually select two pieces of utterly worthless material, mere fillers for the occasion. Chapter 71. Offending Another One. By now, no one believed that Yang Jun's success in gambling stones was merely a stroke of luck. It was inconceivable that one person's fortune could be so unerring, consistently turning defeats into triumphs and yielding precious jade at every turn. Doubts began to surface. They suspected that this seemingly unassuming individual, much like Liao Hui, was in fact a master of the craft with profound expertise. My apologies, everyone. Once again, I have triumphed. 10 billion is now mine, Yang Jun remarked with a smile, gazing at the young masters whose expressions were now grim. Meanwhile, Wenjie and others looked at him with eyes full of malice. If a mere glance could kill, this man would have met his demise 100 times over. Please, do not idolize me. I am but a legend, he said, unfazed by their murderous glares, still brimming with self-admiration. Zhang Xiaohui's countenance was equally unfavorable. He had never anticipated such a loss. The ever-victorious Master Liao Hui had met a dismal defeat in Qingning City, bested by this young upstart. Yang Jun, I concede that you have won this time. However, next time, you may lose even your life, he retorted, his eyes filled with derision. What good is victory if one lacks the means to enjoy it? Master Zhang is indeed a prominent figure in the capital. Are you threatening me? Yang Jun replied, undeterred, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Damn it, you think you could take me down? It matters not who you are. I fear no one, he scoffed. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Let us wait and see. In response to Yang Jun's frosty demeanor, Zhang Xiaohui merely smirked, showing no concern. In his eyes, how much trouble could this nouveau riche truly stir? With their family's influence in capital, dealing with such a minor character would be child's play. Master Zhang is correct. The world is indeed fickle. No dynasty remains unchanged, nor do noble houses endure forever. Let us see how this unfolds. Yang Jun mused, a flash of electricity igniting in his eyes, causing Zhang Xiaohui to shudder involuntarily. A twinge of fear rose within him, compelling him to reassess the young upstart before him. Let us go. After casting a lingering glance at Yang Jun, Zhang Xiaohui chose not to utter another word and turned to leave the stone pavilion, followed closely by Wenjie, Luo Wei, and others, all equally disheartened. Observing their retreating figures, another glint of coldness flickered in Yang Jun's eyes. Master Yang, I will offer you 150 million for those jade pieces. Sell them to me. Master Yang, I will give you 160 million. Please sell them to me. As they beheld the jade piece Yang Jun had cut, along with the 3 pieces he had won, several businessmen began to bid for their purchase. Please assist me in handling this. The pieces of jade that had been cut were of no interest to Yang Jun, who turned to Xu Yuqing and asked, Shall I assist you in handling this? Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Xu Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with disbelief. Are you unwilling? Yang Jun inquired, observing her dazed expression. Get lost. Xu Yuqing snapped, regaining her composure and shooting him a fierce glare. Yang Jun chuckled and moved aside to consult with the stonecutter about his piece, which bore a significant crack. This particular piece had the potential to yield jade of a modest quality, yet within it was encased a mesmerizing agate that thrilled him. This time, Yang Jun emerged victorious, amassing an additional 10 billion, while Shu Yuqing assisted him in selling the jade for 170 million. Naturally, the buyer remained the Shu family. Although Shu Yuqing did not offer preferential treatment regarding the price, she held the authority to determine to whom the jade was sold. At this moment, old Master Shu began to perceive the complexity of their relationship. He pondered that if Yang Jun were to become his son-in-law, it might indeed be a fortuitous development. As for the engagement between Shu Yuqing and Luo Wei, he resolved to cease his interference. After all, Luo Wei paled in comparison to Yang Jun. His only advantage lay in his wealth. He decided to let things unfold naturally and observe the situation further. Old Master Shu remained silent, only murmuring quietly to himself. The recent wager had caused quite a stir throughout Qingning City, solidifying Yang Jun's position as the foremost master of stone gambling in the area. Cousin, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. We must devise a plan to deal with him and eliminate that scoundrel, Zhang Xiao asserted. Indeed, that scoundrel is utterly detestable, He Wenjie and Luo Wei echoed, their disdain for Yang Jun palpable. Zhang Xiaohui, too, felt a deep-seated loathing for Yang Jun. He had never experienced such a public humiliation, especially in a small place like Qingning City. Being ridiculed by a nouveau riche was intolerable, particularly among the elite of the capital. Yet he understood that times had changed, and many actions cannot be taken so openly. In the past, he might have simply dispatched a few individuals to deal with Yang Jun, but that was no longer feasible. Zhang Xiaohui cursed under his breath in frustration. The others remained silent, fully aware of Zhang Xiaohui's concerns. Zhang Xiao, I have some connections abroad. How about? After a moment of silence, Luo Wei addressed Zhang Xiaohui, his unfinished thought clear to all. Luo Wei suggested hiring an assassin from overseas, ensuring that if anything went awry, they would remain unscathed. That is indeed a viable plan, but it must be executed flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. Zhang Xiaohui contemplated, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he turned to Lu Wei. Regardless, this matter will be entrusted to Luo Wei. It bears no connection to me, and should complications arise, I can distance myself entirely. Rest assured, Zhang Xiao, there will be no issues, Luo Wei declared, harboring the deepest animosity towards Yang Jun, making him the most eager to see him eliminated. The others, however, refrained from speaking. They had no desire to partake in the grim endeavor of ending Yang Jun's life. Thus, the task of locating individuals was entrusted to Luo Wei, who, in his naivete, believed he had latched onto the coattails of young Master Zhang. However, the others were not fools. They comprehended that Zhang Xiaohui was merely exploiting Luo Wei. Yet, blinded by resentment, Luo Wei failed to see the larger picture, fixating instead on how to eliminate Yang Jun. Fully aware that he had irrevocably offended Zhang Xiaohui from Beijing, understood that the latter would not simply let the matter rest. Chapter 72. Traditional Chinese Acupuncture. Yet, Yang Jun found himself at an impasse. To avoid defeat, he inevitably incurred the wrath of Zhang Xiaohui. He felt somewhat at a loss, having already offended several young masters from Qingning City since acquiring his X-ray vision, and now he had also antagonized a significant figure from the capital. However, he felt he had no choice. These individuals had come seeking him, and he could not simply retreat into a shell. To hell with it. He mused that a way would manifest when faced with obstacles, and he would confront whatever tactics they employed. In the days that followed, Yang Jun returned to his routine. With his newfound ability, he could read with remarkable speed and retain information effortlessly. Consequently, acquiring various knowledge became exceedingly simple for him. His office was already piled high with numerous books, predominantly concerning antiques, alongside foreign language texts and volumes on traditional Chinese medicine. After perusing these books, he could recall them with ease, even the foreign language ones. Can you understand? After observing Yang Jun's recent fascination with foreign languages, Shu Yuqing gazed at him curiously and inquired, I am an unrivaled charmer. Trivial foreign languages pose no challenge. Yang Jun replied with a self-satisfied grin. I'd be a fool to believe you. Shu Yuqing scoffed, her expression rife with skepticism and disdain. Trust me, and I shall provide warmth on chilly nights. Yang Jun asserted confidently, casting a lingering gaze over Shu Yuqing. Thus, Shu Yuqing's spacious circular bed was once again put to good use. Let me treat you with traditional Chinese medicine. I assure you it will bring you unparalleled comfort, Yang Jun said, his eyes lighting up upon hearing Shu Yuqing's words. Get lost. I shall not be your guinea pig, Shu Yuqing retorted, instantly aware of his ulterior motives. He clearly intended to use her as a subject for his acupuncture experiments. Believe me, I truly possess acupuncture skills. You could trust me. Get lost. I do not believe you. You could trust me. My acupuncture technique is undoubtedly authentic. Ugh, you scoundrel. You actually pricked me with a needle. Despite her protests, Shu Yuqing could not escape Yang Jun's insistence on using her for his experimentation. Eventually, a long silver needle was inserted into one of her acupoints. As she gazed at the needle, Shu Yuqing felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. However, when the needle was inserted, she surprisingly felt no pain whatsoever. It doesn't hurt at all. She ceased her struggles, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Jun, filled with astonishment and disbelief. You bastard, you can actually perform acupuncture? This isn't something you just learned, is it? Yang Jun, glancing at Shu Yuqing, chuckled, hesitant to reveal the truth. If she were to discover that he had acquired this acupuncture technique merely by studying from books over the past few days, she would surely be furious with him. Nevertheless, Yang Jun was not experimenting at random. He had already tested it on himself. While studying, he had been inserting silver needles into his own acupoints. Now, he had become quite adept at identifying the correct points, ensuring he would not err. He was also well-versed in which acupoints to stimulate to alleviate specific symptoms. Thus, today, he was determined to demonstrate his acupuncture prowess on Shu Yuqing. Through his recent treatments of Sun's mother, he had discovered that the combination of spiritual energy and acupuncture yielded astonishing results. Just lie still and don't move, he said with a smile, seeing that Shu Yuqing had begun to trust him. His words caused Shu Yuqing's face to flush crimson, and she shot him a glare. However, she obediently reclined on the sofa, allowing Yang Jun to insert the silver needles into her acupoints. After several needles had been placed in the appropriate locations, Yang Jun gently twirled each one, channeling strands of spiritual energy through the needles into her body. Shu Yuqing felt as if a current, tinged with a delightful tingling and a breeze of coolness, flowed through her. This sensation was truly exquisite. Ha, but do you believe me? My acupuncture skills are no mere boast. Observing her expression, Yang Jun knew she was reveling in the experience. It's just passable, Shu Yuqing replied with a light scoff, her words not matching her heartfelt sentiments. Under the dual influence of Yang Jun's acupuncture and spiritual energy, the fatigue and soreness that had previously plagued her had vanished entirely. She felt as if she were immersed in a warm, hot spring, each of her cells rejoicing in bliss. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into a serene slumber, her breathing steady and tranquil. Indeed, my skills are not to be underestimated. Trusting me was wise, and my efforts over these past few days have not been in vain. Noticing that Shu Yuqing had fallen asleep, Yang Jun gently removed all the silver needles and covered her with a blanket. He felt quite satisfied with the results of his self-taught acupuncture, yet he was aware that the knowledge gleaned from books was merely the basics. He had heard of traditional Chinese medicine families with ancestral acupuncture techniques far superior to these ordinary methods. If given the opportunity, he yearned to study under a master of acupuncture. Those time-honored techniques were true treasures of traditional medicine. Over the past few days, Yang Jun had also discreetly learned some techniques from the old Chinese medicine practitioner, which contributed to the efficacy of his acupuncture. Yet, he still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Curiously, he had once despised studying during his school years, barely scraping by in university. Now, he found himself enamored with learning, eager to acquire knowledge in various subjects. This may be the result of acquiring a form of clairvoyance, endowing him with remarkable vision and an indelible memory, thus igniting his motivation and confidence. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn had already broken as the two spent the night on the sofa. Shu Yuqing enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber, while Yang Jun, having practiced an unnamed technique throughout the night, felt invigorated and free of fatigue, thanks to the influence of spiritual energy. Chapter 73. A Timely Rescue with Words. The following day, Yang Jun arrived at the hospital early. Aunt Sun, you look quite well today, he remarked, observing the noticeable improvement in Sun Mu's condition. Little Jun is here. Aunt Sun has indeed felt much better these past few days, and I owe it all to you, she replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that without Yang Jun's persistent support in bringing her to the hospital, she might not have endured much longer. Thank you, Jungo. Sun Chong chimed in from the side, his gaze filled with even deeper appreciation. His steadfast friend had saved his mother's life, allowing her to gradually recover. When Sun Chong saw the card Yang Jun had given him, with an astonishing sum of 500,000, he was taken aback. In that moment, the bonds of brotherhood overwhelmed him with emotion, and he resolved that his life would henceforth be devoted to Yang Jun. Little did Yang Jun know, Sun Chang had become quite formidable during his years in the military. The training he underwent transformed him into a true warrior, and his departure from the army was due to circumstances he could not disclose. Yang Jun had previously discussed with Sun Chang that once Sun Mu's health improved, he would welcome him as an apprentice at the Qi Bao Zhai, where they would eventually establish a jade and gemstone company with Sun Chang by his side. Thus, Sun Chang had decided to follow Yang Jun, vowing to protect his safety and the company. TCH, go away. Do you truly consider me a brother with such words? Yang Jun remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his expression as he observed Sun Chang's grateful demeanor. However, Sun Chang merely responded with a foolish grin, embodying a simple-hearted expression. Sun Mu, witnessing their interaction, felt immense joy. These two had grown up together, their bond akin to that of brothers. At that moment, a cheerful nurse approached, informing them that the doctor could not attend due to a city meeting and would resume treatment the following day. After she left, Yang Jun contemplated briefly before turning to Sun Mu. Aunt Sun, please lie down. Today, I shall administer the acupuncture myself. He resolved to perform the acupuncture treatment, believing that delaying care for even a day was not beneficial for the patient. Ah, you know acupuncture? Both Sun Chang and Sun Mu looked at him in astonishment. I learned it previously. I just never mentioned it to you, Yang Jun replied, a slight blush of embarrassment on his face as he spoke. All right. After the initial shock, Sun's mother said nothing further and simply nodded with a smile in agreement. Yang Jun then produced his silver needles and first inserted one in her sleeping point, lulling her into a deep slumber. Following the acupuncture sequence practiced by the elderly physician, he commenced the procedure on Sun's mother. Subsequently, akin to the old doctor, he carefully manipulated each needle, but with the distinction of channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Unlike the old physician, who merely performed acupuncture to stimulate the patient's immune response, Yang Jun's method proved to be significantly more effective due to the infusion of his spiritual power. In a mere half hour, he collected all the silver needles, drenched in perspiration, while observing his mother's serene slumber. Sun Chang gazed at Yang Jun with astonishment. Brother Jun, you are truly remarkable. Your acupuncture technique is on par with that of the old physician. Watching closely, Sun Chang noted a distinct improvement in his mother's complexion during Yang Jun's treatment, a phenomenon absent when the old doctor had administered his needles. This was likely due to the application of spiritual energy to stimulate the acupoints, yielding far superior results than the mere act of needle insertion. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he perceived that the tumor in his mother's lungs had diminished by half. Come on, I merely know acupuncture. How could I possibly compare to the old physician? Yang Jun chuckled, glancing at Sun Chang without conceding any superiority. Upon returning to the rare treasure shop, it was nearly noon. As he stepped inside, he noticed several Germans at the jewelry display, animatedly selecting pieces. The saleswoman appeared quite flustered, as she was unable to comprehend their foreign language. However, as Yang Jun passed by, he understood their queries perfectly. They were asking, is this jade bracelet genuine? Is there a certification? With a smile, Yang Jun translated for the saleswoman. Stunned, she realized that this young master of appraisal also understood German. Teacher Yang, you are aware our shop's items are authentic with authoritative certification. He translated her words back to the customers. The group of German women then engaged in conversation with Yang Jun in their native tongue. At that moment, Shu Yuqing emerged from the store. Observing Yang Jun happily conversing with the Germans, her expression reflected shock. She couldn't understand a word they were saying, as she too was not versed in German. Soon, their discussion concluded, and the German women purchased several high-quality jade bracelets, totaling in the hundreds of thousands. Well, you rascal, you really do speak German, Shu Yuqing remarked with a smile after the customers departed. That is just a piece of cake. No need to idolize me. I'm merely a legend. Yang Jun replied, basking in her admiration. Get lost. Will you perish if you don't indulge in self-admiration? Shu Yuqing's spirited demeanor returned, offering a scornful look towards Yang Jun. At that moment, several saleswomen began to giggle behind their hands. They were already aware that the young appraiser had a complicated relationship with his employer. Otherwise, with Yang Jun's striking handsomeness, he would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous saleswomen. Alas, his exceptional qualities only served to incite jealousy. Yang Jun glanced at Shu Yuqing, wearing an expression that seemed to invite a punch. Frustrated, Shu Yuqing gritted her teeth, wishing to hurl one of the jade ornaments from the counter at this insufferable man. Ah, your angry demeanor possesses a unique charm. he remarked with a mischievous grin before swiftly slipping into his office. Hee boss. It seems you should prepare several washboards for future use. If he misbehaves, let him kneel in penance. Several saleswomen giggled, offering Shu Yuqing their suggestions. Chapter 74. The Perfect Restoration. After lunch, Yang Jun was engrossed in his reading within his office when Shu Yuqing entered. Come and see something, she said, her expression somewhat displeased, before stepping out again. Yang Jun was taken aback, wondering who had angered her, and promptly followed her outside. Upon entering Shu Yuqing's office, he soon realized who was responsible for her ire, the scoundrel Shu Yulong. Seated on the sofa in Shu Yuqing's office were both Shu Yulong and Master Zheng Hong. A soft cloth was spread over the coffee table, upon which rested an exquisite piece of porcelain. Yang Jun activated his X-ray vision, revealing a green glow emanating from the porcelain. He confirmed it to be an antique, and quite an old one at that. Master Zheng, come take a look at this treasure, Zheng Hong called out to Yang Jun with a smile, inviting him to appraise the beautiful porcelain. Shu Yulong cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jun, but merely curled his lip in silence, exuding an air of aristocracy. Yang Jun reciprocated with a glance at Shu Yulong, but chose to disregard him. Master Zheng, who brought this porcelain? Yang Jun inquired, meticulously examining the exquisite piece on the coffee table. It is a treasure brought by the young master. I've already appraised it, and it is undoubtedly a genuine Tang Sankai. Zheng Hong replied with a grin. Oh, since you have already authenticated it, why do you still require my input? The young master has accepted it. Yang Jun responded, somewhat perplexed, casting an inquisitive glance at Shu Yulong and Shu Yuqing. Well, the situation is this. It belongs to a friend who urgently needs money, hence the need to sell it. However, I am currently short on funds, which is why I am offering it to you at a lower price. Shu Yulong reluctantly explained after a slight cough. Yang Jun observed Shu Yuqing's expression, sensing her reluctance to accept the piece, yet recognizing that she had no choice since he was her cousin. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jun delved deeper into the implications. Could it be that these siblings, who were at odds with one another, would allow Shu Yulong to so generously offer this to Shu Yuqing? With this realization, he resumed his scrutiny of the exquisite Tang Sankai. Utilizing his X-ray vision once more, he found no discrepancies. The green glow confirmed its authenticity beyond doubt. There were several subtle hues present, indicating that this artifact was indeed an unearthed relic, far from being a counterfeit. What do you think, Mr. Zheng? After finishing his observation, Yang Jun turned to Zheng Hong with a cheerful inquiry. It is undoubtedly an exquisite piece, a genuine Tang Sankai, impeccably preserved with hues that are simply perfect, Zheng Hong remarked, his eyes shimmering with delight as he gazed upon the exquisite porcelain before him. Upon hearing Zheng Hong's words, Yang Jun paused momentarily, then redirected his attention to the porcelain. After a brief interval, he began to sense that although the emerald glow was genuine, it seemed to have significantly faded. He pondered the reason behind this anomaly, for he had encountered similar artifact from the same era that radiated far more brilliance. Unable to comprehend the discrepancy, he reached out to grasp the porcelain, bringing it closer for a meticulous examination. However, as soon as his hand made contact with the porcelain, a surge of spiritual energy naturally flowed into his being. Yang Jun was not taken aback. He understood that any object imbued with spiritual energy would allow him to absorb it upon contact. With a closer inspection, his X-ray vision magnified the porcelain continuously. When the subtle hues were amplified to a certain extent, he beheld something unusual. He soon discerned why the spiritual energy within this porcelain was markedly diluted. It had evidently undergone restoration, executed with exceptional skill. The porcelain had originally been shattered, and after its repair, the artisans had skillfully applied perfect hues along the cracks. Without magnification, such details would remain virtually imperceptible. Yang Jun also grasped the reason behind the remarkable regularity of these hues. They were aligned along the cracks, appearing more orderly than naturally occurring patterns. Zheng Hong's earlier remark about the perfection of the hues had sparked an epiphany within him. Rarely do buried artifacts exhibit such meticulous and flawless hues unless they are forgeries. This piece could not be dismissed as a counterfeit, yet it also lacked the status of a flawless treasure. The disparity in value between well-preserved artifacts and restored ones was indeed profound. With clarity now attained, Yang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Shu Yulong, who wore a self-satisfied expression, seemingly quite pleased with himself. Prior to their arrival, the young master had likely already conducted an appraisal. Yang Jun regarded him with a smile and inquired, "Surely, you have had it appraised?" "Indeed, I have sought the expertise of others. It is undoubtedly genuine. and Master Zheng has confirmed its authenticity, Shu Yulong replied with confident assurance. Yet Yang Jun detected a flicker of evasion in his gaze. This subtle manifestation of guilt did not escape Yang Jun's notice. He realized that it was not merely a lack of funds in the shop he managed, but rather an awareness that this was a restored item, and he harbored intentions to deceive Shu Yuqing. This elder brother truly demonstrated a ruthless disposition, willing to ensnare his own sister in such a manner. In this grand family, genuine affection seemed scarce, and Yang Jun could not suppress his disdain for this scoundrel. Since you have appraised it, and even you hesitate to accept it, we are certainly not in a position to do so, Yang Jun stated candidly, fixing his gaze directly upon Shu Yulong. What do you mean by that? Shu Yulong was immediately taken aback, opening his mouth to voice his inquiry. Zheng Hong and Shu Yuqing, too, were filled with bewilderment, gazing at Yang Jun in confusion. Master Yang, this is undoubtedly a genuine article, is it not? Zheng Hong looked at Yang Jun, convinced of the accuracy of his appraisal, unable to comprehend Yang Jun's implication. Indeed, it is authentic, but it is a piece that has been restored, Yang Jun remarked with a knowing smile, casting a glance at Zheng Hong before turning his attention back to Shu Yulong. Young master, what do you mean by that? Without offering any courtesy, Yang Jun directly inquired, having already crossed swords with this individual and feeling no trepidation in offending him once more. Shu Yuqing and Zheng Hong were astounded. Could it truly be a restored item? Yet none of them had noticed anything amiss. You speak nonsense. How can you discern that this is a restored piece? Shu Yulong stammered momentarily, yet remained unwilling to concede. Indeed, Master Yang, I too have not perceived any signs of restoration, Zheng Hong echoed, reluctant to believe that this was a repaired item. Had he truly become so blinded by age? Ah, the evidence of restoration lies precisely in the areas where the color has been infused. The restoration is executed to such perfection that it could easily deceive many esteemed connoisseurs, Yang Jun pointed out with a smile, revealing the truth of the flawless restoration. Chapter 75, Dejected. Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, the expressions of the three turned grim. Shu Yuqing comprehended Shu Yulong's ulterior motives. This cousin was truly attempting to ensnare her. She cast a frigid glance at him, saying nothing, her disdain for him reaching its zenith. Shu Yulong could scarcely fathom that this impeccably restored piece would be discerned by Yang Jun originally. This item had been acquired through his efforts. With numerous experts consulted for authentication, none of whom had identified it as a restored piece, leading him to conceal it away. However, during a prior occasion when he had showcased it to a collector, that individual had recognized its true nature. Naturally, Shu Yulong refused to believe it, as the collector had merely chuckled and revealed the identity of the seller. Shu Yulong was left dumbfounded, realizing that indeed, he had purchased this item at a premium from that person. This was a treasure valued at over 100 million, yet it had now devolved into a restored piece, worth no more than several hundred thousand. Subsequently, he had approached several authoritative institutions for comprehensive assessments, confirming its status as a restored item. Shu Yulong kept this information to himself, concealing the item once more as if it were still freshly acquired. Perhaps, given the right opportunity, he could offload it. Recently, he had been contemplating seizing control of the antique street shops, hence his intention to sell this item to Shu Yuqing, allowing her to take the fall for him, potentially securing control in that region. However, he had never anticipated that Yang Jun, a newly minted appraiser, would thwart his schemes. Yang Jun, do not spout baseless claims. Do you possess the ability to discern such matters? Spare us your ramblings. Shu Yulong glared at Yang Jun, his voice raised in anger, still unwilling to acknowledge the item as a restored piece. Stubbornness serves no purpose. Do you dare to wager with me? Let's go to an authoritative institution for a comprehensive appraisal. Yang Jun gazed at the obstinate Shu Yulong, a smile gracing his face. Shu Yulong found himself at a loss for words. A visit to the authoritative institution would undoubtedly expose everything. Shu Yulong, take your precious trinket and leave at once. I shall discuss this matter with grandfather. Shu Yuqing, observing her brother, was utterly unreserved, shouting for him to vacate immediately. We shall see. What of informing grandfather? I am the eldest grandson of the Shu family. Shu Yulong, resolute, huffed, and departed from the Qibao Zhai, clutching his treasure. Alas, miss, I truly apologize. My eyesight seems to be failing me more and more. Zheng Hong's countenance reflected his discontent. He had once again overlooked something significant. Old Zheng, you did not err. That is indeed a genuine Tang Sankai. One can only say that the restoration expert is remarkably skilled. Yang Jun, eyeing the despondent elder, spoke with a smile. Even if he possessed X-ray vision, he nearly fell for the trick himself. Only Zheng Hong's words had alerted him. Indeed, old Zheng, this cannot be blamed on your eyesight. Shu Yuqing also offered words of comfort to the elderly man, affirming that his eyesight was not at fault. Hearing their reassurances, Zheng Hong's gloomy demeanor improved somewhat. At that moment, he was thoroughly in awe of Yang Jun Master Yang. I am utterly convinced. You truly merit the title of a master. Heh, old Zheng, you are too kind. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Yang Jun chuckled, scratching his head with a somewhat foolish grin. In the office of old Master Shu Yuqing sat fuming. She had recounted the entire incident regarding Shu Yulong to her grandfather, unable to contain her frustration at her brother's actions. Why should I bear the burden of your oversight? What significance does being the eldest grandson hold? Old Master Shu felt helpless. He had but one grandson and one granddaughter. Yet they were like oil and water. This grandson was indeed disappointing. Not only was his appraisal ability woefully inadequate, but his management skills were also severely lacking. Compared to this granddaughter, he was like heaven and earth. Were it not for his parents' assistance, the shop he managed would have long since gone under. Old Master Shu glanced at Shu Yuqing, once again wishing for a more capable grandson. Grandfather, do you think Shu Yulong regards me as a sister? Shu Yuqing, directing her ire towards her silent grandfather, pressed on. Alas, my dear girl, do not be angry. I will certainly chastise him, but after all, he is your elder brother, the sole heir of the Shu family. Old Master Shu sighed in resignation. Heh, grandfather, from your words, it seems I can never measure up to your eldest grandson. So perhaps we should consider parting ways. Shu Yuqing's tomboyish nature flared once more, uttering words that filled old Master Shu with trepidation. This was his greatest fear. He worried that upon his demise, the Shu family jewelry would splinter into chaos. If that were truly the case, the Shu jewelry would cease to be the premier jewelry establishment in Qingning City, a foundation painstakingly established by him. My dear, such statements cannot be made lightly. After the family division, you should be able to envision the fate of Shu jewelry. Grandfather gazed sternly at his granddaughter before continuing. Grandfather, it is not my own thoughts, but rather the actions of your eldest grandson that concern me. He desires control over the store I manage. Surely you must have noticed this? The sight of her grandfather so fiercely defending Shu Yulong only deepened Shu Yuqing's resentment and sorrow. Regardless of her contributions to the family, it became apparent that in her grandfather's eyes, she was overshadowed by his eldest grandson. My dear, he began, but she interjected, there is no need for further words, grandfather. The Shu family will inevitably face decline. Though the elder wished to say more, Shu Yuqing's despondency silenced him. She rose and departed the room, her heart heavy with grievance. Sighing, the elder watched her retreating figure, understanding that if Shu jewelry were entrusted to Shu Yulong, its downfall would likely be hastened. It appeared that a division within the Shu family was an unavoidable destiny. Upon returning to Cabaozai, Shu Yuqing's expression remained grim. It seemed time to discuss certain matters with her parents. She appeared resolute in her decision. Meanwhile, Yang Jun was engrossed in his studies in the office, unaware of Shu Yuqing's visit to the elder. Even if he had known, he would have deemed it a family matter, one in which he felt no right to involve himself. At that moment, his phone rang. Junge, let's have a drink tonight, came Sun Chong's voice. With his mother's condition improving, Sun Chong's spirits had lifted, prompting him to invite Yang Jun for an evening of camaraderie. Certainly, I'll meet you after work. Yang Jun replied eagerly, aware of the toll Sun Chong's mother's illness had taken on him in recent days. After finishing work, Yang Jun exited Cabaozai alongside Shu Yuqing. Yuqing, Sun Chong just called me to grab a drink. Would you care to join? He proposed, having noticed her troubled demeanor and wishing to lift her spirits. While he could surmise some details regarding the Shu family's predicament, he felt it inappropriate as an outsider to comment. Very well, I shall go alone then, he joked lightly, earning a sharp glare from Shu Yuqing. I warn you, no flirting with other women, otherwise this lady shall deal with you. She threatened, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing. You rogue, am I such a person? Yang Jun exclaimed, feigning fear as he hastily retreated, feeling the brunt of her fierce nature. Giggling at his flustered state, Shu Yuqing's mood brightened considerably, her laughter ringing through the air. Yang Jun arrived at the vicinity of the hospital, traversing the bustling pedestrian street that led to the People's Hospital of Qingning City. This route was his favored choice, sparing him the lengthy detours that taxis often took. At this hour, the pedestrian street thrived with activity, marking the peak time of day when throngs of individuals flocked here after work. In the sweltering summer of Qingning, only during this moment did a hint of coolness grace the air. Observing the elegantly dressed ladies on the street, A contented smile adorned Yang Jun's face. Whenever he encountered particularly striking women, he would steal a few extra glances, believing it to be a divine blessing bestowed upon him. He rationalized this indulgence, strolling leisurely down the pedestrian path, his eyes wandering, much like any other man. Perhaps the sole distinction lay in his ability to perceive beyond the ordinary, while others remained oblivious. Wow, this girl is stunning, and she has a mixed-blood beauty, truly remarkable, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he spotted a captivating mixed-race woman approaching, and without hesitation, he activated his perceptive gaze. Her flawless figure rivaled that of Xu Yuqing, boasting a generous bosom and long legs, a perfect proportion that nearly made Yang Jun swoon. As the mixed-race beauty reached his side, she flashed him a radiant smile, momentarily rendering him speechless. In that fleeting instant of distraction, she unexpectedly unleashed a swift punch aimed at his chest. Though the assault came as a shock, Yang Jun instinctively raised his arm in defense. The sound of impact echoed as her fist, glinting with an ominous sheen, collided with his arm. A sharp pain surged through him as a specially designed ring on her finger revealed a concealed blade, which plunged deeply into his arm, leaving a long, gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Damn it, you think it's that easy to take me down? Prepara tout. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, Yang Jun's ferocity ignited. With a furious shout, he launched a kick towards the mixed-race woman's abdomen. Yet, her reflexes proved remarkable. In a split second, she deftly stepped back, evading his blow. A gasp of alarm echoed among the onlookers, particularly from the women who hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. The sudden spectacle startled the crowd, creating a wide berth around the two combatants. Many people recoiled in fear, covering their mouths at the sight of Yang Jun's bloodied arm. Yet, undeterred by the reactions of the bystanders, he focused intently on the mixed-race beauty and stepped forward, delivering a powerful right hook. This entire exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye, momentarily catching the mixed-race beauty off guard. Initially, she had believed that a single strike would suffice to dispatch this man, given the lascivious glint in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the man reacted with remarkable swiftness, managing to block what could have been a fatal blow and retaliating with a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Yang Jun unleashed his power-infused fist, striking the mixed-blood beauty's arm. The sickening crack of a bone fracturing echoed through the air, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through her limb, causing the trained assassin to furrow her brow, nearly stifling a cry of anguish. Seizing the moment, Yang Jun, using the momentum from his right hook, pivoted with lightning speed to deliver a vicious roundhouse kick. His left leg slammed into the beauty's left shoulder, and once again, the ominous sound of a breaking bone reverberated. The force behind Yang Jun's kick exceeded that of his prior punch. With a single blow, he shattered her shoulder bone, unable to contain her agony. The mixed-blood beauty let out a piercing scream as her body lurched sideways. Just before collapsing, she braced herself on the ground with her right hand, raising her long leg to deliver a kick to Yang Jun's knee as he advanced. He deftly sidestepped her attack, but in that instant, the beauty darted into the crowd, intent on fleeing. Initially, she had planned to retreat after her failed strike, but Yang Jun's rapid counterattack had left her, a silver-tier assassin, wounded. Though it all transpired in mere seconds, it felt like a flurry of activity. Some bystanders had scarcely taken 2 steps when the mixed-blood beauty commenced her escape. You think you can run? Yang Jun muttered indignantly, springing after her, closing the gap between them in an instant. Panic surged through the onlookers, who gasped and scattered, realizing that a deadly confrontation was unfolding before their eyes. Leave her to me, Yang Jun commanded, channeling his inner strength as he accelerated, swiftly catching up to the fleeing beauty and delivering a powerful kick to her backside. The impact echoed ominously, sending her sprawling to the ground. Chapter 77. The fury of Sun Chong. After Yang Jun felled the beautiful assassin, he approached and delivered another kick to her elegantly long leg. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from her as the bone snapped, a sound that resonated with a chilling finality. Goodness, that is utterly ruthless. How can he show no mercy? Some men exclaimed, unable to suppress their shock at Yang Jun's mercilessness in breaking the beauty's leg. Having incapacitated the assassin, he recognized that escape was no longer an option for her and refrained from further strikes. Once he halted, he swiftly tore a sleeve from his shirt, improvising a bandage for the profusely bleeding wound. At that moment, 2 patrolling officers arrived on the scene. Crouch down. Do not move, they commanded, their eyes filled with suspicion as they surveyed the bloodied Yang Jun officer. I am the victim here. Observing the 2 individuals, Yang Jun furrowed his brow and pointed to his injured arm, stating, "Indeed, we witnessed this woman attempting to take his life." At this moment, a witness to the entire ordeal spoke up in defense of Yang Jun, affirming, "That's correct, sir. This young man was merely acting in self-defense." Others echoed this sentiment. Further alleviating the tension directed at Yang Jun's standstill, one of the individuals instructed, this time refraining from demanding that he crouch down. Unit 058 calling. A fight has broken out on the pedestrian street between two individuals, both of whom have sustained injuries. Requesting assistance. Understood. Please hold on. We will dispatch you to the hospital shortly. Following the call, one of the officers addressed Yang Jun and the mixed-race beauty, who continued to moan softly in pain. The assassin was indeed grievously injured. Her shoulder and arm were fractured, and one of her elegant legs had been broken. In contrast, Yang Jun's injuries were not severe. Though he was bleeding profusely, despite having wrapped his arm, blood continued to drip steadily down. The two patrolling officers examined the injuries of the mixed-race beauty, their faces displaying shock. How could this person's punches be so powerful? Not only were the officers astonished, but the assassin herself was equally taken aback. As a trained killer, she had undergone rigorous training, including resilience against strikes. Yet, she felt remarkably vulnerable against her intended target. The first blow had shattered her arm, followed by a swift kick that effortlessly broke her shoulder. A mere step had severed her leg. The strength of this individual was beyond ordinary. It was colossal, and she could sense it. At that moment, she realized that her mission had utterly failed, and escaping was now a daunting challenge. However, she was determined not to resort to her final, desperate measures until absolutely necessary. Watching the still screaming beauty, Yang Jun lightly furrowed his brow. Aware that the assassin was merely feigning her distress, he was indifferent to her theatrics. His only desire was to uncover who had contracted her, to eliminate him. Was it He Wenjie, Li Qianyu, Luo Wei, or Zhang Xiaowei? Each of these four had lost 10 billion to him and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. They possessed both the motive and the means to employ such a killer. Yang Jun pondered over this, but could not ascertain who had commissioned the assassin. Soon, several uniformed personnel arrived at the scene. "Yang Jun, what are you doing here again? Are you seriously injured? Why is there so much blood?" The leader of the group, a petite yet strikingly beautiful officer, was taken aback to find Yang Jun embroiled in yet another altercation. Upon seeing him covered in blood, she hurriedly inquired about the severity of his injuries. "Ah, what a coincidence to encounter you again, my dear," Yang Jun smiled, addressing her playfully. However, as the words left his lips, he sensed an ominous aura. Yes, my lady," he quickly amended, meeting her piercing gaze with an apologetic grin. Upon hearing the words of his stunning classmate, Yang Jun found himself overwhelmed with confusion. After ensuring that the two of them received appropriate medical attention at the hospital, Yang Jun and the beautiful assassin were escorted inside. At the entrance, they encountered Sun Chong, who had been anxiously waiting for Yang Jun's arrival. "Paul, how did you get injured? Who did this to you?" Sun Chong rushed over, his face etched with concern and a hint of ominous coldness upon seeing Yang Jun, bloodied and battered. "It's nothing serious. Someone attempted to take my life," Yang Jun replied, not wishing to conceal the truth from his brother. "What? Someone wants to kill you? I'll make them pay." Sun Chong's eyes reddened with fury, a fierce determination emanating from him. He then glanced towards the beautiful assassin nearby, instantly recognizing that she was no ordinary woman. Realization dawned upon him. This was the very woman responsible for inflicting such harm on Brother Jun. "I'll kill you," he shouted, charging towards the mixed-race beauty lying on the stretcher. "Stop! Do not approach!" Several uniformed officers immediately shouted, positioning themselves to block Sun Chong's advance. They understood his anger. Witnessing a loved one in pain could provoke any reaction, yet they could not allow family members to harm the individuals involved. "Get out of my way!" Sun Chong was engulfed in rage, disregarding their uniforms. With a swift movement, he pushed them aside, not intending to inflict harm, yet driven by his emotions. "Chong, stop!" Yang Jun, taken aback by Sun Chong's reckless charge towards the beautiful assassin, called out to him in alarm. Astonished by Sun Chong's ease in overcoming the officers, he felt compelled to intervene. While Sun Chong might not heed the words of others, he would undoubtedly listen to Yang Jun. He halted, turning to face him. "No one can harm you. Whoever hurt you will pay for it," his eyes still glistening with rage, the murderous intent unabated. "Enough, let them handle it. You need not intervene," Yang Jun reassured him. "All right, you two rascals are as inseparable as ever, just like in school," the beautiful team leader remarked with a smile. observing Sun Chong. "Wait, is that you, little fatty?" Sun Chong exclaimed, momentarily stunned upon recognizing the officer in uniform. Yang Jun couldn't help but smile at his friend's misfortune. Chapter 78. The Assassin Escapes. Upon witnessing the murderous glare of the beautiful police officer, Sun Chong felt a pang of regret for his hasty words. "Ah, that was just a childhood nickname. You've blossomed into an extraordinary beauty now. I hardly dare to recognize you." He quickly attempted to amend his remark, not wanting to provoke her further. "Li Xiaolan, you look absolutely stunning. How can we even stand close to you?" Sun Chong added with another compliment, finally easing the tension in her gaze. With a huff, she conceded, "Fine, I'll forgive you this time, you rascal." Li Xiaolan's expression brightened, and the group proceeded towards the emergency room. As they walked, Yang Jun gave a thumbs up to Sun Chong. "Haha, you're quite something. Your thick skin certainly paid off, and you adapted swiftly." Li Xiaolan's teammates, entering the room, cast astonished glances at Sun Chong. His ability to think on his feet was truly remarkable. Appearances can be deceiving. "Ah, you scare me to death. Remember how we used to get thrashed by that chubby girl back in school?" Sun Chong whispered to Yang Jun, reminiscing about their past. At that time, Li Xiaolan was excessively overweight, but she had a bit of baby fat. The duo would often tease her with nicknames like Little Chubby Girl, provoking her. Li Xiaolan, fiercely spirited, would retaliate with quite a few blows in return. This playful banter solidified their friendship, even as they continued to endure her retaliatory strikes. A consequence of their incessant teasing. Setting aside those school day memories, Sun Chong turned to inquire about Yang Jun's injuries. "Damn it, someone hired a hitman to kill me." "That woman is an assassin," Yang Jun revealed without reservation, explaining the gravity of the situation. Sun Chong was taken aback, realizing the caliber of trouble his friend had attracted. "This guy has managed to offend several prominent young masters from Qingning City," he remarked, a serious tone settling over him. "You must exercise caution from now on. Those individuals are unlikely to let this go." His military background had honed his instinct for danger, and he sensed that trouble was imminent. "Don't worry, I've got this," Yang Jun reassured him, patting Sun Chong's shoulder. After tending to his arm injury, Li Xiaolan ushered both men into an office. She was perceptive enough to recognize the situation's severity. This was no mere brawl. "Someone has indeed contracted a hit on Jun," Sun Chong interjected before Yang Jun could speak. "Yes, Xiaolan, we must extract the identity of the mastermind from that assassin," Yang Jun implored, realizing that they could only rely on her expertise. "This is a tough case. Such individuals are tight-lipped, and she may not even know who issued the contract. We'll need to interrogate her tomorrow," Li Xiaolan said, her demeanor grave. The audacity of hiring a hitman, especially against a classmate and friend, was appalling. She then shot a fierce glare at Yang Jun. You rascal at your age. Still getting into trouble. Perhaps it would be better if someone finished you off," she scolded. Faced with her ferocity, Yang Jun could only chuckle sheepishly, wary of provoking her further. Sun Chong looked at Yang Jun, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "And you fool, acting all tough earlier, even daring to lay hands on my people. Are you looking for trouble?" In the room where he had previously rested, Yang Jun retrieved a piece of jade embedded with agate, intending to absorb its spiritual energy for healing. With his hand firmly pressed against the jade, he commenced the operation of an unnamed technique. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual energy coursed into his body. Astonishingly, the purity and magnitude of this energy exceeded anything he had previously encountered, even within the finest jade he had absorbed before. As he began to take in this energy, Yang Jun was filled with wonder. He then calmed his mind, immersing himself in a state of focused cultivation. As he continued to absorb the spiritual energy and circulate the technique, the spiritual power within him grew increasingly robust. Meanwhile, the wound on his arm began to heal gradually, far more swiftly than any medicinal treatment could achieve. Before he realized it, dawn had broken. The wound on Yang Jun's arm had significantly improved, and he estimated that in 2 or 3 days, it would be completely healed. Today, he returned to the hospital, but before he could step into the lobby, he received a call from Li Xiaolan. "Yang Jun, the assassin has escaped," she informed him directly. "What? How could this happen?" Yang Jun was incredulous. The female assassin had sustained severe injuries, and crucially, her leg was broken. How could she possibly have fled? He pressed Li Xiaolan for information, hoping to glean the identity of the puppet master behind it all. However, it seemed all his efforts were in vain. "All right, let us discuss it when we meet." He finally conceded. Li Xiaolan was somewhat frustrated. An individual gravely injured had managed to slip away right under their noses. This incident reflected poorly on her team, and had it been anyone else, doubts might have arisen regarding their competence. Yet she understood that Yang Jun would not question their integrity. She knew his character well enough to be certain he would not doubt his friends. To understand the unfolding events, one must trace back to the previous night. After the beautiful assassin was captured and taken to the hospital, Luo Wei was informed of the situation. Although the order had been placed online and the assassin remained oblivious to the identity of the one who had commissioned her, he was acutely aware of the government's strict stance on such matters. Capturing a live target would inevitably lead to an in-depth investigation. With the state as formidable resources at play, even the most meticulous inquiries would yield some flaw, ultimately leading to the truth. Panic set in as he realized the foolishness of his actions. Simultaneously, he recognized that Li Tianyu and his associates possessed the same capabilities. Hence, the question arose as to why they had not acted. They understood better than he that escalating the situation could jeopardize their entire family. After much contemplation, Luo Wei concluded that the only way to avert future complications was to rescue the assassin. Thus, he orchestrated a ruse with his trusted subordinates at the hospital, which ultimately facilitated her escape. Chapter 79. The Turmoil at the Sales Office 1. Upon learning the sequence of events, Yang Jun felt a sense of helplessness. Although he understood that someone had deliberately orchestrated the assassin's escape, he had no evidence to substantiate this and could only let it go. At noon, his left arm heavily bandaged, he arrived at Cabao's eye. "Master Yang, how did you injure your arm?" Zhou Wansheng inquired, now wary of forming any presumptions about Yang Jun. Because even his mentor, Zheng Hong, held this newcomer in high regard, he too became acutely aware of Yang Jun's capabilities. Presently, he regarded Yang Jun with utmost respect. A slight mishap had left him with a scratch. Yang Jun exchanged friendly greetings with Zhou Wansheng before proceeding into the office. As for the nature of his injury, he could not disclose it to anyone, not even to Xu Yuqing, for fear of alarming her. "You rascal, why did you arrive at work so late?" At that moment, as Yang Jun settled into his seat, Xu Yuqing's voice rang out at the door. "I was delayed by a minor issue," Yang Jun replied with a sheepish grin. "How did you injure your arm?" Upon approaching him, Xu Yuqing noticed the bandage that Yang Jun was trying to conceal on his left arm. Her expression turned anxious, filled with concern. "It's nothing serious. I accidentally scraped it on some broken glass. It will heal in a couple of days," Yang Jun reassured her with a smile, though his heart felt warm at her concern. "How could you be so careless? Does it still hurt?" Noticing the thick bandage on Yang Jun's arm, Xu Yuqing's voice quivered with a hint of tears, realizing the injury might be more severe than he let on. "Don't worry, it's just a minor wound. It will be fine in a day or two," Yang Jun said warmly, reaching out to gently caress Xu Yuqing's exquisite face to comfort her. "By the way, would you accompany me to look at some houses this afternoon?" Yang Jun then attempted to shift her focus away from his injury. "What made you suddenly want to buy a house?" Xu Yuqing, intrigued, no longer fixated on his arm, gazed at him with curiosity. "Isn't your current place sufficient?" "Well, Aunt Sun will be discharged from the hospital soon, and I don't want her and Sunchong to continue renting. The conditions there are quite poor," Yang Jun explained with a smile, revealing that his intention to buy a house was to provide better living conditions for Sunchong and his mother. "All right then, after lunch, we shall go take a look," Xu Yuqing responded cheerfully, not pursuing the topic further. After their meal, the two ventured to a newly developed residential project. Zizhu Garden, a hotly sought-after and expensive property in Qingming City, had prices soaring to nearly 10,000 per square meter in this second-tier city. Upon arriving at the sales office of Zizhu Garden, they found a bustling crowd of prospective buyers. "It's quite lively here," Yang Jun murmured, observing the well-dressed attendees. It was evident that the clientele consisted of the affluent. Only those with considerable means dared to purchase in such a development, where a few $100,000 was merely a trifling amount. For the average office worker, such a sum was beyond comprehension, as even properties priced around $300,000 to $400,000 were a significant burden. Yang Jun understood that, regardless of the circumstances, money is perpetually the universal currency. Those without it can only observe from the sidelines. "What kind of floor should we choose?" Xu Yuqing asked quietly, glancing at the crowd around them. "If it's a multi-story building, let's opt for a floor below the third. The higher floors are inconsequential," Yang Jun replied, lacking any expertise in selecting a residence. But considering the needs of his elderly grandmother, who would find it inconvenient to navigate higher levels. However, since high-rise buildings are equipped with elevators, any floor would suffice. Due to the overwhelming number of people, the two found themselves unattended by any sales representatives upon their arrival. They took it upon themselves to inspect the model of the community. One building stood out favorably, nestled beside a small lake, surrounded by picturesque scenery. After surveying the physical model, Shu Yuqing pointed to a particularly well-positioned building, clearly enamored by the surrounding landscape. Yang Jun nodded, although he would not be residing there himself. It was essential to select a pleasing location. Indeed, this building appeals to me as well. Let us choose this one, he said with a smile, deciding on a high-rise floor. Subsequently, the two approached the consultation desk, where several sales representatives were engrossed in their tasks. After observing for a while, they noticed that most individuals were merely inquiring, with no one ready to make an immediate purchase. Many prospective buyers tend to visit multiple times, and some may deliberate for months. Shu Yuqing, possessing some understanding of the process, remarked quietly. Yang Jun nodded. After all, acquiring a home is no trivial matter, and even the affluent must exercise caution. However, taking months to decide seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Excuse me, we would like to view the property in Building 08. Yang Jun called out after standing idle for some time without acknowledgement. What is the rush? Viewing doesn't guarantee a purchase, and besides, Building 08 is the most expensive. Can you even afford it? The sales representative shot him a derisive glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. The other visitors in the vicinity were all adorned in designer brands, exuding wealth. It was evident that they were affluent individuals, yet even they were merely asking questions without any immediate commitment to buy. After a busy morning, not a single contract had been signed, and the sales representative vented her frustration upon the seemingly ordinary Yang Jun dressed in a simple white shirt, jeans, and sneakers. He appeared utterly unremarkable, prompting the sales representative to doubt his capability to purchase a property worth several $100,000. Thus, she unabashedly ridiculed him before dismissing him and Shu Yuqing, turning to leave. Hold on, repeat what you just said. Yang Jun remained silent, but Shu Yuqing was infuriated. Her assertive nature surged forth as she stepped in front of the sales representative. How dare she look down upon Yang Jun? She was determined to confront her. Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon the sales representative. Madam, I have no time to attend to you. Please seek assistance elsewhere. The sales representative replied, frowning at Shu Yuqing, who was clad in designer attire. She dared not utter any further harsh words. Chapter 80. The turmoil at the sales office, 2. Time is of the essence. Summon your manager at once. I demand an explanation. However, Shu Yuqing chose to disregard her words and insisted on calling for the sales manager. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around, observing the unfolding scene. Goodness, this woman has quite the audacity, remarked a bystander, watching as Shu Yuqing confronted the saleswoman. What is the matter? Shouldn't she demand an explanation for the saleswoman's atrocious attitude? Someone nearby inquired, perplexed. It's just a saleswoman, isn't it? Another voice chimed in. You may not know, but that saleswoman is involved with a wealthy young man. Even the managers here are wary of her. This revelation left the others momentarily stunned, and soon they understood why this woman exhibited such poor demeanor. She had protection. Many were aware that some attractive saleswomen were discreetly supported by affluent patrons. Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing overheard the whispers, as did the saleswoman herself. Rain Qing. Let it go. We are here to purchase a property. No need to stoop to the level of such uncouth individuals, Yang Jun said, looking at Shu Yuqing. His apprehension was not of the wealthy man backing the saleswoman, but rather a desire to maintain a pleasant mood. Huh, afraid? You pathetic little kept man. The saleswoman retorted derisively, believing Yang Jun to be merely a toy of the woman before her. Her disdain for him intensified, laced with mockery. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as Shu Yuqing delivered a resounding slap across the saleswoman's face. Who are you calling a kept man? She exclaimed. Dare to utter another word. Slap, slap. The crowd stood in stunned silence as the saleswoman's derogatory remark had ignited Shu Yuqing's fury. With each resounding slap, she demanded an explanation. Yang Jun, equally astonished, had never witnessed this fierce side of Shu Yuqing, despite knowing her bold nature. He, like the rest, was frozen in shock at the spectacle. The saleswoman, thoroughly dazed by the onslaught, stared in terror at the woman before her, momentarily forgetting to evade. Stop! Who dares to cause a commotion in the sales office? At that juncture, a portly man, accompanied by several security guards, rushed over. Another crisp slap resonated as Shu Yuqing dismissed the man's authority with contempt. Arrest her! No one is permitted to disturb the peace here, the rotund man bellowed, feeling his authority severely challenged. The onlookers quickly retreated to a safe distance as the guards advanced menacingly towards Shu Yuqing. In an instant, chaos erupted. Oh! The guards screamed as they were sent sprawling to the ground, landing at the feet of the portly man, who continued to shout in dismay. Do you think I'm invisible? Yang Jun gazed at the portly man, his eyes flashing with a spark of electricity. The moment he cast that intimidating glare, the man instinctively recoiled several steps. For Yang Jun's gaze was utterly terrifying. "You scoundrel! Who permitted you to lay hands on her? What if the wound reopens?" At that moment, Shu Yuqing stepped in front of Yang Jun, her voice laced with admonition, her concern for the injury on his arm palpable. As for the security guards, she paid them no heed. She was not one to be easily intimidated. "Rest assured, it's nothing." Yang Jun reassured her before turning his attention back to the rotund sales manager. "And who might you be?" "I am the sales manager here," the man replied. "Oh, so you are the sales manager? Your establishment truly embodies arrogance, with your sales representatives behaving like this. Do you even intend to sell any properties?" Yang Jun questioned the plump manager with a mocking expression. "Who dares to provoke me by striking my woman?" A brazen voice erupted from the crowd. The saleswoman's eyes brimmed with malice as she glared at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing. "You are doomed." It turned out she had just messaged a wealthy young man, who had now arrived and was parking his car. Shu Yuqing regarded the saleswoman with derision, unperturbed by the arrival of the affluent youth. "Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart," she threatened, raising her hand to intimidate the already swollen-faced saleswoman. The saleswoman genuinely recoiled, frightened by Shu Yuqing's gesture, and dashed toward the exit. Upon witnessing her flee, Shu Yuqing impudently raised her middle finger. The onlookers erupted in laughter, finding satisfaction in her handling of the saleswoman. "Young Master Luo, you have arrived. Our people have been assaulted." Just then, the wealthy young man squeezed through the crowd, and the hefty sales manager immediately rushed to report the incident, as if he had encountered a long-lost father. "Darling, you must avenge me against those two wretches." The saleswoman wailed at the wealthy young man, seeking his retribution. "Fear not. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my woman shall not escape my wrath," he declared in a commanding tone. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, Yang Jun smiled, for this affluent young man was none other than an old acquaintance. Shu Yuqing, upon seeing him, displayed a look of utter disdain and repulsion. "Oh, young Master Luo, how imposing you are! What do you intend to do about me?" Yang Jun inquired mockingly as Luo Wei approached. "Most likely, this despicable scoundrel sent for the assailant. I did not seek you out, yet here you are," he taunted. Yang Jun, is it really you?" Luo Wei gasped, astonished to find this accursed individual before him. Surprised, "Are we Luo the Casanova?" Shu Yuqing regarded him with utter contempt, her disdain evident. The disdain and ridicule from Shu Yuqing rendered Luo Wei's expression even more somber. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Jun intercepted him. "That woman was saved by your orders, wasn't she?" "How do you know?" Yang Jun inquired with a smile, gazing at Luo Wei, who instinctively retorted. For a moment, both fell silent. Chapter 81. The Misfortunes of Luo Wei. "Indeed, it is you." Yang Jun fixed his penetrating gaze upon Luo Wei, his eyes shimmering with intensity. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're talking about." Despite being caught off guard by Yang Jun's unexpected remark, Luo Wei understood that he could never admit to the truth of the matter. The onlookers around them were perplexed, unable to decipher the silent exchange between the two. However, Shu Yuqing seemed to sense something amiss. It must be connected to Yang Jun's injury. "You scoundrel, one day you shall be afflicted with AIDS and rot away." At that moment, as Yang Jun and Luo Wei locked eyes in silence, Shu Yuqing's fiery temperament erupted again, unleashing a torrent of curses at Luo Wei. "You despicable bastard! How dare you harm Yang Jun? This is intolerable." "You!" Shu Yuqing's invective ignited a surge of fury within Luo Wei, prompting him to retaliate with his own curses. Slap! Yet, before he could utter more than a few words, Yang Jun's swift hand struck him sharply across the face, silencing him. "You dare to hit me? Bring it on. Kill this wretched bastard." Luo Wei, momentarily stunned by Yang Jun's blow, commanded his two bodyguards behind him to eliminate Yang Jun. As the esteemed heir of the Luo family, he had never before suffered such humiliation. The audacity of this upstart, striking him in front of so many witnesses, was beyond his comprehension. The flicker of fear within him was entirely consumed by rage. His eyes ablaze, he yearned to annihilate the man before him. As soon as he finished speaking, the two bodyguards lunged at Yang Jun, compelled by their duty to defend their master. Bang! Bang! But as they charged, Yang Jun swiftly delivered two powerful kicks, sending them crashing to the ground. Now, Yang Jun was no ordinary individual, but a martial artist endowed with spiritual prowess. These two bodyguards, merely trained in basic combat, were no match for him. With two resounding thuds, they were sent sprawling, howling in pain a few meters away. Inside the sales office, a profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stared in astonishment at Yang Jun. While his previous defeat of several security guards had not elicited much surprise. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. These two bodyguards were different. Their demeanor suggested they had military backgrounds and specialized training. Yet, this man with an arm wrapped in bandages had effortlessly dispatched them, leaving everyone in awe. A formidable master. This person is truly extraordinary. This sentiment resonated collectively in the minds of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Luo Wei began to regain his composure, fully aware of Yang Jun's capabilities. Regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to come to the sales office, to unleash his bodyguards, and most of all, to provoke this harbinger of misfortune. After dispatching two bodyguards with a swift kick, Yang Jun set his sights on the trembling Luo Wei. Are you truly intent on killing me? Hence the hiring of that assassin? He glared at Luo Wei, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that made Luo Wei tremble uncontrollably. The ferocity in Yang Jun's gaze was unlike anything Luo Wei had ever witnessed, coupled with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Xu Yuqing also recognized the fearsome state Yang Jun was in, yet she remained unafraid. Grasping his other hand, she gazed into his eyes, which sparkled with that same cold electricity. Do not act recklessly. She feared that Yang Jun might inadvertently kill the scoundrel Luo Wei. Injuring him was manageable, but should he take a life, it would spell trouble. Everyone else had retreated far away. Even the saleswoman had scurried off to the side, leaving only Luo Wei, whose legs trembled in terror. He longed to escape the scene, yet his legs refused to obey. Rest assured, I shall not take his life myself, Yang Jun said with a reassuring smile, which allowed Xu Yuqing to relax a little. What do you intend to do? Luo Wei stammered, fear etched on his face, but was cut off mid-sentence. A sharp sound echoed as another resounding slap landed on his face, causing the other side to swell. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Did you think you were the only one capable of hiring an assassin? Yang Jun mocked, his eyes brimming with derision. And no, it's not me. At that moment, Luo Wei was genuinely terrified. If Yang Jun had indeed hired an assassin, he lacked the prowess to defend himself, leaving him to await his demise. Yang Jun, weary of further conversation, delivered a swift kick to Luo Wei's abdomen. Ack! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted as Luo Wei flew backward, crashing into the furniture behind him. Amidst the cacophony of splintering wood and clattering chairs, Luo Wei was buried beneath the debris, his anguished cries echoing through the chaos of the sales office, where 4 security guards, 2 bodyguards, and 1 wealthy young master lay sprawled on the ground. Yang Jun, however, ignored the turmoil, fixating his gaze on the wailing Luo Wei. If you wish to play, let us play thoroughly. In the end, it shall either be your demise or mine. We shall not rest until one of us is dead. What do you say? As he spoke, he delivered yet another swift kick, transforming the unfortunate Luo Wei into a grotesque sight, yet Yang Jun maintained control over his strength. Stop. I promise I will never bother you again. Luo Wei, now thoroughly consumed by fear, began to plead for mercy. It matters not. Let us see whose life is more resilient, Yang Jun replied, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the battered Luo Wei. He understood that instilling fear in these young masters was crucial. Otherwise, they might return to plague him again. Master Yang, please temper your wrath. A voice interrupted from behind, belonging to a middle-aged man who regarded him with a smile. Yang Jun turned to see the man and recognized him with a grin. Ah, it is you. We have met at the Qishir Pavilion. He nodded in acknowledgement to the gentleman. The middle-aged proprietor, named Hui Jun, is the developer of the Zizhu Garden Project. While attending to matters in the vicinity, he was summoned by the sales manager. It was then that he witnessed the unfolding scene, prompting him to speak. Huh! Master Yang has quite a remarkable memory. Amongst so many business owners in the Qishir Pavilion, the fact that Yang Jun remembers him brings Hui Jun great joy. He is an ardent aficionado of jade and enjoys collecting exquisite pieces. Establishing a rapport with Master Yang is a dream he fervently cherishes. Casting a glance at the disheveled sales office and the individuals sprawled on the ground, Hui Jun turned to Yang Jun and inquired. Sighing, Yang Jun recounted the events that transpired. Chapter 82. The proprietor gifts a residence. Upon hearing the account, Hui Jun became infuriated. After all, the potential buyer was genuinely interested in purchasing a home. How could a mere saleswoman exhibit such arrogance? Did she think that following a young master granted her the right to obstruct legitimate sales? His expression darkened as he regarded the sales manager and the saleswoman. You two, Come here and apologize to Master Yang and Miss Shu, he commanded, his voice icy and his gaze stern. The portly sales manager and the saleswoman were taken aback, having never expected their employer to address them with such formality. Moreover, they had already been thoroughly intimidated by the duo's fierce demeanor. Let them go, Yang Jun declared after dealing with Luo Wei. He no longer wished to engage with the pair. Scram. We will settle accounts later. Remove the individuals sprawled on the ground. Observing Yang Jun's disinterest in pursuing the matter further, Huajun instructed them to clear away the fallen individuals. Master Yang, may I inquire which unit has captured your interest? Huajun subsequently asked, looking at Yang Jun. We are interested in acquiring a unit in Building 08, primarily for a brother of mine, Yang Jun replied, smiling and pointing towards Building 08 without any hesitation. Ah, I see. Master Yang, fortuitously, there is a fully furnished model apartment available in Building 08. Shall we take a look? Huajun suggested after a moment's contemplation, smiling at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing. That sounds wonderful. As it will save us the trouble of renovations, Yang Jun replied, his spirits lifted at the prospect of immediate occupancy for Sun Chong and his mother upon her discharge from the hospital. As they observed the departing figures of the proprietor and the saleswoman, envy and admiration filled the hearts of onlookers. Such connections could save them hundreds of thousands. Knowing the owner surely meant significant discounts. Soon, under Huajun's guidance alongside a saleswoman, Yang Jun and his companions arrived at Building 08. The actual scenery here far surpassed that depicted on the model. Wow, the environment here is truly delightful, Shu Yuqing exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the surroundings of the building. I am pleased you're satisfied, Miss Shu. This is indeed the finest location within the entire development, Huajun said, his joy evident upon witnessing Shu Yuqing's appreciation for the area. Cultivating a good relationship with Master Yang could yield him exquisite jade treasures in the future. After viewing the meticulously decorated model apartment, both Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing were thoroughly satisfied. Boss Hua, this is the one. We are both very pleased, Yang Jun said with a smile, finalizing the decision on this residence. Splendid. Since both of you like it, I, Huajun, wish to elevate myself by gifting this apartment to you. I hope Master Yang can grant me this favor. Huajun's words left both Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing momentarily speechless, as did the beautiful sales representative. The boss was indeed generous. To casually bestow a property worth over $1 million was no ordinary display of affluence. Very well, I shall shamelessly accept your kindness. Perhaps we could visit the Qishir Pavilion together sometime? Yang Jun suggested. Excellent. Henceforth, we shall be friends. May I call you Brother Yang? Huajun replied, his spirits lifted and his demeanor becoming notably more familiar. It is a great honor to be regarded as a friend by Brother Hua. Yang Jun responded with a grin, eagerly engaging in camaraderie with this real estate magnate. Well, I am but a stranger to the world of the wealthy, he mused. Before long, Yang Jun completed all the necessary formalities and departed with Shu Yuqing. When the sales representative relayed the news of the boss gifting an apartment to the two of them, envy spread throughout the sales office. Particularly among those who were there to view properties, many lamented their lack of such fortune. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Yang Jun turned to Shu Yuqing with a smile. You must temper your temper in the future. Remember that excessive anger can be detrimental to your health. How could that wretched woman speak to you in such a manner? My man is not someone she can belittle, Shu Yuqing retorted, her fierce demeanor unmistakably revealing her strong-willed nature. Very well, I shall pretend I said nothing. Yang Jun sighed internally, nodding with a smile, choosing not to press the matter further. Initially, he had intended to advise Shu Yuqing to temper her robust personality and temper, but upon reflection, he realized that he was indeed fond of her forthrightness. It seems I still hold a significant place in your heart. Go, fetch me a glass of water, Yang Jun said playfully, a mischievous grin on his face. You scoundrel, do you seek a beating? Shu Yuqing replied, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to confront him. Yang Jun continued to smirk, pointing to his arm, which was heavily bandaged. Fine. You rascal, who told you to be injured? Shu Yuqing shot him an exasperated glance before obediently going to pour water. Yang Jun chuckled as he watched her comply, although somewhat reluctant. Having a young lady serve him was already a considerable start. Thus, he grinned triumphantly, feeling as though his scheme had succeeded. News of the sales office's events soon spread throughout Qingning City, and many became aware of the incident involving the young Master Luo being severely beaten. On the top floor of the Palin Hotel, Yin Tianxiu and Li Tianyu were seated in an office. Damn it, it seems that Yang Jun is indeed quite formidable, Li Tianyu remarked, taking a sip of red wine from his glass, swirling it as he cursed with palpable frustration. Thus, we must refrain from engaging in such illicit activities. The stakes are far too high. We can employ strategy to deal with him, but we cannot resort to the reckless actions of someone like Luo Wei. In an opulent VIP room of a nightclub, several beautiful women were entertaining He Wenjie and Zhang Xiaowei, who were also discussing the debacle involving Luo Wei. Luo Wei is truly a useless fool. He couldn't even stand up to Yang Jun and allowed himself to be brazenly beaten, they lamented. Chapter 83. Luo Wei has departed abroad. Numerous individuals were conversing about Luo Wei's incident at the sales office, while the unfortunate subject lay in a hospital bed, grappling with his misfortune. In a lavish VP hospital room, Luo Wei's father, Luo Zhangwo, glared at his son with a face full of fury. His son had been hospitalized due to an assault, igniting his anger, but there was something that incited even greater wrath within him. He had also heard whispers regarding a hitman, and it was connected to his son, instilling a profound sense of dread. If this situation stemmed from his son's actions, he was indeed playing with fire, potentially endangering the entire Luo family jewelry business. Tell me the truth, did you instigate this? Luo Zhangwo's expression was grave, his eyes flickering with concern. Luo Wei knew that denial would be futile. His father was astute and had built the Luo family jewelry brand through sheer intellect. Yes, it was me, he admitted in a hushed tone, too fearful to lie. You foolish child, do you realize you were playing with fire? Do you wish to jeopardize the entire Luo family? Luo Zhangwo chastised him vehemently, his disappointment palpable. Had it not been for the injuries his son bore, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating. How could he have fathered such a worthless son, one who was used as a pawn without even realizing it? Luo Wei fell silent, fully aware that if the truth were to surface, the entire Luo family would be doomed. Regret and fear coursed through him, illuminating why others had refrained from such reckless actions. They were far more shrewd, while he remained a foolish simpleton. As Luo Zhangwo gazed at his son in the hospital bed, disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. His son was indeed a failure. The engagement with the Shu family was merely verbal, and the elder Shu had already called, suggesting that Shu Yuqing and Luo Wei should handle their affairs independently. Though the elder Shu did not articulate it explicitly, the Luo family understood. Shu Yuqing was fundamentally opposed to the union, and Luo Wei was proving to be inadequate. The Shu family believed Luo Wei was unworthy of Shu Yuqing, and the derogatory nicknames he had earned, such as the sewing machine and stallion, had spread throughout Qingning City. Although the Luo family felt a sense of injustice, they were powerless, for their child was simply not up to par. Upon hearing his father's words, a flicker of defiance crossed Luo Wei's eyes. Leave now. This is for your own good. By departing, you will signify the relinquishment of your grievances with Yang Jun. I believe he will no longer pursue you. Luo Zhangwo contemplated deeply. Though Yang Jun was a nouveau riche, he currently wielded substantial financial power. If Luo Wei were to retaliate recklessly, could he evade the repercussions? He believed that his son lacked the capability of Yang Jun to apprehend the assassin. What eased Luo Zhangwo's mind was the fact that the woman had escaped, rendering the matter inconsequential. In truth, individuals of their wealth could engage in direct competition or resort to cunning schemes, provided they did not leave any incriminating evidence behind. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and the state would never permit, let alone condone, such actions. To act thus would be tantamount to courting death. Very well. I shall heed my father's arrangements and continue my endeavors abroad. Upon hearing his father's words, Luo Wei, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. He genuinely felt a sense of dread towards Yang Jun, recalling that terrifying gaze made him tremble uncontrollably. Moreover, he truly feared that if Yang Jun were to send someone to take his life, his fate would be sealed. Days after the incident at the sales office, another piece of news emerged. Luo Wei had departed once more, intending to seek opportunities abroad. Have you heard? Luo Wei has left. Shu Yuqing remarked with a smile as she gazed at Yang Jun. Where'd he go? Who told you this? Yang Jun inquired, having been engrossed in his studies and unaware of the developments. The entire Qingning City is aware, and our family's engagement has been dissolved. Shu Yuqing cast a glance at the oblivious Yang Jun, feeling a sense of relief as she shed her burdens. Oh, Yang Jun nodet, grasping the implications of the Luo family's actions. The Luo family was signaling to him that the grievances between him and Luo Wei were now at an end. With Luo Wei's departure, all previous matters would fade into oblivion. Ha, the Luo family is quite astute. Yang Jun chuckled, realizing the full picture. Indeed, Luo Zhangwo is quite the cunning fox, Shu Yuqing concurred, understanding the intent behind the Luo family's decision to resolve everything with Luo Wei's departure. However, Yang Jun knew that despite Luo Wei's exit, his father, Luo Zhengwo, would not easily relent. After all, Luo Wei was his son, and having lost face in Qingning City, it would be inconceivable for him not to harbor resentment towards Yang Jun. What are you pondering? Noticing Yang Jun's silence and deep contemplation, Shu Yuqing inquired. Oh, nothing much. Merely realizing that it seems I've offended all the wealthy young masters in Qingning City. Yang Jun replied with a chuckle. Shu Yuqing reflected on this, and indeed found it to be true. Yan Tianxiu, He Wenjie, Li Tianyu, and Luo Wei, all affluent heirs, had fallen afoul of Yang Jun. Ha! You troublemaker, she laughed, a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. Well, you certainly have the audacity to say that. It's all because of you, Yang Jun retorted, feigning annoyance at her glee. Shu Yuqing blinked her expressive eyes and thought carefully. The first to incur Yang Jun's ire had been Yan Tianxiu, as she had compelled him to pose as her boyfriend and subsequently won against him at the entertainment venue. Then there was He Wenjie, who accompanied me to the raw stone exchange meeting. He Wenjie suffered a loss of 300 million, while I, on the other hand, reaped substantial profits, which led to the subsequent gambling agreement. The offense against Li Tianyu stemmed from his incessant pursuit of me, ultimately resulting in his defeat at the hands of Yang Jun. As for Luo Wei, his animosity towards Yang Jun was born from the matrimonial engagement between our families, which subsequently led to the events that unfolded thereafter. Upon reflection, it indeed became evident that these conflicts arose largely due to my own actions, which in turn provoked the ire of several affluent young gentlemen, including Zhang Xiaowei from the capital, who is He Wenjie's cousin. Offending him also bears some connection to me. At that moment, observing Yang Jun, Shu Yuqing felt an unusual pang of guilt. Chapter 84. Incredulity. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. Sun's mother had been hospitalized for over a month, and her complexion was increasingly radiant, astonishing the elderly traditional Chinese physician who visited daily for acupuncture. Your complexion now resembles that of a healthy individual. I recommend another thorough examination, he remarked with a smile after the session. This improvement is thanks to your acupuncture, old sir. Sun's mother and Sun Chong expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their eyes brimming with sincerity. Treating the ill is the duty of every physician. It is our obligation, and there is no need for thanks. The old physician replied with a smile, though he was acutely aware of the actual efficacy of his acupuncture techniques. Just moments ago, he had checked the patient's pulse and found it entirely normal, devoid of any adverse symptoms. This left him both puzzled and astonished. He was certain that his acupuncture could not have produced such results, hence his recommendation for a checkup. Do consider undergoing an examination, the old physician advised with a smile before leaving the ward, his curiosity piqued about the forthcoming results. Yang Jun remained silent, having discerned the old physician's evident bewilderment and astonishment. It would be inappropriate to inform him that his acupuncture bore little significance and that it was primarily my spiritual energy that healed the patient. Even if I were to reveal this, he likely would not believe it, as it seemed rather fantastical. Sun's mother had indeed fully recovered. The tumor in her lungs had vanished entirely, and the inflammation throughout her body had subsided. Mother, let us undergo another examination, Sun Chong suggested cheerfully after the doctor had departed. Consequently, Sun Chong and Yang Jun assisted Sun's mother in proceeding for various tests. Upon arriving at the entrance of Cabaozai, they encountered the elder Shu and Shu Yuqing, who were escorting an elderly person and a young one as they exited. Seeing Yang Jun, Shu Yuqing greeted him with a smile. What is the matter, Master Yang? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing his granddaughter's inquiry, the elder Shu turned to Yang Jun and asked, Is everything all right? Ah, it's nothing. I merely injured my arm a few days ago and went to the hospital to have the stitches removed, Yang Jun replied with a light-hearted tone. Upon hearing Master Shu refer to Yang Jun as a master, the elderly man cast a glance at him, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young man beside the elder regarded Yang Jun with a glimmer of derision and disdain. Both reactions did not escape Yang Jun's notice, yet he chose to disregard them, as he was unfamiliar with either of them. With a smile, he greeted the two and nodded respectfully to the elder before entering the Qibaozhai. Since Master Shu did not introduce them, Yang Jun had no intention of getting to know the elderly gentleman and his grandson. How impolite. Seeing Yang Jun ignore them, the young man scoffed. Shu Yuqing shot him a glance before turning her attention to her grandfather and the elder. Master Shu, feeling quite helpless, understood that Shu Yuqing had developed a distaste for Liu Lao's grandson due to his earlier remark. The young man, however, found himself momentarily entranced by Shu Yuqing's retreating figure, an inexplicable expression flickering in his eyes. "Are you truly so polite?" Liu Lao looked at his grandson, knowing that the boy held himself in high regard, often dismissing many people. In reality, Yang Jun had committed no offense. It was entirely normal not to engage in conversation with someone he did not know, and he had acknowledged them with a nod as he departed. "Ha, Leo, we should thoroughly explore the matter of cooperation. It would indeed be beneficial for both our families." Master Shu deftly shifted the topic, smiling at Liu Lao. Inda, we shall be residing in Qingning for a while, so we could take our time to deliberate on this matter." Both men chuckled heartily, well aware that discussions of cooperation required careful consideration. Shu Yuqing followed Yang Jun into his office, noting that he had already donned fresh bandages on his arm. "Is it healing well?" "Yes, it's nearly healed. There's just a bit of bleeding during the stitch removal." In truth, his arm had long since recovered, thanks to the miraculous effects of spiritual energy. It was only due to the delayed removal of the stitches that he endured a minor setback. "That is good to hear. How is Aunt Sun doing?" Now that Yang Jun's injury has healed, he felt less concern and inquired about Su Inxiang's mother. "She should be discharged soon," Yang Jun said with a smile, certain that the hospital was currently quite tumultuous. Inside the hospital, the results of Sun's mother's examination were swiftly revealed. Upon reviewing the results, the experts in the hospital were thrown into disarray, hastily convening an emergency meeting. "This is impossible. Could there have been an error in the tests?" Viewing the comparative reports from 2 examinations alongside the CT scans, several seasoned experts wore expressions of disbelief. "It cannot be mistaken. The patient's complexion alone indicates improvement. And I have also checked the patient's pulse. She is indeed completely healed." The elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, though astonished, affirmed the patient's recovery. "Comrade Wang Aijuan, you must understand that your acupuncture is merely conventional. Could it truly possess such miraculous effects?" The hospital's director, present at the meeting, turned to the elder practitioner, seeking clarification. The director does not imply that the art of traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective. Rather, he seeks to uncover the underlying reasons behind the patient's condition. Director, I am acutely aware that my acupuncture merely serves as a facade, yielding no genuine results, and the current state of the patient is entirely unrelated to my efforts." The venerable physician, Wang Aijuan, possesses a commendable self-awareness. His earlier remarks merely stated the facts without any intention of claiming credit. The experts in the conference room fell into silence. For nearly a month, apart from acupuncture, no other treatments have been administered to Sun S' mother, not even medication. The rationale behind the acupuncture was merely to buy a few more days, as they believed that late-stage lung cancer was beyond the reach of medical intervention. Chapter 85, An Absolute Miracle. Astonishingly, the patient not only remains unharmed, but has achieved a complete recovery. Such an occurrence surely perplexes these experts, as it is deemed utterly impossible, yet it has transpired. I propose conducting another comprehensive examination. Perhaps the previous assessment indeed contained errors. After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged expert addressed the assembly with his suggestion. Deceiving oneself, even with 100 repetitions, would yield the same outcome. The initial examination was flawless, and if there were any discrepancies, they would pertain to that very first assessment. Another seasoned expert shook his head, asserting that he believed the patient never had lung cancer at all. Then explained the discrepancies in this CT scan, retorted an elder expert, pointing at the unmistakable CT images, demanding an explanation. Instantly, the conference room descended into chaos, as disbelief enveloped all the experts present regarding this matter. "Cough, everyone, let us settle down," the director interjected, gently clearing his throat to restore order. All eyes turned toward him. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust that each examination yields accurate results. After all, this pertains to matters of life and death. Should there be an error, who among you can shoulder that responsibility?" The director's serious gaze swept across the experts, and for a moment, silence reigned. This is no trivial matter. Medical mishaps not only affect individuals, but can also tarnish the reputation of the entire hospital. Clearly, there must be factors beyond our comprehension that have led to this miraculous outcome. We seek to understand the reality of the situation, hoping to ascertain whether this miracle can be replicated. The director's subsequent remarks struck at the heart of the matter. If such a condition could indeed be replicated, their hospital would thrive in the future. A mysterious light sparkled in the eyes of all the experts, for this was the crux of their discussions. "Old Wang, please recount the acupuncture sessions over the past month." The director then turned to the seasoned physician Wang Aijuan. urging him to reflect on whether any particular circumstances had arisen during treatment. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Think carefully, do not overlook any detail. Since the old physician was the only one to have interacted with the patient, both the director and all the experts focused their attention on him. If there were any unique circumstances, it was that a family member of the patient would consistently grasp the patient as hand. The seasoned traditional Chinese physician pondered deeply before addressing the assembly, uncertain whether this constituted a special circumstance. Yet, could the miraculous recovery of the patient be attributed to the family member present? No one in attendance seemed to believe that the occurrence of such a miracle was due to the young man. Alat Wan Lao. You should inquire further with the patient's family to uncover any details you may not be aware of. After considerable deliberation, the gathering failed to arrive at a reasonable explanation. With a sigh, the director turned to the old physician. Very well. Upon entering the ward, the old physician found Sun Chong and his mother engaged in cheerful conversation. Doctor, have the test result come in? Sun Chong eagerly inquired upon seeing the old physician enter. Indeed, the results are in. Your mother has recovered and will soon be discharged. The old physician replied with a smile, not concealing the truth from Sun Chong and his mother. Finally, we can leave the hospital, Sun's mother sighed with relief, her face alight with joy, well aware of the daily expenses and wishing to avoid further financial strain. Sun Chong, too, was elated. Jun Ge had not deceived him. His mother was completely healed. Previously, Yang Jun had assured him that his mother's condition was not severe. As the old physician prepared to leave, Sun Chong beamed as he escorted him out of the ward. Young man, your mother's recovery is indeed a miracle. You must understand that patients in the late stages of cancer rarely have any chance of recovery, the old physician remarked once outside the ward, looking at Sun Chong. Sun Chong was cognizant of his mother's lung cancer diagnosis, and having witnessed her gradual improvement, he had not speculated much further. However, the old physician's words instilled a sense of apprehension within him, coupled with profound confusion. Doctor, was it not your acupuncture that cured my mother? Sun Chong unabashedly expressed his bewilderment to the old physician before him. It was not my doing. My treatment does not yield such miraculous effects. Has something occurred that I am unaware of? The old physician remained humble, revealing the truth while questioning Sun Chong. Well, there was one day you did not come, and my brother performed acupuncture on my mother. He constantly reassured her that her illness was not severe. After some contemplation, the only person Sun Chong could think of was Yang Jun, as they had not interacted with anyone else. Are you saying that the young man who held your mother's hand during my acupuncture sessions also practices acupuncture? Sun Chong's revelation left the old physician utterly astonished. The quiet young man had indeed mastered the art of acupuncture. Yes, Sun Chong affirmed with certainty. Could it truly be him? Was this miracle a result of his influence? The old physician muttered to himself, lost in thought as he made his way toward the director's office. Sun Chong, too, fell into contemplation, pondering the mysterious connection between his mother's recovery and Jun Ge, a long-lost friend from years past. If Jun Ge had indeed healed his mother, he would willingly offer anything for the sake of that life-saving bond. Sun Chong's hands were tucked into his pockets, where a bank card containing 500,000 yuan, a sum bestowed upon him by Yang Jun, lay. He had spent little more than 10,000 thus far. After a while, he walked into the hospital room with a smile. Yang Jun, being his brother, decided to faithfully follow and protect him, leaving all other matters aside. The old Chinese medicine practitioner entered the dean's office and recounted Sun Chong's situation to the dean. Old Wang, tell me, is acupuncture truly that miraculous? After a long pause, the dean looked at the old practitioner and inquired, a mysterious legacy? The dean muttered to himself upon hearing this. Although traditional Chinese medicine may have declined, one cannot deny its past strength and mystique. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine stems from the loss of many legacies, leaving only fragments behind. While Yang Jun anticipated that the hospital would not remain tranquil, he did not foresee that others had already deduced his involvement. Chapter 86, New Friends. As the workday came to a close, Yang Jun received a phone call from Sun Chong. Brother Jun, the doctor said my mother can be discharged tomorrow. Sun Chong's excited voice resonated through the phone. Yang Jun could empathize with his feelings. His mother's illness had always been a source of worry for him. Now that she was recovering, how could he not share in the joy? Ha, that's wonderful. I prepared a new place for you. You can head straight there after your discharge tomorrow. Yang Jun replied with a smile. The apartment gifted by Hui Jun was ready, fully equipped for immediate occupancy. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Brother Jun's Sun Chong, without any pretense, acknowledged the debt he owed his friend, willing to repay it with a lifetime of gratitude. Okay, Then I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. They concluded the call. Yang Jun, let us go out for dinner tonight. Grandpa insists on treating the Liu family and wants me to join. Please accompany me. Just as he hung up with Sun Chong, Shu Yuqing entered and addressed him. Never mind, I think I want tea go. It won't tea be enjoyable anyway, and your grandfather didn't tea extend an invitation to me. Yang Jun smiled and shook his head, sensing the arrogance of the Liu family, and preferred to avoid such encounters. All right then. Noticing Yang Jun X-ray of awakens. Shu Yuqing chose not to press him further. I once waited for you because I believe in your words about the rivers and mountains and the gentle flow of time. At that moment, Yang Jun's phone rang again. Boss Liu, is there something you need? The call was from Liu Yue, prompting Yang Jun to casually inquire. Master Yang, a fresh batch of exceptional goods arrived at the store today. Would you like to come take a look? Liu Yue would not have called him if there were no new items. Yang Jun had specifically instructed him on this matter. Great. I have nowhere to go tonight, so I'll swing by after work. The arrival of new goods represented fresh energy to absorb, which Yang Jun would certainly not miss. He then called Hu Jun to arrange a meeting at the Qishir Pavilion, intending to also repay his favor. Has new stock arrived at the Qishir Pavilion? I'll come find you after dinner. As soon as he ended the call, Shu Yuqing smiled and remarked, Actually, I didn't T1 go to dinner either, but Grandpa insists on my presence. All right, I shall await you at the Qistone Pavilion, Yang Jun replied with a smile. After work, Shu Yuqing made her way to the Paranda Hotel, where the banquet was being prepared. Meanwhile, Yang Jun took a taxi to the Qistone Pavilion, opting for a light meal later. Upon his arrival, he noticed that many familiar faces, including several business owners, had already gathered. Master Yang has arrived. Someone called out. Yang, my brother, you are a step behind. Hu Jun chuckled as he made his way towards the back warehouse. Having received Yang Jun's call, he had promptly set aside his work and rushed over, naturally arriving before Yang Jun. Haha. Brother Hua, there was no way around it. Hailing a cab at this hour is quite a challenge. At that moment, Yang Jun truly grasped the frustration of being without a car. Sometimes, urgency does not guarantee transportation. I say, brother, you are not short on funds. Why not purchase a vehicle? Having one would certainly make things much more convenient, Hu Jun advised with a grin. It was indeed rare to find someone like Yang Jun, who had the means yet lacked a personal vehicle. In truth, Yang Jun had considered buying a car, but having lived with Shu Yuqing, he felt it sufficient to use hers for the time being. However, after hearing Hu Jun's suggestion, he seriously contemplated acquiring his own vehicle for future convenience. Brother, allow me to introduce you to a car dealer, Hu Jun said, noticing Yang Jun's interest. He gestured towards a middle-aged man who had been observing them intently. Mr. Zhang, come over for a moment. Mr. Zhang approached with a look of surprise and a broad smile. Although Yang Jun recognized him from previous encounters, they had never formally met. Upon Hu Jun's introduction, they officially acquainted themselves. Mr. Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Wu, managed several upscale automotive 4S dealerships and was the largest car dealer in Qingning City. Brother, Mr. Zhang shares my passion for jade. We purchase raw stones solely for the sake of collection, Hu Jun remarked with a hearty laugh. He turned to Zhang Wu. Mr. Zhang, our young friend here has yet to buy a car. Perhaps you could recommend a model? Ha ha. While I may not excel in stone gambling, I can certainly handle the car situation. Tomorrow, I shall gift our young friend a Land Rover, Zhang Wu exclaimed, his laughter echoing. Ha ha. Thank you, Brother Zhang. But there is no need for gifts. Just assist me in completing the paperwork, and that will suffice, Yang Jun replied, reluctant to accept such a lavish gift as a multi-million-dollar vehicle. Do not be so modest, my young friend. With just a little guidance from you, we could reap substantial profits, Zhang Wu said earnestly, genuinely wishing to cultivate a friendship with the young master. While I cannot guarantee profits 100%, I assure you, the risk is minimal. Offering some advice is certainly within my capacity, Yang Jun responded with a smile, recognizing the potential benefits of befriending such influential businessmen as he too intended to venture into business. The three continued their jovial conversation as they entered the warehouse, where the early arrivals were already inspecting the newly arrived batch of raw stones. Yang Jun first utilized his X-ray vision to scan the raw stones, meticulously grasping the condition of each one. Only after absorbing the spiritual energy did he proceed to examine the stones with a flashlight, of course, still putting on a show for others. Brother Hua, this one appears promising, with swirling color bands, an aged texture, and devoid of cracks. In the premium raw stone area, after absorbing all the spiritual energy, Yang Jun pointed to a stone the size of a tire and quietly informed Hu Jun. Upon hearing this, Hu Jun was immediately elated and without hesitation purchased the stone. Little brother, do offer some guidance to Zhang Guo as well. Zhang Wu, being somewhat impatient, noticed Yang Jun advising Hui Jun and grew anxious. Haha, Brother Zhang, you can't go wrong with raw stone number 076. Observing Zhang Wu's eagerness, Yang Jun discreetly revealed the stone's number. Zhang Wu, like Hui Jun, promptly acquired the stone without a second thought. The others expressed envy towards the two, knowing that with Master Yang's guidance, they were likely to reap substantial profits. Yang Jun refrained from offering further advice, as one stone each was already enough to ensure significant gains for them. Chapter 87. Not betting against you. Among this batch of raw stones, Yang Jun discerned only one of the finest quality, albeit it was located not in the high-end section, but rather in the mid-range area, appearing rather unremarkable. He had already accumulated over a dozen exquisite jade pieces, all reserved for future business ventures. After completing their purchases, Hui Jun and Zhang Wu promptly proceeded to the stone-cutting area. Consequently, everyone in the warehouse gathered around, eager to witness what fine treasures might emerge following Master Yang's counsel. Although these two jade enthusiasts had wagered on numerous stones, they had not yet unveiled anything particularly remarkable. At this moment, both were filled with anticipation, wondering if Master Yang's insights would yield exceptional results. The cutting machine roared to life, followed by the sharp sounds of slicing. All eyes were drawn to the machine, including Hui Jun and Zhang Wu, who were focused intently, appearing less like affluent businessmen and more like anxious children. Surely, exceptional pieces would emerge. After all, these were the raw stones endorsed by Master Yang. Both harbored the belief that they had witnessed Yang Jun's undeniable success firsthand. With a decisive cut, two sizable stones were opened, revealing a vibrant green that captivated everyone's attention. It's green, a significant increase, the cutter exclaimed, swiftly grabbing a hose to wash away the stone dust and mud. Once cleared, the cut stones sparkled with green brilliance. Incredible, it's fully colored. The quality is commendable as well, reaching the icy variety. Fully green ice, and of considerable size, it could be valued between 20 to 30 million. Observing the quality of the jade, many began to speculate and estimate its potential worth. At last, VE revealed a high-quality piece. Brother Yang is truly remarkable. Witnessing the dazzling deep green hue, Hui Jun erupted into joyous laughter, finally possessing a treasured addition to his collection. Ha ha ha! Indeed, Yang is truly remarkable. Zhang Wu also burst into hearty laughter, expressing even greater admiration for Yang Jun's discerning eye. Others around them were visibly envious. Their eyes reddened with a mixture of jealousy and admiration. Brother, thank you. From now on, we shall be brothers through thick and thin, said Hui Jun and Zhang Wu, their faces alight with excitement as they turned towards Yang Jun. Ha ha. It is my fortune to forge a bond with two esteemed brothers. Yang Jun replied with a smile, appreciating the straightforward nature of the two men. He understood that their concern was not merely the value of the jade, but rather the affection and significance it held in their hearts. Essentially, a typical high-quality piece. At that moment, a voice laced with derision echoed from behind the group. A haughty young man expressed disdain for the goods presented by Hui Jun and Zhang Wu. Yang Jun called Shu Yuqing, who approached him with a smile. Yang Jun nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. He had been wondering why he hadn't seen the two vice presidents. It turned out they were dining with Elder Shu and others. Master Wang, Master Li, Master Shu. Several business owners greeted the arriving individuals with smiles. As for the Liu family duo, they remained unrecognized. Yet, it was clear to all that anyone in the company of these masters must possess a noteworthy identity. What brings them here? Yang Jun curiously inquired of Shu Yuqing. As it happened, during the banquet, after a few bites, Shu Yuqing had glanced at Elder Shu and stated, "Grandfather, I must take my leave. I am headed to the Qishir Pavilion, where a new batch of raw stones has arrived." Without further ado, she turned and exited the private room, keen to avoid dining with the elderly gentleman, particularly the insufferable Lu Xiangqian. "Everyone, shall we visit the Qishir Pavilion together? I wonder if there are any worthwhile raw stones," Lu Xiangqian remarked, casting a glance at her departing figure. "Ha ha, splendid. We too wish to witness the Jade King's skills in stone gambling," Wang Changhe, the vice president, laughed heartily. Thus, the group accompanied Shu Yuqing to the Qishir Pavilion. Yang Jun, that old man Lu, is the former Jade King and now the master of the current Jade King, Shu Yuqing briefly explained, engaging in a quiet conversation with him about the identities of the Lu grandfather and grandson. Yang Jun nodded knowingly. It was no wonder Lu Xiangqian carried himself with such arrogance, given his grandfather's esteemed title. "Did Master Yang not cut any stones today?" Wang Changhe inquired with a smile. "Ha ha, I chose not to cut today," Yang Jun replied, providing a reason for his decision. In truth, he was reluctant to slice through all the fine raw stones, as Lu Yue still needed to conduct business. He had already selected 2 pieces for Huijun and Zhongwu and wished to leave some quality fine for others as well. Moreover, he had absorbed the most coveted spiritual energy and secured the most promising raw stone. Thus he had no desire to cut it further. Lu Xianxian gazed at Yang Jun, a flicker of disdain and mockery flashing in his eyes. Witnessing the close rapport between Shu Yuqing and Yang Jun, he felt a surge of animosity towards Yang Jun, for his affections were directed towards Shu Yuqing. Master Yang, would you care to wager? At that moment, Lu Xianxian looked at Yang Jun with a tone imbued with derision and provocation. Not interested. What does it matter that you are the grandson of the Jade King? I simply refuse to grant you this courtesy. It was evident to him that this fellow was vying for Shu Yuqing's affection, attempting to undermine him. Yet, by refusing to engage in a bet, he denied him the opportunity to trample over him. He would suffocate that scoundrel. Boss Lu, please send my belongings to my residence. Yang Jun then instructed Lu Yue before shifting his gaze to Shu Yuqing. I will drive you. With Yang Jun departing, Shu Yuqing had no reason to linger. Everyone, carry on. I must first grab a bite to eat. After bidding farewell to the group, he made his way outside the warehouse, with Shu Yuqing following closely beside him. Lu Xianxian, however, was taken aback that this fellow would not accept his challenge, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 88. An unexpected scene. What? Are you afraid to wager with me? Lu Xianxian's voice dripped with mockery and humiliation as he observed Yang Jun's retreating figure. Hearing this, Yang Jun paused, slowly turning to face the arrogant Lu Xianxian. First and foremost, I do not know you, hence I have no desire to wager. Secondly, it is not a matter of courage. Rather, you are simply unworthy. Yang Jun's disdainful gaze intensified as he regarded the haughty Lu Xianxian. So what if you're the grandson of the Jade King? You are still not worthy to wager with me. I possess the ability to see through things. Even the Jade King holds no significance in my eyes. As for you, I hold you in even less regard. I simply refuse to wager with you. Yang Jun's contemptuous expression ignited a profound anger within Lu Xianxian. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, who had not sought to curry favor with him, hoping for even a hint of guidance to reap substantial rewards. Yet this provincial upstart dared to disregard him, declaring him unworthy of a wager. Do you know who I am? Lu Xianxian's eyes burned with fury as he confronted Yang Jun. What you are is of no concern to me. Do you not realize how uncouth you appear in this moment? Like a rabid dog, you lash out indiscriminately. Yang Jun, unperturbed by Lu Xianxian's anger, brazenly likened him to a crazed dog. You, Lu Xianxian, incensed, pointed at Yang Jun, momentarily rendered speechless. Let us go. However, Yang Jun paid him no further heed, smiling as he addressed Shu Yuqing. Yuqing, where are you headed? At that moment, the elder Shu regarded Shu Yuqing with a frown and inquired, Where would you have me go, grandfather? If I were to warm the bed of this self-important fellow, would that align with your wishes? The elder Shu's words provoked Shu Yuqing's fiery temperament once more. She is no fool. She has long discerned her grandfather's intentions. He wishes to collaborate with the Emerald King and has deliberately facilitated her contact with Lu Xianxian, just as Luo Wei's matters have concluded. Her grandfather has turned his sights on her once more. It seems he regards her merely as a commodity, seeking a more prominent patron for her. At this moment, Shu Yuqing's fiery and unyielding demeanor could no longer be contained. She gazed at her grandfather, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes, but predominantly, there was derision. All present were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that this woman would utter such words. Grandfather Shu, equally taken aback, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing his granddaughter's bold declaration. On paper, you are my grandfather, but do you truly consider me your beloved granddaughter? Or am I merely a piece of merchandise to you? The scorn in Shu Yuqing's eyes intensified as she fixed her gaze upon her speechless grandfather. Yuqing, you. Grandfather Shu attempted to explain, but Shu Yuqing interrupted him. There's no need for you to say anything, grandfather. It is time to separate the Shu family's jewelry business. You may proceed to collaborate with your precious grandson and the Lu family. She looked at her grandfather and uttered another earth-shattering statement, leaving everyone in the warehouse astonished. Grandfather Shu was utterly shocked. Shu Yuqing had the confidence to make such a declaration because she had already conferred with her parents and secured a 40% stake in Shu's jewelry. The Shu Yulong family also held a 40% stake, with the remaining 20% resting in the hands of the elder. Grandfather Shu harbored similar notions, intending to pass his shares to Shu Yulong in due course. Shu Yuqing had seen through this clearly and felt profoundly disappointed in her grandfather. Thus today she erupted, disregarding the family's reputation. Tomorrow, I will have a lawyer come to finalize the division of Shu's jewelry. After speaking, Shu Yuqing dismissed everyone, turning her attention to the bewildered Yang Jun. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or I swear I'll turn you into mashed potatoes. Can you be a bit gentler, you tomboy? Some may treat you like an object, but I certainly will not. She cast a dismissive glance at Yang Jun TCH. Trust me on this, otherwise I'll keep you warm at night. The two playfully bantered as they departed, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence. Grandfather Shu's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that his granddaughter would stage such a dramatic scene before so many witnesses. Lu Xiangqian also appeared displeased, having not expected Yang Jun to declare him unworthy of the stone gamble, while Shu Yuqing had consistently held him in disdain. The warehouse fell into silence, the expressions of the onlookers a tapestry of astonishment. This evening had certainly left them astounded. At that moment, Hu Jun turned to Zhang Wu, laughing heartily. Indeed, let us have a drink, and then tomorrow we'll handle the car paperwork for Brother Yang. Zhang Wu nodded, chuckling in agreement. Their bodyguards followed, carrying the high-quality jade they had selected, as the two men exited. Damn it, we almost forgot to choose a stone. We must pick one. Others also laughed and ran off to select raw stones, leaving behind the visibly displeased Elder Shu and the similarly discontented Lu family. Sigh. Wang Changhe and Li Ming exchanged glances and sighed, refraining from voicing their thoughts. They felt that Elder Shu had gone too far. After all, that was his own granddaughter. How could she be treated like mere merchandise? Old friend, at your age, why burden yourself with the concerns of the youth? Of course, they could only express such sentiments in their hearts. Yuqing, were you perhaps too impulsive just now? After entering the room, he turned to Shu Yuqing and asked, Humph, I'm not impulsive. I have endured for far too long. They always treat me like an object. Am I truly nothing more than a commodity? Shu Yuqing retorted coldly, then looked at Yang Jun. Of course not, he replied, recognizing that her pent-up anger had reached a boiling point. Given her fiery and assertive nature, it was indeed remarkable that she had managed to hold it in for so long. Do you truly wish to sever ties with Shu's jewelry? He asked her seriously, aware that Shu's jewelry was currently a leading company in Qingning City. A division would inevitably diminish its status, reducing it to a mere jewelry store. Yes, I want to separate. Since it has come to this, let us do it thoroughly, she asserted with determination. Chapter 89. I can perform Qigong. Shu Yuqing's fiery temperament and decisive nature led her to take immediate action the following day. She indeed brought a lawyer to initiate the division. This was a matter of the Shu family, and Yang Jun could not involve himself, so he went to pick up Sun Chong and his mother from the hospital. Have all the discharge procedures been completed? Upon entering the ward, Yang Jun observed Sun Chong, who was already packed. Yes, everything is ready, Junge. Sun Chong replied with a bright smile, clearly overjoyed that his mother was recovering and being discharged. Little Jun, I truly thank you, Sun's mother said, grasping Yang Jun's hand. She understood that it was thanks to this young man's financial assistance that she had regained her life. Having watched Yang Jun grow alongside her son, it was unexpected that she would now be indebted to him. Ah, Aunt Sun, Chong and I are like brothers. We are all family here, no need for formalities. Yang Jun said, feeling uplifted by the radiant expression on Sun's mother's face. All right then, I want to say more. I will repay you later, she nodded, smiling, and chose not to elaborate further. Junge, here is the remaining money. We only spent a little over 20,000, Sun Chong said, handing a card to Yang Jun. Yang Jun did not take the card but instead looked at Sun Chong. Keep the money for yourself. Buy some nourishing supplements for Aunt Sun. She needs to regain her strength. Okay, I'll pay you back once I start earning, Sun Chong replied, not wanting to be overly sentimental with his brother, as doing so would feel distant. Come on, let me take you to your new place. The three of them walked out of the ward, smiling as they headed towards the exit of the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, they encountered the esteemed elderly physician, Wang Aijuan. Young man, the old fellow wishes to have a word with you. If it is not too much trouble, he said before Sun Chong and the others could respond. Wang Aijuan nodded towards Sun's mother and then turned his gaze to Yang Jun, having surmised the nature of the conversation the old man sought, did not decline. Of course, that would be delightful. Chong, please escort Aunt Sun outside to wait for me. Subsequently, Yang Jun followed the old physician to a secluded corner of the lobby. Might I inquire what you wish to discuss? Yang Jun asked with a knowing smile, observing the elderly man's graying hair. Young man, do enlighten me. Is it your doing that the patients have recovered? Wang Aijuan inquired directly, without preamble. Yang Jun understood that this was the crux of the old man's curiosity, and if he were to deny it, the physician would likely harbor doubts. It seemed he was determined to uncover the truth, lest he be plagued by uncertainty. Yang Jun refrained from straightforward admission and instead proposed a condition to the old physician. What condition? Wang Ijun asked, his eyes fixed on Yang Jun, willing to comply with any request in exchange for clarity. Whatever you hear, it must remain confidential. Yang Jun insisted, for he was not a doctor and wished to avoid any unwarranted scrutiny in the future. Very well, I solemnly swear to keep it a secret. After a moment of contemplation, the old physician grasped Yang Jun's concerns, recognizing the necessity for peace of mind. The healing of the sick is indeed a physician's noble duty. Yet Yang Jun was not a practitioner and wished to safeguard his normal life from any encumbrance. Rest assured, old sir, Aunt Sun's recovery was indeed facilitated by my application of your acupuncture and my own mastery of Qigong. With the old physician's promise of confidentiality, Yang Jun felt no need for further concealment and admitted his proficiency in Qigong. While he was uncertain of the specific nature of his practice, he believed it to be a form of Qigong. Ah, my young friend possesses the skill of Qigong. Wang Ijun exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Yang Jun's revelation. He had not anticipated that this young man would wield such a talent. His surprise was understandable, as his own mentor had once spoken of such abilities. Regrettably, in contemporary society, Qigong had long been considered a lost art, with few practitioners remaining. Many self-proclaimed masters were mere charlatans, devoid of genuine skill. No wonder you can restore patients to health. Wang Ijun regarded Yang Jun with gleaming eyes, as though he were beholding a rare treasure. Yang Jun, meanwhile, could not help but inwardly muse about the old man's fervent gaze, thinking, if only he knew my true preferences. I'm fond of beautiful women, particularly those with alluring figures. Were the old physician privy to his thoughts, he might have reacted with indignation, for it seemed he too had an appreciation for youthful beauty, while Yang Jun preferred to indulge in the delights of youth. You wouldn't be interested in working at the hospital, would you? Wang Ijun inquired after a brief pause. If this young man were to join the ranks of the hospital staff, who could dare to question the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine? Who would dare to look down upon its practice? Wang Ijun grew increasingly excited, as if he could envision the revival of traditional Chinese medicine. I apologize, but I have no interest in becoming a doctor. Observing Wang Ijun's enthusiasm, Yang Jun brutally declined without hesitation. He had no desire to pursue a medical career. He cherished his own life and was devoted to his preferred profession. What a pity. I hope the old gentleman can keep this a secret, Yang Jun remarked, gazing at the despondent expression on the elderly physician's face, feeling a sense of helplessness. Of course, I shall keep this secret, the old doctor nodded in agreement, subsequently jotting down Yang Jun's contact information. After exchanging contact details, Yang Jun departed the hospital with Sun Chong and his mother. Initially reluctant to share his contact information, he felt compelled by the old doctor's earnest gaze. Soon, they arrived at Zizhuan. The environment here is truly remarkable, Sun's mother exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration for the serene and beautiful scenery. Compared to their previous rented place, which resembled a noisy market, this location was a picturesque haven. I'm glad you like it, Yang Jun replied, leading Sun Chong and his mother to their room. Upon witnessing the luxurious decor, the mother and son were taken aback. Brother Jun, this must cost over $1 million, right? Sun Chong inquired, astonished by the opulence surrounding them. It was a gift. We didn't spend a dime. Yang Jun responded with a smile, leaving them momentarily speechless. Xiao Jun, we really shouldn't. Sun's mother, regaining her composure, attempted to voice her concerns, but was gently interrupted by Yang Jun's reassuring smile. Aunt Sun, rest assured, I am a legitimate appraiser. We are not engaging in any unlawful activities. Understanding her apprehensions, he smiled and assured her. Chapter 90, Two Fools. After settling Sun Chong and his mother, Yang Jun led Sun Chong out of Zizhuan. Brother Jun, where are we going? Sun Chong asked, curious about their destination. We are heading to the automobile city to buy a car, Yang Jun replied with a grin, having just received a call from Zhang Wu, who informed him that the paperwork for the Land Rover had been finalized. Buy car? Sun Chong expressed mild surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. No need to spend money. It's also a gift from someone. Yang Jun's words left Sun Chong even more astonished, yet he refrained from asking further questions. Before long, the two arrived at the automobile city, a bustling hub that featured all the car dealerships in Qingning City, offering vehicles ranging from tens of thousands to millions. The automobile city was abuzz with activity, filled with people browsing and purchasing cars. Brother Jun, what kind of car are we being gifted? Sun Chong inquired. admiring each vehicle with delight. "It should be a Land Rover," Yang Jun replied while searching for Zhang Wu's dealership, though he was not entirely certain. As Zhang Wu had mentioned it the previous day. "What? A Land Rover? That's worth several million," Sun Chong exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Yang Jun. "Huh, that's what Brother Zhang told me last night. Who knows?" Yang Jun chuckled, amused by Sun Chong's expression. He found it, the largest 4S dealership. After a lengthy search, Yang Jun stumbled upon the Grand Xingwu 4S dealership, which offered a plethora of brands, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maserati, and Land Rover. Upon sighting this establishment, Yang Jun was certain it was Zhang Wu's dealership. At the entrance, two charming hostesses greeted each guest entering or exiting the 4S dealership with warm smiles. "Welcome to Xingwu 4S dealership." As Yang Jun and Sun Chong reached the lobby, the two hostesses bowed graciously. Unable to resist, Yang Jun activated his X-ray vision, nearly causing a nosebleed. Once inside the lobby, he offered a playful critique. "Wow, Brother Jun, you've become quite the lecher, haven't you?" Sun Chong chuckled softly, observing Yang Jun. "Oh please, don't pretend to be innocent. You can't deny you were staring just like me," Yang Jun retorted disdainfully, knowing full well that Sun Chong had nearly popped his eyes out. Sun Chong remained silent, chuckling to himself. What man could resist glancing at such beautiful women? Oomph. Just two country bumpkins trying to play sophisticated at our car dealership. After Yang Jun and Sun Chong walked past, one of the hostesses scoffed, looking down on them. Indeed, they're probably just two fools wandering around aimlessly, she thought, easily assessing their attire, and concluding they were penniless. The least expensive cars in their dealership were priced at over 5 or 600,000, far beyond the means of these two. In plain terms, they were merely there to show off and catch a glimpse of the beauties, seeking a sense of relevance. The disdainful glances exchanged between the two hostesses did not go unnoticed by Yang Jun and Sun Chong, who remained oblivious to the scorn directed at them. "Welcome. May I inquire what vehicles you two wish to explore?" Just as the brothers were lost in their mutual disdain, a lovely saleswoman approached them with a bright smile. She appeared to be an innocent student, freshly embarked on her sales career. Yang Jun could discern her lack of experience from her naive gaze, confirming her status as a newcomer. The more seasoned salespeople had already distanced themselves upon seeing the brothers' attire, wary of wasting their time. "We'd like to browse casually first," Yang Jun replied with a smile to the innocent newcomer. "Please follow me. I'll guide you through the showroom and provide an introduction. Whether you choose to buy or not is of no consequence. I simply wish for you to familiarize yourselves with our models," the beautiful saleswoman replied, her smile genuine and inviting, evoking a sense of warmth. "All right then. We appreciate your assistance." Yang Jun nodded with a smile, following her lead alongside Sun Chong as they began to explore the dealership. As they wandered, the saleswoman provided insights into the various models on display. "Haha, only that new girl lacks discernment. It's obvious these two aren't serious buyers. Just look at their shabby attire," one of the more seasoned salespeople remarked. "Indeed, it is evident that they are merely two impoverished souls passing the time. Clearly here to admire us, the lovely ladies. Is this not splendid? It saves us from wasting our time and emotions, allowing the newcomer to manage them instead." A few seasoned saleswomen, standing at a distance, exchanged whispers while observing Yang Jun and his companions. Their gazes towards the two brothers were filled with a mix of disdain and amused scorn. When a new saleswoman introduced a luxurious Mercedes SUV costing several $100,000, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Sun Chong's eyes. "Ah, have you taken a liking to this vehicle?" Yang Jun surmised, recognizing the boy's infatuation with the SUV. "Oh, not at all. It pales in comparison to our military Dongfeng Mengshe." Yang Jun scoffed, for he could discern Sun Chong's silent admiration, despite his attempts to feign indifference. The new saleswoman noticed his genuine interest in the vehicle, as did Yang Jun, having grown up alongside him. A soft giggle escaped the saleswoman's lips, amused by Yang Jun's somewhat crude remarks. "Brother Jun, your words are rather vulgar. You should express yourself more elegantly." Sun Chong regarded Yang Jun with a look of disdain. "Come on, with just a slight shift in your posture, I can tell what you're up to. Is there not a more refined way to say that?" Yang Jun retorted, questioning why he couldn't articulate himself with more sophistication. "I concede to no one, except to your shameless demeanor," Sun Chong replied, feigning exasperation, his face etched with disdain. The saleswoman was thoroughly entertained by their banter, covering her mouth as she erupted into laughter. The two brothers turned their wolfish gazes upon her, their looks filled with a mix of longing and mischief. "My apologies, I got carried away," the new saleswoman stammered, noticing their intense stares. her cheeks flushing as she suppressed her laughter. Chapter 91. What do two cars matter? Cough, cough. Hee hee. Though my words may be coarse, they carry a kernel of truth. I shall purchase this vehicle shortly, Yang Jun remarked, casting a glance at the saleswoman before addressing Sun Chong. Po Yun, did you not mention someone gifted you a Land Rover? Why then consider purchasing this one? Yang Jun's inquiry left Sun Chong momentarily speechless, his face a mask of confusion. Ha ha ha. Just then, a raucous laughter erupted from behind them. You two are truly a pair of comedic gems. Two impeccably dressed young gentlemen approached, accompanied by two elegantly adorned ladies. One of the gentlemen sneered at the duo. Indeed, with your financial situation, how could you afford a vehicle worth hundreds of thousands? Yet you still dream of a Land Rover? Come on, is there any truth to your boasts? The other gentleman added with unabashed mockery. You can't even afford this car. And yet you speak of being gifted one? Please have some sense. The two ladies beside them merely rolled their eyes in disdain, regarding the brothers as though they were mere beggars. Bro, our fanciful tales are none of your concern. We revel in our own amusement, the brothers retorted, unperturbed by the ridicule. Yang Jun cast a disdainful glance at a few individuals, his expression embodying pure scorn and contempt. Fool, Sun Chong remarked, looking at Yang Jun with evident distaste. Why would you bite the dog that bit you? At that moment, one of the wealthy young men, incensed by the audacity of these two ruffians who dared to mock them and liken them to dogs, erupted in anger. Gentlemen, let us not stoop to the level of these impoverished wretches. Let us proceed to inspect the cars. Just then, a man in a suit approached, adorned with a sales manager badge. He cast a derisive glance at Sun Chong and Yang Jun before ingratiating himself with the two affluent young men. You country bumpkins. Just wait and see. One of the young men snorted disdainfully, glaring fiercely at the duo. At that moment, his phone rang, presumably a call from Zhang Wu. Brother Yang, where are you? Upon pressing the answer button, Zhang Wu's voice resonated through the line. Brother Zhang, I am at your 4S dealership. Accompany my brother to look at some other vehicles. Yang Jun replied with a smile. Good. Which one have you set your sights on? I will gift it to you. Just wait a moment. I will come to find you right away. Zhang Wu's boisterous voice echoed before the call ended. Brother Jun, who was that person? What did he say? Sun Chong inquired, astonished and struggling to believe his own ears. Who is he? He is quite impressive. Does he truly think he can give away a car as if it were merely cabbage? Yang Jun regarded Sun Chong with an air of nonchalance. Beauty. I do not know him, truly, he stated, after hearing Yang Jun's words. Sun Chong regarded him with a look of disdain and swiftly distanced himself from the saleswoman beside them. Does he really think our boss is someone just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can recognize? And gifting you another vehicle? He should be wary of his own tongue being blown away by the wind. The sales manager, who had taken a few steps away, halted, looking at Yang Jun with eyes full of contempt. How can this guy be so boastful? Claiming to know the boss, and that he would give away not one, but two cars. Does he think he's a prince? That the boss would need to curry favor with him? He chuckled. Perhaps he's exaggerated a bit. Even I find it hard to believe. Upon hearing the sales manager's remarks, Yang Jun did not feel anger. Instead, he wore an expression of disbelief. This left Sun Chong utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether Brother Jun was speaking the truth or fabricating a tale. The newly arrived saleswoman, amused by Yang Jun's demeanor, chuckled heartily, finding him to be quite an interesting character, regardless of whether he was boasting or not. Ah, as the beautiful saleswoman's laughter echoed, the two brothers found themselves once again captivated. Brother Jun, hand me some tissue. I fear I might have a nosebleed. Damn, I have no tissues. I am already bleeding. As they exchanged glances, both brothers were transfixed by the enrapturing scene before them. The charming saleswoman shot them a disapproving look, though her irritation was mild. Instead, he straightened up a bit, taking pride in himself, and looked at the two brothers with a smug expression. Is it beautiful? He scoffed. Can't see anything. Yang Jun immediately curled his lip and diverted his gaze. Sun Chong followed suit, also turning away and pouting, though he remained silent. You two rascals. Are you truly here to admire the beauties? The saleswoman, somewhat displeased, allowed a cold huff and shot a fierce glare at the two. Ha ha ha, beauty. Did you just realize that? These are merely two impoverished fellows. What could they possibly use to buy a car? A wealthy young man, observing Yang Jun and his friend, mocked them with a smile. Who says they can't afford a car? Just then, a middle-aged man accompanied by a professionally dressed woman approached. Boss, Zhang Ge. The sales manager and Yang Jun both called out in unison upon seeing the middle-aged man. It turned out that Zhang Wu had arrived, having witnessed the situation from earlier. Brother Yang, why didn't you just call me directly? I've been searching for you all over the lobby. Zhang Wu ignored the sales manager and turned to Yang Jun, playfully chiding him. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. This seemingly destitute fellow truly knew the boss. Which meant he wasn't exaggerating after all. The expressions on several faces varied, yet all appeared quite intriguing. Hee, I was just taking my brother for a stroll. Helping him choose a car, Yang Jun chuckled as he looked at Zhang Wu. Haha, splendid. Which one catches your eye? I'll gift it to you, brother. Zhang Wu replied with a hearty laugh after glancing at Sun Chang. His words astonished the others once more. He was genuinely offering a car for free. Sun Chang stood in a daze, realizing that Jungo was indeed telling the truth. Someone was giving away a car. Hee, brother Zhang, that won't be necessary. I'll just buy another one myself. After hearing Zhang Wu's offer, Yang Jun felt somewhat embarrassed. The man had already gifted him a luxurious Land Rover worth millions. Asking for another seemed rather greedy. Brother, I must express my discontent with that statement. The stone you chose for me yesterday was valued at 35 million. What is a couple cars in comparison? Zhang Wu remarked, looking at Yang Jun chapter 92. Being low-key, isn't always beneficial. Zhang Wu's words once again astonished the onlookers. What was happening? From the boss's tone, it seemed this fellow had just made him 35 million. Goodness. This fellow is playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. He is actually a wealthy man. Those nearby were now unsettled, realizing that the person they had just mocked was, in fact, an invisible tycoon. Brother Zhang, I was hoping to help that charming salesgirl earn a commission. Now that it's all gone. Yang Jun, unaffected by the shifting expressions of those around him, turned to Zhang Wu with a helpless smile. He knew he could not refuse Zhang Wu and would have to let the impressive saleswoman toil in vain. Yang Jun's words sparked a glimmer of surprise in the eyes of the saleswoman, as she had not anticipated that this seemingly dubious fellow possessed a heart of gold. Oh, what difficulties could there be? The car is on the house, and she will still receive her commission as usual. This revelation left many in the room utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The newly arrived saleswoman felt a surge of joy. She had not expected such fortune today, as these two somewhat dubious gentlemen held significant influence. Miss, you are quite impressive. You have not looked down upon us, Yang Jun remarked, observing her slightly dazed expression with a smile. Do not stand there in bewilderment. Please take this brother to complete the paperwork, and do well in your future endeavors. At this moment, Zhang Wu also glanced at the new saleswoman with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, boss. Come on, brother Yang. Let us go see the car that my brother has prepared for you. I assure you will love it. Zhang Wu's face radiated excitement and elation at the prospect of befriending someone like Yang Jun. Sounds great. Yang Jun, equally eager, was curious to see what kind of vehicle Zhang Wu had gifted him. As Yang Jun and his companions departed, they left behind the sales manager and the two wealthy young men, both wearing expressions of intricate emotions. The sales manager regretted his previous words, realizing that his boss was indeed trying to curry favor with the seemingly humble young man. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for his earlier indiscretions. Before long, Zhang Wu led Yang Jun to the display area for Land Rovers. A brand new Range Rover, already adorned with license plates, boasted an impressively auspicious number, Ning 88888. A crowd had gathered around the vehicle, their faces etched with admiration and envy. Boss, everything is ready. We just need the owner's ID. A saleswoman beamed upon seeing Zhang Wu. Brother Yang, please hand her your ID, and in a moment, this car will be yours, Zhang Wu encouraged. Recognizing the excitement sparkling in Yang Jun's eyes, knowing he had chosen well. Wow, so this car belongs to him. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing he was a low-key wealthy individual. The beautiful saleswoman gazed at Yang Jun in disbelief, astonished that her boss was flattering the young man. She understood that the car, valued at over 4 million, had been procured through connections and considerable expense. Brother Zhang, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Yang Jun inquired. Sometimes one must be bold, otherwise, those with narrow minds will taint your good spirits, Zhang Wu replied with a knowing smile. Yang Jun reflected on his past experiences, recalling how being too low-key had led to missed opportunities, including a regrettable incident involving Luo Wei. It seemed that excessive modesty could have its drawbacks. A realization Yang Jun was now coming to terms with. Haha, let's take it for a spin. This car is sure to pack a punch. Zhang Wu laughed heartily, genuinely eager to befriend Yang Jun, which prompted his earlier remarks. All right, I shall take the car for a spin, Yang Jun exclaimed, eagerly flinging open the car door and swiftly sliding inside. The distinctive roar of the Land Rover's engine resonated throughout the showroom, followed by a plume of exhaust as it sped out. Ah, how magnificent it would be to own such a vehicle, some onlookers sighed, their hearts filled with envy and resentment as they watched the Land Rover depart. Nearby, several saleswomen displayed expressions of regret, having previously shunned the two brothers, deeming them unworthy of attention due to their modest appearance. Yet, in an instant, they transformed into figures of admiration, no longer perceived as mere impoverished souls, but rather as distinguished gentlemen in the eyes of the onlookers. They had also overheard that the boss had gifted another vehicle, and the newly appointed saleswoman would receive a commission. How terribly mistaken we were, one lamented. Indeed, they are surprisingly humble. Just as the boss remarked, we have underestimated them. The group felt profound remorse for missing the chance to associate with such affluent individuals. At that moment, another cacophony of engines erupted as a Mercedes SUV thundered out of the showroom. Sun Chong had completed his paperwork and, much like Yang Jun, was eager to test drive. The two receptionists stood flabbergasted. The very individuals they had mocked and looked down upon were now driving away in luxury vehicles. The swiftness of their transformation left them wishing they could vanish. Aren't these two supposed to be impoverished? One receptionist exclaimed, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The other nodded with a wry smile, rendered speechless by the turn of events. After the two brothers departed from the dealership, they left behind a sea of envious gazes. Yang Jun, accompanied by Sun Chong, made their way to Cabaozai, which was not yet closing for the day. Let us familiarize ourselves with the place today. Tomorrow, I shall return as an apprentice in appraisal, Yang Jun remarked with a smile as they walked into the establishment. Sun Chong nodded enthusiastically, his heart brimming with excitement. Associating with Junge was indeed a wise choice. Upon entering Cabaozai, Shu Yuqing approached them. All right, Chong, you may come by tomorrow to begin your studies in appraisal, Yang Jun said, smiling at Shu Yuqing. She reciprocated with a grin, affirming his words. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sun Chong hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a bow. However, his address of her as sister-in-law caused Shu Yuqing's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Their relationship had yet to be publicly acknowledged, though many in the company sensed a special bond between them, unaware of its true depth. The staff present turned their attention toward the trio, their expressions filled with astonishment. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? Yang Jun was taken aback by Sun Chong, and upon noticing that all the employees had turned their gaze towards him, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Dodging a kick from Yang Jun, Sun Chong merely smirked, muttering under his breath, well, wasn't this bound to happen sooner or later? However, he secretly relished the moment, thinking that Sun Chong had quite a way with words. Both Yang Jun and Sun Chong retreated to his office, while the crowd in the hall began to gossip in hushed tones. Does anyone know when Master Yang and the boss became an item? Chasing after the boss, how impressive. Alas, my Prince Charming has run off with someone else. The murmurs echoed throughout the hall, and Zhou Wanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Shu Yuqing was, after all, his Snow White, and now she belonged to another. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the painful truth of his unrequited love. The dream he once cherished was now thoroughly dispelled. Unbeknownst to Yang Jun, who was oblivious to the chatter outside, his phone rang as soon as he entered the office. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was a call from his mother. Hey there, Mom. Are you missing your handsome and charming son? He said with a self-satisfied grin. You little rascal. Your mother has no such sentiments. Your smug demeanor is infuriating to behold, came his mother's blunt reply. La fin Yang Jun momentarilis donet. Ha! Sun Chong erupted into laughter at Yang Jun's expense. Serves you right for being so vain. Even your own mother can't stand you. Shut it, you scoundrel. Yang Jun shot Sun Chong a glare, itching to give him a kick, but the nimble fellow evaded him like a monkey. Is your colleague nearby? Xiao Jun, Yang's mother asked, somewhat surprised to hear Sun Chong's gleeful voice, not realizing their conversation was audible to others. Yeah, it's that scoundrel Xiangzi, Yang Jun chuckled. What? Xiangzi is with you? I haven't seen that rascal in years. Yang Jun's mother, Wang Kaifeng, was taken aback, surprised that the two boys had crossed paths once more. Yes, Xiangzi certainly knows how to charm. He's far better than that little brat. Wang Kaifeng expressed her delight while chiding Yang Jun once again. Yang Jun felt a surge of indignation. Am I not your son anymore? Get lost, you flatterer. He shot a disdainful look at Sun Chong, pretending to kick at him, but Sun Chong nimbly jumped aside. Mom, what is the matter? Wang Kaifeng suddenly exclaimed, her temperament reminiscent of Shu Yuqing's fiery spirit. Yang Jun could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Yang Jun's hometown was not far from Qingning City, merely a few hundred kilometers away in a small county called Huaxian. Both of his parents worked as laborers in a factory there, earning a modest monthly salary of over 3,000 yuan. Though his mother often claimed she did not miss him, he knew deep down that she cared for him dearly, even if she never voiced it. After Yang Jun hung up the phone, Sun Chang looked at him and inquired. Yang Jun pondered for a moment, thinking that there was nothing pressing at the moment. Just get lost and come to work properly, he said. All right. Soon, it was time to leave work, and Shu Yuqing walked in with a smile. Time to go. Work is over. The three of them chatted merrily as they made their way to the parking lot. Upon seeing the flashy Range Rover, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but steal a few more glances, particularly captivated by its impressive emblem, which made her eyes glimmer with admiration. Goodness, who is so ostentatious? Aren't they afraid of attracting lightning? Shu Yuqing remarked, tinged with a hint of envy. Yang Jun was instantly taken aback, thinking, what a coincidence. I'm the one being targeted here. It's just a badge. Why are you all so envious? Noticing Yang Jun's dazed stare at the Range Rover, Shu Yuqing shot him a look. Ha, sister-in-law, I drove here myself. After hearing Shu Yuqing's comment, Sun Chang chuckled and walked towards the unregistered Mercedes SUV parked beside the Range Rover. I drove here too. Yang Jun grinned as he produced the keys to the Range Rover, waving them as he approached the stunning vehicle. Shu Yuqing was momentarily stunned, realizing that the one who might attract lightning was indeed Yang Jun. No wonder he had that expression earlier. Yang Jun, you rascal. You should told me when you bought a car. I wanted to surprise you, and besides, this car was a gift, not a purchase, Yang Jun said, shielding his head while dodging her playful punches, chuckling as he divulged the details about the car. Chapter 94, Returning Home. You scoundrel from now on. You shall be my chauffeur. Shu Yuqing huffed, planning to ride in Yang Jun's Range Rover for her daily commutes. After hearing his words, she looked at him, somewhat astonished. Yang Jun met her gaze with a smirk that was anything but modest. Shu Yuqing rolled her eyes, wishing she could scratch that smug grin off his face. She could accompany him, but she was genuinely unable to break free at the moment, as she was preoccupied with the division of family matters. Indeed, Shu Yuqing had guessed correctly. That smug expression of his was indicative of his intentions. I would love to, but your timing is rather unfortunate. Do you think I can get away these days? She shot him a sidelong glance, pouting slightly. While driving, she called her mother to inform her of her expected arrival time home. All right, then for lunch, my mom will treat you at a restaurant. I'll call you when it's time. Upon hearing that he would arrive home by lunchtime, her mother's voice brimmed with excitement, expressing her intention to treat him to a meal. After hanging up, a sweet and blissful smile graced Yang Jun's lips. He knew his mother might claim she didn't miss him, but deep down, she was certainly thinking of him. After all, who wouldn't long for such a dashing and charming young man like himself? As he drove, he indulged in a bit of self-admiration. Throughout the journey, he attracted the attention of countless passers-by, igniting envy and admiration in many hearts. In summary, Yang Jun, driving the most luxurious Range Rover adorned with an impressive license plate, piqued the curiosity of many who wondered about his remarkable identity. Just after exiting the highway, he received a call from his mother, Wang Kaifeng. Son, I've reserved a table at Jujin Tower. Where are you now? Mom, I'm almost there, just half an hour more, he replied. Well, head directly to Jujin Tower, she concluded, abruptly ending the call, leaving Yang Jun momentarily stunned. Why choose such an extravagant place? Jujin Tower was the finest restaurant in Huaxian, where dining came at a steep price. For the average working-class individual, it was akin to the Hilton, venue frequented by the affluent. His mother truly longed to treat her dashing and charming son, willing to spend on a meal at Jujin Tower. With a chuckle, Yang Jun found amusement in his own narcissism. As he cruised through the streets of Huaxian, he attracted considerable attention. Spotting a luxury car worth millions in Huaxian was a rarity. Most vehicles were modestly priced. Cars costing over 100,000 were considered high-end. A Range Rover like Yang Jun's, valued in the millions, exuded grandeur and bore an exceptionally impressive plate. Even those unfamiliar with automobiles could discern it as a luxury vehicle, undoubtedly exceeding $1 million in value. Thus, on the bustling streets of Huaxian, the Range Rover became a striking spectacle, evoking envy and admiration from onlookers who pondered why they couldn't afford such a magnificent car. After garnering much admiration along the way, Yang Jun finally arrived at Jujin Tower. Parking his vehicle, he walked toward the entrance, where he spotted his mother waiting. He approached her with a broad smile. "Haha, Mom," he exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "You better speak respectfully, or I might turn you into a pig's head." Wang Kaifeng retorted with a mix of excitement and feigned sternness, urging him to temper his excessive self-admiration. "Would you really dare to hit your precious son?" Yang Jun teased, grinning as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. The mother and son exchanged playful banter as they entered the restaurant. "Hey, Wang Jia, what a coincidence. As they stepped into the lobby, a woman's voice called out. Looking up, they saw a woman in her 30s, dressed flamboyantly, attempting to appear youthful. Secretary Zhang, are you here again to entertain clients? Wang Kaifeng asked, her smile concealing a flicker of disdain. Indeed, clients every day. I'm quite tired of this place, Secretary Zhang replied, her expression replete with arrogance. Wang Jia, dining here would cost you a month's salary. You must be quite generous. There is no alternative. We are indeed at a disadvantage compared to Secretary Zhang. Regardless of whom we dine with, they can be deemed clients, and the expenses can be reimbursed by the factory, whereas we must bear the costs ourselves. Listening to the conversation between his mother and Secretary Zhang, Yang Jun sensed a palpable discord between them. All right, Mom. Let us indulge in our own expenses with a clear conscience. We need not fear any late-night knocks on the door. With a smile, Yang Jun embraced his mother and led her inside, pondering the futility of conversing with someone who feasted on public funds while considering themselves superior. You are absolutely right. My son, those who have nothing to hide need not fear the ghostly visits at midnight. Dismissing Secretary Zhang from their thoughts, the mother and son proceeded to their private room. At that moment, Secretary Zhang observed the retreating figures of Wang Kaifeng and her son, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes. Yang Jun refrained from inquiring about his mother's issues with the woman, recognizing that conflicts often arose in the workplace. Chapter 95, The Blind Date Banquet. Upon entering the private room with his mother, Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Inside, his father was engaged in conversation with unfamiliar individuals, seemingly a family of three. Dad, although unsure of the situation, Yang Jun called out with delight. His father, Yang Kaishan, glanced at his son, chiding him playfully while his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Yang Jun, beaming with a foolish grin, replied, "By the way, this is Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and their daughter, all of whom are colleagues at our factory. Greetings, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and Miss Lu." Yang Jun politely acknowledged the trio, as they were his father's associates, and he felt it necessary to show respect. Good, you too, Uncle Lu responded with a chuckle, a hint of satisfaction evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu and her daughter remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Yang Jun's casual attire, their eyes betraying a glimmer of disappointment. Yang Jun, perceptive to the subtleties, quickly realized that his parents had orchestrated a matchmaking event for him. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at his beaming mother. Is my son truly so unpresentable? Is it so difficult for him to find a girlfriend that you must arrange a blind date? With a smirk, he sulked in silence, regretting the situation in his heart. Brother Yang, your son is quite the handsome young man, Uncle Lu remarked, genuinely pleased with Yang Jun. The young man stood at 6 feet tall, strikingly handsome, with an aura of intelligence radiating from his eyes. Ha, Brother Lu, you flatter him. What does it matter if he is handsome? He still ends up working for someone else after graduating from university. Yang Kaishan laughed heartily, concealing his joy beneath a facade of dissatisfaction. Enough of that. You, despite your abilities, have remained confined to this minuscule county, while our son is making his mark in the city, Wang Kaifeng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. Yang Kaishan, upon hearing his wife's words, shook his head in resignation and fell silent. Your name is Yang Jun, isn't it? What do you do in Qingning City? Lu's mother inquired, a smile gracing her features. Yes, Auntie, you can call me Xiao Jun. I am currently an apprentice at an antique shop in the city, Yang Jun replied. How much do you earn in a month? Lu's mother continued, her tone reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her prospective son-in-law. Around 3,000 to 4,000, Yang Jun responded, uncertain as to his actual monthly earnings since Xu Yuqing had never paid him a salary. Only 3,000 to 4,000 a month? Lu's daughter, who had remained silent until now, scoffed, her expression one of disdain. While the salary may be modest, the job holds great promise. Once I complete my apprenticeship, I will become an appraiser. Yang Jun defended his position, sensing Lu's father had a favorable view of his profession, presumably understanding the antique trade. However, Lu's wife and daughter merely exchanged disdainful glances, their interest in Yang Jun evidently waning. Let us eat while we chat, Wang Kaifeng suggested awkwardly. Having noticed the discontent of Lu's mother and daughter regarding Yang Jun's job and salary. Well, don't blame me for speaking the truth. With your son Jun's current job, when will he ever afford a car or a house in Qingning City? Lu's mother remarked while eating. Before his mother could respond, Yang Jun gently grasped her hand to silence her. Mom, let us just enjoy our meal today and not discuss anything else. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, please eat well. Don't hold back, he said with a polite smile towards Lu's family. The dissatisfaction of Lu's family was, in Yang Jun's view, a preferable outcome. If they were truly content, he would have to exert effort to justify himself. Now, with their apparent discontent, he felt a sense of relief, allowing the gathering to remain a simple meal. Thus, the group continued to eat in silence, the atmosphere becoming rather somber. Wang Kaifeng felt a pang of regret for hosting the meal at this venue, realizing the 2,000 yuan spent had not yielded the desired outcome of a successful match. At that moment, Yang Jun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Xu Yuqing. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he said to the group before pressing the answer button, her image appearing on the screen. "Have you reached home? What are you doing?" Xu Yuqing's exquisite visage filled the frame as she queried. "Are you checking up on me? I should let you know that I'm currently on a blind date." Yang Jun replied, his voice barely above a whisper, though it was audible to the others. Lu's mother and daughter exchanged glances, a flicker of mockery evident in their eyes, perhaps thinking that this was merely a dinner rather than a genuine date. Lu's father and Yang's father remained silent, sipping their drinks without any change in expression. Meanwhile, Wang Kaifeng, seated closest to her son, could not see the image but recognized the voice of a woman. "Who is that?" "Let me see," she said, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer with a smile. My mother wants to see who you are." Upon seeing his mother approach, Yang Jun chuckled mischievously at Xu Yuqing. Subsequently, he turned the camera towards his mother. Hearing Yang Jun's words, Xu Yuqing was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this rascal's mother was right beside them. In that fleeting moment of surprise, the mischievous Yang Jun redirected the camera. The curious face of Wang Kaifeng appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Xu Yu, she too was momentarily taken aback. Hello, auntie. Despite her somewhat tomboyish demeanor, encountering Yang Jun's mother for the first time rendered her somewhat tongue-tied. Yes, hello to you too. Wang Kaifeng was completely astonished. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, and compared to the daughter of the Lu family opposite her, one was celestial while the other was terrestrial. The two were simply incomparable, existing in entirely different realms. Chapter 96. Absolutely astonishing. Xu Yuqing had not anticipated Yang Jun's wickedness. He was deliberately trying to embarrass her. Faced with Yang Jun's mother, she was utterly unprepared. Although she possessed a somewhat bold character, she now felt exceptionally flustered, her face burning as if it might bleed. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I must leave. I have a meeting to attend." In her panic, Xu Yuqing addressed Wang Kaifeng, at which point Yang Jun, with a wicked grin, shifted the camera back. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Jun observed Xu Yuqing's clearly flushed and flustered face, grinning mischievously as he asked. "You big rascal. Go enjoy your family time." After cursing him, Xu Yuqing promptly ended the video call. Seeing Xu Yuqing disconnect, Yang Jun smirked slightly. "Why did she hang up?" "Who is she?" "My boss, a rather high-strung tomboy, scared off by you." Yang Jun chuckled as he glanced at his mother. "You little brat, am I really that intimidating?" Wang Kaifeng immediately glared at her naughty son, her eyes wide with mock indignation. The lunch became somewhat awkward for both families and soon concluded. "I'll go settle the bill." Observing that everyone had ceased eating, Yang Jun stood up with a smile and walked towards the exit of the private room, with the others following suit. A meal costing over 2,000 yuan was quite ordinary for Yang Jun. Dining with Xu Yuqing at Haiwang Palace for seafood would easily amount to tens of thousands. At this point, Yang Jun had lost all sense of the value of money. There's a saying, those who can spend money are also the ones who can earn it, and Yang Jun had become one of the most successful earners. In just a few short months, he had amassed a fortune exceeding 20 billion. Who could match his speed in generating wealth? Moreover, Yang Jun was now quite attentive to the quality of life and was learning to adapt to a life of affluence. With a different social circle came different acquaintances. He couldn't always allow others to perceive him as a newly rich bumpkin. After settling the bill, his mother and the others had just arrived, and he wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulders, smiling. At this moment, Wang Kaifeng was no longer concerned about the blind date. Her mind was wholly captivated by the exquisite visage of Xu Yuqing. Upon returning, she was determined to inquire about the relationship between this charming girl and that insufferable young man. As the group exited the grand hall, they made their way towards the exit, which conveniently led to the parking lot. While strolling towards the parking area, Lu's mother cheerfully remarked, "No need. We shall take a taxi." After Wang Kaifeng declined her offer, no further words were exchanged. Yang Jun, however, remained silent. He had barely glanced at Lu's daughter and had spoken scarcely a couple of sentences with her. In no time, they arrived before Yang Jun's imposing Land Rover. Wow, a Land Rover. What a prestigious brand. exclaimed Lu's daughter, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and envy. The others gazed at the magnificent vehicle, their faces reflecting sheer amazement. Although they lacked automotive knowledge, they understood that this car was undoubtedly worth over $1 million. This vehicle must cost more than $1 million, perhaps even $150,000, mused Lu's mother, her expression one of shock, followed by a hint of envy as she directed a question at her daughter. Hee. Here's $200,000. Let us see if you can purchase one. Just then, a wave of laughter erupted from behind them. Turning around, they found Secretary Zhang approaching with a few others. Oh, it's Secretary Zhang. You seem quite knowledgeable. Lu's mother cast a sidelong glance at him, her countenance sour. Yang Jun recognized that Secretary Zhang was not well regarded in the factory. It was evident that his mother was not the only one who held a grudge against him. This was the new model of the Range Rover, valued at over $400,000. Merely the brand itself was nearly worth $1 million. Secretary Zhang, with an air of arrogance, gazed at the Land Rover and remarked, "This woman truly knows her vehicles. She can recognize at a glance." However, Yang Jun was taken aback to discover that such an esteemed brand carried such a hefty price tag, approaching $1 million. This elder brother is indeed generous. Owning a license plate like this requires not just wealth, but also significant connections, he thought. Zhang's comments left everyone in a state of astonishment. Indeed, we humble workers cannot afford such luxuries. Can you, a secretary of high standing, truly make such a purchase? You might want to be cautious. One day you might find yourself invited for tea, Lu's mother retorted, glaring at Secretary Zhang, her sarcasm laid bare. All right, let's go. Why are you so verbose? Grumbled Lu's father, pulling his wife along as they proceeded forward. Yang Jun's parents started to follow suit, but were halted by Yang Jun's call. He looked at his parents and, with a broad smile, produced the keys to the Land Rover. With a beep, the car lights flickered and the doors swung open. This spectacle left everyone astounded. The Lu family paused in disbelief. Lu's mother stared at her son, her face a canvas of shock and incredulity. Yang Jun X-ray, having anticipated that his parents would be utterly taken aback upon seeing the vehicle. Hee, splendid, Wang Kaifeng exclaimed joyfully as she slipped into the car. Lao Lu, let us drink again another day. Lu's father exchanged greetings with the Lu family, then took his seat in the front passenger position. Goodbye, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, Yang Jun said with a smile, greeting the stunned Lu family before he slipped into the car. He could already discern the expressions of regret and disbelief in the eyes of Lu's mother and daughter. At that moment, Secretary Zhang and his companions were equally bewildered, gazing at the scene before them. Vroom vroom, Yang Jun started the Land Rover, the distinctive roar of the engine resonating powerfully. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the vehicle shot out of the parking space and sped towards the street. In no time, the magnificent car vanished from the astonished gazes of the onlookers. How could this young man from the Yang family be so affluent? Lu's mother murmured to herself, still in disbelief. You know nothing. He deals in antiques. Just acquiring a single treasure can be worth a fortune. Such ignorance. Lu's father was at a loss for words regarding his wife and daughter's naivety. Chapter 97, Returning in Glory. Yang Jun and his family departed in their imposing Land Rover, leaving behind a profound sense of shock and regret among the onlookers. Especially Lu's mother and daughter, whose eyes were now filled with remorse, wishing they could chase after the Yang family immediately. Inside the Land Rover, Wang Kaifeng, Yang's mother, caressed the interior with a beaming smile. Son, did you buy this car? She asked, glancing at Yang Jun, who was driving. Yang Kaishan, who had remained silent until now, also gazed intently at his son. Of course, it's our own car, Yang Jun replied, having anticipated his parents' inquiries and already prepared his response. Although the car was a gift, he had enabled Zhang Wu to earn over $30 million, making it nearly equivalent to his own purchase, if not more expensive. Where did you get so much money? Upon hearing Yang Jun's words, both Yang's father and mother were taken aback, pondering if their son had won the lottery. Mom, Dad, your son is now a master appraiser in the world of jade and antiques. Every item I've encountered is worth millions, Yang Jun declared with a smile as he drove. Aren't you just an apprentice? Wang Kaifeng asked, still incredulous, recalling that he had referred to himself as an apprentice during dinner. Huh, that was just to fool the Lu family. You all really staged a matchmaking event. Do you think your son is that inadequate? Yang Jun scoffed, feeling quite displeased with his parents' matchmaking efforts. I am dashing and handsome, yet I was looked down upon. It's your mother's fault for being so eager to have grandchildren and complaining that you still don't have a girlfriend, Yang's father retorted, shifting all blame onto his wife. All right, it's indeed my fault, Wang Kaifeng readily admitted, feeling quite irked by Lu's mother and daughter for their disdain towards her son. Now, she found Lu's daughter utterly unimpressive in comparison to Shu Yuqing. There was simply no contest. Son, honestly tell me, what is your relationship with your boss? Subsequently, Wang Caifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze upon the driving Yang Jun X-ray, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, uncertain of the implications behind his wife's inquiry directed at their son. What kind of relationship could it be? She is the boss, and I am merely an employee. Yang Jun, unwilling to elucidate the matter to his mother, merely chuckled and deflected the question. Upon witnessing this mischievous boy intentionally toying with her expectations, Wang Caifeng immediately shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, had it not been for the fact that he was driving, she would have likely slapped him across the face by now, as she found this impudent child insufferably irritating. What are you two discussing? Yang Caifeng interjected, utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. That brat has a girlfriend and has been keeping it a secret from us, Wang Caifeng scoffed, firmly convinced that her son's relationship with his stunning boss was far more intricate than a mere employer-employee dynamic. What does that have to do with his boss? Yang Caifeng continued to wear a puzzled look, glancing at his wife for clarification. Are you really that dense? Their boss is a young and beautiful woman. Wang Caifeng remarked disdainfully as she revealed the nature of her son's relationship to her bewildered husband. Yang Jun, while driving, chuckled heartily. His parents remained unchanged, with his mother often playfully teasing his father, who always responded with a smile and never resisted. Soon, they arrived at their modest community, an aging complex from a decade earlier, showing signs of considerable wear. As Yang Jun parked the car in the lot below, he immediately attracted numerous astonished glances. The onlookers recognized that this was indeed a luxury vehicle, a rarity in their rundown neighborhood. Whose relative is this? That car is impressive. Indeed. And look at that license plate. It's all 8s. That car must have cost a fortune. Riding in it must be incredibly comfortable. Some residents, having just returned from lunch, couldn't help but whisper to one another as they beheld the extravagant automobile. As the car door swung open, the trio of Yang Jun's family emerged. Goodness, isn't that the Yang family? Is that car theirs? It must be. Isn't that old Yang's son behind the wheel? Yes. Indeed, that lad is old Yang's son. I heard he works in Qingning City. The sight of Yang Caifeng's family disembarking from the luxury vehicle left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Old Yang, it seems you've struck it rich. Some acquaintances of the Yang family approached, grinning as they greeted Yang Caifeng. Their eyes were filled with envy as they gazed upon the opulent Land Rover, which rendered the nearby modest vehicles looking woefully inadequate and shabby. What wealth! It's all thanks to this boy's reckless antics, Yang Caifeng chuckled. Yet, it was evident to all that this simple man harbored a glimmer of joy and pride in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Jun opened the trunk, revealing it to be brimming with gifts purchased by Shu Yuqing the previous night, including food, clothing, and tobacco. Uncles, have a smoke, Yang Jun declared as he presented a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to his father, gesturing for him to distribute them among the gathered guests. This can indeed be considered a return in glory for him. Although his parents are humble workers, they still aspire to one day gain respect and admiration in the eyes of their neighbors. Such is the nature of society today. Only when one thrives can they earn the esteem of others and capture their gaze. The gathering crowd gazed in astonishment at the treasures in the trunk, items far beyond their wildest dreams. A dozen packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, crates of Maotai liquor, and an array of luxurious supplements. Altogether, these must amount to several tens of thousands of yuan. Some could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this likely surpassed their annual salaries. Clearly, this young man from the Yang family has struck it rich, driving a luxury car, enjoying fine cigarettes, and savoring exquisite wine. Come, everyone take a pack, please. Don't be shy. Yang Caifeng had never felt as jubilant as he did today. His son had made a name for himself, bringing honor to his father. The previous gloom caused by matchmaking concerns had long since dissipated. After distributing over 20 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, the family of 3 finally ascended the stairs with their numerous bags. Why did you buy so much? This must have cost a fortune, Wang Caifeng murmured as they walked, acutely aware that these items likely totaled several tens of thousands of yuan, equivalent to their annual wages. As an ordinary worker, she felt a pang of pain at the thought of spending such money. Even in newfound wealth, one should not spend so extravagantly, for earning money is no easy task. Chapter 98. A Joyous Celebration. For a time, the Yang household was abuzz with activity, with guests arriving in waves until the commotion finally subsided. Why are they all so eager to take advantage? Wang Caifeng lamented after the last of the old neighbors had departed. She had watched as those packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, worth hundreds each, vanished one by one, not to mention the exquisite tea that had dwindled to just a few boxes in the blink of an eye. Altogether, this added up to a substantial sum that truly pained her heart. This wasn't tea due to Wang Kaifeng's stinginess. Rather, having lived a simple life, she found such lavish spending profoundly unsettling. Come on, Mom, you need to change your perspective. Your son is not short on money. You and Dad should also start focusing on quality and care in your lives, Yang Jun said with a smile, pulling out another item from his pocket that instantly lit up Wang Kaifeng's eyes with delight. It was a jade bracelet he had purchased from shop, a piece of high-quality jade worth over 100,000 yuan. Hey Mom, do you like it? Observing her reaction, he knew she, like many other women, could hardly resist the allure of jade. Yet, he still feigned ignorance, teasing her to draw out her reaction, which made Yang Kaishan chuckle from his side. Little rascal, put on your mother quickly, or I'll give you a good thrashing. Wang Kaifeng's strong demeanor erupted at her son's teasing. She roared like a lion, prompting Yang Jun to obediently place the bracelet on her wrist. Mom, it's best not to wear it while working. This is a valuable piece. We don't want it to get damaged. After adorning her wrist, he smiled and offered this gentle reminder. After hearing his words, my mother's eyes were filled with astonishment. She never anticipated that the bracelet would be so exorbitantly priced. For a moment, she hesitated, her hand suspended, afraid to move, as the weight of hundreds of thousands rested on her wrist, leaving her somewhat paralyzed. The father and son, witnessing her reaction, erupted into laughter. You two shameless rascals. Laughing like that. This is worth over 100,000. It's on my wrist. I truly cannot bear to wear it, she exclaimed. Wang Kaifeng shot a sharp glare at the two laughing men. Come now, Mom. It's not that precious, as long as you don't bump it against anything hard. It'll be fine, Yang Jun replied, amused, not expecting his mother to react this way. You mischievous little brat. Were you doing this on purpose? Wang Kaifeng, having lowered her arm, shot another reproachful glance at her son. Subsequently, Yang Jun produced a vibrant green jade pendant and handed it to his father. Dad, this is for you. Wear it for your safety. Initially reluctant, Yang Kaishan, a grown man, questioned the need for such adornments. However, after hearing his son's words, he accepted it with a smile and placed it around his neck. Now, you little rascal, confess about that female boss, Wang Kaifeng demanded, tugging at Yang Jun's ear to compel him to tell the truth. Ouch, Mom, be gentler. If this falls, I might never find a wife. Yang Jun winced, feigning pain. Although his mother hadn't exerted much force, he was merely putting on an act. Speak up. I will. That woman was crying and begging to be my girlfriend, claiming that with my handsome looks, how could I possibly be interested in her appearance? Yang Jun continued to boast narcissistically, but Wang Kaifeng's grip tightened. You arrogant little brat. If you continue to boast. Yang Jun promptly ceased his self-aggrandizing, chuckling as he shifted his tone. Well, yes, she's your future daughter-in-law. Although she couldn't come along this time, she bought all these gifts for you. Under his mother's threat, Yang Jun finally spoke the truth. Hey, you lucky boy. Such a beautiful girl has taken a liking to you. Our family's ancestral grave must be smoking with pride. Wang Kaifeng chuckled at her son's fortune, having instantly taken a liking to Shu Yuqing. Yang Jun, however, pouted, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. Am I really that bad? What kind of girl is she? His father, Yang Kaishan, inquired, curious as he had yet to see Shu Yuqing's visage. Let me show you a photo. Wang Kaifeng, knowing her son must have a picture of the female boss, smiled as she suggested it. Indeed, finding such a daughter-in-law was a blessing for the Yang family. By the way, what is the girl's name? Shu Yuqing, Yang Jun replied as he pulled out a photo of himself with Shu Yuqing, showing it to his father while laughing. Indeed, our family must be quite fortunate. Yang Kaishan was taken aback by the girl's beauty upon seeing the photo, subsequently agreeing with his wife's sentiments. Yang Jun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was his father behaving this way? Was he truly that inadequate? Did his ancestral grave not emit enough smoke to attract a suitable bride? The atmosphere in the Yang household was filled with warmth and joy, in stark contrast to the Liu family, which seemed shrouded in gloom. With such a promising son-in-law like Yang Jun gone, Liu's mother could hardly conceal her resentment. As Yang Jun recounted his experiences with treasure appraisal to his parents, his mother's phone began to ring. It was Mrs. Liu on the line. What does she possibly want? Wang Kaifeng glanced at the caller ID before turning to Yang Jun and his father. What else could it be? She must be regretting her decision, Yang's father replied with a furrowed brow. Although he had remained silent during lunch, he was seething inside. The Liu family had shown him a complete lack of respect. Even if they were not interested in his son, couldn't they have expressed it more delicately? Must they belittle him in front of everyone? Did they truly believe their daughter was a princess, a celestial being? Handle it as you wish. You two scoundrels. Wang Kaifeng muttered before reluctantly answering the call. What do you want? Are you trying to sabotage me? Shu Yuking id Yang Jun X-ray. Recalling how he had caught her off guard noon. Why do you think so poorly of me? Besides, an unattractive daughter-in-law will eventually meet her in-laws. Yang Jun replied dismissively, observing Shu Yuqing's guarded demeanor with disdain. You big scoundrel, you lecher. Do you believe I won scratch you to death? Shu Yuqing glared at him, her teeth clenching in irritation. Chapter 99. Brazen Faces and Opportunistic Eyes. When Yang Jun and his father finally emerged from the room, his mother had already ended the call. I've come to realize how practical the Liu family truly is, Wang Kaifeng remarked to her husband and son, somewhat taken aback after all these years of camaraderie. Oh, what did Mrs. Liu say? Yang's father inquired curiously. What else could she say? She simply wants to invite us for dinner and kept referring to us as family, Wang Kaifeng replied, rolling her eyes as she recounted Mrs. Liu's words. The family shook their heads in helplessness. Reality is indeed harsh. When one lacks wealth, even the most remarkable individuals often find themselves overlooked. Yet, when fortune smiles upon you, many will pursue you, transforming you into a prince in their eyes. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money, revealing the stark realism of human nature. This reflection reminded Yang Jun of his ex-girlfriend, Lan Bingjie, who had been too focused on materialism and vanity, abandoning him for a wealthy heir. Yet, what had become of her? She was now cast aside by He Wenjie, as those affluent young men regarded such women as mere disposable playthings. That evening, Wang Kaifeng prepared a lavish feast. Having been informed by her son that they were no longer in financial straits, she believed that their quality of life must be enhanced. Yang Kaishan and Wang Kaifeng now understood that their son, as a master of treasure appraisal, could indeed earn money with remarkable ease. Moreover, the prospective daughter-in-law is an unequivocal heiress, ensuring that they will never lack for wealth in the future. Yang Jun had just transferred 500,000 to Wang Kaifeng, allowing the elderly couple to spend it as they please. This sudden influx of happiness left Yang Kaishan and Wang Kaifeng feeling unexpectedly elated. However, their son's success became their greatest pride, and they harbored hopes that he would lead an even better life ahead. Come, let's toast as a family of three. Wang Kaifeng joyfully raised her glass. Although she rarely indulged in alcohol, today was a special occasion, and she willingly joined her husband and son in a celebratory drink. Cheers! After this drink, we are brothers. Yang Jun lifted his glass, grinning as he spoke. You're such an insufferable little rascal. You dare to act up even more. Wang Kaifeng playfully scolded her son, amused by his antics. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Who could it be at this hour? Wang Kaifeng murmured, rising with curiosity to answer the door. Old Liu, what brings your family here? She exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the three of them at her doorstep. Not expecting this visit, she had previously made it clear that her son was already in a relationship, and since they disapproved of the blind date, she thought it best to simply share a meal together. Yet, it seemed they had come to her home uninvited, raising her displeasure. Did they wish to cling to her now that her son had come into money? Ah, dear in-laws, we've already booked a banquet hall, and we've come personally to invite you, old Liu awkwardly stated. Indeed, Aunt Wang, the banquet hall is all arranged, his wife continued, smiling at Wang Kaifeng while old Liu remained silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Old Liu, come in and share a drink with us. We need not go to the restaurant, Yang Kaishan interjected, having emerged from the dining room and greeting old Liu with a smile. Brother Yang, the banquet hall is all set, old Liu replied, his face reddening further, feeling humiliated yet unable to counter his wife and daughter's enthusiasm. Let us just cancel it. The home-cooked meal is no less delightful than what the restaurant offers. Yang Kaishan insisted, pulling old Liu into the house. Sighing helplessly, old Liu said nothing further. Upon entering the dining room, the sight of the exquisite dishes, some he had only seen before but never tasted, left his family momentarily speechless. The fragrant aroma of Maotai liquor filled old Liu's nostrils, affirming the quality of the drink. Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal at home. Wang Kaifeng cheerfully invited the Liu family, bringing out bowls and chopsticks. Though she felt a tinge of annoyance at their audacity, she refrained from showing her displeasure. As they were longtime colleagues, dear in-laws, is all this your culinary artistry? It looks far superior to what one would find in a grand hotel, Liu's wife remarked, admiring the lavish spread before them. as if the union of their children was already a foregone conclusion. As we have shared a long-standing relationship, I shall speak candidly. My son has already entered into a relationship, and it was evident during the matchmaking event at noon that you did not find him suitable. Let's consider this matter closed. Upon taking a seat, Wang Kaifeng regarded Lu's wife and spoke directly. The Lu family, taken aback by her words, appeared momentarily stunned, with old Lu's face reddening further. Ah, dear in-laws, we were at fault during noon. Do grant my daughter another opportunity. After all, you have watched her grow up. Lu's wife implored, addressing Wang Kaifeng once more. Yet, within Wang Kaifeng's heart, a sense of incredulity churned, despite having known them since childhood. It was now clear how materialistic they had become, favoring wealth over genuine connection. Please refrain from referring to us as in-laws. Let's not meddle in our children's affairs any further. My son truly has a girlfriend, Wang Kaifeng replied, shaking her head in resignation, expressing her exasperation. Such matters are not akin to bargaining in a marketplace. It is perplexing that they insist on tearing the facade of civility apart. Aunt Lu, I must confess, I do not possess much wealth. The car belongs to my employer, and I merely borrowed it for appearances, Yang Jun interjected, observing the demeanor of the Lu mother and daughter, feeling compelled to speak. What? You borrowed the car? The Lu women stared at him in astonishment, realizing that he was merely putting on a facade. Of course, the vehicle's registration is inside. Shall I retrieve it for you? Yang Jun smiled and rose to fetch the registration for the Land Rover. No need. If it is not your car, why pretend? We have no interest in viewing it, retorted Lu's daughter, her expression sour, laced with mockery, nearly falling prey to his pretense. I thought as much. You seem incapable of such endeavors, remarked Lu's wife, casting a derisive glance at Wang Kaifeng, no longer addressing her as in-law. Such blatant opportunism. The shift in attitude upon hearing he lacks wealth is truly revealing. Yang Jun discreetly smirked, reflecting on the depths of human nature. Chapter 100, The Car Purchase. After bidding farewell to the Lu family, Yang Jun and his family were left speechless, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Following breakfast, Wang Kaifeng turned to Yang Jun. My son, do you have any plans for today? Indeed, I do. I intend to take you and father to purchase a car, Yang Jun replied with a grin. Oh, that is unnecessary. Our workplace is not far, Wang Kaifeng exclaimed in surprise, eager to decline. She understood that her son intended to buy a splendid vehicle, likely costing no less than 100,000 or two, although they were not financially constrained, and her son had already attracted enough attention. It seemed prudent to maintain a lower profile. Yang Kaishan, though tempted, grasped his wife's sentiment. Son, your mother and I truly have no need for a car. Perhaps it is best to reconsider and remain modest. Yang Jun smiled and shook his head. He had his own thoughts and knew that his parents would not accompany him to Qingming for the time being. The Lu family, mother and daughter, would undoubtedly divulge the matter of borrowing a car, and soon the entire factory would be aware. Many would surely mock his parents, and the Lu family would likely be among them. To spare his parents from ridicule and to ensure that they would not face difficulties in the future, purchasing a car became a necessity. Sometimes, being too low-key could lead to incessant troubles. With this resolve, he insisted on taking his parents to the finest 4S dealership in Hua County. The Guangxi Toyota 4S store was the most prestigious in the area, and Toyota cars were the most expensive available. The imposing new Range Rover screeched to a halt at the entrance of the showroom, instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. Many envious gazes turned toward the vehicle, recognizing it as the same Range Rover from the previous day. The car and its brand exuded an air of grandeur. Who could possibly be the owner of this magnificent vehicle? Those who had seen the car the day before began to whisper among themselves, eager to discern the identity of its driver. As the door swung open, Yang Jun and his family stepped out of the car. Hello. May I assist you in any way? A young woman approached them, smiling warmly. Please show us your display cars, Yang Jun replied, noticing a familiar air about her. Liu Yu. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he tentatively called her name, recognizing her as a high school classmate. They had not interacted much during school, and after 5 or 6 years since graduation, everyone had changed significantly, so he was not entirely sure. The woman stared at him in surprise for several seconds. You are Yang Jun? She ventured, testing the waters with his name. Haha, it's me. I never expected to run into an old classmate here, Yang Jun exclaimed, feeling a wave of happiness at the unexpected reunion. Indeed, it has been 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? Liu Yu responded, equally astonished that this affluent car owner was her classmate. How is work treating you here? Yang Jun inquired with a smile. It's going well. Are you looking to buy a car? Li Hongyu nodded, her smile brightening. Yes, I'm here to choose a car for my parents, so I would appreciate your assistance. Yang Jun replied, returning her smile. That's my job. Please come in, Li Hongyu said, shedding her earlier reserve. She was thrilled, knowing that today, as commission was secured. Thus, Yang Jun and his family followed Li Hongyu into the showroom, which was devoid of other customers. The saleswomen observed with envy as Li Hongyu led Yang Jun's family in their car selection. Alas, why was my reaction so sluggish earlier? Observing the demeanor of the affluent, it was evident that a vehicle would be procured immediately, and the commission was a foregone conclusion. Several individuals bore expressions of envy. Indeed, Li Hongyu was fortunate. The Toyota Land Cruiser, currently the finest model in our dealership, is priced at over 500,000 yuan. After perusing a few other models, Li Hongyu guided Yang Jun and his family to the most expensive vehicle. Following her introduction, Yang Jun expressed great satisfaction with this choice, especially as he noted the gleam of excitement in his father's eyes. Very well, let us proceed with this one, my old classmate. Prepare the contract, he said with a smile. In Huaxian, this is the priciest car, yet to Yang Jun, it was merely a trifle. Excellent. We will provide free registration and a full year's insurance. I will endeavor to secure additional perks for you, Li Hongyu exclaimed with exuberance, astonished that Yang Jun had chosen the most luxurious car available. With a vehicle costing over 500,000, her commission would amount to several tens of thousands, an impressive sum. Indeed, comparable to many people's annual salaries. Amidst the envy of onlookers, Yang Jun swiftly signed the contract and made the payment. The car was acquired. While Yang Jun was purchasing the vehicle with his parents, news of Yang Kaishan's son borrowing a car to flaunt his status had already spread throughout their factory. How unexpected it was that old Yang's son was driving a luxury car that was merely borrowed. I said it all along. Their ancestral grave must not be emitting smoke. How could they suddenly become wealthy? Indeed, the investment made to maintain appearances was substantial. The entire factory began to buzz with gossip, and those who had previously harbored jealousy now felt a sense of balance. In their hearts, there was now a tinge of scorn and derision. Upon learning of this, Yang Kaishan and his wife Shirley sighed, reflecting on how colleagues who seemed amiable could not bear to see anyone surpass them. In truth, every ordinary individual harbors a shadowy side. No one wishes for another to outshine them, especially those closest to them, stirring a multitude of thoughts within. In the community, discussions about the borrowed car ensued. So, the luxury vehicle from old Yang's family was indeed borrowed. I always knew that money was not easily earned, unless one resorted to bank robbery. Downstairs in the neighborhood, those who had sought cigarettes the day before now relished the misfortune, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Their gazes, once filled with envy, transformed into mockery. As Yang Jun drove his luxury vehicle into the neighborhood and parked below, the onlookers' eyes were filled with derision and disdain. Chapter 101, A Rescue on the Road. After 2 days at home, Yang Jun genuinely grasped the essence of reality and the influence of power, as well as the darker and more fickle nature of human hearts. Bidding farewell to his parents, the Land Rover roared away from Huaxian, merging onto the expressway. Cranking up the music, Yang Jun pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with exhilarating speed. Before long, the journey had covered half its distance when he noticed a situation unfolding ahead. He swiftly decelerated and maneuvered his vehicle into the slow lane. A traffic accident had occurred, with a black Mercedes having collided with the roadside barrier. At this moment, the front engine of the Mercedes was relentlessly emitting smoke, leaving one to wonder about the condition of its occupants. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jun maneuvered the vehicle onto the emergency lane, activated the hazard lights, and swiftly exited his car, rushing towards the stricken Mercedes. The smoke billowing from the front of the car intensified, threatening to ignite at any moment. Upon reaching the vehicle, he observed that the windows and windshield were shattered and both front airbags had deployed. Inside, there were 2 individuals, both unconscious with their current state of health unknown. After a brief assessment, Yang Jun began to tug at the car door, striving to extricate the 2 from the smoke-filled vehicle. The car had collided with a guardrail, causing severe deformation to its structure. He pulled at the door several times, but remained steadfastly jammed. Employing his agile strength, he exerted a forceful pull, finally managing to pry open the stuck door. The 2 occupants were bloodied, and he carefully extracted them from the wreckage. Due to the severe deformation of the vehicle and his exceptional strength, he was able to rescue them. As he freed the elderly passenger from the front seat, the Mercedes erupted into flames with a violent roar. Witnessing the inferno engulf the entire vehicle in an instant, Yang Jun broke into a cold sweat, realizing that a few seconds' delay could have resulted in his own peril. The two injured individuals included a middle-aged man and a gentleman in his 60s. They were unconscious, likely due to concussive trauma, and exhibited damage to their sternums and internal organs. With his ability to see through their injuries now retracted, Yang Jun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless given the gravity of their conditions, for he was not a physician. He could only administer rudimentary first aid before dialing for an ambulance, instructing them to prepare for the incoming casualties. He placed the two individuals in his Land Rover and accelerated towards Qingming City, fully aware of the preciousness of time. He drove with remarkable speed, covering the hour-long journey in less than an hour, arriving at the toll station in a record time. After explaining the situation to the traffic police, he was swiftly escorted to the hospital. The medical staff had prepared for the arrival of the injured, and soon both were whisked into the operating room. "Sir, please settle the hospitalization fees and deposit first," a nurse said as Yang Jun finally exhaled in relief. Preparing to depart. Startled, he stammered in surprise, "But I was merely passing by and rendered assistance. I'm not the perpetrator." "What is the matter?" The nurse, puzzled by his astonishment, inquired. "Officer, this gentleman is merely a passerby who kindly offered help. Shouldn't the fees be settled later when we contact the families of the injured?" A nearby traffic officer remarked with a smile, understanding Yang Jun's bewilderment. "Oh, I apologize. We can wait for the family to arrive," the nurse said, realizing her mistake and nodding sheepishly. In truth, Yang Jun was not lacking in funds. He was simply taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "If it is necessary to pay up front, I can indeed cover the cost temporarily. You should go ahead and pay, as this will not delay the rescue. The family can reimburse you upon their arrival." The young nurse nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy about the situation if the payment was not made. "Very well." Yang Jun initially advanced 100,000 yuan, then meticulously explained the circumstances to the traffic officer and recorded a statement before departing from the hospital. Once outside, Yang Jun reflected with a heavy heart. It seemed that in the realm of saving lives, monetary gain reigned supreme, with payment required before assistance could be rendered. He could only lament this reality, feeling powerless to alter such a situation that he found distasteful. At that moment, a call from Xu Yuqing came through. As soon as he answered, her unusually gentle voice resonated through the line, sending shivers down Yang Jun's spine. What was this unexpected turn from the typically brash woman? Faced with her unprecedented softness, he found himself utterly unprepared. It was a stark contrast to the spirited persona he had grown accustomed to. "Are you all right?" Yang Jun inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "My dear, I'm at Qibao restaurant waiting for you to join me for lunch." "Where are you?" Her sweet, syrupy tone caused Yang Jun to shudder. "I'm at the hospital. I'll be there shortly," he replied, furrowing his brow. This unusual behavior from her surely indicated some underlying issue. As he pondered this, he settled into his car, only to be met with the acrid scent of blood. "Why are you at the hospital? What happened?" Upon hearing that he was at the hospital, Xu Yuqing's rare tenderness dissipated, replaced by a note of concern. "It's nothing. We can discuss it later," he said, concluding the call. After addressing the blood-stained seat cover, he made his way to Qibao restaurant. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a surprised exclamation from Sun Chong. "Wow, Brother Jun, what kind of look is that?" Sun Chong remarked, his expression sour. "Can't you tell? I prefer beautiful women, not you odious men," Yang Jun retorted, exasperated. Just then, Xu Yuqing emerged from the back office, accompanied by a young man with a grim expression. Yang Jun recognized him instantly. Lu Xiangqian, the grandson of the Jade King, Lu Chuanxiu. Understanding this connection clarified Xu Yuqing's sudden gentleness toward him. "Why is there blood on your clothes?" Xu Yuqing asked, her eyes narrowing in concern as she noticed the stains. "I helped two people who were in a car accident on my way here," Yang Jun explained with a smile, attempting to alleviate her worry, while deliberately ignoring the visibly perturbed Lu Xiangqian. The staff in the shop were all observing the scene, their expressions filled with intrigue and curiosity. "Go change your clothes," Xu Yuqing urged, visibly relieved, as she linked her arm with Yang Jun's and guided him into his office. Bang! Just as Lu Xiangqian, with a darkened expression, intended to follow them inside, the door was abruptly shut with a resounding thud. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his entire face would have been struck by the door. "Ha ha!" Witnessing this scene, Sun Chong erupted into unabashed laughter, prompting others to stifle their giggles. For the past couple of days, Lu Xiangqian had been trailing Xu Yuqing like a shadow, much to her annoyance. Yet, despite the jibes directed at him, he remained silent and steadfast, earning the disdain of the shop's employees. Sun Chong was particularly irked by him, as Lu was pursuing his sister-in-law. Several times he had contemplated giving him a thrashing, but Xu Yuqing had intervened each time. Lu Xianqian's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a fervent hatred. The woman I desire shall never escape my grasp. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lu Xianqian plotted in his mind, intent on thoroughly incapacitating Yang Jun. In the office, Yang Jun was changing his shirt while casting glances at Xu Yuqing. What on earth is his situation? Xu Yuqing's countenance was grim, yet she felt utterly powerless. So what are your thoughts? Yang Jun chuckled lecherously, his gaze roving over Xu Yuqing's figure. You scoundrel, I will never yield. Xu Yuqing glared at the infuriating Yang Jun, resolutely asserting her stance. Then there are no issues. As for that bothersome fellow, allow me to devise a plan. Yang Jun wrapped his arm around Xu Yuqing's slender waist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Is the Jade Emperor really that formidable? Is the Lu family in the capital truly so impressive? Let's see how this unfolds. Come, let us dine first. Gripping Xu Yuqing's hand, they exited the office, entirely disregarding the sullen Lu Xianqian, treating him as if he were invisible. Xiangzi, we're off for a meal. Upon entering the hall, Sun Chong called out to him, and the trio departed from Qibao Zhai, with Lu Xianqian still trailing behind. Junge, sister-in-law, what shall we eat? Sun Chong inquired with a smile at Yang Jun and Xu Yuqing, deliberately provoking the Lu behind them. Let us go to Haiwang Palace for seafood. Yang Jun replied with a grin, contemplating that if Lu Xianqian continued to follow, he would be the one footing the bill for this meal. Thus, the three of them drove off in 2 cars, ignoring Lu Xianqian, racing towards Haiwang Palace. You think escaping me is so simple, you wretched woman? Soon, you shall find yourself pleading before me. Lu Xianqian followed in his own car, determined to persist. Shortly, they arrived at Haiwang Palace, and as they settled into a chosen spot in the hall, Lu Xianqian took a seat as well. Yang Jun subtly curled his lips into a smirk before commencing to order the meal. Mr. Lu, would you like to order anything else? After placing the order, Yang Jun inquired with a smile. Let us have another portion, Lu Xianqian huffed, addressing the waiter directly. Before long, an array of seafood delicacies arrived, and they were served in double portions. Yang Jun and Sun Chong immediately dug in, relishing the emperor crabs, Australian lobsters, and tuna sashimi, devouring them with gusto. Lu Xianqian observed their gluttony with disdain and mockery, deeming them unsophisticated bumpkins, mere nouveau riche. Xu Yuqing, with a smile gracing her lips, watched Yang Jun with eyes filled with tenderness as she ate. Yang Jun, while savoring his food, did not forget to serve her more dishes. Eat more. You barely have any meat on you, he said, grinning mischievously. Xu Yuqing shot him a charming glance, laughing silently. Meanwhile, Lu Xianqian could not help but curse inwardly, thinking that Yang Jun's pride would not last long. After finishing his meal, he excused himself to the restroom, feeling he had overeaten. Moments later, Sun Chong also rose to follow suit. After a while, Xu Yuqing stood up with a smile and turned to Lu Xianqian. I'm going to freshen up. With only Lu Xianqian remaining at the table, he maintained an elegant demeanor, having consumed very little. A bunch of country bumpkins and nouveau riche. You'll choke on your gluttony, he muttered as the three left for the restroom. Yang Jun and his companions met at the front desk, exchanged a few words with the staff, and exited the hall through another door. What a delightful feast, Sun Chong exclaimed, bursting into laughter as they stepped outside, with Xu Yuqing covering her mouth, giggling. Although a sum of over 100,000 was insignificant to Lu Xianqian, the satisfaction of outsmarting him brought Xu Yuqing a sense of relief. Just as Lu Xianqian was about to confront the trio, he was stopped by 2 waiters. I'm sorry, sir, but you must settle the bill first. It totals 168,000. One of the waiters handed him the bill. Lu Xianqian's fury ignited. His eyes blazed with anger. While the money itself did not trouble him, the humiliation of being toyed with by the trio and footing the bill infuriated him. He had never felt so belittled in his life. I'll make you pay for this, he thought, his anger boiling over. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? The image of that despicable fellow made him want to laugh, wondering how furious that fool must be now. Sun Chong took a sip of tea and laughed heartily. Let us see that scoundrel fume. Xu Yuqing giggled, delighted to have finally vented her frustrations after a couple of trying days. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a loud bang, revealing an enraged Lu Xianqian. Yang Jun, you nouveau riche scoundrel, he shouted as he stormed into Yang Jun's office, unleashing a torrent of abuse. A sharp slap echoed in the air, halting his tirade. Xu Yuqing had delivered a stinging blow to his face, glaring at him fiercely. Who do you think you are? Just because I've tolerated you for 2 days doesn't mean you're royalty. Get out right now. Before Yang Jun could react, Shu Yuqing's pent-up anger erupted, fully unleashed after days of restraint. He furiously pointed at Shu Yuqing, but before he could utter the word "you," he was abruptly silenced. A sound akin to a pig's wail escaped his lips. It turned out that his finger, which was aimed at Shu Yuqing, was now firmly grasped by Yang Jun. "You are quite audacious. It seems you no longer desire this finger," Yang Jun sneered, a flicker of cruelty passing through his eyes. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed as Yang Jun mercilessly snapped his finger. The anguished cries immediately reverberated throughout the office, reaching the ears of the staff in the lobby. After his finger was broken, Lu Xiangxian wailed in agony. His eyes filled with venom as he glared at Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing. "It appears you are quite dissatisfied," Yang Jun remarked, noticing the malice in Lu's gaze, his own eyes glinting with cold intensity. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of punches into Lu's abdomen. Lu fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in despair. During this exchange, Yang Jun had utilized his spiritual energy to seal several of Lu's acupoints, which were responsible for controlling his reproductive capabilities. With these acupoints sealed, Lu's ability to reproduce was rendered null and void, reducing him to a mere vessel for urination. The only way to restore his manhood would be to unseal these acupoints, a task that, aside from Yang Jun, no one else could accomplish, nor could anyone discern the underlying issue. Hence, while Yang Jun may not excel in treating other ailments, he could certainly rectify issues of infertility and related concerns. Lu Xiangxian was unfortunate indeed, daring to covet Yang Jun's woman, thus becoming the first subject of his experiment. Yet, Lu remained oblivious to his newfound status as a eunuch. The revelation of his impotence would surely lead to a dramatic scene. "Boss, what has transpired?" At that moment, several security personnel rushed into the shop, astonished by the scene before them. Having reached this point, Shu Yuqing no longer feared the Lu family's threats, knowing there would always be a resolution. Consequently, Lu Xiangxian was dragged out like a lifeless dog by the security staff. He deserved it. It was truly satisfying. The employees of Qibao Studio murmured amongst themselves, not out of flattery for their boss, but rather due to their disdain for Lu's condescending demeanor. This incident had undoubtedly forged enmity with the Lu family. Furrowing her brow, Shu Yuqing remarked that she had initially intended to sever ties, but the Lu family's intimidation had temporarily thwarted her plans. After striking down the Lu family's only heir, she wondered what repercussions would ensue. "Rest assured, the Lu family will inevitably come to us seeking resolution," Yang Jun assured Shu Yuqing with a reassuring smile, instilling confidence in her. Just then, Yang Jun's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. A flicker of curiosity crossed his features, yet he pressed the answer button regardless. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yang Jun?" On the phone, a melodious voice of an unfamiliar woman resonated. "Yes, I am Yang Jun. May I inquire who you are?" Yang Jun responded with curiosity, certain he had never encountered this voice before. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am a relative of the injured. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving my family member. Might I trouble you to come to the hospital?" The woman expressed her gratitude and requested Yang Jun's presence at the hospital. "Very well, I shall make my way there." Yang Jun contemplated briefly before acquiescing to her request, pondering that the family might have questions for him. "Who was that?" After he hung up, Shu Yuqing gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. "I do not recognize her. She is a relative of the injured and wishes for me to visit the hospital," Yang Jun replied candidly, without any concealment. "Oh, then let us go together," Shu Yuqing suggested. Yang Jun nodded, and together they proceeded to the hospital. In a special VP ward of the hospital, 2 victims of the accident had just completed their surgeries, and their injuries did not appear to be severe. The elderly man remained in slumber, while the middle-aged man had already awakened. "Have you found the person who saved us?" he inquired of his daughter, who had entered the ward. "Yes, I obtained his number from the traffic police. He promised to come here shortly," she replied. "Good, I have some questions to ask him," the middle-aged man said with a smile, eager to clarify certain matters. "Now, you should rest for a while. It is not advisable to speak too much," a middle-aged woman beside him advised. Before long, a knock echoed from outside the door. "That must be Mr. Yang. I shall open the door," the young woman said, glancing at her parents before making her way toward the entrance. Upon opening the door, both Yang Jun and the woman within the room were taken aback. "Is it you?" they exclaimed in unison, recognizing each other. "I remember now. You are the sister who fainted at the antique street," Yang Jun remarked, as Shu Yuqing also recognized the woman at the door. "Ah, I truly did not expect you to be Mr. Yang Jun. Please do come in." The young woman welcomed them, stepping aside to allow them entry into the ward. After closing the door, She hurriedly approached them and led them into the inner reception area. "Mother, this is Mr. Yang Jun, the appraiser I mentioned who saved my life." Chapter 104, The Li Xian Family. That day, Yang Jun and Shu Yuqing had been leisurely wandering the antique street when he inadvertently rescued this woman. Subsequently, she had sought him out at the antique street, but only knew him as an appraiser, unaware of his workplace. After several fruitless attempts to locate him, she never anticipated encountering him again under such circumstances, especially after he had saved her father and grandfather. "It is you who saved my daughter. I cannot thank you enough." Mr. Yang, the middle-aged woman, expressed sincerely, her gratitude evident in her demeanor. "Madam, I must insist that you do not thank me. It was merely fortuitous that I happened to assist your daughter that day. Such acts are but a normal occurrence." Yang Jun gazed at the middle-aged woman, her humility evident in her smile, devoid of any pretense of self-importance. "Mr. Yang Jun, you are a benefactor to the Li family. Now, you have saved both my husband and the elderess life. This kindness will forever be etched in our hearts," she expressed, bowing respectfully to him. This gesture startled Yang Jun, prompting him to swiftly step aside. "Madam, you truly humble me," he replied, his expression a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. "Surely a simple thank you and a bow can suffice to balance this kindness?" At that moment, a voice emerged from the room with an open door. It belonged to a middle-aged man. "I mean no offense. I merely wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude." Upon hearing her husband's words, the middle-aged woman looked at Yang Jun and smiled. Yang Jun nodded in response, maintaining his silence, for his act of saving lives stemmed from pure intention, devoid of ulterior motives. He was not one to turn a blind eye when he saw someone in need. "Mr. Yang, would you please come inside? My father wishes to speak with you," said the young woman, her expression filled with profound gratitude for the man who had saved 3 generations of her family. "Certainly, miss," Yang Jun replied politely, smiling as he nodded. "Let us dispense with formality. I am Li Xian. You may call me Sister Li or Xian Jia. Allow me to address you by your name as well," she suggested, believing it would foster a sense of closeness. "Then I shall humbly refer to you as Sister Xian," he responded, and, as they conversed, they approached the inner hospital room. Yang Jun glanced around the room, noting the 2 hospital beds. The elderly man lay in slumber while the middle-aged man had awakened. Upon seeing Yang Jun enter, the middle-aged man regarded him with a smile. "Greetings," Yang Jun said warmly. "Well, I will refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. We shall continue to coexist. Could you recount the events as they transpired?" The middle-aged man spoke straightforwardly, clearly indicating his intention to repay Yang Jun's life-saving deed in the future. Yang Jun merely smiled, indifferent to any notions of repayment, for his actions were driven by a sincere heart, devoid of expectation. He recounted the circumstances and the sequence of events leading to the rescue in meticulous detail, mirroring what he had previously told the traffic police, honesty in every word. The middle-aged man listened intently, lost in contemplation. Just as Yang Jun was about to take his leave, a knock echoed from the door. Li Xian's mother opened it, allowing several esteemed experts to enter. Among them was a familiar figure, the traditional medicine expert Wang Aijuan. Upon seeing Yang Jun, his eyes brightened, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Mr. Li, Sister Xian, I must take my leave," Yang Jun said, surmising that the experts were likely there for the elderly man who remained unconscious. He expressed his intention to depart, as the matters at hand did not pertain to him, and he was not intimately acquainted with the Li family. "Very well, we shall converse further at another time," the middle-aged man replied, casting a glance at the elderly experts before nodding with a smile. "Let us go, little brother. Sister Xian will see you out." Li Xian smiled as she walked out of the ward with Yang Jun. "Goodbye, madam." Upon reaching the reception room, she greeted Li Xian's mother and, together with Shu Yuqing, exited the VP ward with Li Xian. "Farewell, Sister Xian, we are departing." After leaving the ward, Yang Jun glanced at Li Xian, waved with a smile, and prepared to leave with Shu Yuqing. "Wait a moment, little brother." Li Xian called out to Yang Jun, who was about to turn away, and retrieved a card from her pocket. "This is the 100,000 yuan you advanced for the medical expenses. I sincerely thank you." Li Xian handed the card to Yang Jun, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Yang Jun smiled, accepted the card without hesitation, and felt no need for formality. The Li family had not mentioned the medical expenses, nor would he, for 100,000 yuan was hardly enough for a seafood meal at the Ocean King Palace. However, since the Li family had given it to him, he felt justified in accepting it. After all, it was rightfully his. "Very well then, Sister Xian, farewell." Yet, scarcely had Yang Jun settled down when someone else approached. It was none other than his old classmate, Officer Li Xiaolan. "Oh, Xiaolan, what brings you here? Such an unexpected visit." Yang Jun had initially intended to call her little chubby girl, but quickly corrected himself to Xiaolan, which sounded rather affectionate. Li Xiaolan shot him a fierce glare, well aware of his original intent, and was tempted to slap that insufferable face of his. Her teammates, having met Yang Jun before, also recognized how he had addressed their captain. They stifled their laughter, covering their mouths, too afraid to laugh aloud. By the door, Sun Chong wore a smug grin. Having just been reprimanded, he had hoped to see Yang Jun make a fool of himself, but was taken aback by how quickly he adapted and altered his address. "What is this?" Yang Jun, sensing something amiss, chuckled and inquired of Li Xiaolan. Li Xiaolan, exasperated, looked at Yang Jun, thinking how this troublemaker seemed to stir up chaos everywhere he went. This was the third time she had encountered him in such a short span. She then revealed a silver bracelet, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Li Xiaolan, if you dare to give me that bracelet, I will sever all ties with you." Yang Jun exclaimed, eyes wide, realizing that this little chubby girl was deliberately trying to provoke him. I have no desire to associate with a troublemaker like you." In the hospital, several senior experts observed the Li family. The patient had a tumor, unable to awaken due to the car accident. "Do you have any solutions?" Li Xian's father, Li Honggang, directly inquired of the elderly experts. Chapter 105, The Secret Leaked. The experts fell silent. Given their age and the nature of the brain tumor, they hesitated to risk surgery. "Chief, what is your relationship with Master Yang Jun?" After a lengthy pause, Wang Aijun looked at Li Honggang and asked. He knew that only Yang Jun could save the old gentleman in such a dire situation. "Master? What kind of master is that young man?" Li Honggang was rendered speechless by Wang Aijun's inquiry, as he possessed no knowledge regarding Yang Jun's circumstances. Li Xian and her mother wore similarly perplexed expressions, until Li Xian appeared to deduce something. "The Yang Jun, Master Yang, that the old gentleman mentioned, is the one who just left, correct? He is indeed a master of appraising antiques, is he not?" Li Xian turned to Wang Aijun, seeking confirmation of her assumption. "Yes, it is indeed that Yang Jun, the master of appraising antiques," Wang Aijun affirmed. "But, old Wang, what does this have to do with treating ailments?" Before he could finish his statement, the leading director cast a displeased glance at him and questioned, "This old fellow, does he not realize the gravity of the occasion and the company he is in, to speak so frivolously?" All eyes in the ward were fixed upon Wang Aijun, who was grappling with his thoughts. He had promised Yang Jun not to disclose his proficiency in Qigong. He had briefly contemplated revealing it, considering that Yang Jun was acquainted with the commanding family. However, the director's reprimand caused him to waver once more. Should he disclose this information? The esteemed elder was indeed in a precarious condition. Noticing the struggle on Wang Aijun's face, Li Honggang furrowed his brow slightly. "Old sir, do you harbor some unspoken concerns? I assure you, my younger brother will not hold it against you." Li Xian, being an astute woman, quickly discerned the old expert's apprehension. By referring to Yang Jun as her younger brother, she indicated the close relationship between their family and Yang Jun, urging Wang Aijun to set aside his reservations. "Indeed, whatever it is, please do share. That young man will not blame you," Li Honggang added, recognizing the old physician's hesitation and its connection to his father's treatment. Without such discernment, he would not have attained his current position. "Very well. You must explain to Master Yang that the situation with the elder is dire. And given your close ties, I truly cannot breach our agreement." Ultimately, Wang Aijun resolved to disclose Yang Jun's ability to treat tumors. In truth, Master Yang could indeed remedy the elder's tumor. Wang Aijun looked at Li Honggang's family and revealed Yang Jun's secret. "Old Wang, what nonsense are you speaking? That young man is not a doctor. A brain tumor is no trivial matter." Upon hearing Wang Aijun's words, the director was the first to react. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they could not bear such responsibility. Indeed, the elder's condition would remain unchanged even if he were to go to the capital. Several other elder experts echoed, casting wary glances at Wang Aijun, not wishing to be implicated. "Please clarify your statement." Li Honggang raised his hand to silence the others, directing his gaze at the old traditional medicine practitioner, urging him to elucidate clearly. Master Yang is indeed a master of Qigong and also practices traditional Chinese acupuncture. He has previously healed a case of tumor, Wang Aijun recounted in detail, bringing a hush over the entire ward. His assertions were so extraordinary that they bordered on incredulity. A Qigong master capable of treating tumors was indeed hard to fathom. "Is what you say true?" Li Honggang stared at Wang Aijun, his face a canvas of doubt and disbelief. "Of course it is true. If you do not believe me, Consider my words unspoken. Wang Aijun cast a glance at Li Honggang and then at the other experts present. They were all aware of the situation, albeit uncertain as to who had successfully treated the patient. A profound silence enveloped the ward, devoid of any sound. Alas, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Wang Aijun sighed, fully aware that Li Honggang's family was struggling to believe, while the hospital hesitated to assume responsibility. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he turned to exit the ward, contemplating whether he had overstepped. Dad, why not simply summon Yang Xiaodi for further inquiry? The old gentleman cannot possibly deceive us. Li Xian remarked, her confidence in Yang Jun's capabilities unwavering. Very well, do seek him out once more, Li Honggang replied after a moment of contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the matter concerning his father's life. Meanwhile, Yang Jun and Li Xiaolan arrived at the bureau, where they encountered Lu Chuanxiong and Lu Xiangqian, with a leader engaged in conversation with them. Yang Jun smirked, realizing that the Lu family was leveraging their connections to target him. The leader, noticing Yang Jun's lack of a bracelet, glared at Li Xiaolan, reprimanding her sharply. Lu Xiangqian glared at Yang Jun with palpable animosity, followed by a menacing grin. You country bumpkin, you dare strike me? I shall ensure you do not leave here unscathed. Who do you think you are? Do you believe this place is your home? Get lost. As soon as Lu Xiangqian finished his tirade, Li Xiaolan shot back, unimpressed by the young master's bravado. She then turned to the leader who had spoken earlier, Vice Director Wang. On what grounds do you label him a criminal? Do you not comprehend that he is merely assisting in the investigation? Her fierce demeanor silenced the room, leaving both Lu Xiangqian and Vice Director Wang momentarily stunned. You, Li Xiaolan, whom are you addressing? Vice Director Wang bellowed at her. Do not raise your voice at me, should you dare to act unlawfully. I can assure you that a single phone call will land you behind bars. Undeterred by Vice Director Wang's fury, Li Xiaolan remained resolute, bolstered by her influential connections. Her words shifted Vice Director Wang's expression, as he recalled that this woman was not to be trifled with. This matter no longer concerns you. I shall assign others to handle it, he declared after a prolonged silence, recognizing his inability to contend with her. Whoever you designate is of little consequence. Until my lawyer arrives, he will not utter a word. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the entrance, as Shu Yuqing entered with a stern countenance. Shu Yuqing, does your family truly wish to oppose the Lu family? Lu Xiangqian seethed with rage at her presence. Huh, is the Lu family truly so formidable? Can an outdated jade king wield such power? Yang Jun, who had remained silent thus far, regarded Lu Chuanxiong and Lu Xiangqian with blatant derision and contempt. You. Lu Xiangqian began to retort, but was interrupted by Lu Chuanxiong. Young man, excessive words are futile. Speak boldly once you have exited this place safely. He then produced his mobile phone and made a call. Before long, Vice Director Wang's phone rang.